solitary figure, an ethereal being, quietly succumbed to death upon a sickbed, while a tormented genius, plagued by illness, coughed up blood, murmuring, "Sister, I can no longer ate for you," before meeting a regrettable end. When he opened his eyes once more, Xiao Wujie found himself transformed into the frail male protagonist of his own novel, a character modeled after himself. The story he had penned had become incomprehensible due to his own transmigration. He now inhabited the body of the destined protagonist, who continued to exist, cherished beyond measure by the resplendent female lead, his sister. The dilemma was that this tale remained unfinished, and he had already perished in another realm. Though he was the author, he was oblivious to the ultimate fate of the story and its characters. Unbeknownst to him, the fated heroine, Chulia, had dreamt of him on the day of his arrival, witnessing him spitting blood, his gaze vacant, calling out, "Sister, I can no longer ate for you." Chapter 1. A mortal illness, a celestial being, bloodied in battle. As night descended, the vibrant lights began to flicker. In the opulently adorned hall, resplendent with soft, enchanting illumination, guests mingled in exquisite evening attire, tea, air of hushed conversations, and laughter intertwining with the effervescence of champagne, filling the air with a sense of jubilation. Suddenly, a few low, abrupt coughs pierced the atmosphere. The hem of a white coat swayed gently as a tall young man, clad in a meticulously tailored silver suit, approached with me. Assured grace, surrounded by an entourage. His visage resembled the cold, luminous moon, exquisite and flawless, with slightly furrowed brows and a demeanor marked by an air of aloofness. Yet the corners of his lips curved into a smile, intertwining an aura of nobility with gentleness. Particularly striking was a hint of pallor between his brows, akin to the last remnants of snow upon a branch. A mere breath of wind could disperse it into a delicate mist, fragile and fleeting, truly deserving the phrase. The moon goddess pales in comparison, and the spring fairy is but an illusion. Upon the arrival of this distinguished figure, renowned personalities from various realms ceased their conversations, their faces adorned with polite, even obsequious smiles as the approached to offer their greetings. Even venerable elders, their hair silvered and ranks elevated, would slightly bow while conversing with him, a gesture of utmost respect. Onlookers, unaware of the situation, gazed in astonishment, their expressions betraying disbelief. These titans, whose mere stamp of a foot could shake the very foundations of the Ice City, were all esteemed individuals of immeasurable worth, long accustomed to positions of power. Never had they witnessed such humility from them. Before the singularly distinguished young man had ventured far, hushed whispers erupted uncontrollably around him. Who is this person? He seems to possess considerable influence. A mortal, afflicted and exiled, a blood-soaked deity, disguised in a jade visage. He is Xiao Wujie, Master Xiao. What an extraordinary figure. He appears so youthful. How does he command such presence? Truly terrifying. Though he seems to be in poor health, could he be here for the elixirs? It is said he is afflicted by a rare poison. With little time left, most likely, he seeks to acquire the remedy. In an opulent, warmly lit private box above, Xiao Wujie sat with elegance, his legs gracefully crossed, reclined upon a vintage sofa. His demeanor exuded both nobility and leisure as he awaited the commencement of the auction. He possesses extraordinary abilities and remarkable hearing, allowing him to clearly discern the conversations of those downstairs, yet he merely smiles faintly. They proclaim him a legend of this icy city. Indeed, one could argue that he is a legend of this world itself, for he is the very creator of this realm. This world exists within the pages of a novel titled Liue, a work of female-centric fiction, and he is its author. The protagonist, known as Chu Liue, is a fated heroine, strikingly proud and unparalleled in grace, adorned with multiple identities, destined to become the greatest antagonist of the tale. Born under a celestial mandate, endowed with extraordinary gifts, she bore the weight of her family's expectations from an early age, having been sent away to endure inhumane trials that forge her aloof and unyielding character, detached from the mundane world. If there exists a soul capable of capturing her heart, it is none other than the male lead, Xiao Wujie. Xiao Wujie is the younger brother whom Chu Liue rescued in her childhood, 5 years his senior. At the tender age of 10, she saved him from the jaws of a vicious street dog, intending to cultivate him as a trusted ally. However, their relationship gradually evolved into something deeper. Xiao Wujie's origins remained shrouded in mystery when Chu Liue rescued him. He was merely 5 years old, his hazy memories filled with the harsh reality of life on the streets and during cruelty and neglect. Having never experienced the warmth of human kindness, he came to regard Chu Liue as the singular light in his existence. With his strikingly handsome visage and gentle, delicate nature, coupled with his extraordinary talents and abilities, he aligns perfectly with Chu Liu's heart's desires. Both were young and devoid of warmth, and in the process of seeking solace in each other, their bond grew increasingly intimate, rendering the master-servant dynamic obsolete, forming instead into a pair of inseparable siblings. It was not until the 12th year of Chu Liu's life that an unexpected gunshot shattered their tranquility, prompting Xiao Wujie to instinctively shield her with his body. What he intercepted was not a bullet, but a syringe filled with an unidentified liquid. Xiao Wujie felt a sudden wave of dizziness, yet his reaction was not severe. However, subsequent examinations revealed that an enigmatic virus had been implanted within him. This virus was extraordinarily peculiar, its origins unknown. Despite Chu Liu's extravagant expenditure on numerous medical experts, each one was rendered helpless, only able to vaguely infer certain details. The virus appeared to be a half-finished product with no antidote available. It would relentlessly consume human cells until life itself was extinguished, and it would have periods of exacerbation, during which unbearable pain would ensue throughout the body. Consequently, Xiao Wujie's health deteriorated gradually, leaving him devoid of any physical strength and rendered a frail shadow of his former self, his life hanging by a thread, uncertain and precarious. The bond forged through trials of life and death allowed him to reside deeply within Chu Liu's heart, cherished as her most treasured possession. He had been predicted to survive no more than 5 years. Yet reaching the threshold of 17 years, on the cusp of adulthood, was solely due to Chu Liu's relentless investment of immeasurable wealth and medical resources to prolong his existence. As Chu Liu stabilized the situation in the imperial capital, Xiao Wujie began to consolidate his long-laid plans, sweeping through the entire Ice City. It was during this period that the virus within him erupted, and in another realm of existence. Orphaned and raised in an orphanage, he became a web novelist, relying on his boundless imagination and commendable writing skills to produce several works of notable acclaim, managing to lead a relatively comfortable life. However, fate proved cruel during a routine examination. He was diagnosed with cancer, which subsequently confined him to his sickbed, enduring a prolonged illness that proved arduous to overcome. One fateful day, his condition deteriorated sharply. He experienced uncontrollable bleeding, accompanied by the frantic beeping of the heart monitor, plunging him into complete darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself transformed into the protagonist of his own stories, Xiao Wujie. Although the circumstances were bizarre, they were undeniably real. Indeed, he had become the ailing leader from his own narrative. Chapter 2, a world diverging from its original path. Yet, the March chill of Ice City remained biting, with spring snowflakes falling intermittently. Perhaps due to the gusts encountered upon entering, this frail body soon protested vehemently. Leaning against a vintage leather sofa, Xiao Wujie felt frigid to the touch, his clenched fist resting against his pallid lips as he coughed intermittently. His voice was hoarse and weak, and a sickly flush crept onto his ashen face. Behind him stood a dashing man in a black suit, who draped a pristine white blanket over him and present. At a hand warmer, his eyes glinting with an inscrutable emotion. He was Lu Zhufeng, once regarded as a legendary figure in his own right. Having been betrayed and subsequently rescued by Xiao Wujie, he chose to remain by his side, offering his advice. Having been in close proximity to this individual for many years, Lu Zhufeng's insights and understanding of him far surpassed that of an ordinary acquaintance. This individual is an unparalleled prodigy, a master of disguise who feigns humility while exuding an air of superiority. However, he is indeed a frail being, easily toppled by a gust of wind. Before his departure, he expressed concern about catching a chill and sought to don a down jacket for warmth. Yet this pretentious fellow insisted on flaunting a coat instead. Look, has he not caught a cold? Is he not coughing? Truly, he demonstrates a complete disregard for his own well-being. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Zufeng's gaze and thoughts lingered behind him, as he too was engaged in contemplation. His extraordinary journey had led to unforeseen changes in many existing circumstances. In the original narrative, Xiao Wujie was destined to meet a tragic end, his entrepreneurial endeavors cut short, yet he found himself assuming Xiao Wujie's place, persisting even as the original character departed. In the ensuing time, Chu Yue embarked on a solitary journey, gradually unveiling numerous identities, ultimately evolving into the paramount antagonist of the tale. It was during those solitary, burdensome days that Chu Yue frequently reminisced about Xiao Wujie. She began to realize that her feelings for him were far more intricate and profound than she had initially perceived. Her emotions encompassed a blend of sibling affection, gratitude, and guilt, intertwined with a romantic sentiment of which she herself remained oblivious. However, by the time she became aware of these feelings, it was already too late. Yet, all of this transpired due to his extraordinary journey. Xiao Wujie did not perish instead. He existed in place of the original Xiao Wujie, executing the reclamation plan FO, our Ice City. Chu Liyue, conversely, did not arrive in Ice City but continued to advance her endeavors in the imperial capital. In what manner, then, shall he continue to exist? Is indulging in the pleasures of life truly worth the experience, or should one remain in the shadows, aiding the protagonist in REA, Qing the pinnacle of existence? Or perhaps one should center oneself, living freely and authentically, embodying the essence of one's desires? Among these three paths, he undoubtedly leans towards the latter. Yet, a most distressing reality looms. The narrative of this book remains unfinished, and he finds himself succumbing to fate in another realm. This signifies that, despite being the architect of the tale, he remains oblivious to the ultimate resolutions of the story and its characters. He harbors a profound emotional connection to this work when he commenced writing it. He had just received a dire diagnosis. At that time, he was imbued with a fierce hope for survival, vowing to battle against destiny with unwavering resolve, crafting the male and female protagonists in the image of his ideals. However, the affliction proved to be far more sinister than he had envisioned, and fate revealed itself to be far more merciless. He must concede that his will was gradually eroded by the ravages of illness, allowing him to experience the fragility and transience of life, as well as the trials and tribulations that accompany it. He is acutely aware that the myriad affairs of the world are destined to remain imperfect, and the brevity of life seems to culminate in disappointment and tragedy. With this mindset, he resolved to conclude the story with a tragic ending, presenting the book as his live swan song, where the fates of the characters mirror the essence of Haiso WN experiences. Yet his unexpected journey disrupted many of the original constructs, leaving him uncertain about the future's trajectory. A myriad of questions and confusions swirl within him, compelling him to delve deeper into contemplation. However, an incessant itch in his throat interrupts his musings, prompting him to stifle a few coughs, thereby breaking the flow of his thoughts. As he assesses the condition of his body, a wave of frustration washes over him. It is truly dismal that IT is akin to a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at the slightest disturbance. The individuals below have not entirely erred in their conjecture. The pivotal auction item, the forgetting agent, indeed holds significant importance for him. The original owner had succumbed to a terminal illness caused by a virus, which was, in truth, a manifestation of his own harrowing experiences with cancer, hopeless and agonizing. In the previous world, he faced an incurable disease, yet the novel he penned serves as both a reflection and a transcendence of reality, embodying some fantastical elements that require cerebral preservation. Take, for instance, the forgetting agent. Though named forgetting, it does not imply a complete loss of memory, but rather signifies the alleviation of pain, granting the body a chance at rebirth. Its intended effect on the human brain is to eradicate all harmful cells, thereby stimulating an enhanced immune response, proving remarkably effective in treating severe conditions. However, The research remains incomplete, and it possesses considerable toxicity, potentially annihilating healthy cells as collateral damage. The forgetting agent could serve to alleviate his affliction, and he is acutely aware of its extensive implications, particularly its profound connection to Chu Liyue. This realization pierces his heart. Having endured relentless torment from his illness and life, he finds it cruel that even in this new existence, he cannot escape the clutches of suffering. What a tragedy! Why could he not have been written as a healthy protagonist? With a wry self-deprecation, he momentarily sets aside the myriad questions swirling in his mind. Ultimately, the crux of the matter remains. Survival must take precedence before any further deliberation. After all, the self outside the book has perished. If this peculiar new identity were to falter, he would be utterly lost. Only those who have truly faced death can comprehend that, in comparison to the boundless silence and darkness, existence is ultimately a far more favorable state. Chapter 3. The Dream of Chu Liyue, a vivid crimson amidst the terrifying black and white in a world interwoven with stark shades of black and white. The oppressive darkness of the night seemed alive, compressing every inch of space, swallowing the starlight without a trace. An atmosphere laden with an unbearable sense of suffocation enveloped the air, as if an invisible hand were tightly constricting one's breath. The vast estate stood silently, its contours taking on an inexplicable eeriness under the moonlight. This was the Liyue Manor in the Ice City. Silence. An infinite silence. Not even a whisper of the wind could be discerned. Suddenly, the wild roar of an automobile surged from the distance, rapidly approaching before hurtling into the estate, shattering the unsettling stillness. With a sharp, jarring screech of brakes, the vehicle had not yet come to a complete halt when the driver's door swung open. A man clad in a black suit leapt from the car, swiftly emerging from the back seat with a frail figure cradled in his arms. The individual, strikingly handsome, had shed the naivety of 5 years past, revealing a newfound maturity. Yet, the exquisite features that one could admire for a lifetime were now ashen, devoid of color. With eyes that once sparkled like a constellation now firmly shut, their long lashes trembling incessantly. A pang gripped the heart, tightening with an indescribable bitterness that surged like a tide. By the car stood several shadowy figures, their faces obscured, swiftly converging around the newcomer as they hastened toward the main house. Upon entering the room, the man in the black suit gently laid the frail figure upon the bed. A doctor, shrouded in a white coat, rushed over, obscured in shadow, initiating a frantic attempt at resuscitation. The handsome, ailing man slowly opened his eyes in a daze, his lips parting slightly as he struggled to breathe, crimson blood continuously surging forth from his mouth. The vivid crimson of blood starkly contrasts against the muted monochrome of the scene, striking the eye with an overwhelming force, causing the pupils to constrict, while an undercurrent of panic surges from within, nearly halting the moment. The lifeblood, a symbol of vitality, incessantly flows forth, as the figure on the sickbed resembles a wilting flower, on the brink of decay, fragile to the slightest touch. His eyes, struggling to open and close, are clouded with a profound pain, shattered yet elusive, as his unfocused gaze drifts toward the ceiling, his words a murmur. "Sister, I cannot wait for you any longer." Suddenly, his exceptionally long eyelashes cease to flutter, and the shattered, cool-toned eyes gently close. In an instant, the entire tableau freezes, the world enveloped in silence. That piercing, vivid red is magnified by an engulfing fear, until, with a thunderous sound, the scene shatters into fragments. In a dimly lit room, Chu Liyue's tightly shut eyes abruptly open, and she bolts upright from the sofa. Beneath the stray strands of hair that fall across her forehead, her typically profound and cold gaze is now laced with bloodshot veins, and the depths of her eyes shimmer with a faint tremor, hinting at a thread of trepidation. She brushes aside the errant locks, her fingers slightly sticky, as a thin sheen of sweat unexpectedly forms on her brow. This is beyond counting how many times she has endured this nightmare. In her dreams, Xiao Wujie spits blood, his eyes filled with despair and confusion, whispering, "Sister, I cannot wait for you any longer," before finally closing his eyes, breathless. In recent days, each time she closes her eyes, this nightmare replays with relentless frequency. The sensations within the dream are hauntingly vivid, leaving her drenched in cold sweat. Were it not for her repeated confirmations of Xiao Wujie's condition, she would genuinely question whether these were events that had truly transpired. After a considerable time, the terror in her gaze gradually faded, returning to a profound stillness, though upon closer inspection, one might discern a subtle quiver. She grasped her phone and pressed the dial key, her voice icy as she commanded, "Act directly at 8 o'clock tonight." Beijing, a magnificent city where history intertwines with modernity, sits like a luminous pearl in the heart of China. The nocturnal Beijing possesses an allure all its own. As night descends, the sky is adorned with countless stars, resembling a multitude of dazzling diamonds embedded within a deep blue canvas, while the Milky Way stretches across the horizon like a silvery ribbon, drawing the gaze of all who dare to traverse the vast universe. Yet, this night was destined to be anything but tranquil. A towering skyscraper in the heart of the metropolis erupted in a blaze of fire, shattering the stillness of the night sky. The hour was late, and darkness enveloped the building, save for the lights illuminating the top floor. Red flames surged ominously skyward, swiftly spreading to higher levels. Alarms blared throughout the building as a cadre of burly security guards materialized in the corridors, racing toward the fire extinguishers. One among them, at the forefront of the charge, was mere moments away from grasping a fire extinguisher when he suddenly froze, his body trembling. His eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced down at his chest, where a stream of crimson blood flowed forth. Before he could muster the strength to utter a sound, he collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixed in shock. A silenced gunshot had struck. Although the sound was muffled, the remaining guards swiftly discerned the trajectory of the bullet. A woman clad in sleek black attire stood behind them, brandishing a firearm, having appeared without their notice. The black mask concealed half of her face, leaving only a pair of profound eyes visible, glimmering with a sharp and calm light, reminiscent of cold stars in the night sky. In the fleeting moment they turned, several more had already fallen. In Huaxia, firearms are prohibited. Despite their roles as bodyguards, they were unable to carry weapons. Exchanging a glance, they dispersed their formation and swiftly charged towards the woman in black. Her marksmanship was both swift and precise. With a mere pull of the trigger, the two individuals at the forefront collapsed. However, these bodyguards were well trained. Witnessing their comrades fall, those behind showed no hesitation and surged forward towards the woman in black. The corridor was exceptionally wide, and the woman, utilizing her agile movements, evaded the grasping hands aimed at her with a series of deft maneuvers. She effortlessly maneuvered among the throng of bodyguards. Her form light as if unshackled by the force of gravity, her movements fluid and natural. Like a stream flowing through a mountain gorge, she embodied both strength and grace. The remaining assailants, emboldened by the knowledge that her ammunition must be running low, charged recklessly. Her gaze flickered momentarily as she glanced at the chandelier above. With a delicate push of her toes against the ground, she leapt, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, her hand precisely grasping the chandelier. With a powerful pull, the chandelier whirled her entire being into a rapid spin, sending bullets flying from her weapon. A spray of crimson erupted, and as the last bullet was discharged, every bodyguard lay defeated, none remaining. She nimbly descended from the chandelier, lightly blowing the smoke from the muzzle of her gun, and then, with a slight frown, observed the flames gradually creeping up the corridor. Suddenly, a fissure appeared amidst the flames, and from the inferno emerged two slender figures draped in black cloaks, one tall and the other short. The fire ignited their cloaks but extinguished itself shortly thereafter, clearly crafted from advanced fire-resistant materials. Following closely behind them were several more silhouettes clad in similar protective garments, indicating their undeniable connection to the raging blaze. Chapter 4 Chu Liyue. Ensure the safety of the individuals. We cannot afford any further ailments. Boss, how do you find the fireproof attire I crafted? The petite figure, enveloped in the black cloak, was the first to speak. Her voice was delicate, reminiscent of a finely tuned bell gently chiming in the ear. Quite commendable, came the contrasting response, imbued with a mature and frigid tone from the taller, slender figure beneath the cloak. The woman in the sleek black attire slightly bowed and murmured, "The individuals are on the top floor. I have dealt with a portion of the bodyguards, but there are likely more above." The tall, slender woman coldly commanded, "Dispose of the bodies. Xiao Wujie and others, accompany me upstairs." With that, she pivoted towards the staircase, her footsteps barely audible beneath her cloak, yet in the hushed atmosphere, they resonated sharply, echoing like a tolling bell in the stillness. Meanwhile, the door to the top-floor office remained tightly shut, guarded by sentinels both inside and out. At the center of the office sat a well-dressed man in his 40s, his visage dark and brooding, reclined upon an opulent leather sofa, his eyes betraying turbulent emotions. His name was Gu Wuming, the ostensible president of the corporation that occupied the skyscraper. It was a night fraught with tension, as a silent inferno spread relentlessly. He sought to send a message via his mobile phone, only to discover that the signal throughout the entire building and its vicinity had been completely incapacitated. Not a single text or call could be dispatched. It was evident that someone had deliberately targeted him. In light of recent events, he comprehended that he had crossed paths with formidable individuals. Today, he feared he might meet his demise here. A faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside, causing his heart to skip a beat as he abruptly lifted his gaze, fixated on the office door. A piercing scream resounded from beyond, followed swiftly by the door being flung open. Gu Wuming's body tensed instantly as a slender, tall figure came into view, the flames outside casting her silhouette into a dark, elongated shadow. Two bodyguards, one on each side, charged toward the delicate figure without hesitation. Before Gu Wuming could discern their movements, the two bodyguards were sent flying backwards. In the brief moment of distraction, the remaining bodyguard lunged towards the woman, closing the distance to a mere step. Yet, in an instant, his vision blurred. A gloved hand, clad in black, ruthlessly clasped around his throat, rendering the air around him thin and suffocating, an overwhelming sensation washing over his consciousness. His feet instinctively left the ground, his body lifted as if caught in a tempest. Struggling futilely in the air, his hands reached out in desperation towards the wrist constricting his throat, seeking a sliver of reprieve. In the next heartbeat, a sharp crack reverberated. The bodyguard's eyes widened in horror, yet the spark within them dimmed like a dying candle as he was mercilessly hurled aside. Before him, a pair of chilling, icy eyes locked onto him. His pupils constricted, and he swiftly leapt from the sofa, drawing a gun from his waist. In an instant, the bullets were chambered, and a series of shots rang out. Even with the slightest glimmer of hope for survival, he was determined to fight back. However, he barely caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow before feeling a searing pain in his wrist, as the tip of a black-booted foot sent his firearm flying from his grasp. Almost immediately, a powerful kick struck his chest, forcing him to instinctively raise his arms in defense. At the moment of impact, his body was propelled backward, crashing violently against the office door, and he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly powerless to resist. As he struggled, blood vessels spread like fine threads across his eyes, filled with terror. Outside the office, the battle had also concluded, with a group of bodyguards sprawled across the floor, their blood staining the expansive surface. Two individuals cloaked in black seized the fallen Gu Wuming, forcing him to kneel. With no escape left, he yearned for clarity in death, at least to know who had brought about his demise. Gu Wuming's gaze darkened as he looked toward the slender, icy figure before him, rasping out a voice. The wide black cloak was undone, revealing a tall silhouette, and as the black veil covering her face was lifted, Chu Liu's stunningly beautiful visage was exposed to the air. With an impassive expression, she settled onto the genuine leather sofa, crossing her long legs, and removed the blood-stained black gloves, discarding them into the trash. Miss Chu, truly ruthless and deeply concealed. Yet, do not presume that by eliminating me, your troubles will cease. Others will come to address you. When Gu Wuming beheld the visage before him, he was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly regain his composure. He prided himself on never having underestimated the individual standing before him, yet her prowess evidently exceeded his expectations. Chu Liu seemed oblivious to her surroundings, her cold, abyssal gaze reflecting the fiery inferno of the towering buildings and the blood splattering about, shimmering with fragmented light, deep and inscrutable. With a chilling glance devoid of warmth, she cast a sidelong look at the stern-faced Gu Wuming, her delicate fingers lightly gesturing across her neck. Observing this, those beside her swiftly maneuvered, silencing the man who appeared fierce yet cowardly, as blood gushed forth, staining a considerable expanse of the floor. Clean it up thoroughly. Ensure the evidence of the Rongguang Group's president succumbing to pressure and committing arson is impeccably arranged. Furthermore, inform my city to send someone over. As the wind howled outside, she abruptly halted, turning her head to reveal a flawless profile. A chilling glimmer flickered in her gaze, her voice sharp and cold, imbued with authority. Tell Lu Zhufeng that it is still chilly. Take good care of him. Should he fall ill, he shall bear full responsibility. Chapter 5. The Auction of Xiao Wujie. A grand chess game. Ice City. Yunding Building. Within the opulent and resplendent private room, the auction was on the brink of commencing. Lu Zhufeng roused the drowsy Xiao Wujie, a tray in his hands bearing a cup of hot water and a handful of pills. Xiao Wujie, frail and ailing, was required to take his medicine punctually each day, yet he did not immediately accept it. Instead, he raised an eyebrow at Lu Zhufeng. The water has been poisoned. The medication I have been concealing. It has certainly not been tampered with, Lu Zhufeng explained, his expression one of wooden disbelief. Upon witnessing Xiao Wujie consume his medicine, he crossed his arms, standing resolutely like a tower in the doorway. Today's auction is indeed a grand game. In the event of an unexpected situation, he must respond promptly to ensure Xiao Wujie's safety. Observing the subtly surging atmosphere below, a faint smile graced the corners of Xiao Wujie's lips as he elegantly reclined on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the hand warmer in his grasp. Amidst the thunderous applause, the auction commenced officially. A stunning beauty in a qipao gracefully stepped onto the stage. Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. One exquisite item after another was presented on the display table, each of remarkable value. A bronze artifact with a history of 3,000 years started at 5 million. A masterpiece by the renowned painter was set to begin at 8 million. Shares from the top 10 enterprises in Ice City, with a maximum of 10%, commenced bidding at 10 million per share. A wave of gasps erupted from the audience, quickly followed by a flurry of fervent bidding. Xiao Wujie observed with amusement, and upon hearing the details of one particular item, he couldn't help but silently facepalm. This item was even more absurd than what he had pinned, regretting not having inscribed the classic 5 words repository of thoughts at the outset. The auction proceeded smoothly, and under the inscrutable gaze of Lu Zhufeng, Xiao Wujie placed a bid for a finely crafted red suit. The tailored trousers, equally exquisite, tapered elegantly at the ankles, enhancing the silhouette and accentuating leg length. The designer hailed from a distant island, known as Bagayalu, with a starting price of 100,000. Xiao Wujie casually raised his paddle to bid 500,000, plunging the room into silence, as glances were furtively cast towards the private box. Shortly thereafter, a charming maid delivered the item to the box. Xiao Wujie, momentarily captivated, discarded the hand warmer aside to examine it closely. It must be said, the merchandise from that little rascal possesses a certain quality. Lu Zhufeng, with an impassive expression, gazed intently and could not help but inquire, "Is it truly so novel that you were unaware of this item?" Xiao Wujie, holding the garment and scrutinizing it, replied with a faint smile, "Must I be privy to all knowledge? The interplay of the known and the unknown is what renders life most intriguing." Lu Zhufeng's face bore an expression that seemed to convey an air of pretentiousness, articulating plainly, "Indeed, once everything is revealed, what remains to be enjoyed? A touch of mystery is far more captivating." Xiao Wujie pressed his lips together. In his recollection, he had always penned tales of a more risque nature. Amidst their idle chatter, the atmosphere in the room suddenly ignited, akin to water coming to a boil, gradually bubbling with anticipation, hinting at an impending climax. Under the eager and fervent gazes of the attendees, a graceful attendant stepped onto the stage, delicately bearing a tray. Although the tray was draped with a black cloth, obscuring the items within, the audience found their breaths growing heavier with anticipation. The enchanting auctioneer on stage began to introduce this significant auction item at the opportune moment. The next item to be presented was the final piece of the evening, the elixir of oblivion. This remarkable concoction originated from the farthest reaches of the Forbidden North, where research had commenced 3 years prior. The aim was to develop a panacea capable of combating any known ailment and to stimulate the enhancement of the human immune system. After 3 years of relentless development, the elixir of oblivion had finally taken its preliminary form. Her voice was rhythmic and poised, and with the subsequent words, she propelled the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Although the current elixir of oblivion does not achieve the desired effects, it can still combat nearly all known diseases and fundamentally enhance the human immune system. In a clinical trial of the oblivion agent, a critically ill patient on the brink of death, suffering from multiple organ failure, was administered the reagent, ultimately extending his life by nearly a year. Testing has revealed that, as long as the individual is not critically endangered, the oblivion agent can significantly prolong the lives of those injected. Healthy individuals may even gain an additional 5 to 10 years of life. Among the attendees were no ordinary figures. Those who stood at greater heights were acutely aware of the transience and value of life, realizing that no amount of power or wealth could purchase a moment's pause in time. The Oblivion Agent served as a veritable life-saving talisman, allowing them to procure serenity from the relentless grip of time and illness, a transaction deemed invaluable. Yet, despite the fervor in their hearts, the crowd retained a semblance of rationality, furtively casting glances towards the upper box, where the most formidable competitors resided, local tycoons from Ice City and numerous affluent outsiders. Rumors even suggested the involvement of elite families from the capital. The poised auctioneer, glancing at the audience's reactions, continued. The Oblivion Agent available for bid today is the only officially certified variant that has been released to the public. We shall now commence the bidding for our final item, the Oblivion Agent. The starting price is 50 million. As soon as the words left her lips, bids began to emerge. 70 million, 80 million, 85 million, 100 million. The atmosphere was as fervent as boiling porridge, with bids escalating rapidly, yet no offers came from the box above. At that moment, a voice, cold and indifferent, emanated from the private room where Xiao Wujie resided, plunging the venue into an abrupt silence. 500 million. Chapter 6, Sudden Attack. Was Xiao Wujie merely a frail, powerless being? Upon hearing the voice from the room, the previously fervent atmosphere fell into stillness. The individuals above were indeed formidable. Such a quintuple increase in price had effectively eliminated nearly half of the participants below. Within the opulent suite above, Lu Zhufeng looked at Xiao Wujie in speechless disbelief, raising the price of one's own possessions, disrupting the order of the market. Xiao Wujie's icy hand rubbed against the hand warmer, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light as he remarked sarcastically, as you would say, stripping everything bare is certainly undesirable, yet one must at least reveal a little. Otherwise, if everything is concealed, what purpose do I serve? Just as the crowd stood in a daze, pondering whether to follow suit, a voice filled with intimidation resonated from the opposite room, shattering their composure. 10 billion. Indeed, poverty had constrained their imaginations. The two individuals had escalated the price from 1 billion to 10 billion, directly eliminating 80% of those present below. Although many felt a sense of resignation, they nonetheless shrugged nonchalantly and began to observe the unfolding battle with keen interest. After all, their combined fortunes barely amounted to several billion or a few hundred billion. It was hardly worth risking everything for an imperfect forgetting agent. Furthermore, they were genuinely curious about the ultimate price this newly introduced forgetting agent would command. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wujie's lips curled into a gentle and amiable smile, a sight that caused Lu Zhufeng, standing behind him, to involuntarily twitch his eyelids. Typically, when Xiao Wujie reveals such a smile, misfortune befalls someone, either a loss of head or the annihilation of a family. The utterance of 10 billion shifted the battleground from the lower levels to the upper echelons. As other private rooms began to echo with successive bids, 12 billion, 15 billion, 18 billion, 30 billion. Once more, Xiao Wujie placed his bid, and yet again. His voice plunged the entire venue into a profound silence. Those with wealth were present. At that moment, the upper boxes fell into a contemplative hush, not due to a lack of capability to continue bidding, but rather, the realization that persisting further might render the item devoid of worth. After all, the current forgetting agent remained incomplete, and if God had released one vial, there was no assurance that a second would not follow. Little did they know that the intricacies surrounding the forgetting agent ran deep, and the vial at hand would ultimately become a singular artifact, unparalleled in existence. Of course, that was a matter for another time. Just as the upper-level bidders hesitated over whether to continue, a detached voice sliced through the air, 50 billion. This voice belonged to the one who had initially called out 10 billion, and Xiao Wujie recognized it instantly. He raised an eyebrow, his smile growing more pronounced. Have they taken the bait? It seemed they were still keen for the catch. No matter, after all, it was Tia's money at stake. And he was nearly reduced to mere currency. Calmly, he responded with a bid of 100 billion. At this proclamation, both the upper and lower tiers were rendered speechless. The incomplete forgetting agent was at most valued around 30 billion. How had it suddenly escalated to 100 billion? Could the game of wealth be played in such a manner? Following the announcement of 100 billion, no further bids emerged, leaving only that enigmatic bidder, relentless in their pursuit. The onlookers could not help but cast curious glances towards the private box of that individual, eager to discern whether it was the lavishly wealthy young Master Xiao, desperate to secure a cure for his afflictions, or the enigmatic magnate who held the upper hand. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, the mysterious bidder leisurely proclaimed, 150 billion. Young Master Xiao remained unflustered, promptly countering with 200 billion, 250 billion, 500 billion. As young Master Xiao's words echoed through the air, the scene seemed to freeze, and time itself appeared to stand still. The spectators were nearly breathless. The atmosphere thick with tension, such that even the sound of air moving felt palpable. To be candid, the majority of those present had never laid eyes on 500 billion in cash. It surely would be a breathtaking spectacle. The mysterious bidder seemed momentarily taken aback by such a staggering figure, falling into a contemplative silence. The composed auctioneer, a vision of grace, announced, 500 billion, once. 500 billion, twice. 500 billion, thrice. Perhaps the figure was too astonishing for the enigmatic bidder, who ultimately refrained from further bidding. Observing this, the auctioneer promptly declared, "Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the forgetting agent at the price of 500 billion. The auction concluded here." And the auctioneer expressed gratitude for the participation of all guests, urging them to exit in an orderly manner. As her voice faded, various groups began to disperse. Young Master Xiao leaned back against the sofa, gently massaging his temples, a trace of fatigue evident on his countenance. The auction had commenced at dawn and had persisted for 3 to 4 hours, compounded by the raucous atmosphere, which left him somewhat weary. As the last of the crowd departed, the vial of amnesia serum was delivered into his hands. After a brief respite, he exchanged a glance with Lu Zhufeng before rising and exiting the private room. In the lengthy corridor, Xiao Wujie walked amidst a throng of people, flanked by a multitude of bodyguards, with Lu Zhufeng leading the way ahead. The vial was contained within a box, which Xiao Wujie cradled personally. As they approached the end of the corridor, their pace seemed to slow considerably. Just as Xiao Wujie stepped out of the corridor, a sudden rush of wind pierced the air. A man clad in a black suit emerged unexpectedly, hands poised in a grappling stance, charging towards Xiao Wujie with astonishing speed. Almost simultaneously, Lu Zhufeng leapt forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the approaching assailant sprawling. In that instant, dozens of individuals disguised as attendants surged from the shadows. Their gaze fixated intently on the box in Xiao Wujie's grasp, swiftly engaging in a scuffle with his bodyguards. Given the prohibition against carrying contraband items, neither side wielded any weapons, resulting in a chaotic melee of fists and feet. Xiao Wujie calmly withdrew to the sidelines, avoiding the fray while observing the unfolding conflict with an air of detachment. The assailants exhibited remarkable skill and coordination, overpowering his bodyguards, who found themselves at a disadvantage. Had it not been for Lu Zhufeng holding back half of their numbers, defeat would have been imminent. As the standoff continued, one of the black-clad assailants seized an opening, breaking free with the assistance of his comrades, and suddenly lunged towards Xiao Wujie. Witnessing this, Lu Zhufeng attempted to intervene but was firmly restrained by several of the black-clad assailants. The assailant clad in black was overjoyed, his eyes glinting with a fierce and sinister light, his hand clawed into a talon aimed directly at Xiao Wujie's throat. Yet, to his astonishment, the frail figure, deemed powerless by intelligence reports, faced his ambush with an air of dispassionate calm, devoid of any sign of panic. Before he could ponder further, he dismissed the notion that a mere ailing figure could possibly retaliate. Just as his hand was about to reach Xiao Wujie's throat, he suddenly felt an inexplicable dizziness cloud his mind. Chapter 7. The True Puppet Master, luring the king into the trap at that moment. A graceful beauty in a qipao appeared beside Xiao Wujie, her delicate hand firmly grasping the black-clad assailant's wrist. Cursing under his breath, the assailant prepared to counterattack. However, to his horror, despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, the strength in her grip was astonishing, rendering him utterly immobile. This qipao-clad beauty was none other than the auctioneer from the stage, her exquisitely delicate face now marked by an icy coldness, her gaze chillingly resolute. In the brief moment of shock, the slender hand that had seized his arm suddenly released its hold, and a silver needle, glimmering with an eerie light, shot forth from her fingertip, aimed directly at his brow. The assailant reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly sidestepping and retreating in rapid succession. The silver needle grazed his cheek, leaving a gash that revealed no flesh beneath. Clearly, he wore a disguise of human skin, concealing his true visage from prying eyes. After forcing the assailant back, the qipao beauty refrained from further aggression, instead directing her gaze towards Xiao Wujie, her initial frostiness dissipating, revealing a hint of tenderness. "Are you all right?" she inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wujie shook his head with a smile and said, "Sister Qingyi arrives so timely. How could I possibly be in trouble? The woman was named Lin Xingyi. She had met Xiao Wujie on some significant days of her life and had since remained by his side, alongside Lu Zhufeng, who served as Xiao Wujie's stalwart protector. While Lu Zhufeng stood guard in the foreground, she operated from the shadows. Concerned for Xiao Wujie's safety, she had chosen to appear at the auction in the guise of an auctioneer. As they conversed, seemingly oblivious to the world around them, the tide of battle had begun to shift. At that moment, several individuals clad in the attire of the Yunding building staff hurriedly approached. Upon catching sight of Xiao Wujie, they bowed and called him boss in the astonished gazes of the surrounding black-clad figures. It dawned on the black-clad individuals that this young man had been feigning his identity. He was, in fact, the proprietor of the Yunding building. And it was likely that today's auction was orchestrated by him, all while he pretended to participate in the bidding. The leader of the black-clad figures cast a cold, piercing gaze at Xiao Wujie and remarked in a chilling tone, "It is said that the elusive mastermind behind the Yunding building in Ice City is rarely seen. Who would have thought it to be you, Mr. Xiao?" His voice revealed him to be the mysterious rival who had fiercely competed with Xiao Wujie during the auction. Xiao Wujie's eyes narrowed slightly, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he responded, "Flattering words, but I am curious to know your identities." In a moment of silent understanding, the group suddenly darted toward the window and leaped through it. Xiao Wujie gestured to Lu Zhufeng, his voice calm yet firm. "Do not let them escape." Lu Zhufeng rolled his eyes in response and swiftly dashed out like the wind. Within the antiquely adorned room, a subtle fragrance lingered in the air. A wisp of smoke gracefully ascended from the exquisite incense burner, filling the air with a subtle and elegant scent of sandalwood. Xiao Wujie reclined comfortably in the plush chair, while Lin Xingyi, with her delicate hands, gently poured him a cup of steaming tea, taking care to drape a blanket over him. Observing the unmistakable weariness etched upon his face, she could not help but softly remark, "There is no need for you to involve yourself directly. Once the forgetting agent appears at the auction, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity." He was the clandestine master of Cloud Pinnacle Tower, orchestrating this auction, and the forgetting agent had long since fallen into his grasp. The reason for its presence at the auction was that he had thoroughly swept through Ice City, yet many eyes remained vigilant beyond its borders. And he sought to test the waters for potential lucrative catches. To his surprise, opportunities indeed emerged. It appeared that numerous individuals were intent on thwarting his acquisition of the forgetting agent, wishing fervently for this ailing figure to meet an untimely demise. "Are you considering departing from Ice City?" Lin Xingyi suddenly inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. Xiao Wujie paused momentarily at her words, neither confirming nor denying. He indeed intended to leave Ice City in a few days, making his way to the imperial capital, having cleared Ice City of threats. He recognized that the true prize lay not here, but rather in the imperial capital. Additionally, in light of his health concerns, seeking a remedy would most likely necessitate his journey to the imperial capital, for no solutions were to be found in Ice City. Under such circumstances, a departure from Ice City was an inevitable choice. "Indeed," he replied. "However, you must pay heed to your health, having just recovered from a serious illness. It is unwise to overexert yourself." Lin Xingyi did not inquire further, merely offering a gentle reminder. Her medical skills were extraordinary, mastering the art of traditional Chinese medicine. Although Xiao Wujie ostensibly had a personal physician, it was she who clandestinely managed his health and treatment. The frail body of Xiao Wujie had survived to this day largely due to her dedicated efforts. The two conversed in hushed tones until the clock's hands reached the hour of 5. The night's veil gradually lifted, revealing a delicate blush of dawn on the eastern horizon. Xiao Wujie rose from his seat and softly remarked, "Lu Zhufeng should be nearly done. I shall go take a look." Lin Xingyi's finely arched brows furrowed slightly as she urged him gently, "Your body is not suited for labor. You have exhausted yourself today. Perhaps you should rest a while. There will be no issues with Lu Zhufeng conducting the interrogation." Xiao Wujie responded with a warm smile, shaking his head, and then stood tall, making his way towards the door. Both were highly trained assassins. Lu Zhufeng would find nothing amiss. Chapter 8. Xiao Wujie's golden finger snow fell in a flurry upon the silent earth. The sky was shrouded in leaden clouds, hanging low enough to seem within reach. The clouds intertwined with the rising chill from the ground, blurring the boundaries between heaven and earth, plunging the entire world into an indecipherable haze of gray and white. Suddenly, amidst the deathly stillness, a few darting black dots emerged. Several figures clad in black moved with astonishing speed, their forms electric as they sprinted wildly. Their faces bore an expression of disarray, and as they fled in haste, they communicated rapidly. This sickly individual is peculiar. I must have fallen into his trap. The intelligence was erroneous. That frail individual was certainly not a powerless being. By heavens, no wonder such a lofty price was offered. Had I known this beforehand, even a greater sum would not have tempted me to accept. How could someone manage such a vast enterprise for Miss Chu be simple? I was indeed too careless. What shall we do now? The forgetting agent remains unattained, and that frail individual still stands. Well then, let us disregard the mission, conserve our strength, and prioritize our escape. As the group exchanged hurried words, a sudden mocking laugh echoed in their ears. Escape? Where to? The pupils of several cloaked figures dilated, their bodies bristling with alarm. Swiftly converging together, casting menacing glances around. Clad in a black suit, Lu Zhufeng emerged from the snowstorm, materializing before them like a specter. With his brow arched and a smirk gracing his lips, he resembled a cold-hearted hunter, deriving amusement from watching his prey futilely struggle within the trap. An assistant with such remarkable capabilities, this fellow truly knows how to feign. The leader's gaze hardened as he scrutinized Lu Zhufeng, his brows knitted tightly, soon revealing a glint of malice beneath. His voice dripped with menace. Mr. Lu, must it be a fight to the death, where both fish and net perish? Lu Zhufeng remained silent, merely gazing at him with a smile. Observing this, the leader of the dark-clad figures ceased his words, gesturing with a wave of his hand. The others swiftly formed a formation, encircling Lu Zhufeng, suddenly converging from all directions. The irony in Lu Zhufeng's smile deepened. He tossed aside his suit jacket, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and with a swift motion, his figure blurred amidst the wind and snow. The clash of blades resonated alongside the thunder of gunfire. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the scene once more. Lu Zhufeng elegantly adjusted his suit jacket, irritably kicking aside the body of a black-clad figure that lay directly before him, muttering disdainfully, "Assassins, assassins, their killing skills are lackluster, yet their escape techniques are commendable." In the distance, the thunderous roar of approaching vehicles broke the stillness, as several black cars swiftly came to a halt before him. From the center vehicle, a figure emerged with rapidity, unfurling a black umbrella as he bent to open the rear door. Meanwhile, a line of black-clad bodyguards who had already descended from the other vehicles stood in a neat formation, awaiting orders. Xiao Wujie, with his tall stature, leaned out from the car, his attendant holding the umbrella over him. He approached the black-clad individuals with a leisurely gait, exuding an ethereal and aloof aura. Before outsiders, Lu Zhufeng accorded Xiao Wujie the utmost respect, inclining slightly and stating earnestly, "Boss, everyone is present. There are no stragglers." Xiao Wujie nodded subtly, his voice calm and detached. "Have them restrained and remove their facial masks." Following his subordinate's swift actions, several black-clad figures were forced to kneel before him, revealing their true visages beneath the human skin masks. After a fierce confrontation, they appeared battered and bruised, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, their disheveled state a testament to their defeat. Xiao Wujie crouched down, his gaze penetrating and inscrutable as it swept over the faces of the captives, ultimately resting upon the leader, his tone laced with intrigue. "Aren't you going to introduce yourself? A friend of SL." At the mention of SL, the black-clad man's pupils constricted in disbelief, a look of incredulity flooding his eyes. SL, also known as Sinluo, derived its name from the concept of the underworld. It is the most enigmatic and expensive assassination organization in the world. Its members strike only when necessary. And once they do, the next encounter is assuredly in the realm of the dead. As long as a negotiation can be reached, there is no one who cannot be eliminated. Its terror is indisputable, yet the enigmatic demeanor and exorbitant price render the number of those who are aware of it exceedingly few. The ability to discern the identity of another while being privy to SL signifies the profound depth of the person before him. "You are not hired by the people of Ice City to take my life. You hail from the imperial capital, perhaps from the Chu family." Xiao Wujie's gaze resembled cold stars, concealing a captivating, otherworldly power, as if he could see through the heart of the cloaked figure. The cloaked man's pupils quivered intensely, his face etched with disbelief. SL's confidentiality regarding transactional information is impeccable. Aside from the assassin who has accepted the contract, no one else would possess any knowledge. When lives are at stake, no one would dare to be careless. How did this person come to know? Xiao Wujie pressed his thin lips together, and as the man trembled, his gaze bore straight into the depths of his eyes, where a mysterious luminescence flickered. The cloaked figure found himself entranced by this gaze. as if it possessed an irresistible allure. In an instant, he was drawn in, his expression gradually becoming vacant, his mind a blank slate. Upon glancing around once more, everything had bizarrely vanished, leaving only the white, swirling snow and a figure of divine grace standing before him. He lifted his eyes to the inscrutable silhouette and hoarsely uttered, "Illusion?" Xiao Wujie lowered his gaze towards him, a light laugh escaping his lips. "No wonder you are an A-class assassin of SL. Your reflexes are quite sharp." The SL assassins are categorized into 5 tiers, A, B, C, D, and S, with D being the lowest and S the highest. The individual before me is an A-tier assassin, second only to S, and is undoubtedly a formidable force within SL. Yet, during his entrapment in an illusion, Xiao Wujie has already acquired the information he desires. It is said that Mr. Xiao possesses no martial prowess. However, with his mastery of illusion, mere mortals are utterly insignificant before him. As an A-tier assassin of SL, I have undergone specialized training, rendering me impervious to ordinary illusions that would extract information from my mind. The man in black gazes at Xiao Wujie, his voice hoarse, filled with astonishment, yet laced with malice. "Ordinary illusions, you say?" Xiao Wujie silently chuckles. Alas, he is anything but ordinary. In a certain sense, he has crafted this world, and he is far from a mere individual. As dawn breaks, the light of day pierces through the clouds, cascading down from the heavens like an unending torrent, enveloping him in an ethereal and enigmatic glow. Amidst the shimmering light, a cryptic smile suddenly graces his lips. Chapter 9. He is him, yet not him in a world clad in white. The wind and snow continue to howl. Xiao Wujie stands tall, the brilliance in his eyes fading. Several men in black have collapsed to the ground, their eyes tightly shut, faces serene. Some even bear smiles, as if they have succumbed to slumber, lost in dreams, their bodies relaxed and at ease. The bodyguards witnessing this scene are drenched in cold sweat, filled with a chilling dread. They observed the entire scene with clarity, as their employer merely stood before these assassins, making no move. Yet, these killers appeared as if under the influence of counterfeit spirits, their eyes gradually becoming vacant, their expressions falling into a stupor. Normally tight-lipped under severe interrogation, they now spilled every detail like beans from a sack, revealing even the most trivial of transgressions, including childhood misdeeds of pilfering tomatoes and cucumbers from others' gardens. Subsequently, they seemed to drift into a slumber, akin to the stupor induced by opium, rendered completely defenseless and ready for slaughter, their peculiar state sending shivers down one's spine. Lu Zhufeng was not as astonished as the others. As the most trusted confidant of Xiao Wujie, he was privy to many of his secrets. Unlike the tremors of his companions, he furrowed his brow slightly, casting a concerned glance at Xiao Wujie. Xiao Wujie, frail and ailing, possessed no physical prowess. Yet he wielded an enigmatic ability to take lives unseen. However, this power came with a significant toll. The illusionary arts he employed could lead others to lose their minds, ensnaring them in a web of delusion and allowing him to extract information. The exertion took a considerable toll on the practitioner's psyche, and Lu Zhufeng had often noted the fatigue etched on Xiao Wujie's features after he employed such arts. Now, having recently recovered from illness and not in robust condition, coupled with a sleepless night, the strain of casting illusions was bound to weigh heavily on his body. "Are you all right?" he inquired with genuine concern. Xiao Wujie responded with a slight hum, yet upon closer inspection, his pallor appeared even more pronounced, the fatigue undeniably etched upon his brow, though his gaze remained profound, hinting at deep contemplation. Given his current physical state, wielding such extensive illusionary powers against these formidable foes was indeed a considerable strain. Fortunately, the crucial information had been extracted from him, and he had already formed a resolution regarding the puppeteer behind the scenes. He had thoroughly grasped the situation in Ice City. While in the imperial capital, Chu Liue acted with ruthless intensity, employing a double-pronged approach that left some individuals restless. The mere thought of Chu Liue caused a flicker in his cold gaze as he stared into the swirling snowflakes, his mind momentarily adrift. It was snowing again. The day she found him was also a day of falling snow. In a daze, the dancing snowflakes wove together a visage of unparalleled beauty, cold and enchanting. Whenever he thought of her, and only her, the depths of his heart would uncontrollably ripple with waves of longing. Upon reflection, this was an almost bone-deep yearning and obsession. For the original Xiao Wujie, this individual had indeed etched herself into the very core of his soul. Even if reduced to ashes, love would not cease to exist. But who was he? He was the architect of this world, as well as of each individual within it. He harbored a unique sentiment towards this realm and its protagonists. The ancients spoke of poetry, stating that poetry is the manifestation of one's aspirations. It resides in the heart as ambition, and when articulated, transforms into verse. This holds true not only for poetry, but also for prose. Much of what is penned is essentially a reflection of the author's own experiences. In a certain sense, this world, along with him, serves as an expression and reflection shaped by his personal experiences and the feelings he harbors. In this regard, he is indeed himself. Thus, the emotions inherent to the original host can indeed be considered his own. He does not reject them. However, he is ultimately not entirely himself. He is both the origin and the creator, yet cannot fully replicate or replace. Many matters require him to address them in his own manner. Amidst the swirling snow, those around Xiao Wujie observed his trance-like state with trepidation, daring not to intrude. It was not until the frigid air began to assail him that he could not suppress a light cough. A sickly pallor on his face momentarily giving way to a fragile flush. Lu Zhufeng, his brow furrowed, remarked, "I believe contemplating matters can also be done inside the car. Damn it, what's the issue? Why must one stand in the snow to think, as if courting death?" The pretentiousness before him was already more than he could bear. Yet behind him stood someone who treasured him dearly. Every time he fell ill, the imposing presence nearly brandished a knife to behead him. Just last night, he had received orders to exercise caution in his protection, lest he be subjected to scrutiny. As they were about to embark for the imperial capital, the slightest misstep could result in a reunion with the great-grandmother he had not seen in many years. Noticing Xiao Wujie's vacant gaze, seemingly indifferent to his presence, Lu Zhufeng felt a surge of frustration, his rough fingers clenching tightly together. With the roar of an engine, silence reclaimed its dominion, as if nothing had transpired. The vast snowfall would conceal all that had occurred upon this land. Chapter 10. The Eve of the Meeting. Events unfolding differently than anticipated snowflakes danced through the air, and in this world draped in silver, a tranquil manor stood majestically. The manor's red brick exterior was gently blanketed by a delicate layer of white snow. The warm hues peeking through the brick seems radiating a comforting warmth amidst the chill. Within the interior, a magnificent fireplace blazes fervently at the center of the living room, its flames dancing and casting a warm, gentle glow upon the vintage furniture and tapestries, creating a stark contrast to the frigid conditions outside. The heating system is set to a comfortable high, adhering to the principle that while one may endure bloodshed, one's hairstyle must remain impeccable and one's polished shoes must be well maintained. The refined Xiao Wujie, having shed his exquisitely tailored suit, now dons a carefully coordinated ensemble of lightweight casual wear. A light blue work jacket paired with white casual trousers presents a minimalist freshness, transforming his previously aloof and unattainable demeanor into one reminiscent of meandering mountain streams and the clarity of a bright moonlit night, embodying the essence of youth. In truth, he is merely a 17-year-old lad, still half a year shy of adulthood. Perhaps having caught a chill from the outside elements, he now leans against the sofa, coughing intermittently. Lu Zhufeng stands anxiously beside him, his gaze filled with concern. Xiao Wujie, whose name signifies a life devoid of calamity and misfortune, seems to have faced an inordinate amount of hardship, with fate seemingly intent on obstructing his path, subjecting him to trials and tribulations far beyond what one should endure. The relationship between Lu Zhufeng and Xiao Wujie transcends that of a mere master and servant. They share a bond forged through the trials of life. To Lu Zhufeng, Xiao Wujie is not only a benefactor, but also the person he is determined to protect with all his strength. Several years as senior, Lu Zhufeng has been by Xiao Wujie's side for quite some time, fully aware of the hardships and suffering his companion has faced. In earlier years, the presence of Chu Liue provided some comfort. But in recent times, as he stands alone, he bears the weight of the world increasingly upon his shoulders, his already fragile health deteriorating further. Lu Zhufeng observes this with growing anxiety in his heart. "Shall we summon a doctor for an examination?" he inquired softly, testing the waters. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wujie lightly waved his hand and coughed a few times before asking, "Has everything been cleared?" "Yes, all the visible enterprises have been successfully acquired, and those rebellious factions lurking in the shadows have been uprooted. There is virtually no threat remaining here," came the reply. "Well, it seems the years of strategic planning have not been in vain," Xiao Wujie murmured softly, his gaze lowering slightly. Lu Zhufeng, upon hearing this, felt a surge of admiration for the frail, yet exquisite figure before him. 5 years ago, when Xu Liyue departed, the industries and influence under her command were already a formidable force in Ice City, yet numerous adversaries remained, some of whom were even more powerful and hidden away. Everyone had scoffed at the prospect and, in the shadows, had employed various schemes to attempt to devour this colossal entity. Now, all opponents had been decisively vanquished, and the force left behind by Xu Liyue had burgeoned to an immeasurable extent. Xiao Wujie was undeniably the uncrowned king of Ice City, wielding unparalleled authority. It is no exaggeration to say that a mere cough from Xiao Wujie could send tremors throughout the city, not only confined to Ice City. Xiao Wujie had extended his influence beyond its borders. Indeed, it was no coincidence that Xu Liyue managed to rise in the imperial capital and clear her path. Xiao Wujie's subtle nudges played a significant role in that ascent. Perhaps even Xu Liyue herself was unaware of just how profound the depths of her seemingly obedient companion truly were. As both were lost in their contemplations, a momentary silence enveloped the villa. Suddenly, a servant approached, bending slightly, and hastily presented a vibrating phone to Xiao Wujie with a respectful demeanor. Upon seeing the incoming message on his phone, the previously tranquil gaze of Xiao Wujie flickered with a hint of unusual brilliance. He promptly took the device and answered the call. Instantly, a cool yet gentle voice resonated from the phone, imbued with an added softness and warmth. "Ajia, have you been obedient lately?" "Yes, sister." At that moment, Xiao Wujie's voice flowed like a gentle stream caressing the mountains, clear yet laced with tenderness, a stark contrast to his prior aloof demeanor. Beside him, Lu Zhufeng, upon hearing the voice, abruptly raised his head in astonishment, only to lower it again in a daze. Despite having listened countless times, each instance shattered his defenses anew. He found himself genuinely curious. Were they employing voice modulators? How could they effortlessly transition between such distinct vocal tones? It seemed a waste not to pursue voice acting with such extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, he could not help but scold Xiao Wujie inwardly. "What nonsense have you been listening to? Every meal feels like a trial, as if the five-star chef were concocting varied dishes, yet you hardly take a bite, toiling day and night, burning the midnight oil." While dragging along the burdensome self, several bouts of illness nearly provoked the formidable Miss Chu from the capital to take a blade to my head. Thus, Lu Zhufeng remained with his head bowed, listening in a daze as the two engaged in their peculiar phone conversation. Time slipped by, and just as he was on the verge of dozing off while standing, he heard Xiao Wujie sweetly utter, "Sister, we shall see each other tomorrow," followed by the sight of him ending the call. "Thank heavens, it has finally concluded," he thought, gathering his belongings in preparation for their departure at 6 o'clock the following morning. The moment Xiao Wujie turned to Lu Zhufeng, his voice reverted to its prior cold and detached tone. He cast his gaze out the window, where gentle illumination streamed from above, casting subtle shadows across his handsome visage, imparting an air of enigmatic allure. Indeed, he intended to journey to the capital soon. Yet he had not anticipated that Xu Liyue would summon him to the capital at this juncture. By his estimation, she would not hastily facilitate his departure. After all, she had always prioritized Xiao Wujie's safety. Although the situation there had stabilized considerably, it remained tumultuous beneath the surface. Xu Liyue could not possibly be oblivious to this reality, yet she chose this moment to send him to the capital, a decision that felt, almost paradoxically, somewhat urgent. Many circumstances appeared to diverge from his expectations. The following day at 6 o'clock, a luxurious private jet cleaved through the tranquil night sky, heading towards the capital. Chapter 11. Xiao Wujie and Xu Liyue, reunited after 5 years. In the capital, beneath the nascent light of dawn, the towering edifice of Tianqi Group loomed majestically against the skyline. Inside, the building exuded grandeur. Opulent crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, resembling stars fallen to earth, while the floor, laid with exquisite marble, gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the hurried figures of passers-by. In the boardroom on the top floor, the now CEO Xu Liyue sat at the head of the conference table, quietly absorbing the reports from her subordinates. Her breathtaking beauty radiated an air of icy detachment. With her jade elbow resting on the armrest, she emanated an aura that commanded distance. The individuals gathered around the table, known for their prominence in the capital, now resembled quails, meekly wishing to lower their heads into their laps. Her deep, indifferent eyes seemed slightly unfocused, as if she could penetrate the thick clouds to glimpse what she longed to see. occasionally surging with enigmatic emotions that were difficult to decipher. After what felt like an eternity, she glanced at the time, picked up her car keys, and strode toward the door in her high heels. Passing by a mirror, she caught a glimpse of her reflection, hesitated for a moment, and hastily changed into a vibrant red women's suit before departing with purpose. On board a luxurious private jet, Xiao Wujie reclined gracefully in his seat, his visage strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a celestial being displaced by illness. Though his lips bore a pallid hue, it did not detract from his innate air of nobility and elegance. As the plane prepared for landing, a flicker of movement crossed his gaze, compelling him to scrutinize his reflection through the adjacent glass window. Clad in the vividly red suit, he appeared resplendent, the brilliant color accentuating his porcelain skin, which bore a delicate fragility amidst his breathtaking beauty. His raven hair was meticulously styled in a refined side part, with slightly longer bangs gently resting upon his forehead, while the voluminous strands on either side conformed to his scalp, their tips curling ever so slightly, adding a touch of disheveled charm. The attendant pouring tea beside him nearly gasped in astonishment, swallowing hard in silence. Behind him, Lu Zhufeng regarded him with an expression of utter disbelief. How dreadfully pretentious. The private jet touched down at the expansive private airport of the conglomerate. The moment Xiao Wujie disembarked, his gaze locked onto the elegant figure clad in red standing in the distance. Despite the radiant sunlight and picturesque scenery, she remained the most captivating focal point in the realm. Meanwhile, Chu Liyue's cold and noble gaze simultaneously fixed upon the figure of Xiao Wujie as he stepped out of the cabin. Their eyes met in a silent exchange, each gaze a reflection of tranquil depths akin to a secluded pool, yet imbued with a complex array of emotions both familiar and elusive. In response to her penetrating stare, Xiao Wujie ascended the steps with deliberate grace. Before he reached the bottom, Chu Liyue had already approached, waiting for him with a serene countenance. Her cold eyes held a hint of gentleness as they rested upon him until he came to a standstill before her. Xiao Wujie's profound gaze flickered slightly as he beheld the exquisite beauty before him. Her face was a masterpiece, sculpted to perfection, with an innate air of arrogance and detachment that graced her features. The hem of her red attire swayed gently, while her waist-length hair danced lightly in the breeze. She was a paragon of elegance, strikingly beautiful and impossibly aloof. Due to his deteriorating health, the once vibrant Xiao Wujie had feared that his ailing visage would evoke concern in her. Thus he had resisted the urge to connect through video calls despite the profound longing that resided within him. It had been 5 long years since they had last laid eyes on one another. In turn, Chu Liyue gazed at the stunning youth, now slightly taller than herself, whom she had not seen in half a decade. The emotions swirling in her eyes were intricate and unfathomable. Yet, in the end, she allowed a soft smile to grace her lips, her cool and mature voice deliberately softened. "Do you not recognize me?" Upon hearing her voice, Xiao Wujie extended his arms to gently embrace her slender form, his pale hands tenderly grasping her back, burying his face in the crook of her neck. He inhaled the enchanting fragrance of roses that enveloped her, whispering softly, "Sister, I have missed you dearly." The voice was soft and gentle, reminiscent of the first whisper of wind that traverses the emerald treetops at dawn, carrying with it the fragrance of unnamed blossoms, quietly awakening dormant senses. It was akin to the babbling brook winding through the mountains, gently flowing through the heart, instantly melting the frozen form of Chu Liyue. Xiao Wujie held her for an extended time, burying his head in the crook of her neck. The embrace was so intoxicatingly warm that he found himself momentarily captivated, showing no inclination to release her even as Chu Liyue's body began to stiffen. Beside them, Lu Zhufeng, initially moved by the scene, soon found himself unable to look on, staring vacantly at the sky. "Damn it, this endless hugging is pure torture for a single dog." Regaining her composure, Chu Liyue gently patted Xiao Wujie twice and teased, "Ah Ju, do you intend to hold me like this all day?" Her voice rose playfully, stirring a delightful itch within. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhufeng couldn't help but roll his eyes dramatically. Chu Liyue smiled faintly and took Xiao Wujie's hand, leading him forward, while casting a glance at the despondent Lu Zhufeng. Her tone now laced with frosty indifference. "You should keep up." At this, Lu Zhufeng's face darkened. What a splendid transition of tone. Chapter 12. Xiao Wujie. As long as my sister is present, I shall find joy in any place. Inside the car, Lu Zhufeng undoubtedly took on the role of the driver, while Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue shared the back seat. Chu Liyue's warm, delicate hand enveloped Xiao Wujie's icy one, attempting to impart some warmth to him. Feeling the warmth in his hands and inhaling the delicate fragrance of roses that enveloped him, Xiao Wujie found himself at ease. Daring to scrutinize his strikingly beautiful sister, he noted her attire, a matching red suit that mirrored his own. One could easily mistake them for a couple or assume they were on their way to a wedding. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in his clear eyes as he smiled and inquired, "Sister, did you anticipate what I would wear and dress accordingly?" Chu Liyue maintained her composure, pursing her lips as she replied, "I am unaware. Perhaps it is simply that you and I share a tacit understanding." At her words, Xiao Wujie's expression remained neutral, yet his gaze subtly shifted. According to his narrative, Chu Liyue harbored romantic feelings for him, though this realization would only dawn on her after he was supposed to depart, intensifying over time. However, since he now occupied the space meant for the absent Xiao Wujie, the dynamics had altered significantly, leaving him uncertain about her current sentiments towards him. Nevertheless, he was inherently patient. 5 years ago, he was but a mere child barely reaching her shoulders. Now, he towered over her by a discernible margin. His already handsome visage had evolved into an extraordinary sight, blending youthful charm with an ethereal fragility that evoked a desire to cradle him protectively. He was, without a doubt, breathtakingly beautiful. Indeed, the person before him epitomized the notion that the term handsome could be exquisitely applied to a man. Gazing at the strikingly beautiful youth, she found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions. The sensations from her dreams felt all too vivid. On one hand, she was fervently eager to see him safe and sound, fully aware that even if her nightmares did not manifest, Xiao Wujie's physical condition was far from optimistic. The facade of well-being was merely a benevolent lie crafted by Xiao Wujie to ease her worries. On the other hand, the haunting nightmares made her realize one undeniable truth. The price of losing Xiao Wujie was one she might not be able to bear. She vividly recalled the sensations experienced in her dreams, the world losing its color, a shattering of body and soul, which made her understand that if something were to happen to Xiao Wujie in reality, she would likely find it unbearable, just as she had in her dreams. As both harbored their thoughts, they unwittingly arrived at their destination, the Liyue Manor, named after Chu Liyue. Spanning nearly 1,000 acres, the grand entrance, adorned with intricate carvings, revealed the manor's interior, resembling a magnificent tapestry unfolding before the eyes. The entire estate was designed in a neoclassical style, constructed of pure white marble, exuding simplicity and elegance. At the heart of the architectural ensemble stood a palace-like main residence, featuring a multi-tiered structure that inspired awe. Upon reaching the front of the main residence, Chu Liyue carefully assisted Xiao Wujie out of the vehicle. A strikingly beautiful woman stood at the entrance, awaiting their arrival. As they approached, a poised smile graced her face, and she slightly bowed, addressing Chu Li, Mississippi. Then, with a look of astonishment, she turned to greet Xiao Wujie, "Young Master Xiao. It has been a long time." Xiao Wujie recognized her as well. She was Ai Rumen, Chu Liyue's assistant and housekeeper for many years, a fellow worker burden like Lu Zhufeng, yet far more pleasing to behold. "Sister man, it has been quite a while. It has only been a few years since we last met, yet Master Xiao has become increasingly handsome, exuding an unparalleled charm. Haha, but he is not as captivating as Sister man." Ai Rumen smiled contentedly, eager to offer further compliments. However, upon encountering the enigmatic gaze of her superior, she quickly fell silent and turned to lead the way. Within the main residence, the vintage decor, worth its weight in gold, exudes elegance without ostentation. Given that Chu Liyue cherishes tranquility, the estate is sparsely populated, with only a handful of essential servants present. At this moment, the expansive living room is devoid of anyone but their small group, and despite the heating, the spaciousness renders it somewhat desolate. Xiao Wujie could not help but huddle slightly, stifling a few coughs into his hand. Noticing this, Chu Liyue furrowed her brow and instructed Ai Rumen beside her, "Please increase the temperature from now on." Before Ai Rumen could respond, she took Xiao Wujie by the hand and guided him to a luxurious sofa, personally pouring a cup of warm water and bringing it to his lips. "Drink some hot water." Xiao Wujie, showing no hesitation, took several sips from her hand. Perhaps he drank too hastily, as he soon began to cough violently. Observing this, Chu Liyue promptly set down the cup and gently patted his back to help him regain his composure. In a moment concealed from her view, a flicker of amusement danced in Xiao Wujie's eyes. After a prolonged bout of coughing, he finally calmed down, appearing somewhat drained. He leaned slightly against Chu Liyue's shoulder, his chest rising and falling gently, his eyes misty, evoking a sense of tenderness and concern. Chu Liyue tenderly stroked his back, patiently advising, "Take your time. Why the rush? It's cold now, so you must wear more clothing. Do not always prioritize looking good over keeping warm." Beside her, AI Rumen was deeply moved. It was truly a rare sight to witness her reticent superior, Chu Liyue, articulate so many words in one breath. In her recollection, Chu Liyue had always been exceptionally capable yet emotionally detached. The harshness of her environment and experiences had erected formidable walls around her heart, while her extraordinary abilities rendered her invincible in all endeavors, akin to a fated empress, perched high above the world, gazing down with indifference upon humanity. If there were to be one soul in this tumultuous realm who could capture her heart, it was undoubtedly the man before her, Xiao Wujie. At the very least, she had never witnessed Chu Liyue exhibit such tenderness towards anyone else besides Xiao Wujie. Chu Liyue's voice was cool and melodious, akin to ice tempered in a forge. When she spoke with patience, her tone intentionally softened, flowing like spring water into the ears of those who listened. Xiao Wujie, half embraced by her, found immense comfort in her presence, yet his weakened state left him breathless after a cough, rendering him unable to articulate his thoughts. So he could only nod gently in response. His pitiable, frail demeanor tugged at Chu Liyue's heartstrings, prompting her to soothingly pat his back with her palm, inquiring softly, "From now on, this will be your home in the capital, Yes. Do you like it here?" Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wujie raised his gaze towards Chu Liyue, his eyes shimmering with the brilliance of countless stars. He smiled softly and replied, "As long as my sister is here, I shall always love it." Chapter 13. Sister's Tender Lullaby. Xiao Wujie falls ill again as night descended. In the spacious and bright room on the third floor, Xiao Wujie had completed his evening routine. Clad in a luxurious cream-colored silk robe, he leaned back against the plush, comfortable bed, his expression betraying a hint of weariness. His frail body, having endured the day's trials, could hardly withstand any more, leaving him utterly fatigued. He has always been particular about his sleeping arrangements. Reluctant to leave behind the comfort of the bed, he had just begun to acclimatize to an ice city, only to arrive in the capital once more. He felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, yet found it difficult to succumb to slumber. At that moment, a gentle knocking resonated at the door. It was undoubtedly Chu Liyue. Although there were several rooms on the third floor, only two were suitable for habitation. One was Chu Liyue's own room, while the other was the adjacent one reserved for him. According to AI Rumen, this room had been set aside for him since the establishment of the Liyue Manor. Despite never having been occupied, it was consistently maintained. With a surge of determination, Xiao Wujie summoned what little energy he had left and softly called, "Come in." The door swung open to reveal Chu Liyue, who entered with a cup of steaming milk in her hands. She was adorned in a delicate black silk nightgown, the graceful lines of the fabric accentuating the contours of her figure, perfectly delineating her enchanting silhouette. A black ribbon was tied into a bow at her waist, emphasizing her slender form and adding to her allure. She appeared to have just completed her evening routine, a hint of steam still rising from her body, her damp, cascading hair giving her an air of languid charm. Seating herself elegantly by the bedside, her profound eyes regarded Xiao Wujie, and she inquired softly, "Having trouble sleeping, are you?" The enticing scent of roses enveloped her, and Xiao Wujie, feeling slightly weary, nodded in response. "Still the same, particular about where I sleep," he murmured. Taken aback by her observation, he suddenly recalled that the character he had created, Xiao Wujie, also shared this peculiar habit. In writing this book, he had inadvertently infused many aspects of his own reality into the narrative. The original Xiao Wujie bore a striking resemblance to another version of himself from an alternate realm. Chu Liyue brought the warm milk she held in her hands to him, softly urging, "Drink the milk first. It will aid your sleep. Lie down and rest well. I will stay here with you." Xiao Wujie, in a daze, accepted the milk before him and drank it all in one go. He then lay down on the bed, his gaze somewhat unfocused as he looked at Chu Liyue's stunningly beautiful face. Chu Liyue took the empty cup from him, washed it thoroughly, and poured a little water for him to rinse his mouth. She then meticulously tucked him in, ensuring the corners of the blanket were perfectly arranged. Noticing his dazed expression as he gazed at her, she gently reminded him, "Close your eyes." The moment Xiao Wujie shut his eyes, he felt a pair of soft, delicate hands gently massaging his head and eyes. Under the soothing touch and pressure, his mind momentarily emptied and his drowsiness deepened. He found himself irresistibly wanting to open his eyes to see her, but her low, melodious coaxing reached his ears. "Be good, sleep well. You will fall asleep soon." As he reveled in the comforting massage and listened to her gentle, magnetic whispers, he gradually found it difficult to keep his eyes open. Unbeknownst to him, he slipped into a tranquil state and soon lost all consciousness. Chu Liua heard his breathing grow steady and shifted her fingers to his temples, continuing her gentle ministrations while watching him quietly. His dark hair fanned out on the pillow, and his features resembled a masterfully sculpted work of art, with thick eyelashes like delicate fans lightly resting on his closed eyelids, fluttering slightly with each even breath. His handsome visage was unparalleled, exquisite beyond compare. Feeling the warmth radiating from his youthful skin beneath her palm, Chu Liua experienced a profound sense of grounding and authenticity. Gazing upon his tranquil and serene sleeping visage, Chu Liua found herself involuntarily slowing her breath, fearing the disturbance of such a peaceful beauty. Recollections of the myriad dreams flooded her mind, causing her expression to shift into a complex tapestry of emotions, her deep, beautiful eyes reflecting an ineffable sentiment. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until she confirmed that Xiao Wujie was soundly asleep. Only then did she cease her actions and quietly exit the room. The following day, Chu Liua rose early, gently nudging the door open to find Xiao Wujie in a deep slumber. She chose not to disturb him, allowing him to continue his rest. After instructing the kitchen to prepare his favorite breakfast, she hurriedly departed. Subsequently, Lu Zhifeng, having finished his breakfast, found himself scrolling through social media, his patience waning as he noticed the overly dramatic individual had yet to rise. Concerned, he decided to investigate the situation. To his horror, he discovered the man lying in bed, cocooned in blankets, eyes tightly shut, and breathing heavily. The moment his hand brushed against Xiao Wujie's forehead, he realized the gravity of the situation. Trembling fingers dialed Chu Liua's number, his voice quaking uncontrollably. "Miss Chu, it seems the boss is unwell." By noon, the urgent click of high heels echoed as Chu Liua hurriedly entered, her professional attire slightly disheveled by the wind. At that moment, Xiao Wujie lay in bed with an drip, his weakened state having caused him to drift back into slumber. She cast a glance at the ailing Xiao Wujie before shifting her gaze to Lu Zhifeng, who had been vigilantly stationed by the bedside, her eyes glinting with a cold intensity, as if capable of freezing anyone in their path. Lu Zhifeng felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head, nervously clutching the seam of his trousers as he stammered, "Perhaps I caught a chill from the recent snowfall in Ice City, compounded by the flight to the capital. How is the situation now?" However, before he could finish his words, Chu Liua interrupted him with a wave of her hand. She was not in the mood to hear such trivialities. Understanding the severity of the illness was of utmost importance. The doctor had stated that he had a fever, which had led to pneumonia, and that he needed to receive infusions and medication regularly while ensuring ample rest over the next few days. Upon hearing this, Chu Liua nodded and took out her phone, making a call to inform her office that she would not be coming in that afternoon and to contact her if necessary. At that moment, she was in the midst of a crucial meeting. She typically refrained from answering calls during meetings, but Lu Zhifeng's call undoubtedly pertained to Xiao Wujie. For her, Xiao Wujie held far greater significance than any meeting could. Upon receiving the news of Xiao Wujie's illness, she felt an immediate surge of anxiety and guilt. She was anxious because she understood that Xiao Wujie's health was precarious. What might seem like a minor ailment to others could easily escalate in his case, potentially endangering his life. She felt guilty for being so careless that morning, failing to recognize his condition in time. This time it was merely a fever. But what if it were worse next time? She dared not dwell on the thought, fearful that her nightmares could manifest into reality. With little that required her personal attention at the company that afternoon, she decided against going in. She could not rest easy knowing Xiao Wujie was in such a state. If Lu Zhifeng knew her thoughts, he would undoubtedly say, "This is all in a day's work. You'll get used to it." Of course, even if he were aware, he would lack the courage to voice it. After all, he still wished to live a few more years. Chapter 14. Xiao Wujie. At this moment, the sensation is truly delightful. In the room, sunlight streams through the delicate sheer curtains, casting a dappled glow in one corner. Chu Liu sits quietly by Xiao Wujie's bedside, doing nothing but providing silent companionship. Lying on the bed is an exquisite youth, peacefully resting, his prominent nose casting slender shadows in the soft light. His typically deep, Night sky-like eyes are tightly shut, with his eyelashes fluttering gently, perhaps due to his discomfort. Even dreams fail to grant him solace. Strands of hair on his forehead are damp with sweat, appearing somewhat disheveled, with a few locks clinging to his pallid cheeks caused by fever. His body beneath the covers occasionally trembles, fingers instinctively clutching the bedding, revealing his current unease. Chu Liu extends her delicate hand to caress his face gently, softly wiping away the sweat from his forehead. With her other hand resting upon his frigid palm, she endeavors to transfer some warmth to him. As she observes the clock's hands complete another circle, she gently pats the youth's shoulder, softly calling his name. Ajia, awaken. From Lu Zhufeng, she learned that he had not eaten breakfast, and after receiving intravenous fluids, he had been asleep until now. Even if he wished to continue resting, he must be roused for lunch. Under her persistent gentle calls, Xiao Wujie finally begins to slowly open his eyes. The fever-induced pneumonia causes him to awaken with difficulty, and he begins to cough violently. Seeing this, Chu Liu hurriedly lifts him up, lightly patting his back, continuously assisting him in regulating his breath. After a considerable time, as Xiao Wujie coughs until his face turns crimson, tears well up in his eyes, he gradually calms down under Chu Liu's soothing touch. A violent cough surged through his chest, accompanied by a sharp pain. He leaned weakly against Chu Liu, his mouth slightly parted as he struggled to draw in deep breaths. Upon witnessing this, the typically stoic and formidable Chu Liu felt an unexpected wave of tenderness wash over her. She softened her voice, treating the exquisite young man in her embrace as if he were a fragile porcelain figurine, fearing that even the slightest elevation in tone might cause him harm. Ajia, if you're feeling a bit better, would you like to eat something? The ailing beauty in her arms nodded feebly at her words. At that moment, Lu Zhufeng entered, carrying a selection of light dishes meticulously prepared in the kitchen. Xiao Wujie, still connected to N4, glanced at the food and then at his own hand. He lifted his gaze, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, and fixed his unwavering stare upon Chu Liu without uttering a word. Recognizing the unspoken exchange, Chu Liu smiled, raising the bowl and chopsticks as if feeding a child, gently bringing them to his lips. Xiao Wujie squinted slightly, relishing the exclusive service provided by his elder sister. The CEO. Observing the comfortable and content expression on his face, Lu Zhufeng felt an urge to interject. Step aside. Let me feed him. Even with N4 in place, this spoiled brat would still insist on taking the bowl himself. Understanding that he should not intrude, he wisely chose to withdraw, not wanting to disrupt the moment. This was not the first time Chu Liu had fed Xiao Wujie. During her time in Ice City, he had often fallen ill, facing even more severe conditions on numerous occasions. At times, when lying on the hospital bed rendered movement inconvenient, she would personally feed him. Yet, during those moments, he would shyly resist her efforts, compelled as he was by her insistence. Little did they anticipate that after years apart, they would now find themselves in a role reversal. Observing the situation, it seems that she would have to take matters into her own hands more often, though she need not worry about losing her touch. However, the task at hand was hardly burdensome. The meager appetite of Xiao Wujie, akin to that of a cat, brought a frown to her brow. He could scarcely manage a few bites of the soft, glutinous rice, and only nibbled a few pieces of the light dishes before shaking his head in refusal, indicating his inability to eat. Perhaps due to his fever, he felt particularly thirsty, and while he managed to consume a fair amount of the thin millet porridge, he could only manage about half a bowl before he was unable to continue. It was excusable when he was a child, but now, on the brink of adulthood, how could his appetite remain so minimal? Chu Liu tried everything from gentle head pats to coaxing, ultimately managing to feed him a few more bites with considerable effort. After the meal, Xiao Wujie languidly leaned against Chu Liu's embrace, his head resting, whether intentionally or not, against the slightly open neckline of her blouse. One hand casually draped over her slender, delicate leg. Although his demeanor appeared indifferent, the exquisite warmth and softness of her touch nearly swept away his senses, alleviating much of his discomfort. In an effort to appear nonchalant, he engaged in casual conversation with Chu Liu. Sister, aren't you going to work this afternoon? No, I want tea. So, does that mean you have nothing else to do and plan to keep me company? I have nothing else, just to accompany you. You're so kind, sister. Chu Liu was not particularly adept at conversation. In her understanding, if something could be resolved through action, why bother with words? It is only in the presence of Xiao Wujie that she exhibits such patience, answering every question with unwavering diligence. Were it anyone else, she would have swiftly silenced them with a single, dismissive gesture, for there is no need for superfluous discourse. Quietly, she nudges his head slightly upward. The pressure has lingered too long, resulting in an uncomfortable ache. Perhaps this is the price of allure. Xiao Wujie's words resonate with genuine sincerity. In 2 lifetimes, he has scarcely encountered warmth. In his previous existence, he grew up in an orphanage, unaware of his biological parents, and though he possessed notable abilities, he did not achieve great wealth. Rather, he lived independently, not reliant on others, able to sustain himself. He has never experienced romantic entanglements nor formed close friendships, wandering through life in solitude. Yet, though his life may seem inconsequential, his heart harbors the vastness of the universe. He does not perceive his humble origins or solitary circumstances as a burden. In this world, no one accompanies you to the end but yourself. The strength to endure must arise from within, for one should not relinquish their dignity for the sake of fleeting warmth. Much of what one gains is a blessing, while what is lost is merely fate's decree. Thus, he walks alone, empowered by the strength he has cultivated within, traversing a long and arduous path. He harbors no sorrow or grievances, yet in the stillness of the night, when illness racks his body, a twinge of loneliness and regret may surface. Consequently, he imbues the protagonists of his tales with formidable independence, exceptional abilities, and noble origins. They embody the very essence of the life he once aspired to lead. Perhaps due to his unfamiliarity with human warmth, he reserves the sole regret of his narratives for the romance between the protagonists, whose mutual affection is thwarted by the chasm of life and death. Yet the heavens played a cruel jest upon him, compelling him to assume the existence of the male protagonist, who was fated to meet his demise. In this moment, he experienced a warmth that had eluded him in 2 lifetimes. At this juncture, he acknowledged a burgeoning fondness for this sensation. Feeling the gentle constriction of arms around his waist, he shifted slightly, seeking a posture within his sister's embrace that would grant them both greater comfort. This feeling was truly exquisite. However, he resolved to be more mindful of time in the future. Chapter 15. The show has only just begun. For the past 2 days, Xiao Wujie had been confined to the Liyue Manor by Chu Liyue for recuperation, with no allowance to venture elsewhere. Chu Liyue had significantly reduced her working hours, transferring numerous responsibilities online, all to better attend to him. Stuck indoors day after day, a sense of ennui inevitably set in, compounded by the fogginess of his mind from the recent illness. As he began to regain his strength, Xiao Wujie took to his phone to peruse the trending topics in the capital. To his astonishment, he discovered that news regarding the catastrophic downfall of the business titan, Rongguang Group, and the suicide of its president by arson had dominated the trending charts for several days, maintaining a fervent intensity. The collapse of Rongguang Group had prompted countless shareholders to flee under cover of night. A blaze raged for an entire night before it was extinguished, leaving the entire building in ruins, with the body of the Rongguang president unable to be recovered. Numerous media outlets engaged in frenzied coverage and analysis of this shocking news that had reverberated throughout Huaxia. The origins of this sensational story were meticulously uncovered, revealing that it stemmed from a fierce contest between the titans of commerce, Tianqi Group and Rongguang Group. The Tianqi Group is led by the esteemed young lady of the prominent Chu family, Chu Liyue, while the Rongguang Group is under the stewardship of a middle-aged man named Gu Wuming. Both conglomerates stand as titans in the realm of high technology, locked in fierce competition and seemingly at odds with one another, having been long-standing adversaries. The current clash between Tianqi and Rongguang stems from a biotechnological advancement in their rivalry, with Chu Liyue's Tianqi Group achieving a groundbreaking patent first. Rongguang, unwilling to see its years of investment go to waste, has vigorously sought to obstruct the market launch of Tianqi's patented technology derivatives, even taking legal action under the pretense of stolen trade secrets. However, not only did they fail in court, but Tianqi also unveiled incriminating evidence of illicit dealings, plunging Rongguang into a maelstrom of public scrutiny, causing their stock prices to plummet and teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Recently, rumors have surfaced regarding the president's inability to cope with the mounting pressure, leading to a tragic act of arson and suicide, marking the definitive demise of Rongguang Group. The once mighty commercial empire has crumbled overnight due to a single misstep, leaving observers in disbelief. As Xiao Wujie perused these reports and analyses, he merely smiled wryly. He was well aware of the situation, but he also understood that the entanglements behind it were far more complex. While Tanqi is indeed helmed by Chu Liyue, the public face of Rongguang, Gu Wuming is merely a front for the true mastermind, Chu Liyue's uncle, Chu Feihong. The Chu family, despite its status as a long-standing noble lineage, has seen a decline in its fortunes, particularly during the generation of Chu Liyue's grandfather, who had only one son, Chu Mingqing. Chu Liyue does have an elder brother, Chu Nanfeng, who is 7 years her senior. Chu Nanfeng possesses commendable talents, yet his carefree disposition leads him to disdain commerce and intrigue, shunning the burdens of his family's legacy. Instead, he relies on his striking appearance and commendable acting skills to navigate the entertainment industry, ultimately rising to the status of a renowned superstar. In stark contrast, Chu Liyue, endowed with exceptional gifts from a young age and possessing a cool demeanor, naturally emerged as the most suitable heir to the family. Consequently, she distanced herself from her parents and relatives early on, subjecting herself to rigorous and harsh training. As for the rather opportunistic uncle, he is the orphaned protege of the venerable Chu patriarch, whom the elder took in as a foster son, treating him almost as his own. With the patriarch's abdication, 70% of the family's influence was entrusted to Chu's father, while the remaining 30% fell into the hands of this uncle. As his confidence grew, so too did his ambitions, and although he outwardly maintained an appearance of harmony, he secretly engaged in various schemes to undermine the strength of Chu Mingqing's followers, striving to seize control of the entire Chu family. If it were merely Chu Feihong, it might have been manageable. However, his son, Chu Yichen, who shares the same age as Chu Nanfeng, is likewise exceptionally talented and quickly assumed command over substantial forces, collaborating with Chu Feihong to confront Chu Mingqing. Chu Nanfeng's laid-back attitude rendered him ineffective in aiding Chu Mingqing, contributing to the latter's challenges as he faced adversaries from all sides in recent years. The economic lifeblood under the auspices of Chu Feihong and Chu Yichen is one of the pillars of their power, and Chu Liyue had long contemplated its removal. Yet she had not found the opportune moment. She had already secured evidence of those illicit dealings. But she understood that such proof alone would not suffice to topple the formidable Chu Feihong. Thus, she chose to remain discreet, holding her cards close, waiting for the right moment to strike with devastating effect. Initially, she thought there would be no opportunity, but a recent technological breakthrough revealed a glimmer of hope. For many years, biotechnology has stood as a pivotal realm of human advancement, with the esteemed families of the capital city operating various enterprises within this domain. The current technology represents an unprecedented approach to human genetic modification and recombination, aimed at instigating a monumental transformation and breakthrough from previous methodologies, fundamentally influencing the trajectory of this field's future. The entity that first achieves this breakthrough will secure a substantial advantage, effectively seizing the lifeblood of this sector within a short span of time. Among the frontrunners in this technological race are the companies Apocalypse and Glory. Given the gravity of the situation, Chu Liyue personally led the team, tirelessly engaging in technical challenges, ultimately achieving a breakthrough ahead of the competition. Glory has invested years into this technology, even attracting a multitude of investors under the guise of being the first to achieve a breakthrough. However, Apocalypse's lead has rendered their years of effort futile, causing their stock prices to plummet and plunging them into a severe economic crisis. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Liyue revealed damaging information, thrusting them into the eye of public scrutiny and complicating their financial maneuvers. At this critical juncture, the Apocalypse Group ruthlessly targeted enterprises associated with them, leading to their complete downfall. As for Gu Wuming, a close confidant of Chu Feihong, his presence posed a threat. Removing him was tantamount to delivering a challenge to Chu Feihong. While the news remained oblivious to these intricate secrets, Chu Liyue's actions against Glory Group significantly elevated her reputation. With her breathtaking beauty, she soon garnered the title of the most exquisite beauty of Huaxiao and the Queen of Commerce in the capital. Many who are immersed in the realms of the internet and novels expressed that this felt like a fictional heroine materializing in reality. Even as a woman, I found myself wanting to kneel and worship the screen. If only my sister would cast a glance my way, I would gladly embrace death. I would willingly sacrifice a decade of my brother's life in the hope of marrying such a sister. One thing they have not mistaken is that Chu Liyue indeed embodies the essence of a heroine from a novel brought to life. What they remain oblivious to is that this matter has not yet reached its conclusion. After sharpening my resolve for 2.5 years, how could the Queen of Liyue easily relinquish the sword in her hand without uprooting the source? Moreover, He has arrived in the imperial capital, and numerous schemes are set to unfold. He is unperturbed by the prospect of sacrificing Chu Feihong as a tribute. The true spectacle has only just begun. Chapter 16. The Chu Family Banquet. Is Xiao Wujie truly the Chu family's own son? On the very night Xiao Wujie perused the trending news, he and Chu Liue were gathered around a lavishly expansive dining table, indulging in a meal. At that moment, Chu Liue received a call from her mother, by Jingxian. The elder Mr. Chu promptly proposed hosting a family banquet, a gathering for the entire family, and to formally welcome Xiao Wujie. Chu Liue glanced at Xiao Wujie's still somewhat haggard visage, ready to refuse. However, Xiao Wujie, quick on the uptake, snatched the phone and spoke gently into it. Aunt Jing, this is Wujie. When is the banquet? My sister and I will surely attend. Oh dear, Wujie, that is splendid. It will be held tomorrow evening. Aunt Jing will be waiting for you at the old residence. Bai Jingshuan's voice brimmed with excitement, her joy palpable even through the phone. Once the call ended, Chu Liue refrained from reprimanding him, though her brows knitted slightly as she gazed at him and softly remarked, Your health has yet to fully recover. You should not engage in such trivialities. Xiao Wujie offered a gentle smile, his tone earnest. I didn't inform Grandfather Chu and Aunt Jing of my arrival in the capital. Since they are aware, I believe it is only fitting to pay them a visit. Chu Liu was about to voice her thoughts, but Xiao Wujie interjected just in time. He leaned closer to her, raising an eyebrow playfully, his lips curving into a mischievous grin. Moreover, I am quite eager to witness the expressions of Chu Feihong and Chu Yichan. Amused by this rare cheeky demeanor, Chu Liu chuckled, and upon hearing his words, she refrained from further comment. Instead, she affectionately ruffled his hair, as if to concede to his wishes. After all, as long as he was happy, that was what mattered. Under her watchful gaze, she would ensure he suffered no losses. The following afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the horizon with soft hues of orange and red, golden rays cascaded over the earth. A luxurious yet understated vehicle glided steadily into the Chu family estate, coming to a halt not far from the main residence. The driver exited first, respectfully opening the rear door. Chu Liu stepped out, her feet adorned in silver high heels, her slender legs clad in sheer, alluring black stockings, exuding elegance as she descended. She wore a satin blouse with floral sleeves, 2 buttons undone, revealing her snow-white skin and exquisite collarbone. Her captivating, deep-set eyes lifted slightly, casting a cool gaze into the vehicle, where a subtle smile graced her stunning features. She was a vision of breathtaking beauty, poised and regal. Her delicate hands were as pristine and refined as works of art, mirroring the elegance of the hand that extended from within the car. In the soft light, Xiao Wujie was led by her as he stepped out. Dressed in a burgundy suit, reminiscent of a vintage fine wine, his attire exudes depth and warmth, perfectly complementing his fair complexion and handsome features. His eyes, equally profound, seemed to conceal countless untold stories. A subtle, elusive smile graces his lips, revealing an air of unhurried poise. As the sun sets, casting a poetic glow over the scene, the appearance of the two individuals adds a vibrant touch to the tranquil tableau. This breathtaking spectacle captivates all onlookers, prompting silent admiration. What a magnificent painting! What a pair of golden boy and jade girl! Before the main entrance, Mr. and Mrs. Chu Mingxing stand patiently, having awaited their arrival for an indeterminate time. Though both have surpassed 50 years of age, the passage of time has left no visible trace upon their faces. Chu Mingxing is tall and robust, with an imposing presence. His neatly combed black hair and wrinkle-free visage exude an air of authority. Bai Jingxian, on the other hand, is statuesque, her cascading waves of hair flowing freely, bearing a striking resemblance to Chu Liue, with her delicate makeup accentuating her features. Her fiery red lips harmonize beautifully with her crimson gown, embodying a youthful vitality that defies her years. Chu Liue, calmly leading Xiao Wujie by the hand, approaches her parents and coolly greets them with a simple mom, dad. Leaving no further words unspoken, Chu Mingxing and Bai Jingxian, accustomed to this interaction, share a subtle smile and nod in acknowledgement. Before their gaze shifts to the young man accompanied by their daughter. They have met Xiao Wujie before, albeit infrequently. Yet their conversations over the phone have been filled with genuine concern and affection. Their feelings toward Xiao Wujie are rooted in sincere gratitude and admiration. Had it not been for Xiao Wujie, who suffered daily from the torment of illness, their daughter would have been hanging by a thread. Without Xiao Wujie's unwavering support, Chu Liue's path would undoubtedly have been fraught with greater challenges. Upon their reunion, the once youthful boy had quietly transformed, blossoming into an extraordinarily refined young man, evoking a whirlwind of emotions within them. Meeting their gaze, Xiao Wujie respectfully greeted Uncle Chu, Aunt Jing. Dear Wujie, how have you found the capital? I heard from Liyue that you were unwell. Are you feeling better? Come inside quickly, it's cold out here. The incessant inquiries and concern left one to wonder if Xiao Wujie were indeed the biological son. Even the usually formidable Chu Mingqing managed to muster a relatively amiable smile, giving Xiao Wujie's shoulder a gentle pat. Thus, Xiao Wujie was ushered into the opulent main residence. On the sofa sat the venerable elder Chu Yuntian, who had already been waiting for some time. Although approaching his 80s, he still radiated vitality and strength, showing no signs of aging. Upon seeing Xiao Wujie, he immediately beckoned him forward, showering him with greetings, the wrinkles on his aged face nearly blooming into a joyful smile. Thus unfolded a rather peculiar scene in the lavish hall. The rightful and well-bred young lady of the Chu family, Chu Liu, sat indifferently with her legs crossed, exuding an aura that commanded distance. Meanwhile, Xiao Wujie, who had been taken in by the young lady, found himself sandwiched between the elder and Bai Jingxian, receiving a flurry of warmth and inquiries from both sides. Her delicate lips, akin to those glazed with honey, occasionally uttered delightful remarks that elicited hearty laughter from the two, creating an atmosphere of warmth and joy. Standing at a distance, the imposing figure of Chu Mingqing found himself unable to intrude, his expression one of bewilderment. Eventually, he quietly sought a seat, choosing silence over conversation. In the brilliantly illuminated hall, this scene unfolded for quite some time until Xiao Wujie, having engaged in excessive chatter, felt his throat grow parched and could not suppress a couple of light coughs. Noticing this, the already sullen-faced Chu Liyue promptly drew Xiao Wujie beside her, offering him a sip of warm water and forbidding old Master Chu and Bai Jingxian from posing any further inquiries. Chu Yuntian, with a somewhat unnatural expression, exchanged a glance with Bai Jingxian, who signaled her understanding. She then gestured subtly towards the quietly seated Chu Mingqing. Upon catching her eye, Chu Mingqing involuntarily flinched, quickly turning his face away, as if to say, "This matter is beyond my control." Yet, all three of them instinctively stole glances at Chu Liu, after which they truly lapsed into silence. Each harbored feelings of guilt towards Chu Liu, for in their quest to groom her as the heir of the Chu family, they had sent her away from her parents and loved ones at a tender age, subjecting her to inhumane trials alone. Unlike Chu Nanfeng and the other noble ladies from various families, Chu Liu had scarcely tasted the joys of life. Fortunately, she lived up to their expectations, shouldering the weight of the family's legacy. However, the harsh trials and lack of affection led to a palpable distance between Chu Liu and them, as she maintained a perpetually frosty demeanor towards each of them. In the midst of a temporary silence within the hall, a sudden voice from outside pierced the stillness. "Second Master, Second Madam, and Young Master have arrived." The old residence of the Chu family traditionally only housed the master, which meant that typically only the venerable Chu Yuntian and the couple, Chu Mingqing and Bai Jingxian, resided there. At this moment, the family of Chu Feihong hurriedly arrived from outside, in contrast to the dignified appearance of Chu Mingqing and his wife. Chu Feihong and his spouse bore a rather sinister and sharp countenance, giving the immediate impression that they were not good people. Indeed, they were not virtuous individuals. Yet, in this world, who can claim to be entirely good? However, their son, Chu Yichen, was tall and striking, exuding an air of a gentleman. Upon seeing the newcomers, Chu Mingqing and Bai Jingxian exchanged barely perceptible frowns and subsequently remained seated in silence, showing no inclination to rise and offer greetings. Chu Liu, on the other hand, did not even cast a glance their way, her attention wholly captivated by the ailing beauty, Xiao Wujie, beside her. Noticing this, Xiao Wujie merely smiled subtly, choosing not to speak further. This peculiar atmosphere was ultimately disrupted by the venerable Chu Yuntian, who, seated in the main position, helplessly beckoned them to take their seats. He was not entirely unaware of Chu Feihong's actions over the years. However, possessing a kind-hearted nature and a sense of gratitude, he could not sever ties completely with someone who had once been a dear friend. Although he felt somewhat disheartened by Chu Feihong's misdeeds, he could not bring himself to take a definitive stance against him. Moreover, despite the tension between Chu Feihong and Chu Mingqing, there remained a semblance of respect. As for the rivalries and rumors circulating in the marketplace, it was not his place, having withdrawn from such matters, to cast blame. At his age, although he is not yet in the twilight of his years, the specter of death looms ever closer, uncertain of when it may arrive. If he harbors any remaining wishes for the fleeting days of his life, it is undoubtedly the hope that these two brothers can reconcile and coexist harmoniously. Yet, given the current circumstances, such hopes appear rather dim. Once they settled down, Xiao Wujie beheld the countenance of Chu Fei Hong as he had wished. The man's gaunt face, with prominent cheekbones and deeply sunken eyes, bore dark shadows beneath, resembling profound ravines that exuded an air of melancholy. It seems he has not enjoyed a peaceful slumber in quite some time. Chu Fei Hong, with his profound cunning, maintained a stoic demeanor despite his pallor, revealing little of his inner turmoil. In stark contrast, Mu Wanqing lacked such restraint. Her sharp gaze brimmed with palpable resentment as she fixated on Chu Liyu with a venomous intensity. Only Chu Yichen remained composed, as if oblivious to the unfolding drama, embodying the adage that those who can maintain their composure often conceal their depths. However, within the Chu family, there are secrets buried even deeper than his. Unbeknownst to whether by design or happenstance, as soon as the Chu family settled into their seats, a servant promptly announced that dinner was ready, prompting everyone to move to the dining room. At the grand wooden dining table, the venerable elder Chu Yuntian occupied the head seat, flanked by Chu Mingcheng and Chu Fei Hong along with their respective spouses, while Chu Liyu and Chu Yichen took their places further down the table. Xiao Wujie positioned himself between Bai Jingxian and Chu Liyu. Do not inquire why. One reason is the convenience of keeping an eye on the precious Wujie, and the other is the unease regarding his younger brother, Ajie. At this moment, the guests were taken aback to discover that the usually meticulous servants had inexplicably set an extra chair. How could there be an unoccupied seat at such an occasion? At that moment, a servant announced the arrival of the young master, prompting a collective realization among the attendees. Except for Xiao Wujie, everyone cast peculiar, even somewhat disdainful glances at the strangely attired man who entered. In stark contrast to the predominantly formally dressed crowd, he appeared to have stepped out from another era. As a popular entertainment star, he had just completed a performance, his attire a vivid patchwork of multicolored silks, each fabric shimmering with distinct metallic threads. His strikingly handsome visage featured a prominent nose, thin yet alluring lips, and a confident, slightly mocking smile gracing his face. The newcomer was none other than the heir of the Chu family, Chu Liyue's brother, Chu Nanfeng. However, this prince of the Chu family held little actual standing. As soon as he entered the room, the indifferent voice of the elder Chu Yintian echoed. Does he still need to perform? With a sheepish grin, Chu Nanfeng was about to respond when he was interrupted by a disdainful huff from Chu Mingqing. Humph. Does he still need to act? Despite their words, neither Chu Yuntian nor Chu Mingqing wore pleasant expressions. Here was a robust 8-foot man, the heir of the Chu family, who refused to take up the mantle of his family's legacy, leaving the burden to his younger sister, who was 7 years his junior. Despite his prestigious education, he had chosen to plunge into the entertainment industry at an early age, presenting himself in a manner that was neither here nor there, even drawing attention for various scandalous headlines. The two men could hardly contain their desire to cast this troublemaker out. How could such a black sheep emerge from the pristine flock of the Chu family? In comparison, Xiao Wujie was far more admirable, handsome, agreeable, and obedient, truly superior in every way to this wayward son. Chu Nanfeng had encountered Xiao Wujie before, yet after several years, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. After exchanging pleasantries, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the striking visage of Xiao Wujie, a face that evoked feelings of inadequacy within him. Observing this, Bai Jingxian swiftly pulled Xiao Wujie close, her expression one of disdain as she admonished, "Keep your distance from my precious Wujie. He is currently unwell." Simultaneously, Chu Liyu's emotionless, captivating eyes shimmered with a ghostly light as they fixated on him. He conceded, feeling a pang of jealousy. Who, after all, was the true favored child of the Chu family? The Crown Prince? Chapter 18. A quiet and eerie family gathering. The delicate male protagonist is surprisingly not a sweet tooth. At the dining table, Chu Nanfeng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Mu Wanqing astutely seized upon the remark regarding Xiao Wujie's ill health, her face contorting into a sarcastic smirk as she cruelly remarked, "I've heard that Wujie has been frail since childhood. How is it that as he approaches adulthood, he still appears so sickly?" Upon her words, nearly everyone present, excluding the Chu Fei Hong father and son duo and Xiao Wujie himself, immediately furrowed their brows in disapproval. especially Chu Liu, whose countenance darkened instantaneously, casting a frosty glare at Mu Wanqing that could have frozen the air around them. Her words were excessively sharp and unkind. Xiao Wujie's frailty was not a choice of his own. It was a consequence of his efforts to save Chu Liu. The sacrifices he had made for the Chu family over the years did not go unnoticed, and they felt gratitude and a desire to protect him, not to allow her to hurl such biting accusations. As Chu Liu's gaze grew increasingly frigid, she opened her mouth to retort, only to be gently restrained by Xiao Wujie's hand. The precious Wu Jiao has merely caught a chill. There is no significant concern. Not only is his body unharmed, but his spirit is also robust, unlike certain individuals who incessantly yearn for the misfortunes of others. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing's eyelids twitched slightly, and a thin, icy smile crept upon her lips. Her sister-in-law's tongue remains as venomous as ever. It is no wonder she raised such an obnoxious little wretch as Chu Liu. Am I not simply expressing concern for Wu Jiao? You truly have an overabundance of care. Wu Jiao does not require your solicitude. Perhaps you should attend to your own myriad of troubles instead. Mu Wanqing, along with Chu Feihong beside her, instantly turned pale at these words, their expressions contorted as if they had ingested something foul. The matter of Rongguang had left them in a position where they could only swallow their grievances in silence. With the plethora of dark secrets now exposed, had they not concealed themselves in the shadows, their own reputations would undoubtedly be at stake. The claim of Gu Wuming's demise and his subsequent self-immolation is a farce that not even a ghost would believe. This must surely be the handiwork of Chu Liu. Yet, in their desperate attempt to remain undetected, they were forced to feign disinterest. However, Chu Yuntian, upon hearing the conversation, seemed to have discerned something and inquired with genuine concern. Feihong, I recall that you held some shares in Rongguang. This incident must have affected you as well, has it not? The implications of merely holding shares and being influenced were far more dire. This old man possesses an uncanny ability to strike where it hurts most. Even the astute Chu Feihong was momentarily shrouded in gloom, rendered speechless by his indignation. It was still Chu Yichen who took over the conversation, calmly stating, "Rest assured, grandfather. My father was previously deceived by unscrupulous individuals and failed to notice those dark dealings in a moment of oversight. However, he has never participated in them. He is merely engaged in damage control now, seeking to mitigate losses. There are no other issues at hand." Sitting quite close, Chu Nefeng could not help but open his mouth in astonishment, his expression akin to someone who had just heard an alien tongue, utterly shocked. Could his composure be made of pigskin? How could one maintain such a facade, unflinching and earnest, while uttering such nonsense? Following this brief exchange, the dining table fell once more into a quiet and eerie atmosphere. Chu Yuntian, seated at the head of the table, attempted several times to initiate a topic to alleviate the awkwardness. Ultimately, it was by Jing Xian who shattered the silence. "Wujia, why are you eating so little? Do you not fancy sweet delicacies?" In the stillness of the room, with little else to occupy them but the meal, she turned to find Chu Liu serving dishes to Xiao Wujie. Her interest piqued, she seized a serving chopstick and eagerly joined the feeding brigade. The table was laden with a variety of dishes, and she wished to sample each one. Considering Xiao Wujie's health, she predominantly chose soft and sweet flavors. During this process of offering, she gradually noticed that Xiao Wujie seemed to have a poor appetite, only managing to eat a morsel from each dish before losing interest. Unlike Chu Nanfeng, the insatiable eater, who, even as an artist, showed no signs of abating his consumption. If Chu Nanfeng were aware of her thoughts, he would surely be at a loss, exclaiming, "You truly are my biological mother." Such sentiments seemed to echo the sentiments often found in novels. Yet, Xiao Wujie appeared to have little interest in sweet delicacies. The confection she served him remained largely untouched, and he had not taken a single sip of the sweet soup in his bowl. Conversely, he partook more of the spicier dishes that Chu Liu had selected. Unbeknownst to her, the portrayal in the novel was accurate. The male protagonist predominantly shared this inclination, though the man seated before her was, in fact, the author of the narrative. Having lived for an extended period in the north, Xiao Wujie's dietary preferences, both in life and in the present, leaned decidedly towards northern tastes, with a fervent love for spicy fare. While he did not reject desserts outright, he could not stomach any sweet flavors in his staple foods or main dishes. Were it not for his delicate health, which required him to avoid spicy foods, he would have relished the opportunity to enhance his already spicy meals with additional chili sauce. Chu Liu was aware of his dietary habits. and in an effort to cater to both his health and palate, she thoughtfully selected dishes that were mildly spicy yet not overpowering, managing to encourage him to take a few more bites. Concerned that he might choke while speaking and eating simultaneously, she uncharacteristically took the initiative to speak up. He has a small appetite and does not appreciate sweetness in his meals. To be candid, she found it rather surprising that Xiao Wujie had such an aversion to sweets, as her experiences with others often revealed that individuals like him typically had a fondness for sugary treats. Xiao Wujie was a rare exception. It could be said that every mountain has its own unique terrain, and each individual possesses distinct preferences and traits. One cannot entirely perceive anyone through a singular lens of generalization. Nevertheless, regardless of his fastidiousness or particular tastes, she was more than willing to indulge and pamper him. Chapter 19. Sister Liyue's dominance and Xiao Wujie's emerging tea artistry, with a few enlightening words from Chu Liyue. Bai Jingxian swiftly found her direction and became increasingly enthusiastic in her efforts to serve. Observing the lack of conversation, Chu Yuntian soon joined the ranks of contributors. Thus, the exquisite revolving platter, under the precise guidance of the group, spun almost ceaselessly like a wheel in motion. Chu Yuntian, Xiao Wujie, try this. Bai Jingxian, darling Wujie. You must like this, right? Chu Liyue, Ajia, be good and have some soup. Chu Mingcheng, Chu Nanfeng, Chu Feihong, Mu Wanqing, Chu Yichen. Ultimately, it was Xiao Wujie who finally spoke up, indicating that he could eat no more, allowing the perpetually rotating platter a moment's respite. After their collective attempts at feeding him, Xiao Wujie soon found himself satiated, sipping from a bowl of warm soup that Chu Liyue had prepared for him. Just as he presumed the family banquet was drawing to a close, Chu Yichen unexpectedly poured 2 glasses of red wine, pushing one towards him. All present held esteemed positions, accustomed to discussing business over drinks, each a connoisseur in their own right. However, they were well aware of the pitfalls of drinking too much, and given their exposure to fine wines, it was rare for anyone to indulge at a family gathering unless on a special occasion. Chu Yichen's sudden gesture instantly captured the attention of the room. Gazing at the vibrant red wine in the elegant goblet before him, Xiao Wujie narrowed his eyes, intrigued by Chu Yichen's intentions. It seemed trouble was brewing. As he met the gaze of Xiao Wujie, Chu Yichen's handsome face broke into a warm smile as he gracefully raised his wine glass. Wujie, after such a long separation, we ought to share a drink. He was of the same age as Chu Nanfeng, albeit a few months younger, and in the presence of Xiao Wujie, he naturally referred to him as second brother. Hearing this, a pleasing and amiable curve graced Xiao Wujie's lips as well. Over the years, he had remained hidden in the shadows, ostensibly managing Chu Liyue's enterprises in Ice City, while in reality, he had subtly influenced many affairs in the capital. Although Chu Feihong and his wife had sensed something, they were unaware of the full extent of his involvement, merely perceiving him as a frail individual with some capabilities but a fleeting fate, thus not concerning themselves too much. Only Chu Yichen harbored a keen interest in him, even nurturing a vague sense of hostility. The SL assassin at the Ice City auction bore traces of his influence. As Xiao Wujie attempted to lift his wine glass, he was gently pushed aside by Chu Liyue. She raised her deep, cold eyes to Chu Yichen, her gaze devoid of any emotion. Her voice as frigid as ice. He is unwell and cannot drink. In his youth, Xiao Wujie had rarely partaken of alcohol, and after his health declined, she had ensured he remained completely abstinent. Chu Yichen, fully aware of his poor condition, still insisted on urging him to drink, clearly harboring ill intentions. There was no way she would allow Xiao Wujie to consume that wine. Liyue, it is merely a glass of red wine, Chu Yichen said with a smile directed at her. Then I shall drink it on his behalf. Yet, Chu Liyue's demeanor remained steadfastly unyielding, showing no signs of concession. Witnessing her resolute stance, a fleeting complexity flickered in Chu Yichen's eyes. Xiao Wujie wore a pure and benevolent smile, intently observing his reaction. Little brother, are you in a hurry? Liyue is merely a cup of wine. There's no need for such alarm, he remarked. Moreover, since Wujie has arrived in the imperial capital, he ought to find something to do. You can't possibly shield him from every drink, can you? Mu Wanqing, who had remained silent until now, seized the opportunity to interject with a hint of sarcasm. I brought him to the capital for recuperation. He needn't concern himself with anything. Chu Liyue, gracefully crossing her legs as she reclined in her chair, held a wine glass in one hand while the other rested across her chest. Her exquisite countenance displayed an air of indifference, and her piercing gaze swept across the assembly, her cold and authoritative words causing a tremor in the hearts of all present. From Chu Nanfeng's perspective, her demeanor was strikingly formidable. To do nothing and merely exist is his lifelong aspiration. Why has no one ever spoken to him in this manner? Chu Yichen mused, a flicker of profound surprise crossing his eyes as he absorbed her domineering and unyielding statements. He then rose, directing his gaze towards Xiao Wujie, inquiring, Wujie, is it too much to ask for you to share a drink with second brother? Bathed in the gentle glow of the lighting, shadows danced across his face. His eyes concealed in a chiaroscuro, resembling two unfathomable lakes, leaving one's perception of his emotions elusive. His tall stature exuded an imposing presence. Although his words were gentle, his aura was sharp and pronounced. Seated in his chair, the pale-faced Xiao Wujie found himself at a disadvantage in terms of influence. The entire assembly was baffled by his intentions, including the Chu Feihong couple, who failed to comprehend the reasoning behind his actions. Upon hearing those words, Chu Liue's charming face turned icy, and the cold glint in her eyes intensified. As she placed her long, slender legs down, the delicate high heel struck the ground with a sharp sound, and she was about to rise to teach him a lesson. However, Xiao Wujie gently pressed on her shoulder and stood up first. Though his tall, lean figure did not possess the same imposing stature as Chu Yichen, his straight posture and cool demeanor exuded an undeniable aura. The attention of the crowd was drawn to him, and Chu Yichen, across the room, also held his wine glass. Staring intently, just when everyone expected him to speak, he drew closer to Chu Liue and, to the astonishment of all present, sat directly upon her lap. He entwined his hands around her graceful swan-like neck, burying his head into the crook of her shoulder. A voice emerged, raspy yet soft, tinged with a hint of grievance. Sister, am I truly that useless? You have to shield me from even a glass of wine? The expressions on the faces of the onlookers were beyond description. Chu Yintian cleared his throat, remarking, what peculiar poses the youth are adopting these days. Bai Jingxian exclaimed, what am I witnessing? It feels like a scene between a domineering CEO and his delicate little wife. Chu Nanfeng's mouth fell open, wide enough to fit a goose egg. What the hell did I think you were about to do? You looked so formidable. Damn, this lad appears harmless, yet there is something rather ambiguous about him. Chu Liue was also taken aback by his sudden action. The last time he had sat on her lap like this was when he was merely a child of around 10. After 5 years apart, he had grown taller than herself, and as he suddenly sat down, her body instinctively stiffened. Yet, noticing his apparent melancholy, she set aside her concerns and reached out to embrace him, gently patting his shoulder while softening her voice to comfort him. No, Jie is doing just fine. With a voice tinged with grievance emanating from the crook of Chu Liue's shoulder, his head nuzzled against her. To others, his words might seem overly sentimental, but a wave of bitterness surged within her heart. Xiao Wujie was inherently a proud individual. He despised the pitying gazes of others and the ridicule that often accompanied them. His physical decline was a consequence of her presence, and to spare her from feelings of guilt, the young Xiao Wujie would retreat to places he believed she could not see, even when he was hurting. Whenever she recalled that scene, the usually formidable Chu Liue felt a profound sense of guilt and helplessness. At a loss for words, she could only continue to caress his back with one hand while the other gently kneaded the soft flesh at his neck in a soothing manner. However, her gaze remained icy, devoid of warmth, with anger simmering just beneath the surface. If looks could kill, Chu Yichen would have long been subjected to 1,000 torturous deaths. Yet, in a place unseen by all, Xiao Wujie's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he noticed the veins on Chu Yichen's forehead bulging. Huh, little brother. You've given yourself away. Chapter 20. The Warmth of Humanity. A bright tomorrow, I offer to you. In a brilliantly illuminated and lavishly spacious dining hall, Chu Liue seemed oblivious to her surroundings as she tenderly coaxed Xiao Wujie, evoking an illusion reminiscent of an indulgent imperial concubine from ancient times. The onlookers silently lamented. We are quite full. Truly, we have had enough. Please, do not feed him any further. Chu Yichen observed this scene. Despite his profound composure, his expression darkened to an almost charred hue, with veins at his temples pulsating uncontrollably. After a considerable duration, Xiao Wujie gently lifted his head from the fragrant nook of Chu Liue's shoulder, his eyes slightly reddened and glistening with unshed tears. Heaven knows how long he had suppressed those physiological saline droplets. Those so-called green tea boys who casually shed tears truly excelled at it. Chu Liue extended a finger, tenderly brushing the corner of his eye, then gently tousled his hair, holding him close as if she had no intention of letting him go. Only then did Xiao Wujie cast his glistening gaze towards Chu Yichen, his voice hoarse as he queried, "Brother Yichen, do you truly wish for me to drink this cup of wine?" Chu Yichen was momentarily taken aback by the sudden address and tone, leaving him momentarily speechless. Subsequently, as neither Chu Yichen nor Chu Liue could react in time, Xiao Wujie raised the wine cup that Chu Liue had placed on the table, seated in her embrace, and lifted it towards Chu Yichen, tilting his head back to drink it all in one go. He then leaned against Chu Liue's shoulder, casting a friendly smile towards Chu Yichen from a perspective visible only to Chu Niafeng and Chu Yichen. "Your challenge, I accept." Chu Niafeng, this evening has unveiled an abundance of sights previously unseen, leaving me at a loss for words. Upon observing Xiao Wujie carelessly indulging in alcohol, Chu Liue felt a surge of anger. After all, Xiao Wujie's constitution was hardly resilient to the effects of alcohol, and his health was not conducive to drinking. Unable to chastise him in front of others, she resorted to lightly tapping his head to vent her frustration. Without regard for the astonished gazes around her, she coldly hoisted Xiao Wujie into her arms and departed the dining hall. The onlookers were left in disbelief. In the spotlight, Chu Yichen, still holding his wine glass, wore an expression so vivid it defied description. At the head of the table, Chu Yuntian cleared his throat a few times, signaling for everyone to disperse. Thus concluded an evening marked by an awkward and peculiar family gathering. Inside the luxurious sports car racing down the road, in the back seat, Chu Liue radiated an air of authority, her countenance strikingly cold as she fixed her piercing gaze upon the adjacent Xiao Wujie. His fair and handsome visage bore a faint blush, a clear indication of his inebriation. Chu Liue remained deeply perturbed by his disobedience in consuming alcohol. Given that Xiao Wujie abstained from drinking and was in poor health, he evidently possessed little resistance to alcohol. Merely half a glass of red wine had already rendered him tipsy. Concerned for his inability to handle his liquor, she had taken him away from the gathering. And as expected, her apprehensions were validated. Meeting her frosty gaze, Xiao Wujie looked at her with soft, hazy eyes, resembling a deer lost in the depths of the mountains, seeking its way home. The gaze that pierced through her heart made Chu Liue tremble. It instantly recalled the image of Xiao Wujie in her dreams. Blood spilling from his lips as he weakly cried out, "Sister, I cannot wait for you any longer." That gaze, similarly gentle yet ethereal, bore a tinge of helplessness and despair. The nightmare had been utterly terrifying, even though she had not revisited that dream since Xiao Wujie's arrival in the capital. The mere thought of it still sent shivers down her spine. He appeared somewhat intoxicated, his usually perceptive demeanor clouded with confusion, seemingly oblivious to her cold and displeased emotions. The alcohol coursing through him induced discomfort. Reflecting on the dream and observing his current state, the flames of anger within Chu Liue gradually subsided, and the icy, formidable aura surrounding her began to dissipate. It was as though Xiao Wujie could precisely sense her transformation, inching closer while continuing to fumble with his tie. With a sigh of mild exasperation, she realized she was utterly at his mercy. She promptly drew him into her embrace, guiding his clumsy hands, which were still tugging at his tie, to rest upon her thigh, and patiently began to untangle the chaotic knot he had created. The tie was soon liberated and cast aside, and as Xiao Wujie felt the relief around his neck, he half closed his eyes and unfastened the top 3 buttons of his shirt, revealing his alluring collarbone and pale chest. Perhaps feeling considerably more at ease, he wrapped his arms around Chu Liue's delicate waist, his face nuzzling into the crook of her shoulder, the warm, wine-scented breath brushing against her long, graceful neck, causing a faint blush to bloom upon her skin. In a moment of vulnerability, Chu Liue found herself rendered weak, a tingling sensation coursing through her entire being. A faint blush graced her fair cheeks as she beheld the alluring sight of the man in her embrace, his complexion flushed and his chest partially exposed. Unable to restrain herself, she bit down on her silver teeth, internally cursing him as a little rascal. With great effort, she bore the waves of tingling euphoria and gently pried Xiao Wujie from her body. She then spread his curled legs, allowing his lower half to recline on the back seat of the carriage, while cradling his upper body in her arms. One hand supported his head, while the other tenderly massaged his chest, alleviating the discomfort brought on by the intoxicating effects of alcohol. Xiao Wujie's previously furrowed brow relaxed, and he nestled closer to Chu Liue, his arms instinctively encircling her slender waist once more. falling into a serene stillness. After a brief interlude, Chu Liu ceased her gentle ministrations. Compelled by an unexplainable urge, she let her fingers trail to his nose, and upon sensing his steady breath, she fell silent, gazing intently at his slumbering visage. In the dimly lit carriage, his disheveled hair framed a handsome face that exuded a soft tranquility, resembling a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the hands of a divine creator, devoid of any flaw. The collar of his shirt loosened slightly, revealing a hint of his neckline and the subtle contours of his chest, exuding an effortless allure. His striking features, while undeniably handsome, possessed an endearing quality. Xiao Wujie was a man of remarkable independence and strength, aside from moments of illness when he would display a touch of dependency. It was rare to witness him in such a childlike demeanor. Unable to resist, she reached out to caress his face, her fingers gliding softly, her eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions. Chu Yichen's feelings for her were something she had long since detected. It was merely his belief that he concealed them effectively. However, the actions of Xiao Wujie left her in a state of uncertainty. Despite his youth and seemingly gentle demeanor, he was, in truth, calm and astute. While others might fail to comprehend Chu Yichen's behavior, she recognized it as a provocation born of jealousy. Could someone as intelligent as Xiao Wujie truly be oblivious? If he were aware, then the green tea antics she had indulged in were undoubtedly intended to vex Chu Yichen. What, then, was the purpose of accepting a cup of wine laced with malice and provocation, especially when he was cognizant of his own condition? Chu Liu had no doubt that with Xiao Wujie's intellect, there were countless ways to decline that drink, yet he chose to partake. Was this an acceptance of Chu Yichen's provocation and challenge? Some answers seemed tantalizingly close, just within reach, yet each attempt to grasp them left her perplexed. As she gazed upon Xiao Wujie's sleeping visage and felt the delicate texture of his skin beneath her touch, a whirlwind of complex emotions surged within her. Xiao Wujie was the younger brother she had nurtured with her own hands, the one who had warmed her childhood, and he was also her savior. A man of extraordinary capabilities who willingly remained in her shadow, offering silent support. She had rescued him from the jaws of danger, bestowing upon him warmth he had never known, and had devoted her tender affections solely to him, allowing a millennium of ice and snow to melt for his sake alone. To say they were the light in each other's frigid lives would not be an exaggeration. They had shared tender moments of warmth and camaraderie, forging a bond that transcended even the strongest of friendships. In the eyes of many, and indeed in her own, their relationship seemed inseparable, regardless of how intimate it had become. The recurring nightmare compelled her to confront numerous truths, yet, when faced with reality, even someone as strong and resolute as she found herself engulfed in hesitation and confusion, even retreating in trepidation. She gazed at Xiao Wujie for a prolonged moment, her expression shifting, ultimately transforming into a cold and piercing clarity. Looking at the peacefully slumbering Xiao Wujie nestled in her arms, an enchanting smile graced her exquisite face. A smile that rendered all else pale in comparison. Regardless of what the future holds, I shall accompany you for a lifetime and protect you for eternity. You need not concern yourself with anything. The warmth of the world and a splendid tomorrow, I shall provide for you. Chapter 21. The home's red flag remains unwavering, while the outside flutters with colorful banners. As dawn broke, golden sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains like delicate threads, stealthily infiltrating the room and illuminating Xiao Wujie's face, which resembled a work of art. The light gradually intensified, ultimately creating a warm pressure upon his eyelids, urging him to awaken from the murky depths of slumber. Xiao Wujie slowly opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting a kaleidoscope of light and shadow as his consciousness stirred, reminiscent of a tranquil lake roused by the morning breeze. This scene was dreamlike in its beauty, yet only one witness stood by, a stoic man in a black suit. Lu Zhufeng, who vigilantly remained at Xiao Wujie's bedside. Upon noticing Xiao Wujie's awakening, he expressionlessly offered a bowl of steaming, detoxifying soup. Miss Chu instructed the kitchen to prepare this detoxifying soup for you. I was to wait until you awoke to see you finish it. Xiao Wujie, hearing this, said nothing but accepted the bowl, consuming it in one breath. As the warmth of the detoxifying soup settled within him, he felt a considerable sense of comfort, though a slight ache still lingered in his head. Last night's memories flicker like shattered shards of glass in his mind, struggling to form a coherent picture. He only recalls sipping that glass of red wine, followed by a somewhat embarrassing embrace from Princess Chu Liu. who whisked him away from the dining hall and subsequently into a car. After that, he sensed the effects of the alcohol taking hold, and his memories became a blur. This frail body truly is excessively delicate, unable to withstand even a single glass of wine. Yet, having indulged, he felt no remorse. If one were to inquire why he chose to drink despite his body's intolerance to alcohol, he would find it difficult to articulate. Perhaps it was simply a reaction to his disdain for Chuichin. After all, life seldom unfolds in a manner that is entirely clear and comprehensible. Some actions are taken on a whim, dictated by impulse. A glass of wine and a mere buffoon, what is there to fear? He tossed aside the covers and leaned back against the headboard, half closing his eyes to gather himself for a moment. He noticed his body felt refreshed, emanating the fragrance of shower gel, and realized he had been dressed in comfortable sleepwear, suggesting someone had taken the time to wash and change his clothes. "Did you help me wash and change last night?" he casually asked Lu Zhufeng. "Miss Chu," he heard as he abruptly opened his half-closed eyes. In the bustling commercial street of the imperial capital, the weather was bright and sunny. Towering trees cast dappled shadows on either side of the sidewalk, and a gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness. The buildings along the commercial street were vibrant with color, showcasing an array of goods in their display windows, from fashionable attire to cutting-edge electronic devices. As it was not a holiday and still morning hours for work, the streets were relatively quiet. Xiao Wujie, clad in a clean-fit casual ensemble, leisurely strolled along the street. He wore a brown houndstooth work jacket on top, paired with simple, slightly flared deep blue jeans, and sported a pair of pristine white sneakers, exuding a relaxed yet tasteful air. The throng of the commercial street predominantly comprised youthful students and young adults. Many girls, donned in JK uniforms and casual attire, couldn't help but blush at his handsome visage and graceful demeanor. A few bold and daring ones even approached him for photographs and contact information. At such moments, Lu Zhufeng, who was attired in casual sportswear and held a cup of coffee for Xiao Wujie, would step forward to intervene. Xiao Wujie would then offer a polite smile of apology to the lovely ladies, causing their cheeks to redden further as they departed, casting lingering glances at Lu Zhufeng and muttering under their breath. Just as Lu Zhufeng was on the verge of losing his composure, Xiao Wujie paused before an architectural marvel. The building, steeped in antiquity, exuded the charm of Jiangnan pavilions, its plaque inscribed with the words "Si Yuan Go." Without lingering too long, Xiao Wujie softly instructed Lu Zhufeng to follow him, stepping inside with ease. Lu Zhufeng, teetering on the edge of frustration, was momentarily taken aback. Damn it, this insufferable fellow. Here I am, dressed to the nines, yet I look like a vegetable vendor, all while taking the fall in front of those charming girls. Despite it being his first visit to the capital and this locale, Xiao Wujie navigated the surroundings with the familiarity of a seasoned local. Before long, he stopped in front of a private room and gestured for Lu Zhufeng to follow with a slight nod. Open the door. What? Jumping high in the bathroom, how outrageous. Does he truly believe I lack temper? With an inscrutable expression, he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Wujie, who, unfazed, met his eyes in return. Moments later, a gentle breeze caressed his ear, prompting Xiao Wujie to stifle a soft cough. Lu Zhufeng then averted his gaze, impassively pushing open the wooden door while making a gesture of invitation. This insufferable creature, relying on his delicate physique, may well languish in idleness. Next time, I shall personally serve his meal to his lips and see if he can consume it. As the heavy wooden door swung open, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. The private room exuded an ancient charm, brimming with classical elegance and tranquil beauty. The intricately carved window frames revealed a bamboo grove outside, where the leaves swayed gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows that danced like flecks of gold upon the bluestone floor. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, a slender figure in a pale blue qipao knelt gracefully before the tea table, savoring the fragrant brew. Her exquisite visage was untouched by dust, with bright, gentle eyes cast downward as she relished the tea's rich flavor, her hair swaying softly in the mild breeze. Upon sensing the door's opening, she set down her cup, her luminous gaze turning towards Xiao Wujie, and her lips curled into a breathtaking smile. Lu Zhufeng regarded Xiao Wujie with a hint of incredulity. This fellow truly possesses remarkable prowess. What is this? The red flag at home remains unfurled while the colorful flags flutter outside. Chapter 22. Life is vast and boundless. You are not alone in navigating its waters. A subtle smile graced Xiao Wujie's perfect countenance as he elegantly stepped inside, exclaiming, "Sister Qingyi, You grow more radiant by the day. As Lu Zhufeng, standing behind Xiao Wujie, prepared to close the door and assume the role of a guardian. He heard Xiao Wujie's calm voice urging him to enter. Momentarily taken aback, Lu Zhufeng pondered whether his presence might prove distracting. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts and took a seat opposite Lin Qingyi alongside Xiao Wujie. With delicate hands, Lin Qingyi grasped the teapot and poured each of them a cup of steaming tea. The brew shimmered with a clear hue reminiscent of mountain spring water, adorned with a subtle green sheen and exuding an enchanting fragrance. Xiao Wujie's long fingers rested upon the teacup. After gently blowing on the surface, he took a sip. The tea glided smoothly over his palate. Initially presenting a mild astringency, it soon transformed into a rich, lingering sweetness, akin to the gentle flow of a mountain stream across his taste buds. Its texture was as fine as silk, refreshing and cool. Gradually, a faint aroma of orchids intertwined with the scent of beans emerged, the fragrance lingering gracefully yet unobtrusively, reminiscent of a gentle breeze in the wilderness, uplifting the spirit. The tea was brewed to perfection, as if it had encountered the tender embrace of spring. Unable to contain his admiration, Xiao Wujie bestowed praise upon it. Upon hearing his words, a gentle smile graced Lin Qingyi's delicate face. Lu Zhufeng cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Wujie, grasped his cup with a large hand, and drank it all in one go, his expression unchanging as he echoed, "Delicious." Lin Qingyi could not help but chuckle softly. Sipping tea is not merely a physical indulgence. It serves as a spiritual purification. Many regard it merely as a beverage richer in flavor than plain water, a thirst quencher, while few, like Xiao Wujie, savor the stories and sentiments encapsulated within. The lingering fragrance of a cup of tea beckons, as one wonders where in the vast expanse of the world one might find a kindred spirit. She is a connoisseur of tea, and to encounter a person who understands both tea and her amidst the vast sea of humanity is indeed a stroke of fortune in life. Just yesterday, I received news that Yunmo and Beishan have reached the farthest northern region, and I have brought along the forgetting reagent for you. After my preliminary research, it appears to have remarkable efficacy for your ailment. If perfected, there may indeed be hope for resolving your physical issues. However, the technical challenges are quite formidable, far beyond my current knowledge, and for the time being, it seems no one can address it. I am studying modern medical techniques and seeking trustworthy individuals related to this field, and I will dedicate myself to advancing the research. As we savored the tea, Lin Qingyi shifted to serious matters, her tone grave and somewhat somber. Yunmo and Beishan have advised them to adhere to the plan, but caution is imperative. That place is not as simple as it seems. In the face of danger, preserving one's life takes precedence. As for the forgetting reagent, it can remain with you for now. There is no need to rush into research, as I have my own strategies. When the time is right, I will inform you. You may decide for yourself, but do not overexert. Your health must come first. The scenery at Siyuan Pavilion is splendid, with an expanse of undulating bamboo groves visible through the window. The towering bamboo reaches for the clouds, slender stalks densely interwoven, creating an unending sea of green. Xiao Wujie admired the breathtaking view of the bamboo forest, one hand resting on the table, while Lin Qingyi's slender fingers delicately pressed against his wrist to take his pulse. The private room fell into a serene silence. A gentle breeze caressed the air, causing the bamboo leaves to sway softly, producing a rustling sound that brought an unprecedented sense of cleansing and tranquility to the soul. Sister Qingyi, please do not wear that expression every time you check my pulse. You look far more beautiful when you smile. Xiao Wujie, observing the situation, teased lightly. Ah, you. Lin Qingyi, upon hearing this, let out a soft sigh, yet her delicate visage remained devoid of a smile. What are your intentions for coming to the imperial city? She suddenly inquired, her gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Wujie. Within the depths of her beautiful eyes, a blend of determination and tenderness shimmered, conveying myriad unspoken sentiments. On this long journey, you are not alone. Tell me, and I shall assist in sharing the burden. Xiao Wujie paused, momentarily taken aback, before discerning her meaning. He chuckled softly. Sister Qingyi, your concern is causing you to fret. Lin Qingyi's expression turned grave as she replied, your health truly cannot withstand such exertion any longer. The incident in I City, when the poison erupted, nearly cost you your life. The world is not filled with mere coincidences. That sudden and violent outburst was, in fact, a harbinger of your body's further deterioration. Given your current condition, if you persist in burning the candle at both ends, your vitality will wane within a year, and the poison within will fester. At that point, the poison's resurgence will become as commonplace as the changing of the seasons, posing a constant threat to your life. Once the poison invades your entire being and your vital energy diminishes, even a celestial being would find it arduous to preserve your existence. At this moment, Lu Zhufeng, who had been lost in thought nearby, straightened his back and his expression shifted instantly upon hearing her words. Xiao Wujie fell into a brief silence, then gestured towards the teapot, speaking softly, "Sister Qingyi, observe these tea leaves within the pot. Though they are all Longjing and reside in the same vessel, each follows its own unique path. Some stand upright, while others sink and float, each exhibiting distinct forms. Just as in the vast sea of humanity, every individual has their own destiny and trajectory. There are certain matters you cannot bear on my behalf. Regarding my well-being, I implore you to do your utmost without undue pressure. In the myriad affairs of life, achieving perfection is a formidable task. Strive to do your best, and regardless of the outcome, I shall accept it with equanimity." Inside the purple clay teapot, the tea leaves unfurl in the hot water, gracefully swirling and floating. Regardless of their trajectories and forms, these leaves ultimately merge into a single cup of tea. Though individuals may differ vastly, united in harmony, they can transform countless drops into a mighty river, flowing ceaselessly. Lin Qingyi gazed at him with unwavering eyes, speaking earnestly. "In the vast ocean of life, this small boat does not sail alone. Whether amidst turbulent waters or standing tall against the mountains, I have always stood behind you. The words you utter are not ones I can express. I merely wish to convey that you need not handle everything personally. Lin Qingyi and I are here to assist you. Focus on nurturing your health." Lu Zhufeng's countenance was sharp as he spoke in a deep tone. After a moment, Xiao Wujie gently curved his lips, assuring softly, "Rest assured, I shall take care of my own body, and I will not hesitate to call upon you when needed. Upon my arrival in the capital, I must make some arrangements. Once they are completed, I shall refrain from participating too directly." He had traversed countless mountains and rivers alone, weathered storms and waves, and endured long, cold nights filled with suffering. He was unafraid of solitude and death. Yet now he seemed to feel more acutely that he indeed preferred the gift of life. Chapter 23, BYD Group and Bidang Parker. In the car, upon hearing this, a crack formed in Lu Zhufeng's expression. This is a shell company surreptitiously established by Xiao Wujie, ostensibly claiming to facilitate connections and provide entrepreneurial funding as its primary business. In reality, it merely profits from the differential margins of intermediaries and loan interest, while secretly acquiring various enterprises to address the shortcomings in Xiao Wujie's extensive industrial portfolio. His enterprises are numerous, most bearing names of his own creation, often overly sentimental and pretentious, reminiscent of misty rivers and turbulent waves. Perhaps indifferent to this company, Xiao Wujie remarkably allowed someone else to come up with a name. Upon hearing that it was merely a speculative venture, a scheme to throw money around, one might be inclined to exclaim, "Damn the capitalists." In an impulsive stroke, he bestowed upon the company the illustrious name of BYD. Initially, it seemed that Xiao Wujie was simply indulging his wealth by whimsically establishing a company, as he had often done in the past. To everyone's astonishment, however, he took a personal interest, investing substantial capital and recruiting a plethora of economic and management talents. Within just a few years, it transformed into an international powerhouse. Consequently, dramatic dialogues frequently emerged within the business community. Entrepreneur A. Thanks to the BYD Group for facilitating this collaboration. Entrepreneur B. Indeed, grateful for the BYD Group's noble assistance. Entrepreneur C. Alas, my company is facing financial difficulties. Which company has ample resources to help me through this crisis? Entrepreneur D. That would be the BYD Group. Lu Zhufeng. BYD Group, headquarters in the imperial capital. The exterior of the building is adorned with mirrored glass and titanium alloy, presenting a sleek silhouette that exudes modernity, while the apex is graced by the three gilded characters of BYD. This typography, crafted by a world-renowned designer, is expansive and commanding, reminiscent of an eagle poised to soar, symbolizing the group's lofty aspirations and limitless potential. Today, BYD Group has the honor of welcoming distinguished guests, namely the esteemed Lord Chu and his son from the capital. Although BYD Group engages in business dealings with various prominent families and enterprises in the capital, Most interactions are typically handled by subordinates. It is rare for such high-profile individuals to be present in person. A professional agent under Xiao Wujie personally comes forth to greet them. He is a middle-aged man from the United States, appearing to be around 50 years of age. His silver-gray hair is neatly styled, and his facial features are sharply defined, with deep blue eyes that sparkle with wisdom, while the fine lines around his eyes reveal the depth of experience and the passage of time. In gratitude for Xiao Wujie's trust and his commitment to the company's mutual growth and shared destiny, he has adopted a resonant Chinese name, Bayangda Parker. Clad in a well-fitted suit and wearing a warm smile, he shakes hands with Chu Feihong and Chu Yichen, expressing his heartfelt welcome for their esteemed visit, which brings great honor to the company. After many years in China, he has become proficient enough in Mandarin to engage in seamless conversation, albeit with a slight accent. "It is my utmost honor to have Mr. Parker personally welcome us," remarked Chu Feihong, his elongated face breaking into a cordial smile, his words imbued with politeness. In truth, given his status, there was no necessity for him to adopt a humble demeanor before Bayangda Parker. However, he had come with a specific intention, seeking to acquire several reputable technology enterprises through the auspices of BYD Company. The complete downfall of Rongguang had been a significant blow to him, severely diminishing his competitiveness in the high-tech industry. Now that he had painstakingly tidied up the mess, he aspired to acquire some companies swiftly to bolster his position and fill the gaps left behind. Chu Yichen, on the other hand, was merely a pawn in his scheme. Unlike the courteous Chu Feihong, he displayed an expression of cold detachment, seeming rather unapproachable. He maintained a skeptical attitude towards this enterprise, which had a long-standing collaboration with Chu Feihong and was held in high regard by him. He had an inkling that this company was not as straightforward as it appeared, even suspecting that its shadow loomed over Rongguang's demise. Yet, without tangible evidence to support his suspicions, and given that BYD Group had indeed assisted Chu Feihong in resolving numerous predicaments, he found himself at a loss as to how to articulate his concerns to Chu Feihong. In any case, the impression that BYD Group left on him was far from favorable. Simultaneously, not far from them, Xiao Wujie and Lu Zhufeng both sneezed at the same moment. Lu Zhufeng remarked with irritation, "Damn it, I never fall ill. Is someone cursing me? Mr. Parker, your name and that of your esteemed company are presumably derived from the English word beyond, symbolizing prosperity, growth, and the audacious pursuit of new heights." Chu Feihong, keen to facilitate a fruitful collaboration, intentionally initiated a conversation to bridge their rapport. "Yes, yes, yes." Upon hearing this, Bayangda Parker was momentarily so exhilarated that he inadvertently reverted to speaking in English. Mr. Chu truly possesses profound knowledge, instantly discerning the deeper significance behind this name. It was bestowed upon me by the President's special assistant, with the President himself approving it. I am deeply honored by the President's grace to serve as the global agent for BYD. Thus, I have chosen to adopt the company's name as my own in Chinese. I shall not betray the President's expectations. I vow to grow alongside the company and share its destiny." Mr. Parker, filled with enthusiasm, declared, "Your exceptional abilities have undeniably led BYD Group to flourish under your management. Mr. Parker, you must not disappoint." Chu Feihong responded, striving to maintain a composed expression. Behind him, Chu Yichen and a group of bodyguards could hardly suppress their laughter. "Damn, that name of yours. It's truly hard to hold back. However, the president of your esteemed company has always been elusive, surely possessing an extraordinary charisma." Chu Feihong subtly shifted the conversation, his tone laced with curiosity. He was indeed eager to uncover the identity of the enigmatic president behind BYD Group, who had managed to establish a globally prominent enterprise in just a few short years, instilling awe with his prowess. "The president is the most handsome, charming, and astute individual I have ever encountered, a paragon of excellence unmatched in the world." Mr. Parker expressed his admiration with heartfelt sincerity. He, too, was a cunning fox. While appearing overwhelmed with excitement, he revealed no substantial information. Hu Wunti described their superior as handsome, charming, and exceptionally talented. At least, that is how Chu Feihong perceived it. As Chu Yichen heard the flattery from Bayangda Parker, his brow twitched unexpectedly, and an image involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Although he was reluctant to admit it, that individual was indeed the most handsome man he had ever encountered. The man's capabilities remained an enigma to him. Numerous elite SL assassins had ventured to Ice City, Yet none had returned, leaving behind neither living nor deceased. This thought, once it took root in his mind, spiraled into a deep contemplation that nearly caused him to break into a cold sweat. Ultimately, however, he dismissed it through self-reassurance. He believed he no longer underestimated Xiao Wujie. The notion that Xiao Wujie could single-handedly elevate the BYD group at such a young age was something he found hard to accept. If that were indeed the case, it would imply that Xiao Wujie was far too inscrutable and formidable. As they conversed and made their way to Bayangda Parker's office, just as both parties were about to commence their business discussions, a staff member hurriedly approached and whispered a few words to Bayangda Parker. They then observed Parker's face alight with uncontainable excitement as he instructed them to wait a moment before hastily departing. Chapter 24. The companies on the list were all acquired 10 minutes ago. Chu Yichen had an unsettling feeling about the peculiar glint in the old man's eyes, which seemed markedly different from before his departure. Had Mr. Parker encountered some fortuitous event? Chu Feihong, oblivious to any anomalies, was solely focused on finalizing the business deal for the day, willing to lower his stance to foster rapport. "Oh, it's nothing. My wife just informed me that she is coming to see me." Bayangda Parker did not even blink, spouting nonsense with ease. "Who do you think you're fooling? Old man? At your age, can you truly be so elated by a visit from your weary wife? You would likely prefer to avoid her altogether. If you claimed it was a young lover coming to see you, I might have believed you to some extent." "Mr. Parker, I have come today to discuss a business proposition. I intend to acquire a selection of technology companies valued between 5 billion and 30 billion, and I seek your esteemed assistance in this endeavor." Chu Feihong, no longer indulging in idle chatter, swiftly returned to the matter at hand. "Ah, I see. I presume Mr. Chu has already identified his targets. Please do share them with us, and we shall see if we can be of assistance." Upon hearing this, a brighter smile graced Chu Feihong's face as he produced a note and slid it across the table to Bayangda Parker. The companies listed were those he had already acquired through discreet means, while the ones written on the note were those he struggled to approach or had faced rejection in acquiring. Thus, he intended to leverage BYD, this prestigious shell company, to facilitate the acquisition of those enterprises. Mr. Parker studied the note for nearly 10 minutes without raising his gaze, enveloping the room in an eerie silence. "Mr. Parker, what is your assessment? Do you feel confident about the acquisition of the companies listed?" Chu Feihong inquired, his eyes glinting with curiosity. "It is merely a piece of paper, clearly inscribed. Does this old man truly require such an extended period to peruse it?" "Ah, I have finished reviewing it." Mr. Chu has indeed demonstrated keen insight. Nearly all of these companies possess promising growth potential, thus making their acquisition quite challenging. "Well, no kidding. If there were no challenges, would I be seeking your assistance? So, Mr. Parker, do you feel assured in acquiring the companies listed?" Chu Feihong politely inquired. "We can assist you in acquiring all these enterprises. However, the substantial funds involved necessitate that we first negotiate the relevant prices." Upon hearing this, Chu Feihong was filled with immense joy, revealing the first genuine smile of the day. He had not anticipated that Mr. Parker would actually be willing to undertake the acquisition of all the companies listed on the paper. The strength of BYD Group exceeded his expectations. "Rest assured, Mr. Parker, I come with sincerity. As long as you and your esteemed company can facilitate the acquisition, the price is negotiable," Chu Feihong stated with a beaming smile. Although he had suffered a significant blow from Rong Wang, his foundation remained intact. His decision to list these enterprises indicated his confidence in acquiring them, albeit he lacked the necessary channels. Provided that BYD Group and Mr. Parker could offer this assistance, financial matters would pose no obstacle. Mr. Parker engaged in the discussion, and both parties commenced negotiations on pricing. To their bewilderment, the price they proposed exceeded the market rate. Yet Mr. Parker displayed no dissatisfaction or audacious demands. Instead, he meticulously quibbled over trivial matters and minor profits. In the face of such a substantial deal, why linger over insignificant details? It felt as though time was being deliberately squandered. Mr. Chu's company possesses unique achievements in the realm of quantum technology, making acquisitions in this field particularly challenging, necessitating an additional 500,000. "Mr. Chu, the patents held by this company are numerous. I do not ask for much. Merely a request for an additional 300,000 in price." Mr. Chu has another company. Mr. Chu's initial pricing was excessively high. It could be reasonably lowered. Is there a complaint about the generous offer? When did this old man become so benevolent? After much effort in negotiating a price, It was time to sign the contract. Yet unexpectedly, Byingda Parker called for several cups of coffee, claiming it was exquisite coffee beans imported from a certain country to celebrate the successful business deal. Byingda Parker lounged with his leg crossed, leisurely swirling his cup, exuding an air of composure and enjoyment, much to the chagrin of his counterpart, Chu Feihong. This old man should not be called Byingda Parker, but rather Jintamasi. It was only when Chu Feihong could no longer tolerate the situation that he interrupted him. Byingda Parker then waved his hand grandly, summoning a female secretary to approach him, instructing her to draft a contract based on the discussions of the day. He then resumed his leisurely coffee sipping. "Speak your mind." Chu Yichen immediately discerned the secretary's peculiar demeanor. The atmosphere of today's discussion felt rather strange, and the secretary's hesitance stirred a sense of unease within him. Just as Chu Yichen was on the verge of losing patience, the secretary uttered a phrase that nearly halted his very blood in its flow. "Just a moment ago, it seems that all the companies listed in the contract were acquired." Impossible. The first to snap out of his stupor was Chu Feihong, who could not help but exclaim in a thunderous voice. The companies above were ones he could not easily take over, and he even had to swallow his pride to seek collaboration with BYD Group. Not a second before arriving at BYD Group had he received any news of any company being acquired. How could it be that within this brief span of half an hour, they had all been taken over, even if they were acquired? What a remarkable coincidence that not a single one remained. If someone were deliberately targeting him, who could possibly possess such capabilities to ensnare all these enterprises in such a fleeting moment? "Are you mistaken?" Chu Yichen inquired coldly, his earlier unease now transformed into disbelief. This situation was utterly bewildering. According to the data, these companies were acquired 10 minutes ago at a price 5 times their market value, stammered the female secretary, her words tumbling over each other. Chu Feihong, still in disbelief, immediately instructed his subordinates to investigate. In no time, they confirmed that the findings aligned with what the secretary had reported. With a resounding crash, Chu Feihong crushed the coffee cup in his hand, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Byingda Parker scoffed. "Mr. Chu conducts business in such a manner. I fear he is merely wasting my time." Without considering Chu Feihong's fury, he turned and strode away. Chu Feihong nearly ground his teeth to dust, his gaze fierce enough to pierce through stone. Although Chu Yichen's expression was somber, he appeared to exude a greater calmness. His clouded eyes surveyed the office, seemingly devoid of surveillance. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingered, as if a pair of unseen eyes were observing every detail from behind. Chapter 25. The sound of the jade flute under the moonlight. A melody that soars the soul at the headquarters of BYD Group. In the office on the top floor, Xiao Wujie stood quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window, his tall figure delicately outlined by the surrounding neon lights and starlight. A gentle breeze caressed the tips of his raven-black hair, carrying a hint of chill and a distant, ceaseless clamor. His gaze, profound and penetrating, transcended the glass, fixated on the twinkling lights below. Perched atop the skyscraper, the city's illuminations resembled countless stars that had descended to Earth, weaving a vibrant tapestry of light. The city's veins sprawled beneath him, akin to a flowing canvas. The silhouettes of towering edifices appeared even more three-dimensional against the night sky, with myriad lights flickering like scattered stars, each twinkling with its own narrative. He relished this sensation of solitude atop the lofty heights, gazing into the distance. From such an elevation, the mundane clamor of the world seemed to fall away, leaving only himself amidst the vast expanse of the universe. Here, solitude transformed from a burden into a cherished indulgence. Perhaps true elevation is never defined by physical distance, but rather by the boundaries one's spirit can reach. To behold the vastness of the heavens and to feel the insignificance of human existence, listening to the footsteps of time and the flowing currents of history beneath. "Boss, there are many people outside the group. They have been lurking here since you completed the acquisition of those enterprises this afternoon." Byingda Parker bent slightly and appeared behind Xiao Wujie, his eyes flickering as he gently interrupted. "How astute you are to suspect so quickly." Xiao Wujie smiled faintly, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Chu Yichen has always harbored deep suspicions about you. Your intentions this time are glaringly obvious. If he does not suspect you, it would indeed be a miracle." As he sipped his coffee, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. That old foreigner, Byingda, could it be that these imported coffee beans are a ruse? Why is it so bitter? It pales in comparison to that certain coffee brand. Bayangda Parker remained silent. After a moment, he hesitantly inquired, "Boss, there are quite a number of people lying in wait outside. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to rest here tonight?" Xiao Wujie regarded him with keen interest upon hearing his words. Yet, the old foreigner Lu Zhufeng seemed to think otherwise. The old fellow clearly intended to convey that with so many people outside, it would be unwise to act recklessly. It would be better to stay here tonight to avoid drawing attention. No matter how much suspicion Chu Yichen harbored, he lacked concrete evidence. Otherwise, he would not have merely stationed people to lie in ambush here. In the absence of evidence, it was unlikely they would linger, and those who did not find what they sought would eventually depart. However, he chose to remain vague, merely suggesting, while subtly expressing his opinion, leaving the decision-making opportunity to the boss. Age brings cunning, as they say. Bayangda Parker couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Wujie's gaze. Xiao Wujie shook his head and calmly replied, "No need. Just help me fabricate a plausible travel itinerary. The rest can be disregarded." The suggestion from Bayangda Parker poses no issues. However, since Chu Yichen harbors suspicions regarding him, he will undoubtedly not remain idle, but rather discreetly dispatch individuals to investigate his movements. Given Chu Yichen's intent to monitor him, he shall acquiesce to this plan today. Who is truly observing whom remains uncertain. Outside the BYD group, the night envelopes every corner of the city. The dim, yellow glow of the streetlights struggles to penetrate the dense darkness, illuminating only small patches while casting vast shadows that sway uncertainly along the roadside. An eerie atmosphere pervades the air, punctuated by the occasional sound of footsteps and hushed whispers, reminiscent of leaves drifting in the night breeze, fleeting and ephemeral. Amidst this seemingly tranquil night, an array of silent figures conceals themselves around the BYD group, their presence unnoticed. Their singular mission is to monitor and document every individual entering or exiting, every vehicle that passes, leaving no detail unobserved. Not even a mosquito can escape their scrutiny. Yet, the strikingly handsome target remains conspicuously absent. In the distance, a discreet black luxury car blends into the night, where Chu Feihong and his son, Chu Yichen, sit with icy expressions. "Chenner, are you certain this matter pertains to Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue?" "As far as I know, Chu Liyue is supposed to be engaged in business discussions with overseas companies today and should be at a banquet in Washington at this hour," Chu Feihong inquires, his elongated face clouded with foreboding. It is implausible to dismiss today's events as mere coincidence. It is evident that someone is orchestrating this behind the scenes. "I'm uncertain, but the events of today are too peculiar. I cannot shake the feeling that they are intricately connected," Chu Yichen replies, his expression devoid of emotion. He possessed no tangible evidence, yet an inexplicable intuition whispered to him that this affair was intricately linked to Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyu. Particularly in the case of Xiao Wujie, as such manipulations of the human psyche were far from the character of the proud Chu Liyu, who would disdain to engage in such antics. As he and Chu Feihong languidly awaited, cloaked in a somber silence, a melodious sound of a shao suddenly resonated in everyone's ears. The music, imbued with an ancient charm, was deep and winding, reminiscent of a gentle breeze caressing a bamboo grove, or the rhythmic waves lapping against the shore, evoking an irresistible desire to lose oneself in its embrace. Just as consciousness began to wane, a deafening explosion erupted beside Chu Yichen. He jolted, horrified to discover a towering figure, enveloped in an eerie mist, had shattered the windshield with a single punch. The figure then seized 2 shards of glass and hurled them at him and Chu Feihong. Instinctively, he shoved Chu Feihong, who had nearly succumbed to the haunting melody. One shard narrowly grazed his ear, while another sliced a shallow gash of approximately 5 centimeters across Chu Feihong's neck. At that moment, the previously mellow shao transformed into a piercing crescendo, as if the clouds and mists of the mountains were surging, exuding an overwhelming force. The music no longer invited immersion. Instead, it became excruciatingly shrill, inducing a splitting headache, as though an invisible giant hand clutched his skull tightly, each nerve quivering beneath a razor's edge. Some individuals of lesser fortitude even began to bleed from their eyes, noses, and ears, with others collapsing to the ground, cradling their heads in agony. "Cover your ears, do not listen," Chychin bellowed fiercely, swiftly extracting 2 soundproof headphones and inserting them into his ears. Upon hearing his voice, the crowd instinctively covered their ears, yet the eerie sound of the flute seemed to emanate from all directions, rendering their efforts futile. It felt less like a flute and more akin to a swana, a haunting melody ushering souls to the afterlife. Chychin cast a dark gaze around, and despite the indistinct nature of the flute sound, he quickly discerned its source. Before them, on a tree, a figure shrouded in mist stood illuminated by the moonlight, holding a jade flute, tall and poised. Chapter 26. Apparent disadvantage, yet concealed power. In the silvery glow of the night, a full moon hung high in the sky, draping the world in a layer of mysterious azure. Chychin and Chfihing, along with their companions, struggled to shield their ears against the mesmerizing and lethal flute sound. While covering his ears, Chychin furrowed his brow, fixating on the two mist-enshrouded figures ahead. Sorcery. This was his immediate thought. The world is vast and filled with wonders. Even in today's rapidly advancing era, where technology has become humanity's greatest weapon, there still exist extraordinary individuals possessing unique skills. He had encountered such sorcery before, but the ability to wield it in such a perplexing and insidious manner was indeed rare. His eyes remained locked on the figure wielding the flute, yearning to pierce through the veil of mist and unveil the true visage hidden beneath. The two enigmatic figures enveloped in fog were none other than Xiao Wujie and Chfihing. In the fleeting moments of contemplation by Chui Chen, Lu Zhufeng swiftly dispatched several bodyguards, making his way directly towards Chu Feihong. His mission for the evening was to extinguish the life of this Chu Feihong. Although Chui Chen was well concealed and would likely prove a challenge, Chu Feihong was not without his own defenses. However, the outcome would depend on the adversary he faced. Before the extraordinary former soldier, Chu Feihong was as vulnerable as a mere chicken. Initially, he believed that hiding within the confines of BYD Group for the night would be the most prudent choice, yet Xiao Wujie, with an expression of calm indifference, asserted that offense was the best form of defense. Typically, both Chu Feihong and Chui Chen were cautious and vigilant, making it difficult even for them to act on their grudges. Yet, when opportunity presented itself so readily, how could it be overlooked? In a narrow confrontation, the brave would triumph, and the outcome remained uncertain as to who would outmaneuver whom. Though it appeared that the odds were stacked against him, Lu Zhufeng, undeterred, approached Chu Feihong without hesitation, delivering a swift and powerful punch aimed directly at his face. Chu Feihong, no feeble opponent, quickly raised his arm to block. However, Lu Zhufeng's strength was beyond imagination. When the fist struck his arm, it felt as if his bones might shatter. A sudden jolt coursed through him, forcing him to stagger backward. Seizing the moment of weakness, Lu Zhufeng executed a kick aimed squarely at his unprotected abdomen, just as Chu Feihong prepared to react. The melodious sound of Xiao Wujie's flute shifted abruptly, inflicting a sharp pain upon his mind, causing his movements to slow dramatically. Consequently, Lu Zhufeng's kick landed solidly against his midsection. Instantly, a mouthful of blood erupted from him, his entire body flying backward like a kite with a severed string. Too swift, too formidable. Just as Lu Zhufeng was about to deliver a fatal blow, Chui Chen unleashed a whip-like leg, accompanied by a whistling sound that tore through the air. Aimed directly at him, Lu Zhufeng remained unfazed, sweeping his leg in a swift arc, cleaving the air and emitting a sharp shriek. The two legs collided fiercely in midair, producing a thunderous boom, as if two unyielding iron stones had clashed. Concentric circles of visible airwaves emanated from the point of impact, scattering the surrounding dust in a chaotic dance, even distorting the very air with their force. Both figures shuddered slightly. Simultaneously, Lu Zhufeng's right hand darted out, attempting to seize Chu Yichen's ankle, while his left hand, swift as lightning, reached for his chin. Chu Yichen, with equal alacrity, capitalized on the momentum, pressing his toes sharply downward, using Lu Zhufeng's counterforce to somersault backward, landing gracefully and evading the dual assault. He swiftly retreated a few steps, his movements as agile as a leopard, creating distance between himself and Lu Zhufeng. At the same moment, he bellowed at the throng of bodyguards. "Protect the chairman. Disregard me. Concentrate your efforts on the flutist. Preserve Chu Feihong's life, while I stall Lu Zhufeng, and you all focus on subduing Xiao Wujie." A lucid strategy, articulated with crystalline clarity. Moreover, he maintains composure amidst peril, remaining unperturbed. A true expert. Despite their adversarial positions, Lu Zhufeng could not help but admire him. However, if he believed that he alone could impede him, or that those good-for-nothing henchmen could capture Xiao Wujie, then he was sorely mistaken. He shifted, his entire being transforming into a dark phantom, heading straight for Chui-chin. On the other side, the bodyguards struggled against the erosion of the sonic waves, drawing closer to Xiao Wujie. However, the closer they got, the more difficult it became to withstand the sound waves, which were like invisible blades that pierced through all material barriers, infiltrating everyone's senses. To everyone's horror, the trees beneath the mysterious man's feet began to shake violently, emitting ear-splitting cracking sounds as their branches twisted into bizarre angles, and the leaves fluttered and scattered. Centered on the tree, cracks began to spread across the concrete pavement. Those closest to Xiao Wujie began to bleed from their orifices, the whites of their eyes gradually turning blood red, and tears mixed with blood trickled down their cheeks. Thin strands of blood slowly oozed from their nostrils, ears, and mouths, forming eerie and terrifying patterns on their pale skin, until a distinct cracking sound rang out, the sound of bones breaking. The bodyguards at the front began to fall to the ground one after another, with no strength to struggle. Just then, the bodyguards who had been lying in wait in other places rushed over upon hearing the sound of fighting. A few who were still struggling to hold on shouted with all their might, "Find something to plug your ears, don't listen." Those who came were stunned. But upon seeing their tragic state, they immediately took out all kinds of headphones and earplugs to block their ears. Some, unable to find anything to plug their ears, gritted their teeth and reached into their crotches to pull out a less than clean tissue. In a flurry of panic, they hastily stuffed their ears. Yet, before they could fully block out the sound, a haunting melody from a flute surged into their consciousness, plunging them into a state of excruciating agony, akin to hellish torment. A few quick-witted individuals managed to cover their ears, and upon witnessing this, those still able to hear sprang into action, dashing toward Xiao Wujie. Simultaneously, an array of shimmering flying knives and daggers was hurled in his direction. To their astonishment, the enigmatic figure enveloped in mist raised a hand, plucking several leaves from the air and flicking them with a finger. The leaves, accompanied by a sharp whoosh, collided with the knives and daggers, producing a resounding clang as they both fell to the ground. Suddenly, they noticed a flicker of light in the figure's eyes, followed by a brief flash before everything went dark. Chapter 27. A disagreement leads to chaos. A night of murder transforms into a night of flight. Those struggling amidst the flute's melody saw the individuals who had rushed forward bizarrely freeze in their tracks, their expressions blank as they turned to face them, their eyes devoid of life. Once those vacant, numb gazes locked onto them, the figures charged forward with alarming speed. In the midst of their horror, one figure grasped their neck with relentless force, the pressure causing veins to bulge from their hand. Overwhelmed by the flute's influence, they lacked the strength to resist. Unable to prevent the suffocating grip that tightened around them, a wave of asphyxiation crashing over them, they attempted to reach out in defiance. But their feeble efforts merely brushed against the assailant's hand, inflicting no pain or effect whatsoever. In mere moments, their faces turned a deep shade of purple, their eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. Breathing became increasingly labored, each inhalation transforming into a distant aspiration. Ultimately, the body succumbed, arms hanging limply, the spark in the eyes extinguished, leaving behind an abyss of emptiness. Witnessing this, those behind were nearly petrified with fear. The former companions had commenced a new wave of harvesting death. At this rate, not a single soul present would escape unscathed. Meanwhile, after yet another clash with Lu Zhufeng, Chui-chin staggered back, creating distance between himself and his adversary. His breath came in rapid gasps, his chest heaving, beads of sweat dotting his face, and upon closer inspection, his fists trembled slightly. He had exerted every ounce of his strength, yet found himself still at a disadvantage. Lu Zhufeng employed no dazzling techniques, merely executing a series of straightforward punches and kicks. Yet, these fundamental maneuvers seemed to eclipse all others, in the face of absolute speed and power. All techniques appeared to dissolve into mere smoke. The adage that simplicity embodies the greatest profundity rang true. The individual before him was undoubtedly among the most formidable he had ever encountered. Simultaneously, he observed the dismal state of his subordinates, unable to contain his irritation as he ground his molars. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Lu Zhufeng regarded Chui-chin, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. This lad certainly had a knack for concealment, almost rivaling some pretentious individuals. This ability surely transcended the superficiality of his apparent identity. Yet, how could he afford to be distracted and concern himself with others in the face of such pressure? It seemed the strain he exerted was insufficient. Just as he prepared to strike once more, intent on subduing him, he abruptly halted. Something was amiss. The pretentious individual was not right. He momentarily halted upon hearing the sound of the flute, which then became erratic, clearly indicating a disruption in breath control. Without further regard for Chen, he leaped forward, directly approaching Xiao Wujie. At that moment, Xiao Wujie's complexion was ashen, his forehead adorned with fine beads of cold sweat, dampening his temples. The hand that held the flute trembled, and his breath was unsteady. Furrowing his brow, he realized that Xiao Wujie had suddenly fallen ill. Xiao Wujie himself was acutely aware of his condition. An intense pain had struck him like a bolt of lightning from within, causing his entire being to convulse. The agonizing sensation then surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing every corner of his body. His breath became sporadic, and the flute's melody was nearly unsustainable. Even the ethereal mist enveloping them began to dissipate. This mist was a form of magic that required the practitioner's focused energy to maintain. In his current state, it was evident that sustaining the concealed identity of the mist would soon become impossible. Go! Xiao Wujie's hoarse and feeble voice resonated in Lu Zhufeng's ear. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped Xiao Wujie into his arms and leaped from the tree, quickly surveying the surroundings before making a beeline for Chu Feihong and Chen, who were near the vehicle he had smashed the windshield of. Damn it, this cursed thing. It collapses at the slightest provocation. I was so close to success. Now, what was once a night of murder had swiftly transformed into a night of flight. Meanwhile, Chen also sensed something amiss with Xiao Wujie, and a bold hypothesis immediately formed in his mind. He was about to intervene and stop Lu Zhufeng, but alas, it was too late. Lu Zhufeng had already embraced Xiao Wujie and entered the driver's seat, pressing the accelerator to the floor and propelling the vehicle forward like an enraged dragon. Heedless of all else, Chen, with a sullen expression, watched as the car sped away, suddenly requesting the remaining few capable bodyguards for a set of car keys in pursuit. Inside the driver's cabin, Lu Zhufeng gripped the steering wheel with one hand while the other supported Xiao Wujie, who weakly sat upon his lap. At that moment, Xiao Wujie lacked even the strength to sit upright, feebly leaning into Lu Zhufeng's embrace. His handsome face was ashen, devoid of color, and beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead like a gentle stream. His eyes were half closed, and his entire body trembled slightly. Lu Zhufeng loathed the ambiguous position they were in, a sensation that sent shivers down his spine. Yet, he had no choice but to carefully maintain this posture to prevent Xiao Wujie from falling. He also noticed a car pursuing them from behind. Such audacity! Had it not been for this wretched condition of his, he would have relished the opportunity to dispatch Chen, a coward who feared the strong. He had never dared to confront Lu Zhufeng directly during their scuffles. Yet now he feigned bravado. Regardless of his indignation, Lu Zhufeng had to suppress it. The immediate priority was to ensure the well-being of the man in his arms, for time was of the essence. The windshield had previously shattered under Lu Zhufeng's force. And now, as the car sped ahead, the frigid wind rushed in like a ferocious beast. Inside the cabin, the wind howled, its piercing shriek nearly drowning out the roar of the engine. Xiao Wujie could not help but erupt into a fit of violent coughs. The howling wind and biting cold only exacerbated his discomfort, yet paradoxically dulled his pain, rendering him somewhat more lucid. He forcefully concentrated his mind, observing the current situation. Chen was driving a bodyguard's vehicle, inferior in performance to the luxurious cars he and Chu Feihong possessed. Although he closely tailed behind, a slight distance remained, rendering overtaking impossible. Yet, Lu Zhufeng found it equally challenging to shake him off. It was evident that Chen had sensed something amiss, which emboldened him to pursue. Yet he was not easily dealt with, nor could he be swiftly dispatched. Xiao Wujie couldn't help but harbor a deep-seated resentment, gnashing his molars in frustration. What a blunder! Yet he soon sighed, urging himself to regain composure. The events had unfolded, and allowing emotions to guide him would resolve nothing. Life is unpredictable, and human power is limited. Regardless of what transpires, the strong do not allow themselves to be ensnared in the whirlpool of emotions, nor let impulsiveness govern their minds. He had initially believed that his arrival would disrupt numerous existing trajectories, and given the capabilities of himself and Lu Zhufeng, eliminating Chu Feihong should have been a certainty. Nevertheless, even he, immersed in the situation, found it difficult to influence everything. Fate appears to be a peculiar entity, seemingly capricious and elusive, yet often resembling a curse, meandering and ultimately leading to a predetermined destination. In the end, He had acted too hastily. He cast a cold glance behind him and then spoke icily to Huafu. Chapter 28. Death Race of the Cyberpunk Night. Beneath the neon lights of the imperial capital, towering skyscrapers rose like a forest of steel, with the air thick with the sounds of electronic music and mechanical operations. In this vibrant cyberpunk metropolis, two black sports cars engaged in a life-and-death chase along a wide, deserted road. The vehicle emitted a dim glow, akin to two phantoms gliding through the night. Inside, Xiao Wujie's face was ashen, the howling cold wind piercing his lungs like a sharp blade, causing a searing pain in his chest and rendering his breaths labored. With one hand on the wheel and the other wrapped around him, Lu Zhufeng was drenched in sweat despite the frigid gusts. Anxiety consumed him. Xiao Wujie's condition visibly deteriorated. He had already pushed the car to its limits, and though only a few minutes had passed, it felt as if a century had slipped by. He yearned to chase the wind and the sun, to traverse miles in the blink of an eye. Just as his name suggested, Xiao Wujie's chest heaved erratically, the fierce wind forbidding him from taking deep breaths. The lack of oxygen dulled his senses, clouding his vision. Fortunately, the biting wind numbed his nerves, blurring the sharp pangs of pain coursing through his body, allowing him to grit his teeth and stave off unconsciousness. He forced himself to remain alert while surveying the road ahead. The BYD group, situated in a commercial district, saw few souls after dusk. The wide, deserted roads, while unobstructed, made it arduous to shake off Chuichin. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure. The cold may have dulled the pain, but it did not signify its absence. Should his body reach its breaking point, he feared he would immediately succumb to oblivion. Lu Zhufeng had already contacted Chu Liyue, who was en route to a banquet. She would undoubtedly be well prepared to help Xiao Wujie cover his tracks. The immediate priority was to rid themselves of the current predicament. In an instant, the two sports cars sped towards the heart of the city, where the lights shone brighter and the skyscrapers stood closer together. The so-called city that never sleeps materializes in this very moment. Here, even in the depths of night, the streets are teeming with bustling crowds and flickering billboards. Lu Zhufeng maneuvers his car at high speed, continuously changing lanes, while Chuichin closely trails behind, resolutely refusing to let go. As Lu Zhufeng once again swerves sharply, both vehicles merge onto a busy thoroughfare. The traffic flows like a woven tapestry, and pedestrians are ever present. Lu Zhufeng is utterly focused on the road ahead, his eyes watering from the biting wind, causing his vision to blur. With remarkable skill, the two cars dart through the traffic, at times mere centimeters away from colliding with the vehicles in front. Their reckless racing, indifferent to the world around them, has severely disrupted the order of the streets, prompting several police cars to pursue them with sirens blaring. Bathed in neon light, this exhilarating scene resembles a meticulously crafted cinematic moment, breathtaking in its intensity. Adjacent to them, another vehicle, unbeknownst to them, has also taken to the chase. Inside, a stunning woman clad in a black leather jacket remains unfazed at the wheel, while a petite girl in a white dress occupies the passenger seat. In her hands, she wields a sniper rifle, incongruous with her delicate stature. As she peers through the scope to locate her target, Lian Shui, the distance is almost right. Will we find an opportunity? The woman in black queries coolly. Just wait a moment, Sister Lian. Now is not the optimal time, replies the girl, named Lung Rushua, her voice surprisingly lively and endearing. In stark contrast to her frosty name, the lady referred to as Sister Wan is named Chu Wan, her name exuding a gentle grace. Yet she constantly measures herself against her family's eldest, even mirroring her personality. Although the eldest is indeed her idol, her fondness for the adorable kawaii duo during her upbringing sets her apart. Unlike the ethereal beauty of the eldest and Sister Wan, who are as enchanting as celestial beings yet as frigid as ice, she has yet to experience the allure of masculinity. However, it is rumored that today the eldest is quite enamored with the person they are to rescue, albeit the distance renders his appearance unclear, leaving her to wonder if he is handsome enough to be worthy of her esteemed elder. After a moment of stalemate, Lu Zhufeng and Chu Yichen remained locked in a fierce race, each unwilling to yield. Just as a truck ahead prepared to change lanes, Lu Zhufeng seized the moment, sharply turning the steering wheel and flooring the accelerator to glide past it. The truck driver, startled by the maneuver, slammed on the brakes, leaning out to offer a piece of his mind, only to be momentarily blinded by a glint from the driver's seat of the passing vehicle. In that instant, his gaze turned vacant, his mind blank, and his foot instinctively released the brake, causing the truck to veer uncontrollably. Witnessing this, Chu Yichin reacted swiftly, yanking the steering wheel to create distance. However, the dramatic turn resulted in a precarious drift, rendering the vehicle difficult to control. The cars behind, lacking his finesse, were unable to brake in time, crashing into the out-of-control truck in a series of collisions. The scene rapidly descended into chaos. Observing this, Lung Rushua exclaimed in astonishment, "Impressive," as she watched Chu Yichin's car sway precariously, determined to regain control and continue the pursuit. With a swift motion, he shattered the car window and raised his silenced sniper rifle, aiming meticulously at the rear tire of Chu Yichin's vehicle before quickly pulling the trigger. Instantly, the tire visibly deflated, causing the car to tilt and topple towards the ground. However, Chu Yichin, displaying his remarkable agility, sensed the imminent danger and leaped out of the car, rolling several times on the ground before managing to stabilize himself. Observing this, Lung Rushua snapped her fingers, producing a sharp sound. "Sister Wan, the mission is accomplished, retreat." Meanwhile, Lu Zhufeng maintained a steady speed, driving rapidly, as the surrounding scenery blurred past like fleeting phantoms. The neon lights and headlights behind him intertwined, creating a dreamlike interplay of light and shadow. He couldn't help but gently pat the weary Xiao Wujie, who leaned against him, ensuring his consciousness remained intact. Just moments ago, Xiao Wujie had strained to use an illusion on the truck driver, exacerbating his already dire condition. Lu Zhufeng tightened his grip on Xiao Wujie's arm, supporting him more securely, and spoke in a low, reassuring tone, "Hold on, we shall arrive shortly." Chapter 29. Chu Yichin and Di Gong's incarnation, Xiao Wujie's second display of T-Art's Hua Mansion. As its name implies, it is the abode of Huaxia. It stands as one of the most prestigious and luxurious establishments in the capital and throughout all of Huaxia. Towering columns uphold the grand entrance, while transparent glass curtain walls allow the internal illumination to spill outward unimpeded, harmonizing with the surrounding landscape lighting. Under the cloak of night, the entire structure is aglow with countless lights, resembling a dazzling gem embedded within the land of the capital. Accompanied by the roar of motorcycles, Chu Yichin strode in with a dark expression. On the highway in the heart of the capital, after disembarking in disarray, he kicked over a foul-mouthed youth by the roadside and seized his motorcycle, racing away at full speed. Due to the time lost, he was unable to catch up with Lu Zhufeng's vehicle. The last time he lost sight of it was not far from Huafu. Relying on his keen instincts, he accelerated on the motorcycle towards Huafu. He was confident that if the person in that car had arrived at Huafu, they would not be much faster than himself. Without hesitation, he headed straight for box 88 on the 8th floor, where Chu Liyue was said to be. Normally, their conversation should not have concluded yet. If Chu Liyue had left alone, it would indicate that his suspicions were likely correct. However, upon arriving at box 88 on the 8th floor, he was taken aback. Not only was Chu Liyue absent, but the lavish box was completely empty. He immediately grabbed a waiter clad in a tailcoat to inquire, only to learn that the banquet had concluded over 2 hours ago, and the attendees had collectively moved to the entertainment venue on the 9th floor. Following the waiter's guidance, he ascended the stairs to the gathering on the 9th floor. There were many people present, and at first glance, he spotted a familiar face by Yongda Parker, whom he had encountered earlier that afternoon. Dressed impeccably in formal attire, he mingled with a group of foreigners, exchanging toasts. With a stormy expression, he seized another attendant to demand information about the situation at hand. To his recollection, Yongda Parker should not have been part of today's discussions. The accompanying personnel, caught off guard by his inquiry, gazed at his exceedingly sullen countenance, filled with a tinge of perplexity, as they believed they had not wronged him in any way. Why such a morose expression? Yongda Parker had been invited at the last moment, and it was precisely his involvement that had facilitated the unusually smooth conduct of today's dialogue, which concluded a full half-hour ahead of schedule. Upon hearing this, Chu Yichin's expression darkened to a degree that could almost devour. It was this very Yongda Parker again. The staff member informed him that an hour earlier, news had arrived that Chu's younger brother had come, prompting Chu to accompany him into a private room. They even thoughtfully pointed out the direction, indicating the room at the end of the corridor, where Chu had already been for over an hour. After absorbing this information, Chu Yichin brusquely brushed him aside and strode purposefully towards the private room at the corridor's end. This was inconceivable. He was not one to accept the fallibility of his judgment, yet everything seemed too coherent, too flawless. He could not fathom that so many coincidences could exist in the world. Ignoring the guards stationed at the door of the private room, he forcefully pushed the door open and strode inside. The lighting within the room was unusually dim, the large central screen flickering violently, accompanied by an unsettling sound that seemed to emanate from a horror film. He hastily approached the center of the room, where he found Chu Liu nestled against Xiao Wujie on the opulent sofa, engrossed in the horror movie. Her legs were elegantly crossed, her demeanor cool and unruffled, exuding an undeniable aura of strength even in repose. Xiao Wujie appeared to maintain his fragile facade, reclining against Chu Liu, his head resting on her fragrant shoulder. With his face buried in Chu Liu's neck, he appeared both eager to gaze upon her, yet hesitant to do so. Before them, the coffee table was adorned with an array of beverages and snacks, bearing the marks of prior indulgence. Upon his arrival, Chu Liu cast a frosty glare in his direction and coldly inquired, "Chui-chin, what is the meaning of this? You have intruded upon my space without cause. You had better provide a suitable explanation." Her haughty tone carried no warmth, as frigid as ice itself. With a forced smile concealing his discomfort, Chui-chin replied, "I happened to encounter two rascals on my way here and thought I would drop by." His reckless intrusion into such a scene left him momentarily at a loss for composure. "Chui-chin, are you here to amuse us?" Chu Liu's voice dripped with sarcasm. His gaze, laden with inscrutable emotions, remained fixed upon Xiao Wujie, attempting to decipher something from his expression. From the moment Chui-chin had come to a halt and spoken, Xiao Wujie had directed his attention towards him. In the dim light, his clear eyes shimmered with a hint of moisture, evoking a sense of pity. "Chui-chin, since you have yet to concoct a plausible reason, I suggest you leave. Next time, come prepared before seeking to stir trouble." Chu Liu's harsh warning echoed once more. Ignoring her admonition, Chui-chin continued to stare intently at Xiao Wujie. "Sister, I am frightened. Why does Brother I-chin appear more terrifying than the monsters in films?" His voice, tinged with a sense of vulnerability, suggested he was genuinely alarmed. "Do not fear, it's all right. Chui-chin, if you do not leave this instant, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." After gently soothing him, Chu Liu's cold gaze brewed with a tempest as she fixed her eyes on Chui-chin and spoke in a frigid tone. At that moment, she emanated a formidable and chilling aura that instilled fear in those around her, causing the temperature within the private room to plummet. "What a performance! I shall see how long you can maintain this facade." Xiao Wujie timidly glanced at Chui-chin and, overwhelmed by his menacing gaze, buried his face into the slightly open neckline of Chu Liu's garment. "Sister, I am afraid. It is all my fault. I must have done something wrong to make Brother I-chin dislike me. I will change, I promise to change. But I am truly scared. Please do not let him look at me that way. Make him go away." His voice quivered with a hint of tears, as if he had suffered immense fright and injustice. "Chui-chin." Chu Liu's voice, laced with barely restrained anger, carried an indescribable authority, compelling all to comply. Within her icy eyes, an unfathomable storm raged, fierce enough to consume lives whole. Simultaneously, she tenderly caressed Xiao Wujie's hair, as one would soothe an injured creature. One of her hands silently grasped his, gently prying open his tightly clenched fist, placing it upon her lap, and softly kneading and stroking it. Reluctantly, Chui-chin averted his gaze to meet Chu Liu's, and the temperature in the room dropped to a freezing point, as if on the brink of eruption. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside the door, followed by the swift entrance of several individuals clad in police uniforms. They retrieved their identification from within their garments and addressed Chui-chin. Upon hearing this, Chui-chin cast a glance at the police officer beside him, then at the icy demeanor of Chu Liu, and finally, with a lingering reluctance, he glanced at Xiao Wujie, who lay nestled in Chu Liu's embrace, before turning away. Several police officers followed suit and departed. Once they had all left, Xiao Wujie could no longer withstand the strain and coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing into Chu Liu's arms, unconscious. Chapter 30. The Healer's Dilemma. She admitted she was afraid. As the first rays of sunlight gradually ascended from the eastern horizon, the golden light, like fine threads, pierced through the delicate morning mist and gently cascaded upon the monochromatic Liu manor. The estate appeared particularly serene in the morning light, as if all remained immersed in the dreams of the night. As the sun climbed higher, its soft glow filtered through the intricately carved glass of the window, illuminating the master bedroom with a gentle warmth. Chu Liu sat quietly by Xiao Wujie's bedside, still clad in the attire from the previous night. clearly having spent the entire night awake. In this moment, her visage seemed somewhat haggard, with faint shadows encircling her eyes. Her long, dark hair cascaded softly over her shoulders. Slightly disheveled, yet her natural, unadorned beauty remained captivating. Her gaze was fixed unwaveringly upon the figure on the bed. None could discern how long she had been in such a trance. The man on the bed, adorned with an oxygen mask, lay with his eyes closed. His pallid complexion accentuating the noble curve of his nose and the delicate contours of his features. Even in his weakened state, an indescribable charm could not be concealed. The dark, thick eyelashes cast a delicate shadow upon the pale cheeks, reminiscent of stars in the night sky, glimmering even in the depths of darkness. Sunlight filtered through the partially drawn curtains, cascading over his face, intertwining with his slightly tousled hair, bestowing a semblance of vitality upon him, rendering him less fragile and desolate. A gentle knock resonated through the air. A handsome man clad in a white coat entered, making his way slowly to Xiao Wujie's bedside and conducting a meticulous examination. Observing Chu Liu's unwavering gaze and her somewhat haggard appearance, he could not help but clear his throat. The condition has stabilized considerably. However, awakening will require some time. His name was Yi Jinyu, a graduate of a prestigious American university with a doctorate, a preeminent medical expert globally, specializing in biochemistry and neurosurgery. Upon hearing his words, Chu Liu lifted her head and directed her gaze at him, her voice icy as she inquired, "How is the medical history looking? Has the subsequent treatment plan been formulated?" Yi Jinyu felt a wave of frustration wash over him, responding hastily, "It cannot be rushed. I worked tirelessly through the night. In many aspects cannot be fully understood merely by reviewing medical records. Once he awakens, I will conduct a thorough examination and comprehensively assess his physical condition. I may also need to consult with his previous personal physician. Only then can we finalize the subsequent treatment plan." Upon hearing this, Chu Liu refrained from further comment and returned her gaze to Xiao Wujie. "Though you do not possess a formal medical background, your expertise in the field of biochemistry qualifies you to participate in his treatment. Since you are so concerned about his situation, why not participate personally?" Yi Jinyu's gaze flickered momentarily as she spoke softly. Chu Liu remained silent for a long while after hearing his words, her beautiful eyes still fixed on the bed where Xiao Wujie lay with his eyes tightly shut. Yet, her expression was imbued with an inscrutable complexity that shifted continuously. Ultimately, she gently closed her eyes and resignedly uttered a single word: fear. No one knew the turmoil she felt when Xiao Wujie had coughed up blood and collapsed into her embrace the previous night. That scene seamlessly melded with the visions from her dreams. While the world often asserts that destiny is predetermined, she steadfastly believed that her fate was hers to govern, not dictated by the heavens. She was born formidable, destined for greatness, and had never suffered defeat against anyone. Not even against fate itself had she ever trembled. Once, Xiao Wujie had been foretold to live no longer than 5 years. She had spared no effort, exhausting her resources and seeking out renowned physicians. The fact that Xiao Wujie had survived until now was largely due to her defiance against the heavens. She had never envisioned herself succumbing to anyone, not even to destiny. Yet, when Xiao Wujie spat blood before her, mirroring her nightmares, an icy dread enveloped her, her heart seized, and her very soul trembled. She admitted to her fear. She feared that she could not outmaneuver the malevolent hand of fate. She feared that this exquisite, fragile rose might wither away before her eyes. The practice of medicine is akin to a game against death, where death plays in black and the healer in white. Every effort is made, striving for a small victory over fate, and even a triumph over the grim reaper. This demands not only a physician's reverence for life, but also an unwavering resolve. A heart as steadfast as iron. Each move in this game is lethal, each step fraught with tension. Once a move is made, there is no room for regret. Should the heart be swayed by emotion, indecision will lead to ruin, and a single misstep could spell disaster. This is also the reason why healers can save others, yet find it difficult to rescue themselves. The word fear encapsulates an abundance of meaning, comprehensible only to those who have experienced it profoundly. I assure you, I will exert every effort to treat this individual and extend his life to the fullest extent. Yi Jinyu spoke in a muted tone, imbued with complex emotions. He is a preeminent medical expert, performing no fewer than 1,000 surgeries annually, with several procedures each day, saving countless souls from the clutches of death. To the world, he wields a scalpel like a willow leaf, vanquishing the underworld's rulers and demons alike. He is a miraculous healer, a master of medicine. Yet, he alone understands that he is not the omnipotent deity the world perceives him to be. Human capabilities are finite, and it is indeed challenging to defy fate. He has saved innumerable lives, triumphing over death, yet has also encountered overwhelming helplessness, witnessing the heart-wrenching separations of life and death. Mocked by the Grim Reaper's disdain for his impotence, his beloved grandfather passed away in his arms. His dearest friend succumbed on the operating table. Approaching 30, possessing both striking looks and talents, he remains unmarried and unclaimed by love. He confesses that he has grown fearful, even hesitant to embrace emotions. He questions whether he can endure the agony of witnessing a cherished one perish before him while being powerless to intervene. His bond with Chu Liyue runs deep. He has always believed that, despite her background as a student, she is more suited to the medical profession than he, for she seems to maintain an unwavering calm and rationality, regardless of the circumstances, and he has never witnessed any excess emotion reflected in her eyes, let alone her being overtaken by fear. If this can be considered a form of regret, then today he has, in some measure, seen that wish fulfilled. Indeed, it is often said that humans are fundamentally emotional beings. Even the most composed and rational individuals can succumb to their sentiments at times. It ultimately depends upon the individuals they confront. Given his current predicament, it is anticipated that within approximately 6 months, he will enter the advanced stages of a terminal illness, at which point his life will be in a rapid countdown, teetering between existence and oblivion. After a prolonged silence, he spoke again, reverting to his customary demeanor of cool detachment and rational efficiency. As a healer, he had countless lives, both in front of him and behind him, awaiting his gamble against death. While patients may sometimes become engulfed in their emotions, he alone could not afford that luxury. Do you have any alternative solutions? Chu Liyue suddenly inquired, her question abrupt. She had keenly grasped certain implications within his words. Xiao Wujie's time was fleeting, and the difficulty of his ailment rested upon a particular foundation. She met Yi Jinyu's gaze, which mirrored her own intensity. After a considerable pause, Yi Jinyu inhaled deeply, maintaining his focus on Chu Liyue, and uttered, "The amnesia reagent." Chapter 31, Envy. A mother aspiring to marry her own daughter on the night when Xiao Wujie lay unconscious. A flurry of headlines erupted regarding the grave assault on Master Chu Feihong, who had been admitted to the ICU, as well as the reckless nighttime racing incident involving young Master Chu Yichen, culminating in a car crash in the heart of the capital. If that had been the extent of the news, it might have been manageable, given the capabilities of these two individuals. However, shortly after these two headlines, another explosive revelation emerged, entirely overshadowing both stories and preventing them from reseeding from the trending lists. This news has even unearthed the once glorious Rongguang group, which has now been reduced to nothingness and was trending on social media for quite some time. It has been revealed that the Rongguang group, involved in substantial illicit dealings, is under the shadowy control of the currently comatose Chu Feihong, who lies in the ICU. In a moment of scandal, Chu Feihong has nearly been stripped of all dignity. Chu Feihong, whose true name remains unknown, was born in Jincheng. Orphaned at a young age, he was adopted by the former head of the Chu family, Chu Yuntian, who bestowed upon him the name Chu Feihong. Grateful for the kindness of his adoptive father, he was nurtured into a formidable figure. Upon relinquishing his position, Chu Yuntian generously granted him nearly 30% of the family's influence, disregarding the ties of blood. With his initial fortune amassed in the realm of technology, he laid the foundation for several leading enterprises, including Hongda, Rongguang, and Feiying, some of which he managed overtly, while others operated in the shadows. As his power grew, he disregarded the grace of Chu Yuntian and the fraternal bond with the current head of the Chu family, Chu Mingqing, positioning himself as an adversary to both the family leader and his daughter, with aspirations to dominate the entire Chu clan. In no time, Chu Feihong became a pariah, subjected to widespread scorn, with accusations such as, "Chu Feihong, with the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog, is even worse than a pig." And Chu Feihong's beastly conduct. How could Chu Yuntian be so blind as to adopt such a son? To which Chu Yuntian lamented, "How am I now an innocent victim in this mess?" Naturally, Chu Mingcheng and his wife, Bai Jingxian, took note of these developments with a sense of satisfaction. However, their concerns were piqued upon witnessing Chu Yichen being taken away by the police, particularly when the location was none other than Huafu. They were aware that Chu Liyue had attended a banquet at Huafu the previous night, engaging in business discussions with overseas companies. The appearance of Chu Yichen at that moment raised their concerns about potential disruptions he might cause. However, the perceptive Bai Jingxian discerned an unusual emotional state in Chu Liyue and promptly resolved to accompany Chu Mingqing to Liyue Manor to assess the situation. After all, this girl bore her burdens alone and seldom confided in them. Upon their arrival at Liyue Manor, they found Xiao Wujie unconscious in bed, which clarified the source of Chu Liyue's distress. Observing the vast estate, sparsely populated by a few servants, alongside the unconscious Xiao Wujie and the troubled Chu Liyue, Bai Jingxian immediately sought to expel Chu Mingqing, deciding to remain and care for them for a couple of days. Chu Mingqing protested vehemently, suggesting that they could simply hire more servants to tend to them. Without his fragrant wife by his side, he lamented the prospect of spending lonely nights in an empty bed. Bai Jingxian, however, swiftly kicked him aside, exclaiming, "Fool, your mind is consumed with trivial matters. At last, I have a reason to bond with my daughter. Do not interfere with our relationship." Chu Mingqiang then declared his intention to stay as well, insisting he wanted to deepen his connection with their daughter. Bai Jingxuan's frustration mounted at his defiance. "Do you still not understand? Can't you see our daughter is distressed? Shouldn't you be helping her manage those cumbersome business affairs? If her spirits are lifted, surely our relationship will improve." Lacking such perceptiveness, did he truly believe he could remain here without becoming a nuisance? After dismissing the sullen-faced Chu Mingqing, Bai Jingxian began to wander through Liyue Manor, familiarizing herself with the surroundings. To speak candidly, counting this visit, she has been to Liyue Manor no more than 5 times, rendering her quite unfamiliar with its internal structure. She intends to visit frequently in the future, so she ought to familiarize herself with the place. After all, if she does not take the initiative to come, she cannot expect her daughter to seek her out. If that were the case, the next time she sees her daughter might be during a moment of sorrow. Perhaps when either Chu Mingqing or Chu Yuntian ascends to the heavens. As she wandered about, she found herself in the kitchen and contemplated preparing a meal for her daughter and Xiao Wujie. After all, both novels and television dramas proclaim that to capture a person's heart, one must first win over their stomach. Upon entering the kitchen, she was astonished to discover that the number of chefs, who worked in shifts around the clock, actually surpassed that of the maids in the manor. Airman, who welcomed her, explained that the staffing was not originally so extensive. However, due to Xiao Wujie's poor appetite and various dietary restrictions stemming from health concerns, Chu Liyue had lavished substantial funds to hire a team of Michelin 3-star chefs to create a bespoke menu for him. They were on call around the clock, ready to prepare a meal at a moment's notice should Xiao Wujie express any culinary desires. A generous reward awaited anyone who could entice him to eat more. The number of maids in the manor was already limited, and since Xiao Wujie's arrival, their numbers had dwindled further, with many being replaced by robotic servants. Were it not for certain tasks that robots could not entirely fulfill, the manor might well be devoid of human maids. As for the reasons behind this, Airman was aware but chose not to disclose them. The explanation was rather simple. The way some maids gazed at Xiao Wujie did not sit well with her superior. Indeed, it was quite difficult to assess. More importantly, she dared not comment. However, the absence of this maid has left another person distinctly displeased, Lu Zhufeng. Although Chu Liyue exudes an air of aloofness, she possesses an undeniable appreciation for beauty. Even among the maids and cooks in the manor, each is strikingly attractive, a rare gem among many. Since Lu Zhufeng arrived at the Liyue Manor, he has found the allure of the beauties on social media to pale in comparison. The maids here, with their captivating appearances, delightful uniforms, and graceful legs, have captivated his attention daily. Yet, as time has passed, the number of maids has dwindled, while the presence of unappealing cooks has increased, much to his chagrin. In his idle moments, he can only steal glances at the alluring assistant and housekeeper, who is herself a charming little enchantress. AI Rumen, however, remains blissfully unaware of these sentiments. She gradually realizes that whenever matters related to Xiao Wujie arise, Chu Liyue becomes particularly attentive, personally overseeing everything without delegating tasks to others. Activities such as coaxing him to sleep, feeding him, and providing care are merely her fundamental duties. She has even witnessed her superior, clad in a fitted shirt, a form-fitting skirt, and high heels, meticulously scrubbing a nearly invisible stain from Xiao Wujie's white shirt. Upon hearing these accounts, Bai Jingxian is momentarily struck with nostalgia, envisioning that if her daughter were a man, she would undoubtedly fall deeply in love with her. This formidable yet tender demeanor is precisely to her taste. Well, it seems a woman wouldn't be such a bad option either. Ahem. In any case, she is certainly preferable to that wooden block, Chu Mingqing. Thus, time slipped by, and in the afternoon, Chu Liyue, who had been vigilantly attending to Xiao Wujie, suddenly emerged, issuing a directive to ensure that no one disturbed him before hastily departing. Little did she know, instead of the anticipated return, an unexpected guest would arrive first. Chapter 32. The arrival of an uninvited guest. The golden rays of the setting sun cascaded over the villa in Liyue Manor. Delicate beams of light danced gently in the air, filtering into the room and ultimately caressing the exquisitely handsome face of Xiao Wujie. His flawless visage was softly illuminated by the sunlight, accentuating gentle contours. His long eyelashes cast faint shadows upon his cheeks, while his straight and delicate nose stood in elegant prominence. Though his lips appeared pale due to his ailment, they shimmered with a captivating vitality in the golden twilight. This scene was extraordinarily beautiful, yet it would be even more so if that stunningly frail man could open his eyes and smile gently as he once did. Upon witnessing this, Bai Jingxian felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. What a precious soul! You have suffered, please awaken soon. It truly breaks Aunt Jing's heart to see you like this. Suppressing the rising bitterness within, she glanced at the sky and decided to descend the stairs to instruct the kitchen to prepare something to eat. If Wujie were to awaken, he would surely need nourishment. It was evident that Liyue was in a wretched state, and one could easily surmise that he had gone several meals without proper sustenance. These two treasures were undeniably enduring great hardships. Each of them tugged at her heartstrings. As she gracefully navigated the staircase towards the grand hall below, she suddenly beheld a tall figure standing in the doorway. He stood against the setting sun, his silhouette elongated and cast upon the ground, forming a dark outline. His form appeared strikingly distinct in the twilight, though his features remained indistinct. Nonetheless, an aura of gloom enveloped him. Chuichen, what brings you here? Have the authorities released you so swiftly? Bai Jingxian inquired with a tone of indifference upon recognizing the visitor. Oh, madam, what brings you here? Chuichen inquired with a hint of surprise upon seeing Bai Jingxian in the hall. However, his tone lacked the usual assertiveness, instead infused with a sense of fatigue and melancholy. With Chu Feihong still unconscious in the ICU and Mu Wanqing being a woman devoid of subtlety and kindness, he found himself burdened with all responsibilities. Since last night, he had been tirelessly working without a moment's respite. Am I required to report my presence at my own daughter's home to you? Yet here you are, neglecting your father in the hospital and avoiding a myriad of troubles to come here. What is your purpose? Bai Jingxian retorted, unflinchingly exposing his vulnerabilities. To be candid, she had never held Chu Feihong and his wife in high regard. Many of her actions were merely out of consideration for Chu Yintian. Should she and Chu Mingqing truly wish to confront them, they would not leave unscathed. Yet, the young Chu Yichen exuded a sense of danger that made her wary and defensive. My father's affairs are of no concern to you, madam. I merely came to see Wu Ju, Chu Yichen replied with an impassive expression. Although Bai Jingxuan's callous remarks unsettled him, he did not allow his emotions to overwhelm him, remaining focused on the purpose of his visit. The dim lighting in the private room last night had obscured his observations, yet he sensed something amiss with Xiao Wujie. Had the police arrived even a moment later, he might have grasped the elusive truth. Thus, having stabilized the situation to a degree, he turned to this matter, eagerly wishing to validate the conjectures dwelling in his heart. The treasure, currently resting, could not be disturbed, perhaps another time. Bai Jingxian did not hesitate to refuse and issued an unequivocal dismissal. Chu Yichen was indeed peculiar, although she could not discern his intentions. She was certain they were far from benevolent. Whatever he desired, she resolutely opposed. Under no circumstances would she allow him to encounter the treasure today. Oh, resting, you say? Then I shall rouse him and exchange a few words before departing. With Rongguang's downfall, the BYD group's misfortunes, and the ensuing public uproar, it appeared chaotic. Yet it seemed as though an invisible hand was orchestrating events from behind. However, this puppeteer was exceedingly elusive. Once missed, capturing him again would prove difficult. He understood well the principle of seizing opportunities, knowing that today must not be squandered. Chu Yichen, who do you think you are? What right do you have to disturb the treasure's repose? You would do well to leave promptly, lest you face my wrath. Bai Jingshuan's voice was devoid of its usual gentleness, radiating a formidable aura. The authority of the matriarch of the Chu family was unmistakably evident at this moment. And what if I insist on meeting the treasure? Chu Yichen, far from being intimidated by her presence, coldly retorted. Are you threatening me, Chu Yichen? While I may lack the means to directly confront you, should you dare to set foot on the upper floor today, I assure you that your father shall not leave the ICU alive. Bai Jingshuan's gaze was sharp and profound, her brows elegantly arched, and her countenance exuded a solemnity that conveyed an unyielding authority, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld her. Standing in the gentle, radiant light, her silhouette basked in a soft glow, the golden gown shimmering brilliantly, her posture both graceful and upright, reminiscent of a regal and austere queen. Upon hearing her words, Chu Yichen's eyes flickered with uncertainty. For reasons of safety and privacy, Chu Feihong was currently residing in the private hospital of the Chu family. Confronted by the unyielding and imposing Bai Jingxian, he recognized her formidable strength. He had always perceived the depths of the Chu family's influence, maintaining his own power while refraining from involvement in the enterprises overseen by his father. The revelation of those clandestine dealings had left him utterly astounded. He found it implausible that Chu Yuntian would transfer authority to someone devoid of blood ties without retaining a contingency plan. Equally, he doubted that Chu Yuntian and Chu Mingcheng were entirely oblivious to his father's covert affairs. Yet, their ambiguous attitude, feigning ignorance while seemingly aware, left him in a state of perplexity. As a family with a lineage spanning countless generations, how could the waters of the Chu family remain so navigable? His father had undoubtedly underestimated the complexities involved. Just as his thoughts swirled in uncertainty, Bai Jingxian abruptly spoke. Chu Yichen, do not delude yourself into believing I am unaware of your intentions. Your hostility towards the Wujie treasure is merely a reflection of your feelings for Liyue. Let me assure you, as long as I draw breath, your aspirations shall remain utterly unattainable. In the twilight, her captivating eyes sparkled with an arresting light, and her words resonated with a resonant clarity, cold and unyielding. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yichen's body trembled violently, his expression shifting through a myriad of emotions. Ultimately, he cast a glance at her, his face a complex tapestry of feelings, before turning away in silence. Chapter 33. Sadness flows backward like a river. Chu Liyue nearly drowned. The heavy metallic door slowly creaked open, revealing a vast expanse before her eyes. The lofty ceiling, illuminated by an advanced lighting system that simulated the brilliance of daylight, contrasted starkly with the expansive space that rivaled a large sports arena, comprised of a labyrinth of intricate corridors and rooms. The ceiling was adorned with meticulous sensors and surveillance equipment, while luminous panels embedded in the surrounding walls emitted a soft, even glow, mingling with a faint scent of disinfectant that lingered in the air. This was the underground of Liyue Manor, a hidden treasure trove of a colossal laboratory that few could have imagined existed. In the emptiness of the space, the sharp clatter of high-heeled shoes echoed, as two statuesque figures approached from a distance, Chu Liyue and Yi Jinyu. She had not departed from Liyue Manor, but had instead come here. Through the surveillance, she had detected the arrival of the uninvited guest, Chu Yichen, and instinctively yearned to confront him, with a heart full of pent-up rage seeking an outlet. How dare he present himself so audaciously? Clad in white lab coats and clutching a stack of documents, the two women approached a room. As a blue light swept across their faces, the metallic door clicked open automatically. Inside, the spacious chamber was awash with a tranquil yet enigmatic ambience, enhanced by the ethereal blue lighting that enveloped the surroundings. In the center of the laboratory stood an immense workbench, meticulously arranged with various microscopes, petri dishes, and a plethora of sophisticated analytical instruments designed for medical research. These devices gleamed with a cold radiance under the ethereal blue light, enhancing the ambience of advanced technology. Beside the workbench was a large computer workstation, its screen flickering with streams of data and intricate graphs, showcasing an array of ongoing in-depth analyses. Most striking were the numerous radiographic images adorning the walls of the laboratory, seemingly chronicling a multitude of medical examinations. From X-rays to MRI scans, from CT imaging to PET-CT fusion images, each film meticulously detailed the internal conditions of patients. This laboratory was custom-built by Chu Liyue specifically to analyze Xiao Wujie's condition, with an array of instruments and images accurately monitoring and documenting the progression of his health over time. Chu Liyue and Yi Jinyu sat down at the workbench, where Yi Jinyu began to sift through the various documents in his hands. However, the contents starkly contrasted with the medical records and diagnostic reports that Chu Liyue had provided regarding Xiao Wujie's past. It was said that these records and diagnoses had been prepared by Xiao Wujie's private physician during the 5 years he had been away from Chu Liyue. As for why the medical history and diagnoses presented to Chu Liyue deviated so significantly from his preliminary examinations and diagnostic results, it was difficult for him to assess. If pressed to comment, he could only suggest that those records and reports were imbued with well-meaning falsehoods. Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought, trusting that Chu Liyue would comprehend everything after her review. He could only wonder what her reaction would be upon finishing. Yet, it must be exceedingly cruel. Chu Liyue quietly perused the documents, her gaze focused and profound, her delicate face betraying no emotion, rendering her inner thoughts inscrutable. For a time, the only sound within the room was the rustling of paper. After a considerable duration, Chu Liyue expressionlessly closed the materials in her hands, enveloped in silence, resembling a cold statue. This was merely a preliminary examination conducted while he was in a coma. A more thorough investigation would likely reveal results far graver than those presently observed. Yi Jinyu spoke in a hushed tone. Chu Liyue appeared oblivious, offering no response. The dim blue light cast shadows across her exquisite visage, with strands of hair cascading gently over her forehead, obscuring half of her face and further deepening the enigma of her expression. Emotionlessly, she poured 2 glasses of wine, sliding one across to Yi Jinyu. After a gentle clink of glasses, she tilted her elegant neck and drank deeply. Unconcerned with Yi Jinyu beside her, she poured herself 2 more glasses, downing them in swift succession. As 3 glasses of potent liquor coursed through her, a faint blush emerged on her porcelain face. She slowly closed her beautiful eyes, and after a lengthy pause, reopened them, a bitter smile reminiscent of tears curling at the corners of her lips. Her blood felt as though it had turned to ice, each breath inducing a sharp pain in her chest, akin to a fishbone lodged in her throat. It felt as if a knife had been forcefully plunged into her heart, causing a suffocating ache that spread to every corner of her being. Frustration, regret, and heartache intertwined like threads, impossible to sever or untangle. She had prided herself on her intelligence throughout her life. Yet, like a fool, she had believed the body examination reports filled with benevolent lies that Xiao Wujie had conveyed to her over the past 5 years. She prides herself on her composure and rationality, claiming to be unparalleled in strength. Yet, it is her own actions that have led Xiao Wujie to suffer under Chu Yichen's scrutiny, and in her attempts to contend with Chu Feihong and Chu Yichen, she inadvertently succumbed to illness. Day after day, she considers herself extraordinary, but what has she truly accomplished? How utterly tragic and laughable she is. Unable to resist, she poured herself another glass of wine and drained it in one gulp. The cold liquor seeped into her troubled soul, the more she swallowed her emotions. The tighter the knot in her heart became, accumulating like a mountain. Her delicate fingers, gripping the stem of the glass, turned pale, nearly snapping under pressure. Her tumultuous feelings surged like a flood, threatening to engulf her without any outlet for release. In the next moment, the glass flew against the wall with a loud crash, shattering into countless pieces. Yi Jinyu quietly observed her unleash the tempest of her emotions, refraining from any interruption or comfort. Many matters, much like the act of drinking water, are known only to oneself. Others cannot intervene, nor should they. He merely needed to fulfill his own duties. Assisting Chu Liyue and healing Xiao Wujie would speak volumes. He believed that a natural powerhouse like Chu Liyue required neither pity nor solace from others. With her head propped up by her hand, she remained motionless. And when she finally lifted her gaze again, she was unaware of how much time had passed. "I'm sorry, my dear. You must be suffering greatly. Enduring the torment of illness and countless lonely nights. It is all my fault. It is all because of me. But I beg you, I implore you, hold on a little longer, wait for me." Chapter 34. The Secrets of the Forgetting Reagent and Yi Jinyu's speculations. The LED light strips adorning the laboratory ceiling emanated a soft, ethereal blue glow, reminiscent of a tranquil night sky, cloaking the space in an air of mystery. Chu Liyue had resumed her usual aloof demeanor, her profound eyes resembling serene pools nestled within a secluded valley, exuding an indescribable aura of detachment and pride. Her exquisite visage, akin to ice blossoms unfurling in the heart of winter, was both beautiful and unattainable. In regards to Xiao Wujie's physical condition and the daily precautions he ought to observe, she had engaged in meticulous discussions with Yi Jinyu, going over each detail with unwavering focus. Her strikingly beautiful face bore a serious expression as she diligently noted key points in a notebook that had appeared before her at some point. These were essential considerations for nurturing, and it was imperative that they be inscribed to reinforce her memory. Yi Jinyu observed her with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He recalled that Chu Liue possessed an extraordinary memory, effortlessly absorbing complex academic papers with a mere glance. Was it truly necessary to document such common knowledge? Given Chu Liue's reaction upon reviewing Xiao Wujie's actual medical condition, he dared not voice any dissent regarding this critical matter concerning Xiao Wujie's health, fearing that she might silence him without hesitation. After discussing the current state of Xiao Wujie's health and various precautions, they were inevitably led to the gravest topic, his treatment plan. The virus within him was exceptionally peculiar, incessantly devouring healthy cells and using them as sustenance for its proliferation. The incubation period of this affliction is exceedingly protracted. During this phase, the host exhibits little more than a frail constitution, seemingly devoid of any severe manifestations. However, this weakness is a result of the virus insidiously eroding the host's healthy cells, gradually undermining their immune response and resilience. Once the virus has sufficiently absorbed nutrients, it enters a phase of explosive proliferation, voraciously consuming the host's normal cells. The host's body struggles to endure such relentless invasion, inevitably succumbing to excruciating pain and a state of unconsciousness. As the virus grows increasingly robust, the incubation period shortens, and the explosive phases occur with greater frequency. With each outbreak, it disseminates and proliferates throughout the body until it reaches a systemic spread. At that point, a full-blown eruption would lead to the host's complete collapse, teetering on the brink of life and death. Yi Jinyu gradually articulated his assessment of the virus within Xiao Wujie. Upon hearing this, Chu Liue nodded slightly, acknowledging Yi Jinyu's prowess as a leading medical expert globally. Merely through preliminary examinations, he could discern the intricate nature of the virus, a remarkable feat indeed. This virus possesses an extraordinary resilience, rendering ordinary medications utterly ineffective in eradicating it. As long as it cannot be completely uprooted, it will persist like an unquenchable wildfire, reborn with the arrival of spring. It is evident that you have employed numerous advanced medications over the years to combat the localized virus, significantly prolonging its incubation period and diminishing the frequency of outbreaks. Otherwise, he might not have survived to this day. However, you have overlooked a critical issue. Both the human body and viruses exhibit a certain degree of tolerance to medications. Once a drug fails to completely eradicate the virus develops resistance, resulting in diminishing efficacy until it reaches a state of ineffectiveness. Medications capable of combating such formidable viruses are already scarce, and the options available are limited to a mere handful. When the virus develops resistance to these treatments, the situation becomes dire, leading to a rapid deterioration of health. It appears you underestimated the cycle of viral resistance to medications, which allowed Xiao Wujie to deceive you so effortlessly. Nonetheless, I have discerned the presence of herbal components within Xiao Wujie's body. After those medications proved ineffective against him, it is likely that a highly skilled practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine has intervened with herbal remedies. Otherwise, his condition would only have worsened. Yi Jinyu continued, then took a deep breath and spoke gravely. If there exists a substance in this world that holds the potential to eliminate the virus within him, I believe it can only be the forgetting agent. Your decision to join God and participate in the research of forgetting agent number 2 was likely influenced by this consideration. However, upon mentioning God and the forgetting agent, he was overtaken by a palpable sense of apprehension and gravity. God, derived from the notion of divinity, represents an absolute taboo. Like SL, it operates beyond the jurisdiction of any individual or nation. In a certain sense, it is even more terrifying than SL, which thrives on murder and operates on a pay-for-service basis. As long as one possesses sufficient wealth, they become a deity in their own right. However, God is distinct. It serves as a sanctuary for both geniuses and lunatics, uniting a cadre of the world's foremost intellects and eccentrics who tirelessly engage in audacious research and experimentation around the clock. Each year, it extends invitations globally, and those fortunate enough to be selected are invariably top-tier experts in their respective fields. Numerous luminaries who have left indelible marks on the annals of human civilization are members of this elite collective. It encompasses several departments, including mechanics, biochemistry, materials, intelligence, and medicine, each housing exceptional talents and prodigies. Within this realm, conventional rules are cast aside. Any experiment deemed intolerable by societal standards is permissible, with the organization providing unwavering support. Yet, within its ranks, the law of the jungle prevails. Only the fittest survive. Should one's capabilities falter, they may well become subjects for others' experiments, and no one will intervene. He himself is a member of the medical department of God, and being immersed in this environment, he is acutely aware of its perils. At his level, he ranks among the upper echelons of the medical department, yet many surpass him. Only a prodigious talent like Chu Liyue could possibly excel beyond all others. The Forgetting Serum is a collaborative creation between his medical department and Chu Liyue's biochemical department. There are 3 vials of the Forgetting Serum, and the one in Xiao Wujie's possession is the biochemical department's second variant, primarily developed by them. Chu Liyue is one of the principal researchers of this serum, which is why it was promptly secured by her and entrusted to Xiao Wujie. The second reagent primarily functions to eliminate pathogens. However, its development remains incomplete. While it eradicates viruses, it inadvertently affects some healthy cells, and a GI's body may struggle to withstand such potent effects. Moreover, the virus has existed within him for an extended duration and has spread extensively. If the virus were entirely eradicated, it could inflict irreversible damage upon his body. Chu Liyue spoke solemnly, being one of the principal developers of the second reagent, fully aware of its advantages and disadvantages. Thus, I believe we may require the third reagent, which primarily focuses on promoting regeneration to eliminate the virus and expedite the recovery of healthy cells. Unfortunately, this reagent may prove challenging to procure. As it is primarily developed by the medical department, Yi Jinyu replied softly. Upon hearing this, Chu Liyue fell into a contemplative silence. The difficulty in obtaining the third reagent was one aspect. On the other hand, while this method is theoretically viable, its practical application may not yield successful results. After all, both the second and third reagents are still underdeveloped, and the genuine feasibility of this approach remains to be discussed. Are you familiar with the first reagent? Yi Jinyu inquired suddenly. Chu Liyue gently shook her head. Her tenure with God was relatively recent, and upon her arrival, only the second and third reagents were in development, while the first reagent appeared to have been completed many years prior. In fact, the development project for the first reagent had commenced many years ago, being a collaborative effort between the military and biochemical departments. It is said that reagent number 1 was not created with the aim of prolonging human life, but rather to devastate it, consuming all of the body's nutrients, intended for military warfare. However, due to its heinous nature, it was ordered to be destroyed. Yet, whether it was truly eradicated remains shrouded in mystery, as no one knows for certain, and no one has ever witnessed it. The researchers behind reagent know. One subsequently vanished under peculiar circumstances. What do you mean? Chu Liyue's pupils dilated in shock upon hearing this. I suspect the virus within Xiao Wujie is, in fact, reagent number 1. Yi Jinyu articulated deliberately, her gaze fixed on Chu Liyue. Chu Liyue's complexion shifted dramatically, momentarily stunned by her conjecture. Of course, this is merely my speculation and cannot be guaranteed. However, apart from reagent number 1, I cannot fathom any virus that possesses such formidable power, rendering both of us powerless. Furthermore, I must caution you, as far as I know, those individuals in the medical department are already embroiled in a dispute over the ownership of reagent number 3. It would be prudent for you to prepare in advance. Having spoken, Yi Jinyu cast a glance at the silent Chu Liyue, rising gracefully to her feet and departing, leaving her to ponder in solitude. In the laboratory, only Chu Liyue remained, enveloped in prolonged silence and contemplation. Chapter 35. This scene, gentle years. Abundant time. The last rays of the setting sun gradually sank beneath the horizon, transforming the sky from a vibrant orange-red to a profound indigo hue. As night descended, the stars began to twinkle one by one in the nocturnal sky, resembling distant beacons from far-off realms. In the warm and luminous room, Chu Liyue had donned a black ankle-length camisole nightgown, gracefully entering and taking a seat beside Xiao Wujie's grand bed. Her long hair cascaded freely, and the delicate straps rested gently on her fair, smooth shoulders, accentuating the elegant contours of her collarbone, sensual and exquisite. As her gaze fell upon the frail yet breathtakingly handsome man on the bed, a subtle tenderness flickered within her cold eyes. Yi Jinyu had informed her that Xiao Wujie would awaken shortly. After a brief freshening up, she took over from Bai Jingxian, quietly awaiting his return to consciousness. She yearned for the moment when Xiao Wujie would open his eyes and find her as the first person he saw. Outside, the wind wafted gently, and time slipped away unnoticed, like a soft breeze through her fingers. After a day and a night of unconsciousness, Xiao Wujie's eyelids fluttered, and then, slowly, he opened his tightly closed eyes. Having slept for so long, he momentarily struggled to adjust to the bright light. His thick, elongated eyelashes trembled slightly as they acclimated to the long-lost brightness. As his vision gradually sharpened, it fell upon the breathtakingly beautiful face of Chu Liyue. Just as he was about to call out sister, a sharp pain pierced through his chest as he inhaled, accompanied by a tickling ache in his throat. Unable to suppress a violent cough, his chest heaved dramatically, and a rush of air surged in, intensifying the pain within his thorax. As though he were being cut by a knife, the agony swiftly radiated throughout his entire chest, contorting his attractive brows in discomfort. Chu Liyue hastily dialed Yi Jinyu's number, then pulled him into her embrace, her palm gently patting his back to help ease his breathing. In a fleeting moment, Yi Jinyu hurriedly arrived at the room, accompanied by Bai Jingxian and AI Rumen. Xiao Wujie had been coughing persistently, the pain intensifying, as if he wished to expel his very lungs. With the joint assistance of Yi Jinyu and Chu Liyue, he finally began to calm down. At this moment, he leaned weakly against Chu Liyue, his chest rising and falling with effort as he inhaled the oxygen from the mask. His flawless visage was pallid, a few strands of hair clinging to his forehead due to the sweat that trickled down, and his eyes were listlessly cast downward. He resembled an exquisitely beautiful yet broken doll, emanating a heart-wrenching sense of fragility. This sight pierced Chu Liyue's heart, causing her to instinctively tighten her delicate embrace around him. Meanwhile, Bai Jingxian gently took a handkerchief and tenderly wiped the sheen of sweat from Xiao Wujie's forehead, unable to conceal the sorrow and compassion in her eyes. "Darling, you have suffered," she murmured softly, her voice barely above a whisper, fearful of startling her fragile beloved. "Sister, Aunt Jing, I'm sorry for worrying you," Xiao Wujie managed to say in broken breaths while nestled in Chu Liyue's embrace. "Rest well, do not speak." Chu Liyue interjected sternly as he attempted to utter more words. He promptly complied, shifting slightly to find a more comfortable position in her arms, taking gentle breaths of oxygen. Yi Jinyu conducted a few preliminary checks, assuring that all was well, before imparting some precautionary advice and subsequently leaving the room. Considering that Xiao Wujie had not consumed a morsel for a day and a night, Chu Liyue resolved to offer him only a modest amount of sustenance to spare him any discomfort in his stomach. Bai Jingxian, having dismissed Chu Yichen, had already instructed the kitchen to prepare a pot of millet porridge, which had been kept warm. She personally descended to fetch a steaming bowl of porridge and gently brought it to Xiao Wujie's lips. Chu Liyue embraced Xiao Wujie, allowing him to comfortably lean against her, while one hand soothingly caressed his chest, alleviating the heaviness and pain. Bai Jingxian patiently fed him spoonful after spoonful, carefully blowing on each bite to ensure it did not scald him. Xiao Wujie, with his gaze lowered, shed the enigmatic coolness that usually characterized him, resembling a docile child nestled in the warmth of her embrace, accepting the meticulous care bestowed upon him. In the cozy, softly lit room, this scene was exceedingly heartwarming, seemingly capable of soothing the passage of time and enriching the years, leaving an indelible imprint in the softest corners of one's heart, evoking an enduring sense of tenderness. In the vast expanse of time, Xiao Wujie's once icy heart, akin to the frigid ice of a winter's night, stood hard and solitary. Yet, at this moment, it felt as if a gentle ray of light had pierced through the protracted chill of winter, akin to the first light of dawn in spring, slowly melting away the layers of self-imposed frost. An unprecedented sensation surged from the depths of his being, as if stirred by a profound touch from his soul, rendering the entire world soft and pliable in that instant. The once unyielding edges of his heart quietly dissolved, transforming into a crystal-clear stream that flowed serenely through the most tender recesses of his heart. The night deepened, due to his body still not having fully recovered and remaining in a state of weakness, despite having slept for a day and a night. Xiao Wujie's spirit could hardly be deemed satisfactory. After finishing his porridge and engaging in conversation with Bai Jingxian for a while, a layer of soft fatigue soon enveloped his voice. Upon noticing this, Chu Liyu promptly dismissed Bai Jingxian. Observing the faint weariness on Xiao Wujie's face and his gently drooping eyelids, Chu Liyu's gaze flickered momentarily, and after a brief hesitation, she spoke up. Jie, may I have a word with you? Her tone, imbued with seriousness and gravity, commanded respect without anger, concealing an underlying sharpness. Xiao Wujie, upon hearing her words, lowered his head, his long lashes quivering slightly as he pressed his pale lips together, looking frail and weary, murmuring, "Sister, tired, want to sleep." Chu Liyu adjusted his face, disregarding his slightly evasive gaze, and compelled him to meet her eyes. She gently caressed his cheek with her fingertip and said earnestly, "Jie, there are certain matters I must clarify with you. I brought you to the capital for two reasons. One is to ensure your safety, and the other is to heal your illness. As for Chu Feihong and Chu Yichen, I will handle them. You need only to focus on your recovery. Your body can no longer endure such turmoil. Furthermore, the matter of you concealing your condition from me for the past 5 years will be settled in due course, but from today onward, you must not withhold any details regarding your health from me. Should there be any anomalies, you are to inform me immediately. I do not wish for such events to recur. It would sadden me, cause me pain, and make me fearful. Do you understand? When I beheld you spitting blood, unconscious and unresponsive, when I learned of your grave condition, teetering on the brink of life and death, I felt as though I had lost the entire world. Merely afraid, she ultimately could not utter the two words. Xiao Wujie unconsciously wrapped his arms around her waist, burying his head in her embrace, and after a long while, a barely audible yet reassuring sound escaped his lips. Chu Liyu gently patted his back, effortlessly turning off the bright room lights, leaving only a softly glowing bedside lamp. In a whisper, she urged him to sleep, intending to coax him into slumber. However, the arms that encircled her delicate waist tightened slightly, as he suddenly lifted his head from her embrace, gazing at her with glimmering eyes. "Sister, let us sleep in each other's arms." Under the warm, diffused light, Chu Liyu sat in silhouette, her features obscured in the interplay of light and shadow, rendering her expression elusive. After a prolonged silence, her voice emerged, low and rich. "All right, let us sleep in each other's arms." Chapter 36. May the beauty of the world be intricately entwined with him. In the month of April, the world awakens, as the spring breeze caresses the face, bringing a hint of warmth. On a comfortable afternoon, sunlight cascades like golden threads upon the expansive golf course of the Li Manor. The verdant grass glimmers under the sun's rays, as if each blade were adorned with a delicate golden edge. Clad in a lake blue satin shirt dress, Chu Liyu wore a seductive white low-cut camisole beneath, revealing her elongated swan-like neck and silky, snow-white skin. Her slender legs were encased in white knee-high boots, accentuating the perfect lines of her limbs. She gracefully sauntered beneath the shade of the umbrella, placing the steaming cup of tea she held down, her deep, beautiful eyes gazing into the distance. There stood 3 figures in a row, vigorously swinging their golf clubs. They were none other than Xiao Wujie, Lu Zhufeng, and Ai Ruoman, all clad in white t-shirts and athletic pants, their feet adorned with professional golf shoes. Among the trio, Lu Zhufeng undoubtedly possessed the finest golfing skills. His robust physique and remarkable strength, coupled with impressive technique, made each swing send the white golf ball slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, tracing a perfect arc as it soared far away. Xiao Wujie's skills were commendable, yet his frail constitution hindered him. Despite his technique, the distance the ball could travel remained limited. The least proficient among them was undoubtedly Ai Ruoman, not due to a lack of skill or strength, but simply because she was out of sorts. Xiao Wujie had suffered a serious illness, and she bore the brunt of it. To care for Xiao Wujie, her boss had secluded himself, transferring all business dealings online. However, within the vast enterprise, there were countless matters that could not be resolved digitally. Consequently, these burdens naturally fell upon her shoulders, and she found herself perpetually engaged, barely finding a moment's respite. Hair fell out in clumps, dark circles under her eyes expanded outward, and her weary legs felt on the verge of giving way. Finally, her boss, experiencing a flicker of conscience, granted her a day off to unwind by playing golf with Xiao Wujie. If only leaders would consider their subordinates a little more, their lives could be 1,000 times more joyful. However, despite the exhaustion, the bonuses were multiplied several times over. This money she would earn with tears in her eyes. Xiao Wujie was not particularly fond of ball games. Compared to playing golf during the day, he preferred to stroll through the golf course at night, embraced by the wilderness breeze. In his previous life, he often purchased a ticket to the deserted golf course in the dead of night, not to hit the ball, but to meander through the grounds, allowing his heart to gradually find tranquility. The nighttime golf course, devoid of the daytime bustle and competition, offered a personal sanctuary of serenity and freedom. Beneath his feet lay the soft, delicate grass, while above him stretched the vast, infinite starry sky. As he wandered, the clamor and fatigue of the day seemed to be whisked away by the night, leaving only a profound sense of peace and release. Nonetheless, whether wandering at night or swinging during the day, both were forms of cultivation. Life is akin to a journey. It encompasses more than just the half-acre pond before one's eyes, but also the distant stars and seas. How could one appreciate the myriad wonders if confined within the circles they draw for themselves? Moreover, having recently been bettered in for recuperation, he was grateful that Chu Liyue had graciously allowed him to step outside for some fresh air. Simply breathing in the fresh air beyond his room brought him contentment. After engaging in play for a while, they noticed Chu Liyue standing at a distance, waiting. They put down their clubs and walked toward her shaded area. In her gaze, the sweat glistened on the youth's smooth skin, and a faint flush of color graced his previously pallid face. His hair, dampened by perspiration, had a few strands artfully clinging to his forehead, adding a touch of casual charm. Bathed in sunlight, his eyes sparkled with clarity. Upon sensing her gaze, he smiled gently. That tender smile seemed to penetrate the depths of her heart, reaching her innermost being. This scene is as exquisite as a painting. If given the chance, Chu Liyue wishes that all the beauty in the world could intertwine with the youth depicted in that artwork. In a moment of reverie, the young man from the painting stands before her, bathed in light, his enchanting visage akin to a meticulously sculpted masterpiece, devoid of any flaw. The gentle smile gracing his lips seems capable of illuminating the entire world. He extends his hand to gently brush away a wayward strand of hair blown by the wind from her face, the faint scent of his perspiration mingling with the fragrance of her perfume in the air. Unbidden, she reaches out to caress his face, softly wiping the sweat from his brow, her usually placid and indifferent eyes transformed into a pool of tender, flowing affection. Chu Liyue pulls Xiao Wujie to sit beside her, offering him the cup of hot water she had brought. The water is slightly too hot. Xiao Wujie holds the cup with one hand, gently blowing on it before taking small sips. Despite Yi Jinyu's careful attention, the prolonged intravenous drips have left the back of Xiao Wujie's hand marred with bruises as pale as jade. Noticing her concern and gaze, Xiao Wujie offers her a serene smile, assuring her, "It doesn't hurt, sister." Chu Liyue, upon hearing this, says nothing, but continues to tenderly knead his hand. Meanwhile, Lu Zhufeng turns his gaze elsewhere, expressionless as he drinks from a bottle of mineral water, letting out a burp. AI Rumen wears a face of disbelief. Perhaps it won't be long before the boss's younger brother officially becomes the boss's favored one. After resting for a while, the four of them stroll toward the main residence. The sky is a brilliant blue, with the occasional cloud drifting leisurely by. Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue walked hand in hand ahead, while Lu Zhufeng and AI Rumen trailed closely behind their respective masters. The radiant sunlight cast four shadows upon the ground. Upon returning to the main residence, Xiao Wujie took a warm shower and settled onto the comfortable leather sofa. However, after a short while, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him. He tilted his head slightly, resting it upon Chu Liyue's shoulder, his eyes fluttering between open and closed. His voice languid, "Sister, I'm sleepy." In the next moment, Chu Liyue lifted him effortlessly, carrying him upstairs to his room. She laid him gently on the bed, cradling him in her arms, softly patting his shoulder to lull him to sleep. Xiao Wujie shifted slightly, seeking the most comfortable position in her embrace, his eyes gently closing. He admitted to himself that he had grown fond of this warm sanctuary. Due to his frail health, he often felt cold and weak, suffering from poor sleep quality. Yet, whenever he sank into this uniquely comforting embrace, it felt as though a shattered and drifting vessel had finally found refuge in a safe harbor. No matter the tempest raging outside, he could peacefully drift into slumber. A gentle breeze wafted through, causing the curtains to flutter slightly. Sunlight streamed through the drapes, casting mottled patterns across the room. Before long, Xiao Wujie's steady breathing filled the air, and Chu Liyue gazed quietly at his serene visage, her beautiful eyes shimmering with warmth. She gently placed a kiss upon the boy's forehead. The door remained ajar, and a passing maid inadvertently caught sight of this tender scene. Her mouth agape in shock as she quickly covered her face and fled. Chapter 37. Gazing at beauty under the lamp. The more one looks, the more enchanted one becomes. This recent illness had compelled Xiao Wujie to rest for a full fortnight before he returned to normalcy. Accompanying Xiao Wujie through the throes of illness was Chu Fei Hong, whose abdomen had been displaced by Lu Zhufeng's kick, resulting in various degrees of injury. After 3 arduous days in the ICU of the Chu family private hospital, he finally emerged from the brink of death, yet remained under observation for several more days before being transferred to a standard ward. However, without a prolonged stay in the hospital, a return to his former vitality seemed a distant hope. Naturally, Chu Liyu would not let slip this opportunity, which Xiao Wujie had purchased with half his life. She fanned the flames, added oil to the fire, and sprinkled salt on the wounds, leaving no stone unturned. Consequently, rumors frequently circulated about the second master of the Chu family being in a state of unusual coma in the ward, and the second young master toiling late into the night for intravenous drips. As dawn broke softly and the moonlight cast its enchanting glow, life resembled a tranquil pond, rippling delicately under the caress of morning light and moonbeams, long and serene. Yet, in an unguarded moment, a ripple silently disrupted the stillness of the water's surface. A faint fragrance of roses wafted gently through the air, while soft lighting spilled from exquisite and opulent fixtures. The curtains were partially drawn, allowing glimpses of the quiet night outside, where pinpricks of light pierced the sheer fabric, casting mottled shadows upon the windowsill. This was Chu Liyu's sanctuary. On the expansive bed, she sat gracefully against the headboard, clad in a deep purple nightgown that exuded charm. Before her lay a laptop, her slender, elegant fingers dancing across the keyboard like butterflies in flight, cradling the still-awake Xiao Wujie in her embrace. Since the onset of his illness, soothing him to sleep had become a daily ritual for her. As Xiao Wujie gradually regained his strength, she began to reclaim the responsibilities she had previously entrusted to the ailing AI Ruoman. Despite AI Ruoman's remarkable abilities, her role as an assistant secretary ultimately confined her to certain duties that she could not undertake on behalf of Chu Liyue. While soothing him to sleep, she simultaneously managed her responsibilities. The following morning, Lu Zhifeng, tasked with administering Xiao Wujie's medication and rousing him from slumber, discovered the room utterly vacant, the bed cold and devoid of any signs of occupancy. He nearly triggered the alarm at Li Yue Manor, even preparing to issue a missing person notice. However, he eventually found Xiao Wujie sound asleep in Chu Liyue's chamber, prompting an exclamation. This rascal is remarkably efficient. In recent days, Xiao Wujie had been brimming with vitality, his eyelids refusing to succumb to slumber. Thus, he nestled against her, observing her as she deftly addressed her tasks. Chu Liyue worked with remarkable speed, hardly lingering on any page for more than a few seconds. After stealing a few glances, Xiao Wujie found himself nearly blinded by the rapidity and diverted his gaze. Cocooned in Chu Liyue's embrace, the alluring scent of roses enveloped him, intertwining with his own cool fragrance to create a uniquely intoxicating aroma that blossomed quietly in the air. Under the soft glow of the lamp, the beauty before him became increasingly captivating. Her long hair cascaded down, a few strands framing her face, as her exquisite features displayed an intense focus. Bathed in gentle light, she exuded a breathtaking allure. Beneath that enchanting visage lay a graceful swan-like neck and exquisitely tempting collarbones, leading down to a curvaceous figure and a waist that was just shy of being fully grasped. Xiao Wujie gently shifted, leaning further into her embrace, his face resting against her chest, arms encircling her slender waist. Long, delicate fingers gently kneaded her slender waist, their texture reminiscent of the supple and exquisite willow branches of early spring, evoking a sense of irresistible affection. Chu Liyue tightened her embrace around him, allowing him to lean in more comfortably, while her beautifully manicured fingers, adorned in a deep crimson hue, lightly grazed his chin, permitting him to explore her delicate waist. It was only when Xiao Wujie's fingers inadvertently brushed upward that a shiver coursed through her entire being. She bit her silver teeth lightly, guiding Xiao Wujie's hand to rest properly on her slender waist, her crimson lips brushing against his ear as she coaxed softly, "Be good, my darling." The voice was low and husky, imbued with a barely perceptible tremor. The tender address sent Xiao Wujie's heart racing, nearly overwhelming him with desire. Chu Liyue had always indulged him, never sparing a harsh word in reprimand. In her presence, Xiao Wujie was consistently obedient and docile, never provoking her ire. Only during his childhood, when illness afflicted him, did he occasionally display a petulant streak, resisting his medicine. She had always been as unyielding as ice, impervious to the warmth of comfort, yet she could never bring herself to chastise him. It reminded her of her own childhood, when she endured cruel training alone. Her body marred with scars, suffering the dual torment of hunger and solitude, witnessing a mother holding a bowl, calling out "my darling" while chasing after her child to feed them, would inexplicably twist her already cold heart. Just when she thought she had fortified herself against the encroachments of suffering and loneliness, he burst into her world like a radiant beam of light. She could disregard the entire world, yet she found it impossible to scold Xiao Wujie when he was ailing and throwing a tantrum. She attempted to imitate the way she had seen that mother call him "my dear," bringing the medicine to his lips. Perhaps young Xiao Wujie had never before heard anyone address him in such a manner. Upon hearing Chu Liue call him "my dear," he stared at her in a daze, utterly still, allowing her to administer the bitter concoction that was nearly nauseating. From that moment on, whenever Chu Liue found herself at a loss with him, calling him "my dear" proved to be invariably effective. This endearing term wove through their childhood, infusing the otherwise frigid years with a touch of warmth. Xiao Wujie let out a quiet sigh, his gaze flickering slightly as he nestled quietly in her embrace, appearing unusually docile. After a while, Chu Liue closed her laptop and turned her attention to Xiao Wujie in her arms, gently inquiring, "Are you tired?" He nodded softly. She promptly turned off the bright room lights, plunging the space into instant darkness. With graceful poise, she lay on her side, drawing Xiao Wujie closer, allowing him to rest upon her arm, and meticulously tucking in the corners of the blanket around him. Her delicate hand caressed his back, her voice low and rich. "Sleep now, my dear." Chapter 38. With such earnest efforts to draw near, how could she possibly let you down? As dawn broke, a hint of pale light emerged in the east. The faint glow, akin to a bashful maiden, timidly peeked out, gradually dispelling the silence of the night. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting golden beams like scattered flakes of gold into the fragrant room, spreading across the gently swaying curtain and onto the bed. Chu Liue lay elegantly on her side, her figure graceful, as her delicate, fan-like lashes fluttered softly, slowly revealing her deep, tranquil eyes. In her embrace, Xiao Wujie rested his head upon her arm, his handsome face nestled against her chest, his arm wrapped around her slender waist, sleeping soundly. She gently pinched her brow and quietly admired Xiao Wujie's unparalleled beauty in slumber. Her gaze subtly shifted, and she then sighed softly, a playful smile gracing her lips. Indeed, while holding Xiao Wujie during sleep was somewhat taxing on her hands, it was also quite comfortable. Due to his frail constitution, his body was perpetually cold, cradled in her arms like a smooth, cool piece of exquisite jade, a sensation delightful to the touch. The fragrance of his perfume and shampoo, meticulously blended, emanated a faint, refreshing scent imbued with calming properties, reminiscent of the crisp winds from distant snow-capped peaks, captivating her senses. Yet, she found herself in a moment of bewilderment, having known Xiao Wujie for merely over a month since his arrival in the capital. How had it come to pass that they now shared the same bed? Truly, he was a little fox spirit. Subsequently, she gently removed his arm that was entwined around her waist, placing a pillow into his embrace before quietly exiting the room. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she left, Xiao Wujie opened his eyes, a complex expression gracing his features. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa, clad in a cream-colored silk nightgown, he watched as a sports car roared to life and sped away from the estate. Behind him, Lu Zhifeng approached, one hand holding a cup of hot water while the other grasped several pre-meal medications he needed to take. Noticing his master's restless demeanor, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh, my dear master, how could you bear to part with her?" "Ah, I see. Miss Chu has gone off to work." Xiao Wujie, expressionless, accepted the cup of water and swallowed the pills right in front of him. This task was personally assigned to him by Chu Liue, accompanied by a blank check upon which he could inscribe any amount he desired. "Do you have a cigarette?" Xiao Wujie suddenly inquired. He was aware that Lu Zhifeng had a penchant for smoking during his leisure time, often stating, "I smoke solitude, not tobacco." "You must be insane. Your body cannot withstand the smoke." At these words, Lu Zhifeng's pupils constricted sharply. He also sensed that Xiao Wujie's demeanor seemed somewhat off. Xiao Wujie remained silent, gazing intently at him, his eyes conveying an inscrutable emotion. Lu Zhifeng found it most unbearable when he was enveloped by that suffocating aura during Xiao Wujie's silence. Involuntarily, his hand reached into his pocket, fumbling, and he muttered under his breath, Go ahead. You might as well court disaster." Xiao Wujie took the cigarette and lighter from his hand, placing the cigarette between his lips and igniting it. Lu Zhufeng's eyes widened in disbelief, veins throbbing on his forehead. Damn, you're serious. As he watched the lit cigarette, wisps of smoke spiraled upward. Even the faintest whiff was overwhelmingly pungent. Nevertheless, Xiao Wujie disregarded it and took a deep drag. Instantly, a sharp, acrid flavor surged down his throat, causing his body to instinctively recoil. This was followed by a violent cough, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes, and his cheeks flushed crimson from the sudden irritation. Seeing him cough to the point of nearly collapsing, Lu Zhufeng was engulfed in fury. He snatched the cigarette from Xiao Wujie's grasp, extinguished it, and promptly lifted him, striding to the sofa to set him down, patting his back to ease his breathing. At that moment, Xiao Wujie was besieged by a piercing pain in his chest, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. The pungent scent darted chaotically within his nostrils, causing him to cough violently, unable to bring it to a halt. After what felt like an eternity, he gradually calmed down and ceased his coughing, only to discover a splash of crimson staining his palm. This scene instantly provoked Lu Zhufeng, who, disregarding the cold sweat beading on Xiao Wujie's forehead and his labored breaths, seized Xiao Wujie's shoulders with fervor and bellowed, "Xiao Wujie? What on earth are you trying to accomplish? Are you courting death? You can hardly stand the smell of smoke, yet you dare to inhale it like an old chain smoker." Did he truly wish to shorten his life further? His eyes widened in fury, veins bulging, as he gripped Xiao Wujie's shoulders, compelling him to meet his gaze. It was only when Xiao Wujie frowned and emitted a muffled sound of discomfort that he realized he had loosened his grip. Though the fire of anger within him had not subsided in the slightest. "I was merely contemplating that if even attempting to smoke could provoke such a reaction, what hope is there for trying other things?" Xiao Wujie gasped softly, his eyes cast downward, his voice weak and airy. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting all day?" Observing Xiao Wujie's feeble demeanor, Lu Zhufeng felt as though he had struck a punch into cotton, at a loss for words. Resigned, he sighed deeply, then released his hold, pouring a glass of warm water and bringing it to Xiao Wujie's lips for him to rinse. As he watched Xiao Wujie rinse his mouth, his complexion gradually returning to normal, he finally spoke. "What is this? Not only do you wish for Miss Chu to be your elder sister, but you aspire to progress further?" At this, Xiao Wujie's eyes lifted slightly, momentarily surprised by Lu Zhufeng's perceptiveness. He indeed harbored a tumultuous and perplexing array of emotions within his heart. In this new life, he did not wish to remain confined within the self-imposed boundaries he had established in his previous existence. He devoted considerable effort to draw closer to Chu Liue. Yet when he finally approached her, a sense of confusion enveloped him. Chu Liue treated him with such kindness that it rendered him somewhat dazed. She indulged all his whims, leaving him uncertain about the nature of her feelings towards him. Was it gratitude, sibling affection, or perhaps there lingered a trace of something altogether different? As the architect of his own reality, he could readily accept the first two possibilities. However, as an independent individual, he secretly yearned for Chu Liue to harbor feelings for him that transcended those two, emotions that were uniquely his own. Had Lu Zhufeng been privy to his current thoughts, he would undoubtedly have rebuked him harshly. After all, being single and yet sharing a bed, engaging in intimate play, was he truly blind to his own heart? In 2 lifetimes, he had never experienced love, and it seemed he was incapable of loving another. Xiao Wujie was aware that she had ventured into the laboratory. The forgetfulness serum had long been taken by Chu Liue. Though she had remained silent about it, Xiao Wujie recognized that she had placed the substance in the laboratory, striving with all her might to refine its composition and efficacy. The sensation of being cherished in such a manner was exquisite, so delightful that it left him in a state of reverie, casting doubt on whether this was merely a dream. Seeing the astonishment mingled with uncertainty on his face, Lu Zhufeng could not help but chuckle in disbelief. Truly, he was blinded by a single leaf, unable to discern the grandeur of the mountain. Such a clever and perceptive individual, entangled in such trivial matters. He had anticipated something far more significant. Goodness, the daily antics were enough to provoke fear. Love is not merely an instinct. It is, in truth, a profound ability. Who in this world would shower you with kindness without reason? Take a moment to truly contemplate. For many treasures lie right before your eyes, awaiting your embrace of the natural flow of life. He gently patted Xiao Wujie's shoulder, offering a soft smile, and then gracefully departed. Indeed, spending time with such a pretentious individual has elevated his own eloquence. The lovesick men and women of this world truly leave him at a loss for words. You strive so diligently to draw near. How could she possibly let you down? Chapter 39. The sweet duo is about to begin. Since last month, Hongda Group and Feiying Group have been implicated in connections with the now-defunct Rongguan Group, plunging both corporations into the gravest crisis since their inception. Concurrently, the police released their investigative findings, revealing that 3 senior executives, Li from Hongda, Cheng from Feiying, and Wang from Feiying, had engaged in illicit dealings with Gu Wuming, the deceased president of Rongguan. These 3 individuals have since been apprehended, while the other leaders, employees, and operations of both groups remain untainted by legal infractions. In the study, Xiao Wujie sat quietly before his computer, absorbing the economic news broadcasted in the video. Upon concluding, a flicker of contemplation danced in his eyes. Chu Feihong possesses considerable prowess, and with Chu Yiqian's support, it is hardly surprising that the previous scandal could not bring him down. Unless Chu Feihong injects substantial capital to revitalize the entire stock market, where would he procure such vast sums? Xiao Wujie's fingers deftly tapped the keyboard, swiftly entering a series of characters. And soon he found himself on a website adorned with a ghostly visage, aptly named Ghost Trace. Ghost Trace is the most formidable intelligence organization under his command, with its influence permeating throughout the vast expanse of Huaxia. From high-ranking officials to street beggars, the eyes of Ghost Trace can be found everywhere. He swiftly typed a few lines detailing the recent fluctuations in several illicit trades within the imperial capital, and soon after, relevant intelligence began to filter in. Upon reviewing the information, he closed the page, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chu Feihong, you truly dare. It seems he will soon be able to present Chu Liyue with a rather significant gift. Once this gift is bestowed, Chu Liyue should have more time to indulge in his company. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Chu Liyue entered, adorned in a wine-red silk blouse and a form-fitting black skirt, her graceful silhouette captivating as she approached him. What is Jie doing, laughing so heartily? Her voice, cool and poised, bore a subtle upward inflection at the end, blending aloofness with an alluring charm that stirred something deep within Xiao Wujie. He stood and guided Chu Liyue to sit in his executive chair, and in her momentary surprise, he boldly perched himself on her elegantly clad legs, shrouded in mature, seductive black stockings. Gently toying with a strand of her hair, he gazed at her with a glimmer in his eyes and softly inquired, "Sister, may I visit Haijing Bay for 2 days?" Chu Liyue raised an eyebrow at this, questioning, "What purpose do you have for going there?" Haijing Bay, located on the outskirts of the eastern district of the imperial capital, is close to the harbor and is notorious for being a hub of foreign forces. A chaotic area within the city. To investigate a few matters. What matters? Xiao Wujie's gaze flickered momentarily, hesitating before he leaned closer, whispering a few words into her ear. No. Upon hearing this, Chu Liyue's pupils constricted, and she immediately declined. The risk involved in this matter was far too great. She understood that Xiao Wujie was not an ordinary individual, yet his body did not permit him to act recklessly at all times. The last incident, where he suffered a relapse while dealing with Chu Feihong and Chu Yiqian, replayed vividly in her mind as he collapsed, blood spilling from his lips into her embrace. She resolutely vowed never to allow him to put himself in danger again, although success might lead to the complete subjugation of Chu Feihong. Xiao Wujie held far greater significance in her heart. "I will send someone to investigate this matter. You are not permitted to go," Chu Liyue stated, wrapping her arms around his waist, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority. "Isn't my sister engaged with some affairs in Zhongxiu? Take me along, and afterward, we can go together," Xiao Wujie replied with a gentle smile. Zhongxiu, derived from the divine elegance of creation, signified a place of gathering for the ethereal and exquisite, and was the most bustling area in the eastern district of the imperial capital. Hearing Xiao Wujie's suggestion, she found it quite feasible. Having him by her side would indeed bring her peace of mind. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Xiao Wujie's smile broadened, for this signified the commencement of their delightful collaboration. In the private VIP ward of the Chu family's hospital, Chu Feihong lay quietly on the hospital bed, his countenance appearing somewhat haggard, his skin devoid of its former luster, revealing a pallid, sickly hue. The injury inflicted by Lu Zhufeng had nearly cost him his life. After spending several days in the ICU and over a month recuperating in this VIP room, he had shown slight improvement. However, the path to complete recovery remained uncertain. And even so, it was likely that his body would bear lasting repercussions, never to regain its former vigor. There are still those damned pieces of dirt dug up from who knows where. Were it not for his connections with certain high-ranking officials and the fact that he has left behind few incriminating traces, he might very well be languishing in prison by now. The winds of public opinion can stir up a cloud of dust, and his enterprises have suffered severe blows, leading to a precipitous decline in the stock market, teetering on the brink of collapse. With the foundations of his empire crumbling, he is compelled to resort to extraordinary measures. Whispers abound that his hands are not clean, entangled in various illicit dealings. To this, he can only respond with a cold laugh. How many truly untainted souls exist in this world? Should he fall from grace, countless others would undoubtedly follow suit. Such is the harsh truth of existence. Once, he harbored fervent ideals and noble intentions, but what has that yielded him? Suddenly, without a knock, the door swung open, and a man clad in a black suit with a devilish grin entered the room. He casually seated himself beside the hospital bed, arching an eyebrow and chuckling lightly. "Mr. Chu, you appear to be in much better spirits." Indeed, wealth has a way of mending wounds, even hastening physical recovery. Chu Feihong regarded him with a cold stare. Remaining silent, the man, undeterred by his demeanor, maintained his smile, producing an envelope from his coat. Inside lay a check of unimaginable value to the average person. "I merely came to check on you, Mr. Chu, and to deliver the payment for this batch of goods. It would have been splendid had you agreed to collaborate sooner. I assure you, I would not have shortchanged you." However, he paused, casting a glance at Chu Feihong before continuing, "It is not too late. Our partnership has been quite enjoyable. Next week, I am set to secure another substantial order, and the harbor side must heed the directives of the boss." Upon hearing this, Chu Feihong impatiently nodded, then shifted the conversation. "Have you completed the tasks I assigned you?" At this, Chu Feihong's expression brightened slightly, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The man, observing his demeanor, grinned even more wickedly. It seems that Boss Chu is also unable to swallow this grievance, and is prepared to retaliate. Chapter 40. Is Xiao Wujie the empress or a seductress of the harem? The dawn was still hazy, and the sleepy Lu Zhufeng was quietly assisting Xiao Wujie into his garments, unable to suppress his mutterings. "I've already washed him. Must I also change his clothes? Such a pretentious creature, can't he step outside in a robe?" The events were set in motion last night when Chu Liyue heeded Xiao Wujie's advice and promptly coordinated with Zhong Xiu. The four prominent families of the imperial capital, Yi, Chu, Hua, and Gu, have their main power concentrated in the downtown area of the Western District, while the Hua family reigns supreme in the Northern District. And the Eastern District predominantly belongs to the Gu family. Chu Liyue does not share a favorable relationship with the Gu family. Rather, Chu Feihong is closely acquainted with many influential figures within it. The Gu Wuming, who previously suffered at the hands of Chu Liyue, hails from this family. Currently, the business that Chu Liyue has been holding back involves some cooperative projects with the second Miss Gu, Gu Junzi, which have yet to be finalized, necessitating her personal attendance for discussions and handovers. Gu Junzi is also a formidable woman, known for her decisiveness and domineering style. She and Chu Liyue are often referred to as the unparalleled beauties of the imperial capital. Before Chu Liyue arrived, the titles of the most beautiful woman and first miss of the capital were solely attributed to her. The two individuals cannot be deemed incompatible. Rather, there exists a mutual admiration between the esteemed women, both formidable in their own right as cold and elegant executives. However, due to the prevalence of business competition, their relationship cannot be classified as particularly close. When AI Ruman reached out to the other party's secretary to express her intentions, a prompt response indicated readiness for discussions at any time. The decisive Miss Chu promptly scheduled a meeting for the following day. Yet the preliminary discussions extended until the early hours of the morning, concluding at 2 o'clock. Their itinerary was set to commence at 5 o'clock the next day. Xiao Wujie awaited Chu Liyue's completion of her tasks before retiring for the night, but 3 hours of sleep proved insufficient for his well-being. Consequently, at 4:30 in the morning, Chu Liyue forcefully kicked open Lu Zhufeng's door, enlisting his assistance to dress the still slumbering Xiao Wujie, while she herself prepared to depart with him. The sound of her clicking high heels resonated from behind, prompting Lu Zhufeng to remain silent and dutifully assist in dressing Xiao Wujie. Being in a deep slumber, Xiao Wujie, with a hazy consciousness, felt someone seemingly fiddling with him, causing his brows to furrow and his eyelashes to flutter, displaying an unmistakable reluctance to fully awaken. This left Lu Zhufeng in a state of frustration, internally cursing the complexity of the garments at hand, with their numerous ties and buttons. Chu Liyue, already adorned in an exquisite professional ensemble, swiftly seated herself beside the bed, enveloping him in her embrace. Her delicate and smooth hand wove through his hair as she softly whispered into his ear, "Continue to sleep, my dear." Instinctively, Xiao Wujie nestled closer to her, burying his face in the crook of her neck, surrendering to the comfort she provided. With immense effort, Lu Zhufeng, capable of delivering a single blow strong enough to fell a bull, managed to change his clothes without waking him. Chu Liu wrapped him snugly in a thick blanket and lifted him effortlessly. With an elegant stride in her high heels, she descended the stairs. Along the way, the seasoned driver, with years of experience, broke into a cold sweat, anxious about even the slightest jolt of the car. Moments ago, a vehicle had run a red light, forcing him to slam on the brakes, which elicited a drowsy groan from behind. Turning to meet the gaze of his boss, which seemed capable of devouring him whole, he then caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of his exquisite boss tenderly caressing the cheek of the frail, stunning man nestled against him, murmuring soothingly, "It's all right. Sleep well." The man, arms wrapped around his boss's waist, buried his face in the crook of his shoulder, instinctively nuzzling against him. His boss embraced him, allowing the affection to unfold, while meticulously adjusting the blanket around him. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he stole a few more glances, questioning whether he was still dreaming and had mistakenly taken the wrong person. Who could enlighten him about the identity of the one in his boss's arms? Was it the legitimate consort or a bewitching concubine? If it were the legitimate consort, he would need to exhibit his finest demeanor and image to close the distance, perhaps even doubling his salary by merely whispering by his boss's side. 2 hours later, the car rolled into a highly confidential 5-star hotel belonging to Zhongxiao. Perhaps due to a late night and overwhelming fatigue, Xiao Wujie showed no signs of waking, even upon arrival. Chu Liu directly lifted him from the car, and the next moment, the manager in attendance at the hotel beheld a striking scene. A woman of exquisite elegance and noble demeanor, her gaze piercing and demeanor graceful, cradling in her arms a man of such exceptional beauty that it incited envy. She strode in, her 7-centimeter stiletto heels clicking assertively against the floor. Even the most seasoned of them, accustomed to the presence of dignitaries, found themselves momentarily entranced. Not for any other reason, but simply because this pair was undeniably stunning. Though their professional guidelines explicitly prohibited judging by appearances, the inherent superficiality of their nature could not be denied. The male attendant remained composed, but the female attendant, nearly bewitched by Xiao Wujie's delicate and ethereal beauty, sensed the chilling gaze of the aristocratic and alluring woman upon her, sending a shiver down her spine. Upon entering the room, she gently placed the man upon the expansive and comfortable bed, only to realize that he appeared exceedingly fatigued, a subtle flush of unusual color gracing his pale visage. As she reached to touch his forehead, she was taken aback by the intense heat radiating from him. The hotel's designated physician arrived promptly, bringing a thermometer close to his brow, which soon revealed a temperature of 38.5 degrees Celsius. The doctor prescribed medication, yet, considering Xiao Wujie's frail constitution, also prepared several bags of intravenous fluids. As the needle was inserted into Xiao Wujie's vein, he involuntarily let out a soft groan, his beautifully shaped brows knitting together. In that instant, the doctor felt an ominous aura begin to permeate the room, quickly enveloping the entire space. Chu Liu gracefully seated herself at the edge of the bed, embracing him while simultaneously restraining the hand that was attempting to move restlessly due to the needle. Xiao Wujie's eyelashes fluttered, and he drowsily opened his eyes halfway, his voice low and hoarse. "Where am I?" The hotel room was filled with a palpable tension. "Your hand hurts. You have a fever and require for. Be a good boy and refrain from moving around," Chu Liu admonished softly. Observing his parched lips, she cast a cold glance at the petite nurse who had been furtively watching Xiao Wujie. The nurse paused for a moment, following Chu Liu's gaze, and upon realization, hurriedly poured a cup of warm water. She gently brought the cup to the lips of the drowsy Xiao Wujie, coaxing him tenderly, "Drink some water, dear." He complied, taking a couple of sips from Chu Liu's hand before wrapping his arms around her slender waist and burying his face into her embrace. Witnessing the slight tremor of his eyelashes and the droplets of water glistening on his lips, a captivating allure emanated from him, causing Chu Liu's gaze to darken imperceptibly. The doctor, having completed his tasks, pulled the entranced nurse away, who seemed on the verge of exclaiming her affection. The youth of today truly lacked discernment. Do you think such scenes come without a price? Paying for it might cost you your very life, she mused silently to herself. In the room, Chu Liue caressed Xiao Wujie's cheek, whispering soothingly, "Sleep well, my dear." After a while, she glanced at the steady rise and fall of his breath and then at her incessantly vibrating phone. With utmost care, she laid him down, tucking him in gently before lowering her voice as she stepped outside. Standing outside was a tall woman in a black dress, who had appeared unannounced. It was Chu Wan, the one who had previously aided Xiao Wujie in evading the pursuit of Chu Yichen. "Awan, please keep a close watch on him," Chu Liu instructed. Chu Liu softly issued a command, then swiftly departed, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. Chapter 41. Heart of a Fierce Tiger. Scent of a rose around 10 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Wujie aroused from a deep slumber, unaware of when the intravenous drip had been removed. He sensed the presence of someone outside the room, undoubtedly a precaution arranged by Chu Liu to ensure his safety. If his intuition served him correctly, it was likely Chu Wan. The last time he had extricated himself from Chu Yichen's entanglement, it was she or Lung Ruxue who had come to his aid. Contrary to what her name might suggest, Lung Ruxue was vivacious, spirited, and audacious, rendering her unsuitable for such discreet undertakings. Only the reticent, cool, and solitary Chu Wan could provide the reassurance that Chu Liu sought. As he had just awakened, his mind felt somewhat heavy, and his body was languid and weak. He propped himself up, leaning against the headboard while pondering the matters at hand. Chu Liu's affairs with Zhongxiu would likely be resolved within 3 days. His men had already infiltrated Haijing Bay, uncovering traces of illicit activities. According to intelligence, a substantial shipment was expected to arrive in 5 days, presenting an opportune moment to gather concrete evidence. Additionally, there was another matter weighing on his mind. Chu Feihong had faced 2 setbacks, severely damaging both his person and his influence. How could he possibly swallow such indignation? He had acted with utmost discretion, leaving no incriminating evidence for Chu Feihong to seize upon. Yet in the entire imperial capital, apart from himself and Chu Liu, no one possessed the motive or capability to target him so specifically. Silence often proves more treacherous than a tempest, and he suspected that someone lurked in the shadows, contemplating some sinister scheme. However, he could not yet decipher their intentions. Nevertheless, he resolved that he would meet force with force and counter any obstacles that arose. What storm can a mere trickster stir? Regardless of the mischief he conjures, he shall soon learn the peril of igniting a light in the restroom. As thoughts meandered, time slipped away quietly, and just as drowsiness began to creep in, the door swung open from the outside. Chu Liu, weary from her travels, tossed aside a stack of documents and swiftly approached the bedside, taking a seat. She meticulously rubbed her slightly cool hands together before gently placing them upon his forehead, her heart easing as she felt his temperature had returned to normal. From her pocket, she retrieved a piece of chocolate and delicately placed it into Xiao Wujie's mouth, ever mindful that he had consumed not a single grain of rice. Her heart, fierce as a tiger, savored the delicate rose. With the spirit of a tiger, she battled fiercely, unafraid. The obstacles on her path were but stepping stones to leap over. The adversaries she faced were mere prey awaiting her triumph. Observing the individual before her accept her offering with such obedience, his cheeks slightly puffed like an adorable hamster, softened her heart, which had been hardened through the trials of battle and the baptism of blood and fire. A subtle smile danced in her eyes as her fingertips gently caressed his cheek. The chocolate melted slowly in his mouth, releasing a rich and delicate sweetness that dispelled the bitterness left by the infusion of illness. It was akin to sipping a cup of hot cocoa on a winter's day, warming not only the mouth but reaching deep into the heart, transforming the world into a gentler place. Xiao Wujie instinctively nestled into her embrace, resting his head upon her fragrant shoulder, savoring the chocolate in silence. In the suite's living room, Ai Rumen beheld this scene with a complex gaze, filled with emotion. Master Xiao is indeed cherished by her with utmost affection. The usually tranquil Chu Wan, whose demeanor is as still as a serene pond, now exhibits subtle ripples within her beautiful eyes. She had long believed that no mortal man could capture the attention of the ethereal Chu Liu, a celestial beauty unlike any other. Yet, the scene before her undeniably shattered her long-held convictions. "Shall I have someone bring over some food for you? It would be wise to eat something," Chu Liu gently inquired, her delicate fingers grazing his waist as she embraced him. She understood that Xiao Wujie's illness often rendered him reluctant to partake in meals. "Sister, do you have any plans for the afternoon?" Xiao Wujie softly countered. "No, I shall simply accompany my dear treasure, replied AI Roman. At this, she nearly faltered, almost collapsing, but was swiftly supported by the quick-witted Chu Wan. Deep down, she was aware that AI Roman had matters to attend to that afternoon. Very well. However, I wish to venture out with my sister this afternoon, Xiao Wujie said, his gaze filled with hopeful anticipation as he looked towards Chu Liu. The lingering illness from his past lives made him particularly cherish moments of health and clarity. Even a breath of fresh air would be a welcome respite. Upon hearing this, an unusual sparkle ignited in Chu Liu's enchanting eyes. She could delegate her afternoon responsibilities to AI Roman, yet she was bound by an unavoidable business dinner that evening. Earlier that day, she had merely met with some high-ranking officials, but it was during the dinner that she would encounter Gu Junci. Such gatherings typically draw a considerable number of attendees, with prominent families sending their sons and daughters. Moreover, there exists an unwritten rule that generally mandates couples attend together. It is customary for someone like her to be accompanied by a male partner. In the past, she had reluctantly settled for either Chu Nanfeng or Yi Jinyu to fill that role, yet no one was aware that the individual before her was, in truth, her ideal choice. She had initially worried that Xiao Wujie, being unwell, might be reluctant to venture outside. She had no desire to impose upon him. However, since he showed no objection to going out, she could accompany him for a leisurely afternoon stroll, and later, they could attend the evening banquet together. What a delightful prospect. She merely needed to ensure he was adequately bundled up, both for his health and to prevent that little vixen from captivating the hearts of the young ladies in attendance. Well then, my dear, would you accompany your sister to a business banquet this evening? Chu Liu asked without hesitation, gently articulating her request. Her eyes, usually inscrutable and profound, shimmered with an unusual light. Deep down, she genuinely wished for Xiao Wujie to accompany her as her partner for the business event. In response to her rare glimmer of expectation, Xiao Wujie smiled and agreed. How could I refuse such a modest request when you can clear all my obligations? Lunch was served by the hotel staff, who wheeled in a cart laden with dishes. Chu Liu ordered only a few light items suitable for Xiao Wujie, while the rest were at AI Roman's suggestion. After all, to entice a donkey to work, one must ensure it is well fed. At the dining table, Xiao Wujie maintained his usual poise, consuming only a minimal amount, as if even a sip of the northwestern wind would suffice to satiate him. AI Roman watched in astonishment, realizing why young Master Xiao maintained such an admirable physique. However, she could not dwell on such matters. She needed to indulge herself in a hearty meal. After all, the two would revel in romance in the afternoon, while she would have to toil away at work. That was a topic best left unmentioned. Every mention brings tears. It seems inevitable that she will one day honorably pass away at her post. Thus, while she still has the chance to save her life, she should indulge a little. Chapter 42. Sister Liu pampering her precious one. It couldn't be simpler. In the presidential suite's dressing room, Chu Liu was intently browsing her phone. The page's title read, "What to note when accompanying a beautiful and well-behaved brother out." Meticulous as she was, she never engaged in unprepared endeavors. I too wish to be nurtured by a beautiful sister. Sister, do you need a pleasing companion by your side? Chu Liu raised an eyebrow. Are you dreaming and eating dog feces? As she continued to scroll, she mused, what is the point of going out? It's an utter waste of time. Less going out. I wish to echo the sentiment that while flowers have their fragrance, the moon also has its shadows. Chu Liu, is this a legitimate website? She promptly switched tones and searched again. Comprehensive guide on what to note when accompanying a beautiful and well-behaved brother. Indeed, life requires more affirmation and fewer doubts. Dress in a casual yet attractive manner, allowing him to relax while firmly capturing his gaze. Chu Liu glanced down at her professional attire, feeling that there was some merit in that advice. A thumbs up for that. The three-word mantra, bye, as our great ancestors have proclaimed, material conditions shape consciousness. Anything he gazes upon should be acquired. Chu Liu, is it truly that simple? Shopping, dining, and a movie. What a trifecta, it cannot go wrong. It is worth considering. A last-minute effort, though perhaps not swift, still shines. After a solid 10 minutes of intensive study, Chu Liu felt her understanding and grasp of the situation elevate to a new level. Ready to go out. Meanwhile, Xiao Wujie had already donned a casual white shirt and black trousers, seated on the sofa as he formulated his strategy with his phone in hand. The Dongqing district, having been established relatively late, has become a hub for expatriates and boasts an array of modern amenities, with shopping malls and commercial streets being the most notable attractions. Currently, He is unwell and wary of the wind, opting for the safety of an indoor mall, especially since he has to accompany Chu Liyue to a business dinner later that evening. At the same time, he finds himself pondering what activities he might engage in with Chu Liyue in the afternoon. Having been confined to bed for quite some time, a sudden one strikes him. And considering he has never ventured out with a woman before, he feels increasingly despondent about his own inadequacies, lacking the ability to even enjoy leisure activities. At that moment, Chu Liyue emerged from the fitting room, prompting him to instinctively glance up, only to find himself unable to tear his gaze away. He beheld her graceful figure, her curves exuding sensuality as she approached him with elegance. She had shed her professional attire in favor of a black crop top paired with a V-shaped mermaid skirt, the design accentuating her slender waist, which was barely graspable by hand. The slight glimpse of her smooth, fair skin revealed a flat abdomen and tantalizing curves. She was stunningly beautiful, radiating an alluring charm. AI Roman struggled to wipe away the drool that nearly escaped from the corner of his mouth. It was not just men who found her irresistible. Even a woman would be hard-pressed to maintain composure in her presence. Words eluded her, save for the urge to utter something vulgar. Xiao Wujie was momentarily taken aback, but soon found himself unable to suppress a chuckle, exclaiming, "Truly a celestial being. Unlike any mundane creature of this world. Sister, you are exquisite. Ahem. Restrain yourself. One must not resort to vulgarity. After all, he is a learned man." She stood before Xiao Wujie, the two of them resembling a pair of ethereal beings, their unparalleled beauty captivating anyone who dared to gaze upon them. She playfully tossed her cascading hair over her shoulder, then reached out to gently pinch the soft flesh at Xiao Wujie's neck, smiling as she said, "Let us be off, my dear." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at the opulent Golden Era, the most luxurious shopping mall in Zhongxiu. The corridors were lined with an array of the world's premier luxury brands, showcasing everything from elegant haute couture to exquisite handcrafted leather goods. From dazzling jewelry to rare and precious timepieces, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Unlike the bustling crowds typical of ordinary malls, the clientele here was sparse. A consequence of the exorbitant prices, Xiao Wujie had his hands tucked into his pockets, while Chu Liyu wrapped her arm around his waist. Their graceful strides made them the focal point of this lavish establishment, simply because their beauty was utterly captivating. Chu Liyu's icy gaze held an air of authority, and her casual attire could not conceal the formidable presence of a peerless empress that surrounded her. Xiao Wujie, with his jade-like visage and a hint of a smile, appeared strikingly delicate against his pale complexion, reminiscent of a fragile willow swaying in the wind. Together, they embodied a harmonious duality of yin and yang, strength and softness, akin to the coexistence of cold rain and warm spring breeze. Fortunately, the patrons and staff at this establishment were accustomed to grand spectacles, displaying remarkable decorum. Although they marveled at the couple's stunning looks, none dared to intrude or take clandestine photographs. Yet, the lingering gazes filled with admiration conveyed just how extraordinarily captivating they were. Observing the subtle warmth in Xiao Wujie's gentle smile, a trace of imperceptible tenderness flickered in Chu Liyu's cold eyes. They meandered aimlessly for quite some time, until Chu Liyu recalled the travel itinerary she had prepared for the day. The first principal, dressed casually yet elegantly, not only allowing him to relax, but also captivating his gaze. She seemed to have succeeded quite well. Along the way, this little fox subtly and intentionally cast glances in her direction. The next principle is a succinct mantra, buy. Anything that caught his eye, she would acquire without hesitation. She was aware of Xiao Wujie's fondness for fashion, so she promptly led him to the clothing section. She allowed Xiao Wujie to select stores that piqued his interest, and he chose a boutique that was not part of the mainstream luxury brands. He held little fascination for extravagant goods, instead gravitating towards meticulously crafted artistic pieces with a strong design sensibility. Indeed, the high-end store in the East District did not disappoint him. Every item within was a masterpiece of unique design, embodying the pinnacle of craftsmanship and aesthetic pursuit. While Xiao Wujie admired the garments, Chu Liyue took the opportunity to subtly signal to the store manager, who approached with a warm demeanor and lowered her head in deference. Chu Liyue whispered a few words into her ear. Upon hearing them, the gracious store manager nearly succumbed to the urge to kneel. The illustrious Miss Chu, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital, instructed her, it matters not which piece he fancies, simply take his measurements. And every style in the store shall be tailored to him, delivered to Liyue Manor afterwards. Observing the sparkle in Xiao Wujie's eyes, Chu Liyue could not help but smile knowingly. She distinctly recalled how Xiao Wujie had surveyed all the merchandise upon entering the store. Wasn't it simply about taking her charming darling out and indulging him? Chapter 43, Xiao Wujie, How I Adore My Sister. They lingered in the fashion boutique for an extended period, and ultimately, Xiao Wujie selected a black trench coat with subtle design elements. In an effort to surprise him, Chu Liyue pretended to make a purchase, swiping her card for the coat that cost a small fortune. She draped the coat over Xiao Wujie, mindful of his illness, concerned that he might catch a chill. How ridiculous! She had scarcely begun to implement the strategies she had learned. Moreover, after indulging her precious darling, the glimmering gaze in his eyes, coupled with the envious expressions of others, stirred within her an unusual sense of vanity and satisfaction, a feeling she had never experienced before. During their first outing together, everything revolved around his happiness. Should it bring him joy, she would take on the entire year's sales of the mall. Thus, from head to toe, Xiao Wujie was showered with gifts, as Chu Liyue meticulously acquired everything he merely glanced at, adhering to her strategic guide. Even the act of pretending to swipe her card was led by Chu Liyue, while Xiao Wujie's own black card remained untouched in his pocket, gathering dust. However, he was not overly concerned with traditional masculinity. Rather, he found pleasure in this arrangement. This pampering was indeed delightful. Sister truly is the best. The news of Miss Chu Liyue commandeering the store as a walking ATM quickly spread among the store managers, igniting an uproar. When would such opulence grace their lives? In an instant, every store owner in the mall cast reverent, almost worshipful glances at Chu Liyue and Xiao Wujie. May the light of the divine be with me. After wandering for over an hour, Chu Liyue, who had been closely observing Xiao Wujie's condition, immediately discerned the weariness etched upon his brow. She promptly guided him to a nearby sofa, tenderly placing her hand against his forehead. He did not have a fever. Inquiring about his discomfort, Xiao Wujie merely shook his head gently. He was simply fatigued, his body feeling weak, yet he experienced no significant unease. Noticing this, Chu Liyue's eyes sparkled momentarily. Contemplating the third strategy, shopping, dining, and a cinematic experience. She had nearly purchased half of them all. It was not yet time for a meal. However, a film seemed a delightful option, as sitting in a theater would require little exertion. To her recollection, Xiao Wujie had shown considerable interest in such artistic pursuits. Yet, everything would hinge upon his preference. Shaking his head, he seemed unwilling to relent. He had yet to fully vent his frustrations or savor the comforts of indulgence. Aju, would you care to watch a movie? She gently inquired while affectionately ruffling his hair. He nodded. This was splendid. It would be ideal if the film could invigorate him. Observing his slightly breathless and feeble demeanor, Chu Liyue effortlessly lifted him into her arms, making her way to the cinema on the top floor. Xiao Wujie couldn't help but squirm in her embrace. While the comfort was delightful, it did leave him feeling somewhat lacking in masculine vigor. Chu Liyue, undeterred, adjusted her hold on him, giving his rear a playful pat, her voice firm yet devoid of anger. Stay still. Xiao Wujie could hardly fathom that his frosty sister would so brazenly take charge in a public setting, nearly causing him to emit a soft sound of protest. Yet, upon witnessing the mixed expressions of male patrons and staff alike, he found a sudden sense of acceptance. So be it. He would embrace this indulgence to its fullest. He shifted slightly, seeking a more comfortable position in Chu Liyue's embrace, surrendering to relaxation. Along the way, they encountered a handsome man carrying his girlfriend on his back, though he lacked the charm of the one beside him. As the man brushed past Chu Liyue, she maintained her unwavering gaze ahead, her cold eyes revealing no emotion. Her presence still commanding. Xiao Wujie raised an eyebrow and offered a subtle smile to the handsome man, thinking to himself, "Brother, you still have much to practice. Look at the treatment I receive." The cinema was sparsely populated, allowing Xiao Wujie to casually select a romantic film. In Hall 6, it turned out they had the entire space to themselves. However, the film's content, merely consisting of embraces and the occasional kiss, failed to ignite any enthusiasm in Xiao Wujie. Meanwhile, Chu Liyue's attention was entirely absent from the screen. It was evident he felt a bit fatigued. He tenderly massaged one side of his temples with one hand while gently kneading his neck with the other, seeking to alleviate his weariness. Having watched only part of the film, they decided to leave the cinema. When asked how he could be so certain that the story would not take an unexpected turn, he would simply point out that every layer and foreshadowing indicated the inevitable conclusion. Indeed, some tales are predestined from their inception, after traversing a lengthy journey. Why cling to an ending that has long been inscribed? As they exited the cinema, preparing to depart the mall, a uniquely dressed gentleman unexpectedly blocked their path. Undeterred by the formidable aura emanating from Chu Liyue, the man ushered them into his studio. He was a photographer, and his establishment served as a professional photography studio adorned with numerous displays of his work and various accolades he had garnered. His pursuits were not driven by wealth or fame, but rather by a profound passion for art. He found it utterly impossible to avert his gaze from the two models, who were nothing short of masterpieces, as they passed before him. He guided them in front of the camera, a Canon renowned for its portrait capabilities, against the backdrop of a pristine white wall, illuminated by multiple supplementary lights. Only a high stool stood before the camera, and without hesitation, Chu Liyue directed Xiao Wujie to take a seat upon it. Although she longed to capture a photograph with her dear companion, she was determined not to let him tire from the endeavor. Strangely, the older gentleman showed no inclination to fetch another stool for Chu Liyue. Even more peculiar was his apparent disinterest in commencing the shoot. He merely lingered before the camera, engaging in trivial inquiries. He asked about their relationship when they had met, and whether anyone had ever remarked upon their striking compatibility. Xiao Wujie simply leaned into Chu Liyue's embrace, remaining silent. Chu Liyue, typically reticent, might have kicked him away in frustration had it not been for her desire to take a photograph with him. Why so much unnecessary chatter? If he had something to say, he ought to seek out her great-grandmother in the netherworld. Her patience waned, and she even began to suspect that this photographer might be prying for information. Meanwhile, Xiao Wujie merely smirked slightly. In this world, there exists a multitude of photographers. Some are learners, mechanically absorbing the experiences of those who came before them, replicating them in practice. Others are teachers, possessing a greater sense of aesthetics and innovation. They guide their subjects to embody movements and poses that resonate with their inherent essence and character. Then, there are those who wait. These individuals have mastered the wisdom of their predecessors and possess a discerning eye. They no longer chase after mere imitation or superficial flair. Rather, they pursue the authentic representation of art and humanity. They wait. In the moment when the characters are most authentic, most natural, and most emotionally expressive. Xiao Wujie's gaze flickered momentarily as he softly called out, "Sister." Upon hearing this, Chu Liyue immediately lowered her head to look at him, instinctively tightening her embrace around his waist. Xiao Wujie fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes subtly shifting. Eventually, he smiled gently, his eyes seemingly filled with a galaxy of stars, bright and enchanting. "How I adore my sister." In the depths of Chu Liyue's cool eyes, a gust swept through the treetops, waves surged in countless layers, and blossoms flourished in unison. In the next instant, time froze, and the sound of a shutter echoed. Everything is perfectly orchestrated. The author writes with a certain spontaneity. When the atmosphere is right, it flows effortlessly. I am grateful for everyone's support in chasing updates and urging progress. During this verification period, I hope you all continue to comment and refrain from neglecting the story. I am immensely thankful. I've been playfully urging updates and generating excitement daily. We are nearing 100,000 words. If possible, I kindly request a 5-star review, as the number of reviews is rather overwhelming. Am I being too excessive? Haraha. Sometimes I ponder whether my writing is overly elegant and sophisticated, captivating everyone to the point of obsession. If so, I must truly be a genius. Chapter 44. Life like the lonely moon in the 9 heavens. The world no longer lonely as snow as the slanting sun rose. The horizon gradually adorned itself with a gentle hue of orange-yellow. The black Maybach sports car shimmered with a metallic gleam under the sunset, its engine emitting a deep and powerful roar as it sped along the winding road. Chu Liyue held Xiao Wujie in the back seat, while the breathtaking sunset outside transformed continuously, mirroring the ever-shifting, subtle, and complex emotions within her heart. Yi Jinyu once expressed that her heart was akin to a still pond, impervious to the tempests of the outside world, incapable of stirring even the slightest ripple. Yet now, confronted with the chaos of emotions, her heart resembled clouds scattered by a fierce wind, disordered and tumultuous. She could scarcely recall how she had exited the shopping mall. Her mind remained a battlefield of confusion. Throughout her life, she had wielded her decisiveness like a sword, casting a disdainful gaze upon the world, unimpeded by any obstacle, and scornful of pausing for trivialities or evading challenges. The haunting dream that still evokes cold sweat in her was a revelation of the profound complexity of her feelings for Xiao Wujie. The dual redemption of life and spirit compelled her, in her role as an elder sister, to nurture, protect, and cherish him for over a decade. Upon awakening from that dream, she became acutely aware of the peculiar emotions blossoming within her heart towards him. Her initial reaction was one of shock and disbelief. She recalled Lung Rushue's words, who remarked that she had dwelled in solitude for far too long, almost becoming a nun, and should seek a man to bring warmth to her life. At that time, she dismissed such notions with contempt, for she was born with an extraordinary fate, possessing an almost otherworldly talent, standing atop the highest peaks, gazing down upon the masses like mere dust. To her, the entire world felt like a speck of dust, and she would never stoop to the frivolities of romantic pursuits like a lovesick butterfly. She remembered Lang Rushue's wistful expression, as she lamented that her life was akin to a solitary moon in the vast sky, with the world below shrouded in the loneliness of snow. The moment she recognized the turmoil within her heart, she even pondered whether she had simply become infatuated after being alone for too long. Yet, like an unbreakable curse, the nightmare that clung to her and the lingering feelings in her heart compelled her to acknowledge that amidst the vast sea of humanity, such emotions were born solely for one person. She has always been a decisive individual, one who knows when to act and when to refrain. Having gained clarity about her own heart, she would naturally choose not to evade the truth. She is not blinded by infatuation or impulsive in her emotions. She will not plunge into love merely due to a fleeting flutter within her heart. Instead, she opts to immerse herself in the gentle currents of life, allowing herself to reflect and deeply appreciate each moment. Should that tender sprout within her bloom vibrantly, as long as Xiao Wujie does not resist, she is willing to let the flame in her heart melt away the superficial frost, dedicating her lifelong tenderness to him. However, if Xiao Wujie cannot nurture that delicate shoot to flourish, or if love is unreciprocated like falling petals meeting an indifferent stream, she will continue to protect him as an elder sister, ensuring his life remains untroubled. This, in a sense, is her selfish test for both herself and Xiao Wujie, for she is capable of playing her role well, regardless of the outcome. After 5 years apart, she imagines that the young man must have grown even more handsome, for he was already strikingly beautiful. Indeed, upon seeing him again, his appearance never fails to astonish her. She considers herself a perfectionist and naturally has an eye for beauty. He is undoubtedly the most handsome man she has ever encountered, bar none. Time, a merciless blade, can erode many things, and she finds herself pondering whether their separation has created distance between them. Yet, when the young man approaches her, his unparalleled beauty radiating, and embraces her, she feels no inclination to resist. He arrives already unwell, and she realizes that she must adopt an even more attentive and patient demeanor in caring for him. After all, the capital remains fraught with danger, and it is she who has drawn him into this murky water for her own sake. The little one surprised her with his unexpected clinginess, a trait she certainly did not resent. After all, who could refuse such a charming, delicate, and obedient darling? When he, as cunning as a fox, displayed his tea-making skills and drank from the cup of hostility offered by Chui Chen, she came to realize that the little one's feelings for her might not be as innocent as they seemed. Nevertheless, she remained resolute. She was not one to be swayed by mere hints of affection, for many matters require patience and careful consideration. Yet, witnessing the alluring sight of the little one intoxicated, she found herself momentarily overwhelmed by desire, leading her to assist him with his bath that evening. It wasn't entirely her fault. After all, she was indeed a severe esthetician, and the little one was irresistibly captivating, making it difficult to maintain her composure. Moreover, it was not the first time she had bathed him during their childhood. She had seen him in every aspect. Not only was he exceptionally handsome, but his physique also deserved high praise. Lean yet well-defined, with just the right amount of muscle, boasting 6 perfect abdominal muscles. Due to his prolonged illness, his skin was cold and pale, and even while soaking in the bathtub, it remained difficult to warm him. This caused her heart to ache. With his frail health compounded by alcohol, the little one appeared restless in his sleep. She held him close, soothing him until the midnight hour, when he finally drifted into a stable slumber. However, the most heart-wrenching moment was yet to come. The little one suffered a sudden onset of illness as he attempted to confront Chu Fei Hong. When Lu Zhifeng found her, cradling him as he struggled to breathe, she experienced for the first time in many years what it meant for one's heart to tremble. Her immediate instinct was to rush to the hospital, but the little one painfully restrained her, insisting they could not go to the hospital and could not leave. Otherwise, all he had done would be laid bare. The little one truly possesses an uncanny foresight. No sooner had she meticulously crafted the scene than Xiao Wujie arrived. The small figure, utterly devoid of strength to even sit up, trembled faintly in her embrace. It was difficult for her to fathom the immense effort he must have exerted to feign nonchalance while engaging with Xiao Wujie. Indeed, Xiao Wujie proved to be a formidable adversary, refusing to yield an inch despite her attempts to provoke him with words. She could sense the little one's agony, his fingers nearly breaking from the strain, his body pushed to its limits. Had those two officers arrived but a second later, she would have been compelled to take lethal action against Xiao Wujie, although such an act would have repercussions for her. Could she afford to consider such consequences when the little one had risked his life for her? As expected, no sooner had the police departed than the little one coughed up blood and collapsed in her arms. In that moment, that scene mirrored a vision she had seen in her dreams. She conceded that it was the first time in her life she felt genuine fear. The little one, lying unconscious on the hospital bed, resembled a flower on the brink of wilting, as if a mere breeze could whisk him away. Upon awakening, he clung to her even more fervently, climbing onto her bed before she could fully register his presence. She sensed his approach, and she was unwilling to disappoint him, nor herself. Being with the little one brought her immense comfort. He was astute, attentive, and obedient, skillfully navigating the nuances of their companionship. She realized she had indeed developed feelings, willingly ensnared in his charming trap. She believed it prudent to allow herself a bit more time, to wait until the situation stabilized, and to ensure his health improved. She would take the initiative, drawing him to the capital, and it was only fitting that she would express her feelings or undertake any subsequent actions first. Yet this little rascal is truly incorrigible. He clearly perceives the photographer's intentions, yet remains silent. When he finally speaks, his words are astonishing. Just a few phrases render her, usually so composed, utterly disarmed. As he gazes at her with eyes that seem to be filled with twinkling starlight, she succumbs. At this moment, the setting sun paints the horizon, casting a gentle and romantic glow akin to a masterpiece. Xiao Wujie holds her beloved tightly, instinctively drawing him closer, her gaze shifting yet never straying from him. After an indeterminate period, she finally utters her first words after leaving the mall. "Darling, are you serious?" Her captivating eyes remain fixed on Xiao Wujie's, her voice low and husky. Xiao Wujie smiles softly. Having been solitary for too long, he possesses the insight to understand everything yet refrains from confessing his feelings. Yet, when emotions surge, he speaks freely. His gaze flickers, and he takes a gentle breath. In the next moment, he rises from Xiao Wujie's embrace. His cool, pale lips descend upon her alluring crimson ones. The motion is somewhat awkward and stiff. His lips softly suckle, his teeth graze lightly, and his tongue caresses gently. Then, just as swiftly, he withdraws, his eyes shimmering with warmth as he gazes quietly at the unparalleled beauty before him. Xiao Wujie is momentarily stunned. Then a smile graces her lips. The lipstick on her mouth has been slightly smudged by Xiao Wujie, and now, when she smiles, she resembles an enchanting siren, captivating and enthralling. With a smile playing at her lips and seductive glances, she murmurs, "Darling, open your mouth." Her enticing red lips meet his cool, pale ones. Their breaths intertwine, teeth gently grazing, tongues entwined. I exist like a solitary moon in the vast sky, yet the world no longer feels as lonely as snow. Chapter 45. Xiao Wujie, my dear, you are not being good. The sunlight filtered through the partially drawn curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the two intertwined figures on the sofa. Xiao Wujie was cradled in Xiao Wujie's embrace, seated upon her elegantly long legs, their noses touching, lips connecting. Xiao Wujie slightly lifted her beautiful eyes, glancing at the treasure nestled in her arms, whose lashes fluttered subtly, gradually succumbing to enchantment. A trace of amusement flickered in her gaze as she tenderly guided him to explore uncharted territories. Xiao Wujie had long been lost in the intoxicating realm of her soft allure, his senses captivated by the gentle teasing of her lips, oblivious to his way back. His hands instinctively rested upon Xiao Wujie's slender waist, gently caressing her. Gradually, the air around them thinned, and just as it seemed to be nearly depleted, Xiao Wujie suddenly released his delicate lips. "My dear," breathed. Her voice, low and rich, was utterly beguiling. Xiao Wujie leaned weakly against her, gasping for air. Hadn't the novels he read claimed that men excelled in such matters? Was it the stories that misled him, or was his sister Liu simply too skilled? It couldn't possibly be that he was lacking. As realization dawned upon him, he felt as if his tongue had gone numb. A siren. An utterly enchanting siren. Had it been in his previous life, he felt he could have penned a new book titled Siren Sister. Too powerful, leaving me numb. Xiao Wujie gasped faintly, his energy waning, while a few strands of Chu Liyu's hair brushed against his face, teasingly tickling his skin. Unable to resist, he lifted his gaze to meet hers. In that moment, her hair was slightly disheveled, and her beautiful eyes shimmered like water, resembling a beguiling spirit freshly emerged from the depths. Though her face appeared unflustered, the slight irregularity in her breathing betrayed her current state. As she caught sight of Xiao Wujie, a smile curved her lips, and she placed a gentle kiss upon his forehead. Then, she embraced him a little tighter, reclining half of her body against the sofa. It appeared that both she and her beloved companion needed to practice more. Observing that Xiao Wujie had rested sufficiently, Chu Liu promptly called in the makeup team waiting outside. For the time until the banquet was drawing near, the stylists entered, each instinctively lowering their heads, fearful of encountering anything inappropriate. They had been informed to arrive an hour early to await the return of Miss Chu and her brother to prepare them for the evening's festivities. After waiting for more than an hour, they were met not with the anticipated siblings, but with Miss Chu, who entered while cradling someone in her arms, smoothly closing and locking the door behind her. Was this what they had envisioned? The sight of Miss Chu adorned with vibrant lipstick and the delicate, sickly-looking man bearing traces of that crimson hue upon his lips. It was likely that their assumptions were not far from the truth. The customary procedure for makeup begins with the selection of evening wear. Stealing a glance at the pair, the stylist made a bold decision, overturning the originally prepared gowns and replacing them entirely with couple outfits. The information he had received indicated that the clients were a brother and sister. Yet it seemed that this intelligence was somewhat inaccurate. Indeed, as he presented a row of couples attire before Miss Chu, he noticed a glimmer of approval in her gaze. Then, he was greeted by her exhilarating, haughty voice. For this service, I shall pay double. As they sat together for their styling, the stylists could not help but marvel at the enchanting sight before them. They were truly a match made in heaven, a celestial pairing. Such were their genuine sentiments. Unable to be contained. Subsequently, S' beautiful eyes narrowed slightly with a smile. Triple the fee. Upon witnessing this, couldn't help but inwardly support his forehead. Was typically composed, rational, and possessed unwavering emotional stability. Such overt emotional displays, even bordering on extravagance, were rarely seen in her. Their repeated occurrence today was a testament to her genuinely buoyant spirits. After a brief interlude, and, adorned in matching black formal attire, emerged simultaneously from their respective dressing rooms, was resplendent in a tailored black suit. His handsome countenance radiating a gentle smile, exuding debonair charm. Was clad in a minimalist yet opulent black gown, its hem swaying gracefully with her movements, emanating an ineffable allure. Possessing an imposing aura, she was an unparalleled vision of captivating beauty. Their gazes met, each perceiving profound admiration and subtle elation in the other's eyes. Gently encircled its waist. Their figures upright, their gait refined as they descended the stairs and entered the vehicle. En route, S' phone emitted a series of chimes. Upon opening it, she discovered a photograph transmitted via WeChat from the venerable photographer, accompanied by several messages. I had intended to send a retouched image, but after scrutinizing it for an extended period, I could find nothing in need of alteration. You two are the most flawless models I have ever encountered. This photograph is the most gratifying portrait I have ever created. It is an honor to photograph you both. I shall transform this image into a collector's edition, limited run Jikli print. I wish you both every success and boundless happiness. In the photograph, Xiao Wujie gazes up at Chu Liu, his eyes seemingly filled with the vastness of stars and the ocean. Chu Liu wraps her arms around Xiao Wujie's waist, looking down at him, her eyes brimming with an infinite allure and boundless splendor. The most beautiful moment is immortalized in the form of this photograph. Perhaps some things are impervious to the passage of time. For instance, this picture. It captures the most exquisite moment of their lives. No matter how many years pass, it will remain as timeless as this photograph, becoming the most cherished part of their hearts. The two of them stared at the picture in silence until Xiao Wujie broke the tranquility. Do you like it, sister? Had it not been for his spontaneous brilliance, the photographer might have found himself queuing at the crematorium, unable to capture this magnificent image. Upon hearing his words, Chu Liu playfully pinched the flesh at his waist, eliciting a tremor throughout his body, causing him to lean even more helplessly into her embrace. Her alluring red lips brushed against his ear, her warm breath caressing his neck, sending a delicate flush across his pale skin. "My dear, you're not behaving. You conspired with that photographer against me. But I like it." Chapter 46, A Boyfriend's Display. In the unparalleled beauty's evening gathering, as dusk descended, the contours of the city gradually blurred, replaced by twinkling stars and the lights of towering buildings coming to life. Within the Zhongxiu building, named after the Zhongxiu district, countless lights illuminated behind the glass curtain wall, resembling a myriad of stars descending to earth, embedded in this modern architectural marvel. The luxurious black Maybach came to a graceful halt before the resplendent Zhongxiu building. Unlike before, as the driver opened the rear door, it was Xiao Wujie who alighted first. He elegantly bent down, one hand clasping the delicate, slender hand of Chu Liua, while the other gentlemanly assisted her in lifting the magnificent, heavy fabric of her gown. Once they had both steadied themselves, Chu Liua affectionately brushed her fingers through Xiao Wujie's hair. Standing together, her statuesque figure, accentuated by exquisite high heels, matched his height almost perfectly. It was effortless for her to caress his hair at such proximity. With one arm linked through Xiao Wujie's, she held up her gown with the other, and together they glided into the building with graceful steps. On the 6th floor of the Zhongxiu building, the venue had been reserved for the evening by Gu Junsi, the second daughter of the Gu family. The grand hall on the 6th floor shimmered with brilliant lights that danced in harmony with the meticulously arranged decorations, creating an atmosphere of opulence and solemnity. By the time Chu Liua and Xiao Wujie arrived, a considerable number of guests had already gathered, engaged in hushed conversations in small clusters. The moment Chu Liua and Xiao Wujie made their entrance, they instantly became the center of attention, not solely due to their striking appearances. The attendees were prominent figures in the capital, not so superficial as to be swayed merely by looks, rather. It was Chu Liua's renowned reputation and influence in the capital that drew their intrigue. After all, who in the imperial city was unaware of the illustrious name of Chu Liua, the formidable and talented princess of the Chu family? Many had come this evening with the intent to witness the grace of these two extraordinary women, Chu Liua and Gu Junsi. To establish even a fleeting acquaintance, or merely to make an impression before them, would certainly render their visit worthwhile. The guests lingering around the periphery of the grand hall found it challenging to even feign familiarity with those present. Indeed, as they observed Chu Liua gracefully accompany Xiao Wujie, each step she took resembled a stroll down a red carpet, exuding an air of elegance. The black evening gown clung to her exquisite figure, delineating a smooth and captivating silhouette. The hem of her dress swayed gently with her movements, akin to the most enigmatic shadow in the night. However, her delicate features bore a chilling demeanor, and the powerful aura she radiated formed an invisible barrier that compelled onlookers to unconsciously slow their pace, maintaining a respectful distance. Thus, they could only muster polite smiles and cast her glances imbued with reverence and friendliness, pretending to be acquaintances. Once Chu Liua and Xiao Wujie had distanced themselves, murmurs began to circulate. Truly, the illustrious reputation of Miss Chu was well-deserved. Her grace was unmatched, and her beauty was striking. Indeed, such an aura was undeniably intimidating. But wait, who is the young gentleman accompanying Miss Chu today? He seems rather unfamiliar, uncertain, yet he is undeniably exceptionally handsome. The hall was vast, and it took the pair over 20 minutes to reach the core area. As they approached the central zone, the status of the guests became increasingly distinguished. In the presence of notable figures, even Chu Liua found it necessary to pause for brief conversations. Yet, each time they departed hand in hand, it elicited hushed gasps from the crowd, as everyone felt compelled to inquire politely about the unfamiliar Xiao Wujie. Which esteemed family does this young man belong to? What a strikingly handsome young man. One cannot help but wonder how to address him. Is this gentleman perhaps the boyfriend of Miss Chu? A succinct and powerful declaration. When did the illustrious Miss Chu acquire such an exquisite partner? How is it that they have not heard a whisper of this development? Is the young master of their household truly out of the running? As for the name of Xiao Wujie, Chu Liua refrained from uttering it, lazily opting for silence. For she knew that within 10 minutes, all discernible information about Xiao Wujie would undoubtedly be thoroughly scrutinized. She bore no concerns that this matter would stir a tempest. After all, her beloved deserved nothing less than the finest the world has to offer, and a proper acknowledgement was imperative. Furthermore, those present were all astute individuals, well aware of the adage that trouble often springs from one's words. Such matters served best as light conversation within high society, for should a scandal arise, her wrath would surely descend like divine retribution upon every individual present. Chu Liu slowed her pace slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Xiao Wujie. "Are you tired, Ajie?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wujie shook his head vigorously, like a tambourine. Not tired. Not tired at all. Though he did indeed feel a hint of fatigue, he dared not voice it. He had no doubt that if he uttered a single word of exhaustion, Chu Liu would promptly sweep him up and carry him the rest of the way. While he relished being pampered, he still wished to maintain some semblance of dignity. It seemed she perceived his thoughts, for a trace of amusement flickered in Chu Liu's enchanting gaze. "You've worked hard, my dear." Her cool, regal tone flowed with a hint of tenderness. As they walked on, Xiao Wujie found himself questioning the purpose of life. Would this grand haul ever come to an end? Truly, he lamented, he would never again pen tales of extravagant wealth in his next life. At long last, amidst the throng, he beheld a woman of remarkable grace. Raising her gaze towards Chu Liu and himself, the star of this soiree, undoubtedly, was the illustrious Miss Gu Jianxi, known to stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Liu. Beside her stood a familiar companion, the strikingly handsome Yi Jinyu, scion of the Yi family, exuding an air of dignified elegance. As Chu Liu approached with an elegance that commanded attention, the formidable figures around her instinctively parted, granting her passage. Gu Jianxi stepped forward gracefully, her features strikingly beautiful. Her skin as fair as fresh snow. Her white gown billowed gently around her, the delicate fabric fluttering like the purest clouds in the night sky. Her gaze was equally calm and profound, seemingly capable of piercing into the hearts of men while simultaneously exuding an air of disdain for the world around her. Unlike Chu Liu, who resembled a solitary moon in the vast sky, cold and formidable, Gu Jianxi possessed an ethereal yet approachable demeanor that left a complex impression, both profound and elusive. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the two principal figures of the evening, the most resplendent jewels of the imperial capital, stood side by side, extending their delicate, fair hands towards one another. Their palms met in a gentle clasp, momentarily touching before parting again, accompanied by a faint smile that did not quite reach their eyes. This was neither their first encounter nor their initial meeting. Perhaps it is due to their shared status as daughters of heaven, both possessing their own pride and elegance. Over the years, many have drawn comparisons between them, and the mention of one inevitably evokes thoughts of the other. Yet, they have always maintained a delicate relationship, aware, yet unacquainted, recognized, yet not familiar, neither enemies nor friends. Mutually admiring, yet not confidants. Perhaps these two exquisite flowers should stand proudly on separate cliffs, each exuding their own fragrance. However, at this moment, they find themselves united by the invisible bonds that connect individuals. The young man is. After a brief greeting, Gu Jianxi immediately turned her gaze to Xiao Wujie, who stood beside Chu Liu. Her beautiful eyes, deep and enigmatic, concealed the emotions within. Boyfriend. With a chilling glint, her piercing gaze locked onto Gu Jianxi, radiating an astonishing aura of pressure. She harbored a disdain for the woman before her, and even more so for the way she looked at Xiao Wujie. This woman was not only strikingly beautiful but also cunning. In a certain sense, she bore a striking resemblance to the little fox beside her. Both were alluring and sly. Xiao Wujie listened as Chu Liu repeated the word boyfriend with increasing conviction, unable to suppress a subtle smile. He had never played this role before, nor had he ever been addressed with such unwavering certainty. As he absorbed her words, he felt a fine current of electricity coursing through him, a sensation that was rather delightful. How could it happen so quickly? The surrounding individuals soon displayed expressions of astonishment. Miss Chu and Miss Gu consistently exuded an air of otherworldliness. For many years, the number of suitors vying for their affection could stretch from Earth to Mars. Yet, despite this, no one has ever witnessed any man engaging in intimate gestures or relationships with them. When did Miss Chu descend into the mundane world? However, it must be acknowledged that the unfamiliar man before her and the two individuals indeed appeared to be a perfect match. Gu Jianxi displayed no signs of surprise. He merely cast a profound glance at Xiao Wujie, offering a slight nod in greeting, then, with a gentle smile, remarked, "You two standing together are truly a feast for the eyes." The discussion was scheduled for 8 o'clock in the evening, and there was still some time left. After exchanging a few casual words, they parted ways. Chu Liu led Xiao Wujie to a nearby sofa, where she unabashedly wrapped her arms around his waist and softly inquired, "Is your health all right, dear?" Xiao Wujie leaned slightly against her, feeling somewhat weary, and then shook his head. He merely felt a bit fatigued from walking too much. Otherwise, he was fine. Simultaneously, his mind wandered as he pondered Gu Junzi. The way Gu Junzi looked at him was peculiar, although it was their first encounter. It felt as if they were already familiar. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Gu Junzi wanted to convey something. Yet not a single word had been uttered. In any case, it left him with a strange impression. As if sensing his distraction, Chu Liyue's gaze darkened slightly, and she tenderly pressed her lips against his for a brief moment, playfully nibbling at his soft lips. "What are you thinking about so intently?" Observing that they were unobserved, he cast a coquettish glance at Chu Liyue and moistened his lips with a delicate flick of his tongue, his eyes glistening with a captivating sheen. His enchanting demeanor caused Chu Liyue's gaze to darken, a surge of impish desire igniting within her. Were they not in such a public setting? She would have gladly subdued him then and there. At that moment, she felt the impish allure of the little fox spirit was truly exasperating. Suppressing the burgeoning ardor within her, she lifted a slice of Limousin cake from the table, delicately scooping a spoonful and offering it to Xiao Wujie. Xiao Wujie's appetite was lamentably poor, and on days when she was absent, he often neglected to partake in dinner. Given his morning fever and the afternoon he had spent tirelessly wandering, she feared his constitution would falter without some sustenance. Xiao Wujie accepted the offering with a touch of refinement, indulging in each morsel proffered by Chu Liyue without hesitation, despite his limited fondness for sweets. As the saccharine, creamy essence dissolved upon his palate, it evoked a sensation akin to the indescribable emotions that stirred within him when faced with Chu Liyue's affection. Furthermore, while his appetite was indeed diminished, he was not fastidious. Having experienced the pangs of hunger, he was acutely aware of the profound discomfort it entailed. Human desires, like a snowball, accumulate and amplify, often leading one to forget the humble beginnings from which they arose. Having sampled the most exquisite delicacies, one may ultimately find their palate jaded. Yet, he was keenly aware that when driven by the primal instinct for survival, one is capable of consuming anything. Thus, gastronomy presupposes sustenance. Only then can one contemplate its aesthetic merits. The primary purpose of food is undoubtedly to satiate hunger. Even the wealthiest among us should find wastefulness disgraceful. After accepting a few bites from Chu Liyue's generous feeding, he was aware that he might soon reach a state of fullness. However, with 3/4 of the cake still remaining on the plate, and observing Chu Liyue as she dotingly catered to him, an idea sparked within him. He seized the small spoon from her hand, scooped up a bite of cake, and with gleaming eyes, offered it to her lips. "Sister, let us share." As he glanced at the sparkling eyes of the little treasure before him, and then at the spoon he had just used, a flicker of fire ignited in Chu Liyue's gaze, illuminating her deep and tranquil eyes. "Very well," she conceded, feeling touched. She too wished to partake in her darling's feeding. Moreover, was this spoon a form of an invisible kiss? Thus, the two of them, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, joyfully shared bites of the cake, consuming the majority of it together. While the others around them appeared to engage in casual conversation, their eyes remained fixed upon the pair, filled with a myriad of emotions. It was confirmed, those young heirs from the prestigious families of the capital were likely out of the picture. Furthermore, since they were reveling in such joy right before our eyes, why bother feigning innocence by casting furtive glances around? As the last morsel of cake remained on the plate, Xiao Wujie felt quite full, yet it was his turn to take that final bite. This predicament left him momentarily perplexed. He took a deep breath and cast another glance at Chu Liyue, who was watching him with an enigmatic expression. With a subtle smile, he lifted the last piece of cake to his mouth, and then, with his arm wrapped around Chu Liyue's slender waist, he pressed his lips against her alluring, crimson ones. Certainly, he did not forget to glance around discreetly, seemingly ensuring that no one was observing them before he offered his sweet words. The crowd. "You play? No worries, we are blind." Chapter 48. Young Master Xiao, beware of the eyes that lurk behind the wall. In the resplendent and brilliant hall, Xiao Wujie sat quietly upon the sofa, accompanied by Yi Jingyu. Chu Liyue had already departed the hall to engage in a conversation with Gu Junkai, and, feeling apprehensive about leaving Xiao Wujie alone, she summoned Yi Jingyu to keep him company. Both being strikingly handsome and possessing an ethereal demeanor, their presence together exuded an inexplicable harmony. With gentle smiles adorning their faces, they engaged in soft-spoken dialogue, evoking the essence of the ancient saying that a gentleman's friendship is as tranquil as flowing water. After a day of relentless activity without respite, Xiao Wujie found himself beset by fatigue. After exchanging a few casual greetings, he ceased to speak further, elegantly and somewhat languidly reclining on the sofa, his gaze drifting softly into the distance. Yi Jinyu, however, did not exhibit his usual serene composure. Instead, he gazed at Xiao Wujie with keen interest. Tasked by Chu Liyue with the long-term responsibility of Xiao Wujie's medical care, he was filled with curiosity regarding this patient he was to attend to. As he scrutinized the individual before him, he could not help but acknowledge that Xiao Wujie's beauty was indeed enchanting, nearly flawless. His visage resembled a meticulously crafted work of art, with defined contours that retained a gentle softness, his skin as fair as marble blanketed by fresh snow. The elongated lashes cast a delicate shadow beneath his eyes, and when closed, they resembled the fluttering wings of a butterfly, gently quivering. What captivates most is his eyes, which are deep and distant, seemingly harboring endless stories and memories, exuding a unique charm that is utterly mesmerizing. It is no exaggeration to say that every feature on Xiao Wujie's face aligns perfectly with the standards of aesthetic appeal. Not only for him, but for the majority as well. Unlike the handsome men of everyday life, he possesses a delicate, almost frail allure in his gaze. This frail beauty imparts a sense of shattered elegance, evoking an overwhelming impulse to cradle him tenderly in one's arms. It is no wonder that even the proud and iron-willed Chu Liyue finds himself utterly enchanted by him, nurturing and pampering him as one would a beloved son. The first time he encountered Xiao Wujie was during a fainting spell brought on by his illness. After a series of examinations, all he felt was pity and sorrow. This extraordinarily handsome and charismatic youth, suffering in the prime of his life, is tormented by illness, his fate seemingly fleeting, at risk of wilting away at any moment. Despite years of practicing medicine, he had never seen a patient of such a young age in such a dire state of health. In circumstances like his, death seems less terrifying. It is the act of living that demands immense strength and courage. The agony of existing in constant suffering, second by second, can feel less bearable than the sweetness of death. Illness can erode one's will to live. Many who initially brim with hope succumb to despair under the relentless torment of their condition. Yet, he later came to perceive Xiao Wujie as fortunate. He does not face the dual threats of illness and death alone. He has, at the very least, Chu Liyue, who spares no effort in his attempts to preserve his life, providing meticulous care and boundless affection without reservation. Even with a mere needle prick, Chu Liyue would cradle him in her arms for an eternity, wishing to present the entire world at his feet. He was infinitely more fortunate than those patients in hospital wards, abandoned and enduring torment alone, ultimately succumbing to a desolate fate. Yet, as time progressed, he began to perceive a stark contrast in Xiao Wujie, who appeared as two entirely different individuals, one in the presence of Chu Liyue and the other when alone. When beside her, he seemed as delicate as a flower in a greenhouse, as if he required her nurturing and affection for his very existence. However, in solitude, regardless of the agony of treatment or the severity of side effects, he appeared unfazed. It was not that he felt no pain or discomfort. Rather, it seemed that through the trials of loneliness and suffering, he had cultivated the ability to bear everything in silent resilience. In those moments, he exuded an ethereal quality, seemingly untouched by this mundane world. This demeanor was neither haughty nor indifferent, nor was it the prideful isolation of a solitary flower. It resembled a serene composure, refined by the passage of time. As the second son of the Yi family, he naturally possessed insights into secrets elusive to the average person. Piecing together these clandestine tidings along with various clues, he sensed that the recent significant events in the capital bore the shadow of Xiao Wujie's involvement. Take, for instance, the night he was summoned by Chu Liyue to treat Xiao Wujie. He had detected several traces of blood on Xiao Wujie's clothing that were conspicuously incompatible with his own blood type. Coincidentally, it was at that very juncture that news broke of Chu Feihong's serious injury and subsequent admission to ICU. Following that, allegations emerged linking Chu Feihong to wrongdoing, alongside suspicions regarding his involvement in illicit enterprises. These occurrences may appear coincidental at first glance, yet upon deeper reflection, they resemble a meticulously crafted script. Each moment of emergence is impeccably timed, and every outcome serves to maximize the interests of Chu Liyue. He refrains from verifying this. Yet he is convinced that if the bloodstains on the garments were to be compared with the blood of Chu Feihong and his cadre of bodyguards now confined to the hospital, significant revelations would undoubtedly arise. The individual before him seems to embody a multitude of personas, shrouded in a veil of mystery. rendering it nearly impossible to discern the true self concealed beneath layers of artifice. The enigmatic aura surrounding him evokes an impression of profound complexity, as if he were an enigma waiting to be unraveled, a perception that Xiao Wujie imparts with striking clarity. The recent flirtation between him and Chu Liyue did not escape his notice. In times past, he might have shared the sentiment of others, deeming him youthful and frivolous, ensnared by infatuation. However, he now perceives this as yet another layer of camouflage that Xiao Wujie has donned, presenting himself as a child devoid of self-restraint, thereby disarming the vigilance of those around him. Alternatively, perhaps he is entirely indifferent to the opinions of others. You are truly a complex and intriguing individual. Observing Xiao Wujie's current demeanor, which starkly contrasts with his earlier infatuation with Chu Liyue, profound and composed, Yijinyu chuckled softly to herself. Is Mr. Yu not the same? At this, Xiao Wujie responded with a light laugh. Human nature is such that each individual harbors their own narrative. Who among them is not intricate and captivating? His gaze, imbued with an almost piercing depth, sent a chill down Yijinyu's spine. Under Xiao Wujie's scrutiny, she felt as though all her secrets lay bare, exposed to his penetrating insight. This sensation was utterly terrifying. Even Chu Liyue had never evoked such feelings within him. The individual before him was perhaps far more formidable than he had ever imagined. They sat in silent contemplation for over 2 hours, and it seemed the day's discourse had reached its conclusion. Gujunsi was the first to emerge into the hall, gracefully attending to the gathering of guests before making her way toward Xiao Wujie and Yijinyu. After nodding in acknowledgement to Yijinyu, her gaze was suddenly drawn to the elegantly poised Xiao Wujie. Extending a hand, her voice was warm. Young Master Xiao, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Gujunsi. Xiao Wujie, maintaining a composed demeanor, responded with a gentle smile as he extended his hand, exchanging a light handshake with her. Xiao Wujie, it is an honor to meet you, Sister Gu. At his words, Gujunsi let out a soft laugh and unexpectedly took half a step closer to Xiao Wujie. The distance between them diminished to less than an arm's length, and the crisp fragrance emanating from her enveloped him, creating a rather suggestive atmosphere. She rose onto her toes, her crimson lips brushing against Xiao Wujie's ear, her voice barely above a whisper. Young Master Xiao, beware of prying eyes. Chapter 49. Xiao Wujie becomes the most decorated champion of the imperial capital as dawn broke. The sky was tinged with a delicate hue of pale white. In the presidential suite of the hotel, Chu Liyue sat elegantly at the head of the bed, cradling Xiao Wujie, whose eyelashes fluttered lightly, his brow furrowed in sleep. The suite was remarkably soundproof. However, faint noises from outside the hotel still managed to seep through. Chu Liyue gently placed 2 earplugs in Xiao Wujie's ears, her fingers smoothing the furrows on his brow, and tender kisses graced his ear. Sleep peacefully, dear one, with patient and gentle kisses. She whispered soothingly for quite some time before Xiao Wujie finally succumbed to a deep slumber once more. Observing his pallid visage, and gently smoothing the hand that bore the 4, Chu Liyue could not help but furrow her beautifully arched brows. Xiao Wujie's constitution was remarkably frail. After a day of relentless exertion, he had not rested, and that evening she had subjected him to a severe reprimand. During the night, she was roused from her slumber by the searing warmth emanating from him, realizing that his body burned with an alarming heat, his cheeks flushed with an unnatural redness. Her delicate and warm hand rested upon his forehead, the heat radiating from it nearly scalding her palm. Due to the late hour, the doctor arrived somewhat belatedly, and when the thermometer was placed against his brow, it registered an astonishing 39.6 degrees. The fever was so intense that Xiao Wujie's sleep was profoundly unsettled. Despite being utterly fatigued and devoid of consciousness, he was hindered by physical discomfort, his breathing labored, and his fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of her garment. After administering an antipyretic injection and starting in 4 drip, his fever finally subsided by 4 in the morning, allowing him to find some semblance of peace and sleep. During Xiao Wujie's bout of fever, several news stories erupted across the headlines of the imperial capital, even in the dead of night. Once siblings, they had swiftly transformed into a couple. The capital's most exquisite beauty, the eldest daughter of the Chu family, Chu Liyue, was revealed to be romantically linked with none other than her younger brother, whom she had raised herself. The eldest daughter of the Chu family, Chu Liyue, had remained single for many years, and her first love turned out to be the very brother she had nurtured. The capital's elite was astir with the sensational revelation of an extraordinary sibling romance. There were instances of Chu Liyue entering the hotel with Xiao Wujie in her embrace, Moments of her wrapping her arms around his waist while strolling through the mall, times when they walked together inside the shopping center, and occasions when they donned matching outfits for a soiree. The most exhilarating scene unfolded on that couch, where Xiao Wujie, with cake in his mouth, shared a passionate kiss with Chu Liyue, just as she had settled Xiao Wujie in. A call from the public relations department of her company informed her of the unfolding events. She was taken aback and casually clicked on the trending headlines, only to discover that this news had claimed nearly half of the top 50 spots on the trending list. While the downfall of Rongguang and the attack on Chu Feihong, the hidden mastermind behind Rongguang Group, had generated considerable uproar, the news of her and Xiao Wujie was a veritable explosion. She immediately instructed the public relations team to work diligently to remove the trending topic, and without delay, she sought to relocate Xiao Wujie to another hotel, anticipating that this place would soon be besieged. Public opinion is a double-edged sword. It can unveil the truth, yet also distort facts in an instant. When public sentiment coalesces into a torrent, whether it be a voice of justice or unfounded accusations, it can exert immeasurable influence on those involved. She understood the terrifying nature of public scrutiny, but underestimated the rapidity of its spread. Before she could arrange the necessary matters, the hotel was already surrounded. Were it not for the robust security measures in place, the throngs outside would have surely thrust microphones into their faces. The public relations department was exerting every effort to suppress the trending topic, yet the news was too sensational, embellished and exaggerated by those with ulterior motives, rendering it impossible to contain. As the news spread wider, Chu Liyue's phone incessantly rang. Ignoring the caller ID that displayed her mother's name, she decisively pressed the power button to silence it. She understood that someone was meddling, and there was little she could do to resolve it at that moment. It was best to wait for the fervor to naturally subside before she could focus on retracting everything. Furthermore, no calamity could disrupt the rest of her ailing child nestled in her arms. Everything must wait until her precious one had recuperated. With nothing pressing to attend to, she began to gently caress the smooth, cool face of Xiao Wujie while browsing through the trending topics. One headline caught her eye. Miss Chu Liyue has been single for many years. Her first love surprisingly turns out to be her very own brother, whom she raised. The accompanying images showcased a series of sweet moments between her and Xiao Wujie. To her surprise, they were captured quite beautifully, portraying the tenderness between her and her precious child. Particularly striking was the photo of the little imp sharing a kiss with her on the sofa, the remnants of cake on their lips clearly visible, making it an ideal candidate for a lock screen. Yet, she found herself puzzled by who possessed the audacity to clandestinely photograph them right under their noses. Her senses were remarkably acute, far surpassing those of an ordinary person. Xiao Wujie, too, was endowed with extraordinary abilities, capable of keenly perceiving even the emotional fluctuations of those around him. While this trending news could indeed have an impact on her, it was not detrimental in nature. It had simply been sensationalized through orchestrated efforts, and once the excitement waned, it would naturally be overshadowed by other matters without her intervention. Thus, with a mind full of contemplations, she continued to peruse the trending topics, observing the public's discourse. As she had anticipated, opinions varied widely, generally falling into two camps, those who supported and those who criticized. Sister is captivating, brother is charming, I am utterly enamored. A simple gesture of approval. Dreams encompass all. Wishing both of you eternal happiness and a harmonious union. Thank you. As for those who spew nonsense without restraint, she will make them aware that while one may indulge in folly, they must not utter words carelessly. Intriguingly, this news has not only elevated her to the status of a national queen, but has also inadvertently catapulted the oblivious Xiao Wujie to the pinnacle of male popularity. Xiao Wujie has now been bestowed with several illustrious titles: the foremost prince of indulgence in the capital, the preeminent young darling, and the leading male seducer. He has been crowned the multi-title champion of the capital, with only one distinction as a runner-up, second in terms of looks. Beneath his brother, yet above the masses, the fervor surrounding him is so immense that countless obscure figures in the entertainment industry may toil for an entire year without achieving such acclaim. Observing the one nestled against her, exuding an air of dependence, a gentle smile graces her features as she bestows a tender kiss upon his lips. My dear, you often conceal yourself beneath my brilliance, but this time, you cannot hide. In truth, there is no need to conceal. For my cherished one is inherently deserving of the finest that the world has to offer. Chapter 50. Mischievous darling, will you dare again? Xiao Wujie. Nestled in Chu Liyue's embrace, sleep soundly, his hands instinctively wrapping around her waist, his head resting perfectly against her soft bosom. It is not until 1 o'clock in the afternoon that he awakens from his deep slumber. The first sight that greets his eyes is the stunning beauty of Chu Liyue, a visage one could gaze upon for a lifetime without growing weary. As he stirs awake, Chu Liyue offers a subtle smile, her voice laced with affection. "You're awake, my darling." As Xiao Wujie slowly opened his eyes, the glistening allure in his gaze captivated her. She tenderly pressed her lips against his eyelids. "Is there any discomfort, my dear?" After a few gentle kisses, his eyes, still veiled with a delicate mist, gazed at her in a dazed and dreamy manner. At last, Xiao Wujie successfully regained consciousness, sitting up from her embrace and lightly shaking his head. "I feel fine," he replied, his voice somewhat hoarse and deep. Chu Liyu, having been held in his arms for too long, shifted slightly, feeling the ache in her waist. She then reached for the thermos beside the bed, pouring a cup of warm water that had been kept at the perfect temperature, bringing the cup to his lips. As he drank the warm water she offered, Xiao Wujie's mind finally cleared completely. Although he felt a slight heaviness in his chest, his physical condition was manageable. Removing the earplugs, he instantly caught the faint sounds of commotion from outside. "Sister, what's happening outside?" he asked her softly, a hint of confusion in his voice. Upon hearing his inquiry, Chu Liyu's expression turned serious as she promptly handed him her phone. Xiao Wujie took the device with some hesitation, and upon seeing the vivid images on the screen, his pupils constricted sharply. He brought the phone closer, his expression turning grave as he perused the content. Silence lingered. After a considerable pause, he finally set the phone down, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. "Sister, do you have a sense of who might be behind this?" Xiao Wujie inquired earnestly, his voice barely above a whisper. Given the audacity and capability required to target Chu Liyu in such an overt manner, few could be responsible. Chu Fei Hong. Chu Liyu fell into a brief silence before speaking with a tone imbued with determination. "In fact, among the suspects in the Zhongxiu area, the one most likely to be implicated is Gu Junzi. Chu Fei Hong is still hospitalized and overwhelmed with an array of troubling issues within the enterprise. Logically, he should lack the energy and capability to orchestrate such a significant disturbance against them. However, her multifaceted assessments and deep-seated intuition suggested otherwise, indicating that this individual is likely not Gu Junzi." "Sister, why do you not suspect Gu Junzi?" Xiao Wujie inquired, his gaze momentarily flickering. Although Gu Junzi appears to be thriving on the surface, her reality is far from enviable. The Gu family, in terms of power, ranks as the lowest among the 4 prominent families in the capital. Within the Gu family, she does not possess absolute authority. Throughout the years, she has consistently adopted a low-profile approach, avoiding the creation of enemies. Even if she possessed the capability, there exists no motive for her to act in such a manner. Furthermore, there is that remark she made to you. Chu Liu spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wujie slightly nodded, aligning his thoughts with hers. Nevertheless, Gu Junzi must know something. Otherwise, her earlier comment about walls having ears would not have proven to be so timely. Additionally, it is evident that the beleaguered Chu Fei Hong alone lacks the capacity to orchestrate such events. There must be other entanglements at play. However, your sister's assertion does have a point, he suddenly remarked, lowering his gaze. Indeed, Chu Liu was taken aback by his words, studying him intently. "What makes you think Gu Junzi lacks motive against me?" The voice of Gu Jie was huskily alluring as he pressed closer to Chu Liu, his soft lips brushing against her glistening earlobe, uttering words that were drenched in a seductive timbre. After all, she was his cherished sister. Pausing momentarily, he suddenly extended his tongue, lightly caressing that exquisite earlobe. How mesmerizing! His voice flowed like a midnight reverie, low and intoxicating, with a subtle smile dancing in his eyes. Just before withdrawing from her embrace, he playfully blew a breath against her sensitive skin behind the ear. This was a small act of retaliation for the kiss that had nearly left him breathless when she had pressed him down onto the hotel bed after witnessing Gu Jukai approach her yesterday. As his tongue grazed Chu Liyue's earlobe, a shiver coursed through her body, igniting a flame that swiftly spread into a searing inferno throughout every corner of her being. After uttering those tantalizing words, he daringly blew against her sensitive skin once more. Chu Liyue felt a spark ignite within her abdomen, quickly transforming into a blazing fire that engulfed her entirely. Grasping the slender waist of the enchanting figure before her, she pulled him firmly against her fragrant, soft embrace. Without hesitation, her crimson lips captured his cool ones, while her free hand seized his chin, compelling his mouth to part, initiating a fierce and unrelenting exploration of his lips. The metallic sweetness of blood soon mingled between them, spurring her to bite down harder on his delicate lips, breaking the skin. The little imp in her arms let out a muffled groan of pain. His once pale lips now stained a bewitching crimson, droplets of moisture clinging to his long lashes. Teetering on the brink of falling, Chu Liyu's heart softened, transforming her bites into gentle licks as she tenderly sipped the crimson blood. One hand caressed the corner of his eye, delicately brushing away the droplets clinging to his long lashes. The other hand soothingly kneaded the tender flesh at the nape of his neck. The once rigid little sprite quickly melted into a pool of spring water in her embrace, surrendering completely without a hint of resistance as she laid siege and plundered at will. Time slipped away unnoticed until she finally released the charming little toy, who was on the verge of suffocation from her teasing. One arm wrapped around his waist while the other gently caressed his now feverishly warm lips. "Little one, do you still wish to sing the songs of the oppressed?" Xiao Wujie's body seemed to dissolve in her arms, his chest rising and falling violently as he gasped for air, as if breaking the surface after a long-held breath. His eyes hung low, silent and bearing the marks of torment. Unable to resist, Chu Liyu smiled, her expression captivating and enchanting, much like a satiated fairy. She instinctively leaned closer, pressing her crimson lips to the curve of his ear, repeating her earlier action by flicking her tongue across his earlobe. "Will you dare to defy me again?" Chapter 51. I am wronged. I am in pain. If this continues, I shall perish. Xiao Wujie leaned against Chu Liyu's embrace in silence for an extended moment, his eyes fluttering with a hint of daze. The comfort was undeniable. After all, it was his sister's tender care. Yet, he yearned to take the lead. Even a simple kiss had left him so utterly subdued. If only. At that moment, the desire to heal and amplify his strength reached its zenith. If Chu Liyu were to discern his thoughts, he would undoubtedly take action once more to fortify his resolve. After a brief pause, Xiao Wujie's eyes, once clouded by desire, swiftly regained their clarity. Given the current predicament, they had already fallen into a passive stance and could not afford to remain idle. He was certain that this matter was inextricably linked to Chu Feihong. Yet he found it perplexing how he managed to capture photographs without arousing the suspicion of three highly perceptive individuals. He referred to three people because he knew that Lu Zhifeng had stealthily followed him to provide protection from the shadows. Xiao Wujie quietly inquired of Chu Liyu. "Perhaps there is." Chu Liyu suddenly interjected, her tone imbued with a hint of certainty. At her words, Xiao Wujie was momentarily taken aback. Extraneous arts. Chu Liyu fixed her gaze upon Xiao Wujie's eyes, earnestly articulating two words that sent a jolt through his pupils. In an instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. How could he have forgotten the skill in which he excelled? Within his understanding, while these arts were rare in this realm, they were not exclusive to him. If it were indeed extraneous arts, everything would fall into place. Employing stealth techniques, coupled with a specialized long-range lens from the island nation at a sufficient distance, even they would find it challenging to detect. To validate his conjecture, he once more retrieved his phone to scrutinize the photographs. The images were clear, not derived from surveillance footage. The vertical spatial compression and background blur were strikingly pronounced, indicative of a long-focus lens. It was a device capable of capturing a widow bathing within her bathroom, even from several buildings away, without him being aware. As this realization struck him, it was akin to parting the clouds to reveal the azure sky, illuminating the truth. He could not help but gently kiss the delicate, fair back of Chu Liyu's hand. "Sister, how are you so astute?" Yet, she still wrapped her arms around Xiao Wujie's waist, pressing him tightly against her, her supple chin resting against his shoulder. "Unusually chatty. My dear, I am aware of your mastery in the arcane arts. Encountering a kindred spirit is bound to evoke some excitement. However, the fact that they successfully eluded our senses is a testament to their formidable nature. You must not let your guard down. Take good care of yourself. Leave these matters to your sister, all right?" After a few more words of admonition, she finally articulated her true intention. She wished for Xiao Wujie to focus on his recovery. She did not want him to partake in these laborious and mentally taxing affairs. Had their relationship not undergone a profound transformation, she might have regretted agreeing to bring him to this place. She understood that Xiao Wujie was deeply concealed, yet it was evident that their opponent was no pushover. This time it was merely a matter of capturing a few photographs. What if a bullet were to come flying next? Should the sky fall, she would bear the burden. She wished for her precious one to remain unscathed. Xiao Wujie lightly traced his fingers across her warm, delicate palm, seemingly oblivious to her concerns as he remarked, "Sister, I suggest you complete the business here in a conventional manner, while also working to suppress the trending topics. Tomorrow evening, we shall head to Haijing Bay. I intend to meet Gu Junzi. She must know something, and her attitude is quite unpredictable. There may be unforeseen gains." Suddenly, Chu Liyue turned to face him, her beautiful eyes locking onto his with an air of sternness. She ceased addressing him with endearing terms, her tone now commanding and austere. "Ajia, this matter is not open to negotiation." Xiao Wujie sighed inwardly, recognizing that Chu Liyue was resolute in her desire to shield him from hardship. However, foolish girl, concern, companionship, care, warmth, even that nebulous sentiment called love. You have bestowed upon me so much that I had never experienced in either of my two lives. How could I stand idly by, content to watch you give so selflessly, while doing nothing in return? Xiao Wujie's hands gently encircled her slender waist, burying his face in the hollow of her neck, peppering tender kisses upon her alabaster throat. "Beloved," his voice was soft, tinged with a plaintive tremor, even a hint of a choked sob. "I don't want to." Chu Liyue's heart quivered in response to his kisses and the sound of his voice. She bit back a moan, relenting slightly, and gently stroked his head. "Be good, and listen." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wujie knew he had gained ground. Chu Liyue was always more susceptible to tenderness than to force, especially when it came to him. He intensified his efforts, nuzzling his head against her neck, forcing out a few tears to dampen her skin. "I don't care. I don't want to. I must go. If you won't let me help, I'll just die." The word die, which Chu Liyue abhorred above all else, was uttered with deliberate emphasis. As expected, Chu Liyue grasped his face, forcing him to meet her gaze. Her voice laced with restrained fury. "Silence." Xiao Wujie's eyes were naturally filled with a deep mist, his long lashes adorned with droplets. His lips slightly downturned as he looked at her. "People online say I'm a kept man, a good-for-nothing. I refuse to be a waste. My sister wants me to be a useless pretty boy who does nothing, and I would rather be that word which truly you find so distasteful." Though he refrained from uttering it, he merely sniffed lightly and, with a resolute turn of his gaze elsewhere, made his meaning abundantly clear. "I will not be a useless pretty boy. If you insist that I feel wronged. I am distressed. I might as well die. Do as you see fit." Despite knowing that he was likely putting on a fade, Chu Liyu could not bear to witness his demeanor. As though the entire world had forsaken him, she reached out to gently wipe away the physiological tears forming at the corners of his eyes, and, with a commanding and forceful tone, declared, "I dare anyone to speak against him. I will silence them." Although her tone was stern, her voice softened unconsciously. Xiao Wujie remained silent, avoiding her gaze, merely continuing to sniffle. His attitude of feeling wronged, distressed, and resolute in his claim that he might as well die was unwavering. You felt utterly at a loss in dealing with him, caught in a web of unspoken words. "I understand that you possess an innate pride, unwilling to depend on others. I also recognize your meticulous and considerate nature, not wishing for me to bear the burden alone. Yet, I am more than willing to present the entire world at your feet, and I dread the thought of you suffering even the slightest harm." Truly, you comprehended his thoughts and realized that even if she did not acquiesce, he would never obediently comply, preferring instead to see her charge into battle while he remained safely behind. Her heart softened in response, and she could not help but reach out to embrace him. However, Xiao Wujie stubbornly resisted, displaying a fierce unwillingness to draw near unless she relented. As Chu Liu gently closed her eyes, she resignedly uttered a soft "all right," successfully drawing him into her embrace. A subtle smile graced Xiao Wujie's lips as he sank into the alluring warmth, feeling at ease. "Ah, how exhausting it is to act. Yet, dear fool, I hope you understand. I can only be the obedient treasure that you manipulate. But you might also want to experience the sensation of being protected by me." Chapter 52. Xiao Wujie remained speechless, for I am flamboyant. The two indulged in a tranquil moment together until Chu Liu summoned someone to bring up some food. After a bit of commotion, it was now nearly 3 in the afternoon. Chu Liu distinctly remembered that besides nibbling on her lips, Xiao Wujie had yet to consume anything substantial. Before long, a servant carrying a tray rang the doorbell. The meal was quite simple: congee, a boiled egg, accompanied by a few light side dishes, raising doubts as to whether such fare could originate from a 5-star hotel kitchen. Chu Liu placed the boiled egg she had peeled into the small plate before Xiao Wujie, and pushed a bowl of mildly spicy dipping sauce towards him. Xiao Wujie then rearranged the dishes, moving the ones he thought would please her palate closer to her. They quietly relished this rare moment of tranquility. Their eyes occasionally meeting, yet words remained unspoken. There was no need for verbal embellishments. The tender affection flowed gently within the serene ambience. Just as this belated yet heartwarming lunch was about to conclude, Chu Liyue's phone rang. "President Chu, there are far too many reporters and onlookers outside. It may be difficult to drive away." The cautious voice of AI Rumen resonated from the phone. "Please arrange for additional security to wait downstairs. You, along with our team, will drive the car out and simply wait for me outside," said Chu Liyue with an air of calm. "Miss Chu, isn't this too perilous? After all, the crowd outside is anything but ordinary, and adding more personnel might well trample the capital of the island nation," one of her associates replied. "Do as I say." With that, Chu Liyue decisively hung up the phone. She glanced at Xiao Wujie, seated across from her, and gently wiped a bit of porridge from the corner of his mouth, smiling softly. "Are you afraid, Ajie?" Due to Xiao Wujie's health condition, she had always permitted him to work behind the scenes, never allowing him to appear easily in the bustling public eye. Such situations, surrounded by cameras and microphones, were likely foreign to him. "I'm not afraid. I'll just consider it as them promoting a couple's advertisement for me and my sister," Xiao Wujie replied with a light chuckle. In truth, he did harbor a slight fear of the camera. But this time he was not facing the storm of public opinion alone. Gazing into the gentle and bright eyes of the person before him, his initial anxiety dissipated like a wisp of smoke. Moments later, Chu Liyue and Xiao Wujie, elegantly clad in matching suits, emerged from the elevator hand in hand. In the lobby below, several hotel managers had been waiting for their arrival. Upon seeing them, the managers respectfully guided the esteemed guests to a hotel vehicle. Their role was to escort these distinguished guests to the entrance and provide some semblance of protection, yet in their hearts, they too were apprehensive about whether the two would manage to depart safely. After all, on one side stands a guest of noble status and extraordinary position, while on the other lies the media and the masses, whose collective voices could swell into a torrent. Offending either side is simply not an option. Flanking the vehicle are two lengthy lines of bodyguards, extending towards the entrance, representing the utmost security the hotel can provide. Inside the car, an atmosphere of silence envelopes them for a moment, as Chu Liu gently squeezes Xiao Wujie's hand in a soothing gesture. As they draw nearer to the entrance, the dark throng becomes increasingly discernible, and the cacophony of voices grows ever more pronounced. Upon arriving at the entrance, Chu Liu is the first to alight from the vehicle, carefully assisting Xiao Wujie as he steps out. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Xiao Wujie cannot help but feel a jolt of astonishment at the sight before him. The crowd surging outside epitomizes the very essence of a sea of humanity. As they emerge from the car, gasps of astonishment ripple through the throng, which surges even more fervently towards the entrance. A security guard, trembling, opens the door, and a large contingent of bodyguards immediately steps forward to shield Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue from the encroaching tide of people. Two-thirds of the bodyguards struggle to forge a path ahead, while the remaining third forms a protective circle around the two. However, they are soon consolidated into a tighter formation, barely managing to keep the throng at bay. At this moment, Xiao Wujie's complexion pales, and beads of cold sweat surface on his brow, not from fear, but due to the incessant flashes of cameras and the overwhelming clamor of voices and shutter clicks, which leave him feeling distinctly uneasy. Exquisite visage bore an air of sternness, her formidable presence capable of stifling the very breath of those around her. One arm firmly encircled Xiao Wujie's waist, drawing him close to her bosom, as if to shield him from any ill-mannered intruders. Beyond the human wall erected by the bodyguards, journalists clamored to thrust their microphones toward the pair, simultaneously bombarding them with an array of inquiries. "Miss Chu, may I ask if you and Mr. Xiao are biological siblings?" Without hesitation, Chu Li retorted. "Are you a fool? Miss Chu, may I inquire about the age difference between you and your brother?" 5 years, she replied. "They say a woman 3 years older than a man is a treasure, 4 years older is dull, and 5 years older is akin to a mother. Does this imply Miss Chu is akin to an older cow courting tender grass?" With a fierce glare, Chu Liu declared, "I assure you, your career will be at stake." As the bodyguards exerted their utmost efforts, they struggled against the throng, pushing upstream through the crowd. Due to Chu Liu's immense renown in the capital, the attention of the journalist was predominantly directed at her. As time passed, some reporters began to shift their focus toward Xiao Wujie, who was so meticulously shielded by Chu Liu. "Mr. Xiao, May I ask if you genuinely harbor feelings for Miss Chu? Indeed, Xiao Wujie affirmed. Mr. Xiao, with such striking looks, have many pursued you and confessed their affections? Yes, he replied. May I inquire as to why you chose to forsake other suitors in favor of your sister who raised you? Rolling his eyes, Xiao Wujie answered. Because I am flamboyant. Can't I entice others? On the other side, upon hearing the commotion, AI Roman immediately directed the bodyguards accompanying her to clear a path through the crowd. However, due to the limited number of bodyguards accompanying Chu Liyue on this outing, despite their exceptional training, their progress was exceedingly slow. Thus, both parties advanced simultaneously, and at last, Chu Liyue and Xiao Wujie could glimpse the vehicle awaiting them ahead. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the crowd, where it was most densely packed, their pace dwindled further, barely moving a centimeter every 10 seconds. The cunning reporters and onlookers soon noticed the escorting bodyguards behind them, effectively blocking the way and preventing the two groups from merging. Both Chu Liyue and Xiao Wujie furrowed their brows, realizing that escaping under such circumstances would be exceedingly difficult, just as they found themselves in a bind. A commanding and synchronized chant echoed from behind them. A well-formed squad of special forces, clad in camouflage and armed, sliced through the throng like a blade, swiftly cleaving the surging crowd in two. The voice was stern and authoritative, instilling a sense of awe. The reporters murmured among themselves, perplexed as to why they were unaware of the special forces drill taking place that day. Coincidentally, they had created a path that allowed Chu Liyue and Xiao Wujie to hastily board their respective vehicles and speed away in opposite directions. After a considerable time, the Grand Special Forces exercise finally came to an end. By the time the reporters regained their composure, any trace of Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue had vanished. In a corner, scarcely noticeable, a figure emerged faintly. He had caught up. Yet, he couldn't shake off the feeling that the petite woman glanced his way. Chapter 53, Xiao Wujie. In life, some must bear the burdens alone. The Paramira sports car sped along the highway. While Xiao Wujie's gaze remained fixed outside the window, the ever-changing scenery reflecting in his eyes. The situation seemed to grow increasingly intriguing. Chu Feihong, Gu Junzi, and the enigmatic sorcerer. Now, even that individual disregarded the risks of exposure and ventured into the East District. The affairs of the world shift like flowing water. Today's scenario may not mirror that of tomorrow. Human emotions intertwine like a complex web, unpredictable and intricate. He truly did not anticipate that a mere Chu Feihong could unravel so many threads. Indeed, reality is far more intricate and captivating than fiction. Novels often delineate clear distinctions between protagonists and supporting characters, each following predetermined paths towards their fated conclusions. However, in the grand narrative of reality, each individual is the protagonist of their own tale. Though fate may have its designs, one still strives against the odds for that elusive glimmer of dawn, engaging in a relentless struggle with the heavens. This forthcoming meeting with Gu Junzi promised to be more complex and fascinating than he had envisioned. He had already reached out to her at the hotel, clearly stating his intentions, and she seemed as if she had been awaiting him all along, her demeanor astonishingly cordial. More intriguingly, their rendezvous was not set at any corporate establishment, but rather at her private residence. He was genuinely curious to discover the true intentions of this cunning woman and the secrets she harbored. Unlike others with their ethereal grace and delicate beauty, her private residence exudes an undeniable warmth. It is not an expansive estate, but rather a charming villa, modest in size, adorned in soft beige and creamy white hues. Complemented by deep brown wooden accents, it strikes a balance between elegance and coziness, evoking a true sense of home. As Xiao Wujie's feet touched the ground, an elderly gentleman, resembling a butler, greeted him with a polite smile. The elder, possessing remarkable poise, was both respectful and warm, engaging in no idle chatter. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he led Xiao Wujie inside, diverging from the solemnity typical of noble residences. The air here was occasionally filled with the joyous laughter of children and the cheerful exclamations of young maids. "Young master, young lady, slow down." As the elder guided him into a garden adorned with pavilions, bridges, and flowing streams, Xiao Wujie discerned the source of the delightful sounds. Upon the verdant lawn, a lively young girl was leading a child of 3 or 4 years in a spirited game of kite flying, with several young maids anxiously trailing behind them. Not far off, a woman sat weaving, occasionally lifting her gaze to observe the children. Time felt gentle, and the years seemed tender. In that moment, amidst the ever-changing currents of the imperial capital, stepping into such a sanctuary felt akin to entering a realm untouched by the outside world. The garden, though not expansive, radiated charm. Upon seeing the elder usher Xiao Wujie inside, the spirited girl immediately raised her arms in exclamation, "Grandpa Butler, look how high the kite is flying." "So high, indeed. Miss Nian is marvelous, and so is young Master Xia." She then led Xiao Wujie to a stone table, courteously informing him that the young lady would arrive shortly before turning to leave, perhaps due to the rarity of human presence in this locale. Upon beholding Xiao Wujie serenely seated at the stone table, the child stumbled forthright, halting before him. With wide, inquisitive eyes, he gazed upon Xiao Wujie, his countenance brimming with curiosity. Only when Xiao Wujie returned his gaze did the child seem to realize his forwardness. A blush crept across his cheeks as his eyes darted away, his small hands intertwining shyly. After a moment, he summoned his courage, lifting his head to utter in a soft, tender voice, "Brother, you are truly beautiful." Having spoken, he immediately lowered his head once more, unable to meet Xiao Wujie's gaze, and began to fidget with his fingers. "You are quite lovely as well," Xiao Wujie responded with a gentle smile, lightly pinching his soft cheek. Upon hearing these words, the child's face lit up with joy, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Xiao Wujie, his cheeks now completely flushed. Really? Indeed. This presented a quandary for Xiao Wujie. Accustomed to being held himself, he found himself at a loss as to how to embrace another. Fortunately, the comely maiden arrived in time to extricate him from this predicament. She promptly scooped up the child, who was now attempting to clamber into Xiao Wujie's arms, and with considerable strength, lifted him up, gently patting his bottom to quell his restlessness. "Apologies, brother. The child is impetuous. I hope you will forgive him." However, as she gazed upon the handsome man before her, who seemed as though he had descended from the heavens, and was met with his warm, gentle smile, she too found herself blushing. Her voice dwindled until it was barely audible, fading into silence. Xiao Wujie surmised that she was thinking, "Heavens, he's so handsome. I wish to grow up and marry him." At this moment, the woman who had been seated in the distance also approached. Anian, "Do not disturb the guests." Her voice was gentle and melodious, yet it bore an unmistakable undertone of weariness. The woman, pulling close the girl cradling a child, lowered her gaze and addressed Xiao Wujie with an apologetic tone. "I beg your pardon, young sir. Please do not take offense." Dressed in simple attire, her beauty was strikingly elegant, and her demeanor was remarkable, yet a persistent shadow of despondency lingered in her brow. After speaking, she disregarded Xiao Wujie's reaction and led the two children away into the distance. "Young Master Xiao, I apologize for the delay. I hope we did not intrude upon you." Just as they had not ventured far, a soft voice emerged from behind Xiao Wujie. Turning, he beheld Gu Junsi, clad in a flowing white gown, gracefully approaching with a tray of tea in her hands. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Wujie chuckled softly and shook his head. Once she settled, he added with a gentle smile, "Sister Gu, there is no need for such formality. Simply call me by my name." Gu Junsi smiled lightly and nodded, pouring him a cup of tea. Observing his puzzled gaze fixed on the departing trio, she quietly explained, "That is my mother, and the two children are my younger sister and brother." Xiao Wujie nodded in understanding. He was aware that Gu Junsi's father had passed away early, leaving behind a widow and 3 children. As the eldest daughter, Gu Junsi was known as the second young lady of the Gu family. In her family, there were 2 sons from her father's generation, and above her father was an elder brother. The Gu family patriarch favored the second son, harboring intentions to support him in forming a rivalry with the eldest. Under the tender favoritism of the venerable Gu Junsi's father and his uncle were relatively evenly matched. However, his father's unexpected demise cast a shadow over their standing. The position of Gu Junsi's branch within the family plummeted, leaving her mother in a state of utter despair, nearly contemplating self-destruction. It was during this tumultuous time that the now-adult Gu Junsi rose to the occasion, swiftly consolidating the power her father had left behind, establishing a formidable stance against her uncle, and emerging as the new pillar of support for her faction. In recent years, as the elder Gu has aged, he has merely occupied the title of head of the family, delegating actual power to Gu Junsi and her uncle, resulting in a tenuous balance where both hold sway over half of the Gu family's fortunes, with neither able to dominate the other. Upon reflecting on this, Xiao Wujie's understanding of Gu Junsi's intentions began to crystallize. In this world, moments of tranquility are rare. More often, individuals bear the weight of their burdens in silence. Gu Junsi, with unwavering determination, strives to create a carefree sanctuary for her loved ones, undoubtedly bearing a heavy burden in the process. Xiao Wujie took a delicate sip of the tea before him. The aroma wafted through the air, a harmonious blend of sweetness and bitterness. Upon hearing his words, Gu Junzi paused momentarily. Then her lips curled into a heartwarming and poignant smile, her voice imbued with warmth. In life's journey, there are indeed some treasures that one must protect with all their might. The challenge lies not in the toil, but in the willingness to strive for what truly matters. With that, her gaze softened as it turned towards the horizon. As the sun dipped low, a gentle orange-red hue painted the sky, and the fading light cascaded like gossamer over the verdant grass. In the distance, two children laughed joyfully as they ran, their hands clasping vibrant kites that traced elegant arcs across the heavens. As the light gradually softened, the surrounding scenery transformed into a dreamlike tableau, as if a delicate and enchanting painting unfurled slowly, capturing the beauty of this moment within the river of time, leaving one utterly captivated. Chapter 54. A modest indulgence. As darkness falls, wine becomes a companion for action. The sun was nearly set, and the evening breeze carried a hint of coolness. After quietly observing this splendid scene for a while, Xiao Wujie could not help but cover his mouth and cough lightly twice. This soft cough broke the reverie of Gu Junzi, who had been lost in unspoken emotions, prompting her to glance at Xiao Wujie with a hint of apology. Suddenly, she uttered a remark that took Xiao Wujie by surprise. "Qing Yi has entrusted me to look after you a bit more. It would truly be my fault if you fell ill under my watch." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wujie abruptly lifted his head, astonished as he inquired, "Sister Gu, are you acquainted with Sister Qing Yi?" Gu Junzi nodded gently, rising to her feet as she led him towards the interior, saying, "I met her in Suzhou. She saved my life, and she has informed me that you are her savior and a benefactor in her life. Without you, she would not be here, and without her, neither would I. In a sense, you have bestowed upon me a second chance at life." Hearing her speak thus, Xiao Wujie suddenly recalled certain memories. In another timeline, the version of himself, whose writing skills were lamentably poor, had once carelessly concocted a tale to highlight Lin Qingyi's exceptional medical skills, claiming she had saved many, from beggars to the young ladies of the esteemed Gu family in the capital. A shaky foundation leads to a collapse. The very words he had penned. He could not even remember himself, digging a pit for his own downfall. He could not help but chastise himself internally, thinking, what a shame. Never should one scold oneself. However, as he pondered further, he found solace in the realization that many elements of the real world transcended his rather inadequate narrative constructs. For instance, he had never explicitly stated which young lady from the Gu family Lin Qingyi had rescued. Yet, coincidentally, it was the very Gu Junzi before him. He had not even mentioned the butler or the maids, yet they all appeared vividly in front of him. He believed that numerous characters he had not previously introduced would indeed emerge, and many dramatic occurrences would undoubtedly defy his expectations. Yet, was it not precisely this unpredictability that rendered the experience intriguing? Gu Junzi led him to a parlor, where they seated themselves at a small round table. No wonder, he mused, why Gu Jia looked at him with such peculiar eyes, as if she had known him long before. "It is not that I was aware beforehand," she replied with a smile, her tone tinged with playful mockery. "Most of my time was spent in Ice City, and whenever I wished to see her, she would find myriad excuses to evade me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wujie could not suppress a cough. In an attempt to deflate the woman's haughty demeanor, he decided to take the initiative. "Sister Gu, I am already aware of this matter. However, I doubt that Sister Qingyi's influence is substantial enough to warrant your risk in divulging information to me. Your willingness to meet someone so deeply ensnared in public opinion must surely imply that you have other intentions, no?" Gu Junzi's demeanor shifted slightly as she regarded him with a serious expression, her gaze filled with an enigmatic emotion. "How so? Shall I take a guess?" With a gentle smile, Xiao Wujie gazed at her before slowly speaking. "Let me begin with the moment when Sister Gu first revealed information to me. If I happen to err in my recounting, I kindly ask Sister Gu to correct me. The recent turmoil surrounding us has been orchestrated by unseen hands, and it appears to have been a long-planned scheme. My frequent public appearances since arriving in Dongqing have provided an opportunity for these shadowy figures. Yet it would be difficult for one individual to stir such significant unrest in the Zhangxiu area alone. Therefore, it follows that the Gu family is also involved." At this juncture, Xiao Wujie paused slightly, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Gu Junzi. The emotions in Gu Junzi's eyes were inscrutable, and she merely uttered, "Continue." With a subtle smile, Xiao Wujie resumed, "I surmise that Sister Gu has not partaken in this affair, it has discerned the involvement of another branch of the Gu family. Sister Gu is well aware that should any issues arise, you would immediately become the primary suspect in the eyes of both myself and my sister Liua. Thus, in an effort to absolve yourself of suspicion and to grant Sister Qingyi some consideration, you have offered me certain hints. Here, Xiao Wujie paused once more, casting a glance at the solemn and silent Gu Junzi before continuing. Today, Sister Gu has agreed to my visit and chosen the setting of a private residence, allowing me a glimpse of that idyllic existence akin to a hidden paradise. Sister Gu is demonstrating to me the helplessness and difficulties she faces. The fact that she risks everything to give me a hint is a tremendous favor to Sister Qingyi, showing that she has exerted her utmost effort to assist me. Upon hearing this, Gu Junzi exhaled softly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a peculiar brilliance as she murmured, "A mortal suffering like a fallen celestial, a jade-faced blood fiend. The uncrowned king of the Ice City truly lives up to his reputation. How pitiable are the pedantic souls of the imperial capital, who, relying on their ancestral fortunes, arrogantly consider themselves superior and even dare to keep you, the young lady of Chu, as a gilded cage bird. Little do they know that beyond every horizon lies another realm, where true masters often dwell in the corners they disdain, stirring the winds and clouds." Xiao Wujie chuckled softly upon hearing this, gazing into Gu Junzi's eyes as he said, "It seems I was not mistaken, though I have an even bolder conjecture. Even without this incident, Sister Gu would have sought me out. I suspect that Sister Gu is gambling, wagering on my knowledge of the Eastern District possessing what I desire, betting that I would inevitably come to the Eastern District." At this, Gu Junzi's pupils dilated sharply. This item is indeed within Sister Gu's grasp. Yet what she holds alone is insufficient to achieve her desired outcome. Sister Gu is aware of who is orchestrating my downfall, knows of the unsavory collaboration of another branch of the Gu family with him, and has sensed the unusual movements at Haijing Bay. Recognizing that an opportunity has arisen, Sister Gu feels that if she seizes this chance, she could entirely dismantle the other branch of the Gu family. Thus, she urgently requires a reliable partner, and after careful consideration, she has chosen me. Xiao Wujie fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Gu Junzi, articulating each word with deliberate precision. At that moment, Gu Junzi's pupils trembled violently, her emotions shifting like the tides. Xiao Wujie remained silent, simply observing her, relishing the fruits of his own intellectual exertion. Witnessing the complexity of Gu Junzi's expression, he could not help but exhale in relief, for he understood that his judgment had not faltered. What seemed a tangled web of chaos had finally unraveled, and the matters concerning Haijing Bay were likely to gain some semblance of assurance. After a prolonged silence, Gu Junzi offered a complex smile, then softly remarked, "No wonder Qingyi, so astutely intelligent, willingly resides in your shadow. I commend you." Yet, after this reflection, her eyes regained their familiar confidence. She reveled in the company of the astute, knowing that only such wise partners could empower her to take bold risks. Initially, she had approached Xiao Wujie with a mindset of cautious observation, yet she had not anticipated his cunning intellect. With the air cleared, matters became straightforward. She promptly ceased her superfluous chatter, retrieving a USB drive from her pocket and extending it to Xiao Wujie. "This contains information that may assist you. 3 days hence, I shall lend my aid regarding Haijing Bay. Let us both prepare." Pausing for a moment, she glanced out the window, where the silhouettes of children still frolicked despite the encroaching darkness. A radiant smile adorned her face. "May we both succeed in better safeguarding what we cherish." Xiao Wujie, upon hearing her words, found himself momentarily lost in thought. Safeguarding, indeed? He once traversed a long and solitary path, believing that nothing in this world could invoke his concern. Now, he suddenly senses that he has found something worthy of his guardianship. "Can we indulge in a drink?" Gu Junzi inquired unexpectedly. "Due to health reasons, I cannot overindulge." Xiao Wujie replied softly. Gu Junzi lifted the champagne from the center of the round table, elegantly pouring equal amounts into a pair of fluted glasses before himself and Xiao Wujie. To a successful collaboration, the two gently clinked their glasses and drank heartily. Gu Junzi contemplated how to advance their partnership, while Xiao Wujie mused that a small drink would be delightful as darkness fell. It was the perfect occasion for some benevolent deeds. Chapter 55. Witnessing his guardian, his mortal realm. As Xiao Wujie departed from Gu Junzi's private residence, the night had fully enveloped the sky. The lights of the skyscrapers twinkled like distant stars, echoing the celestial bodies on the far horizon. On the streets, neon lights cast vibrant shadows, guiding passers-by along their way. The continuous flow of traffic formed undulating ribbons of red as the taillights wove through the expansive road. A seasoned driver, with years of experience, fixed his gaze steadily ahead, maintaining a cautious speed to avoid any mishaps that might disturb the elders seated behind him. In the back seat, Xiao Wujie gently rubbed his slightly flushed face. This time, he had not succumbed to inebriation after merely half a glass. Rather, just a hint of alcohol had warmed his cheeks, which still required a gentle coaxing to fully ripen. At that moment, his phone rang beside him, displaying the name of his sister. A hint of warmth flickered in his eyes as Xiao Wujie deliberately waited a few seconds before pressing the answer button. Her aloof and regal voice, intentionally softened, carried a hint of concern, causing a tremor in Xiao Wujie's heart. "Oh, elder sister." His voice was slightly hoarse, laced with a gentle weariness, like a murmured utterance between wakefulness and slumber, stirring a ticklish sensation within the listener's heart. "What is it, darling?" The voice on the phone was even more magnetic and tender, overflowing with affection. A moment of silence ensued. The person on the other end of the line waited patiently. "Missing my sister." His voice remained low, soft, yet devoid of any trace of intoxication. The sound of wind howled past the car window, met by a prolonged, silent pause on the other end of the phone. Xiao Wujie remained silent as well, his gaze lost in the myriad lights and the vast expanse of stars outside the car window. Among the myriad lights, which one could offer him warmth? Among the vast expanse of stars, which ray could grant him hope? He gazed upon the desolate night and the lights of the world, seemingly in search of this very answer. In a daze, he lost track of time as the wind carried a soft murmur into his ear. "I'll wait for you, darling." And into his heart, of course. The sports car continued to speed along the highway at a steady pace, and they remained silent for a time, neither of them disconnecting the call. The phone pressed against his ear. He listened to the sound of the wind around them and the gentle sound of their breathing. This time, the car did not head towards a hotel, but instead entered a villa area. The triangular gables and the lights shining from the windows resembled something he had once yearned for, a home. The bright headlights illuminated the road ahead, and from afar, he spotted the slender figure holding a phone in front of the villa. He hung up the phone, and the car came to a steady halt before the villa. Before the driver could exit to open the door, a graceful figure had already pulled the rear door open. Due to the backlighting, Xiao Wujie could not discern the expression on her face clearly. He could only vaguely see her delicate nose twitch slightly, and then a warm, tender palm rested on his face, the fingers gently stroking his slightly flushed cheek. "Have you been drinking?" Her voice was deep and mellow, devoid of joy or sorrow. A few fragrant strands of hair brushed against his face, causing a slight itch. He responded with a barely perceptible hum, saying little further. "Not feeling well." Not at all. He was not a person with a strong desire to win, yet today, the woman named Gu Junzi had successfully ignited that competitive spirit within him. Not for her jesting at his expense with Lin Qingyi. With a heart illuminated, what need was there for more words? It was solely because this woman had stirred an unsettling feeling within him. She fancied herself adept at understanding others' hearts, deliberately presenting what she claimed to protect before him. He glimpsed the softness concealed beneath her armor, yet it also stirred an irrefutable jealousy deep within his heart. He argued eloquently, pressing her relentlessly, leaving her gasping for breath. Yet he still felt like he had lost, utterly and completely. He had come for personal gain, while she was there to safeguard. For no apparent reason. He felt an urge to feign drunkenness, almost obsessively wanting to prove that he too could protect. Moreover, he had someone willing to guard him. But in that moment, he suddenly no longer wished to pretend. There was no need for proof, whether he pretended or not. There was always that one person who had consistently watched over him. The words were brief, yet they made his heart tremble. Backlit, he could not see her visage, but he saw his own world with striking clarity. He remained utterly still, his long, feather-like eyelashes fluttering gently as his soft gaze lingered upon the delicate visage that eluded his full comprehension. A desire to remain, to embrace, enveloped him. In the next moment, the alluring scent of roses surrounded him. His feet lifted from the ground, surrendering to a passionate embrace that intoxicated him. The solitary room, illuminated only by the glow of a bedside lamp, boasted a plush carpet, a grand bed, and a comforting warmth. In the arms of Chu Liyue, Xiao Wujie was captivated. Entwining his hands around her neck, burying his head into the curve of her shoulder, kissing and nibbling with a tender yet fervent urgency. A fine sheen of fragrant perspiration appeared on Chu Liyue's forehead as she trembled, hastily making her way toward the room. Upon entering, Xiao Wujie instinctively turned off the bright overhead light. The room was now bathed in the flickering glow of the bedside lamp. Just as Chu Liue laid him upon the bed and attempted to rise, his legs coiled around her waist with the fluidity of a water snake. With a slight tug, he drew her onto himself, his lips sealing against hers with precision, his eager tongue prying at her teeth. They possessed little resistance to one another. Xiao Wujie's actions ignited a fire that swiftly consumed her remaining rationality. Like one ensnared by enchantment, she parted her crimson lips. The taste of sweetness and blood mingled between them, and under the dim light, they became ensnared in each other's allure. Boldly, Xiao Wujie guided her hand to his chiseled abdomen. She gritted her teeth, adjusting his form, trembling as she implored, "Be good, my darling." At that moment, Xiao Wujie's eyes glowed a fiery red, staring blankly at her. "Dearest sister, please, grant me." His voice was a hoarse rasp, punctuated by the violent heaving of his chest. "Sweet treasure, my precious, behave yourself." "Not yet. Precious, are you in discomfort?" Observing his uncontrollable trembling, embraced him, her crimson lips nearing his ear. "Be a good boy, be obedient. Your sister will assist you." Her voice, laced with enticement, sent tremors through his tormented soul. In the dimly lit chamber, two captivating figures were entwined. Discarded tissues overflowed from the waste receptacle. Chapter 56. He knew she would eternally safeguard him. Cradled the disarrayed in her arms, gently placing him into the bubble-filled tub. Perched on the tub's edge, she delicately cleansed his form, her fingers stirring the water. Her water-kissed hand, soft and refined, caressed his alabaster skin, evoking a ticklish sensation within his heart. His gaze, intense and profound, lingered upon that slender, graceful hand, the very instrument that had nearly caused his soul to depart. The bathroom was enshrouded in vaporous steam, and beneath the gentle illumination, S breathtaking visage. So exquisite it stole his breath, materialized and vanished within the mist, ethereal and dreamlike. As he perceived the tingling sensation beneath his skin and beheld her unparalleled beauty, his respiration spiraled into disarray. He abruptly rose from the tub, disregarding the glistening droplets clinging to his arm as he encircled slender waist. His torso, concealed beneath the foam, emerged from the water, pressing intimately against her delicate form. With one hand, he clasped hers, pressing it against the exquisite contours of his six-pack abs. His face gravitated towards the pristine alabaster of her fragrant shoulder. Gently, he nipped at the slender strap of her nightgown, coaxing it to slip away, his lips parting to leave a trail of crimson kisses upon her shoulder and neck. "Beloved, I yearn." His voice, a raspy enticement, brushed against the delicate skin behind her ear. Seizing the interlude, she pinched his waist, her countenance hardening. "Nay, not now." Breathlessly panting, rested his head upon her luxurious lap, his voice a blend of longing and lament. "My love, I am in torment. My desire knows no bounds." She caressed his head with affection, yet her words remained resolute. "Patience, my dear. Once your health is restored, your every whim shall be my command." She then disregarded his mournful gaze, cupping the water from the tub to continue her ministrations. Cradled by her legs, struggled to regain his composure. Yet the burning fervor within him refused to abate. His breath, hot and heavy, caressed her ivory thighs, his lips tracing their inner contours. He immediately sensed the tensing of the limb beneath his head, a smile playing upon his lips as he gazed up at her. His eyes shimmering with a blend of innocence and desire, yet remained steadfast, her teeth gritted, seemingly impervious to his allure. At that moment, Xiao Wujie abruptly halted all movements. Appearing deflated as he rested his head limply upon her lap, half closing his eyes to murmur softly, "I didn't eat dinner. I'm hungry. What do you want?" "You." Xiao Wujie suddenly opened his eyes wide, seizing Chu Liue and pulling her towards him with fervor. With a splash, water erupted around them, and the frosted glass reflected two enchanting figures, as beautiful as a dream. The minute hand of the clock completed a full circle. Clad in a new nightgown, Chu Liue emerged from the bathroom, cradling the bathrobe-clad Xiao Wujie in her arms. His face flushed with an unusual radiance, he leaned weakly against her, his chest rising and falling erratically, breaths coming in quick gasps. His eyes, tinged with crimson veins, bore the weight of exhaustion and a hint of satisfaction. It was difficult to discern whether the droplets gliding down his slightly arched neck were water or sweat, trickling over his alluring Adam's apple, cascading onto his partially exposed, pale chest. Chu Liue held him close, using a hairdryer to dry his hair before taking a tissue to wipe away the moisture from his neck and chest. However, upon encountering the glaring red marks adorning his pale neck, Her touch unconsciously softened. Xiao Wujie weakly grasped her hand, pressing a kiss upon it, gasping for breath. His smile reminiscent of a fox that had successfully indulged in mischief. "Sister, isn't your precious darling charming?" Observing her tenderly wiping his neck, he grinned wickedly, arching his neck and puffing out his chest. With his movements, the opening of his garment widened further, revealing a cluster of delicate strawberries adorning his chest. With an expressionless demeanor, Chu Liue adjusted his collar and gently placed him onto the soft bed, carefully positioning a cushion behind his waist to support him against the headboard. She then swiftly exited the room, only returning when Xiao Wujie's eyelids fluttered and he began to drift into slumber, carrying a tray in her hands. The tray held a steaming bowl of soup, adorned with goji berries, red dates, angelica, and slices of ginseng. Without a moment's hesitation, she lifted a spoon and brought it to Xiao Wujie's lips. His expression faltered momentarily. "Sister, I don't want to drink." Before he could finish, she coldly interrupted him. Under her stern, unwavering supervision, Xiao Wujie reluctantly consumed the entire bowl. After he had finished the soup and taken his medicine, Chu Liyue elegantly lifted the blanket and nestled beside him, carefully wrapping her arms around his waist. Her fingers gently brushed against the red marks on his neck. Her gaze filled with an inscrutable emotion. Due to his prolonged illness, Xiao Wujie's skin appeared a marble-like pale white, with visible veins pulsing beneath. The marks on his neck were particularly conspicuous and alarming. Noticing her actions, Xiao Wujie mustered his spirits, resting his face against her chest, and chuckled softly. "It's nothing, sister. It just looks frightening." After a prolonged silence, Chu Liyue finally spoke in a low voice. "My dear, you must not behave this way again." She was uncertain what had triggered Xiao Wujie's distress today. She had sensed something amiss in his tone during their phone call. Upon seeing him intoxicated, she had initially intended to admonish him. Yet, upon witnessing the unreserved affection reflected in his gaze, her heart softened almost instantly. She keenly sensed the underlying reasons behind Xiao Wujie's current state of emotional turmoil. Perhaps it was her inadequacy in providing him with a sense of security that left him both enamored with the beauty before him and fearful of its potential loss. He yearned desperately for it all. However, he was merely a youth, beset by illness, incapable of fully engaging in the affairs of life. Just moments ago, she had nearly succumbed to the urge to consume him entirely. The mere thought sent a chill down her spine. In the bedroom, silence enveloped the atmosphere. Yet countless unspoken sentiments lingered in the air. Indeed, he had been ensnared by the allure of appearances. In this world of myriad facades, the most enchanting to the eye, there exists a truth that, when felt with sincerity, reveals itself to have always been present. For instance, she would remain steadfast by his side, guarding the long stretch of time ahead, safeguarding the beauty he so cherished. Chapter 57. Sister, such matters must be shared. The morning sun filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating a corner of the room and casting light upon her silhouette, which stood by the window, basking in its glow. With her phone held aloft, her voice, though intentionally subdued, betrayed an undeniable authority. On the bed, Xiao Wujie lay in a state of unconsciousness, vaguely perceiving a few indistinct phrases. With utmost determination, within 2 days, I demand to see the trending topics vanish. Have the publicity department draft comments, steer the public discourse. I expect to witness a reversal in sentiment today, and for those who remain silent, ensure they are not afforded the opportunity to speak. Xiao Wujie, feeling around him in confusion, found the chill of emptiness. No one was there. Instinctively, he called out, "Sister." She busily pressed his wandering hands down on the bed, delicate kisses falling upon his ear as she softly coaxed him. "I am here. It is still early. Let us sleep a little longer." Soon, under her gentle persuasion, Xiao Wujie settled down, grasping her hand and placing it upon his chest, drifting back into a deep slumber. Chu Liu, however, chose not to leave. Instead, she quietly gazed at his handsome sleeping face, contemplating her thoughts. She had not intended to rise so early, and even though her biological clock had awakened her, she planned to accompany Xiao Wujie in his sleep for a while longer. Xiao Wujie was particular about his sleeping arrangements, often experiencing poor sleep quality. He preferred to rest his face against her chest, his arms wrapped around her waist, sleeping in her embrace. Thus, during sleep, he would cling to her even more. If she were to leave, it would not be long before he would awaken. She felt a pang of sympathy for him and was more than willing to indulge him. Whenever time permitted, she would wait until Xiao Wujie was comfortably asleep before rising together. However, this morning, upon checking the trending topics on her phone, she could no longer remain seated. Under her suppression, the trending topics had ceased their upward trajectory, and there was no need for her to worry further. Her subordinates could swiftly quell the situation completely. What displeased her was that, under the deliberate guidance of certain individuals, negative comments about their relationship were proliferating. Some claimed that they were morally corrupt, even elevating the matter to ethical concerns. In truth, she shared no blood relation with Xiao Wujie, and the term siblings was merely a label. How had it come to this twisted perception of moral decay and the distortion of humanity? The cacophony of vulgarities echoed around her, referring to him with terms that were both degrading and unseemly. Yet, her affection for him, a Jew, was immeasurable. She could not bring herself to utter a single reprimand, longing instead to cradle him in her arms like a cherished treasure. Who were they to audaciously spew such filth? While she could remain indifferent to the opinions of others, her beloved could not. What truly crossed her threshold of tolerance was the audacity of some to malign Xiao Wujie's very being, disparaging him as a frail wretch. A life soon to be extinguished. They claimed he feigned illness to elicit sympathy, that he was too weak to care for himself. The rest of their claims were a muddled mix of truth and falsehood, yet this last accusation, if heard by Xiao Wujie, would surely provoke his vehement protest. Unable to care for himself, for countless years, until yesterday, he had relied solely on his own strength, both physically and mentally. He only feigned weakness in front of Chu Liu, relishing the boundless affection she showered upon him. Yet, these slanderous remarks were intolerable to Chu Liu. Xiao Wujie's health was a sensitive topic, particularly the notion of a short-lived existence, a phrase that felt like a direct challenge to her limits. Without hesitation, she contacted her subordinates, demanding that they suppress the trending topics at all costs within 3 days. Simultaneously, she instructed the publicity department to articulate clearly the nature of her relationship with Xiao Wujie, detailing their emotional journey and correcting the distorted truths that had emerged, aiming to redirect the misguided public sentiment. Naturally, she would also issue a personal statement to clarify the situation. She does not seek the blessings of others regarding their affairs. Yet she hopes they can embody a couple who walks under the sun, rather than allowing themselves to be tarnished by unfounded slander. It seems as though they have committed some egregious sin, deserving of universal condemnation. This farce must come to an end. Chu Liu quietly accompanied Xiao Wujie, patiently awaiting his comfortable awakening. Half an hour later, Xiao Wujie's eyelids fluttered open, and upon sensing the familiar aura beside him, he instinctively nestled into Chu Liu's embrace. Finding a cozy position within her arms, he ceased his movements, half closing his eyes, and hoarsely uttered, "Sister, I'm thirsty." Upon hearing this, Chu Liu smiled softly. After nibbling on her for such a long time yesterday, without a sip of water, how could he not be thirsty? She retrieved a glass of honey water that had been prepared earlier, bringing it to his lips, but he did not open his mouth. Suddenly, Xiao Wujie opened his eyes wide, his gaze pure and innocent. "Sister, feed me." Chu Liu. She promptly tilted her head back, took a generous sip of the honey water, and then lowered her head rapidly, feeding the mildly sweet liquid into his mouth. She sensed that this was likely to become another aspect of her daily routine. After completing the feeding of the honey water, Xiao Wujie finally settled down, obediently dressing and getting out of bed. In the bathroom, the two stood together at the mirror, brushing their teeth, and as they caught sight of their intimate reflection, bubbles forming at the corners of their mouths, an indescribable sensation enveloped their hearts. It was akin to the honey water that had just flowed over their tongues. Delicate and smooth, simple and pure, as if the gentle dawn of spring was caressing their hearts. After completing her morning routine, Chu Liu adorned herself with a delicate touch of makeup and donned a stunning formal outfit. Xiao Wujie assumed she was preparing to depart, yet she requested him to remain silent for a moment, turning to sit gracefully on the sofa as she propped up her phone. With a mesmerizing figure and a cool demeanor, she began, "I am Chu Liu, and Xiao Wujie and I are not related by blood. As for our romantic relationship, it is I who will initiate the conversation." Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Wujie swiftly pressed down on her phone, interrupting the video recording. "Sister, such matters should be shared." Before she could respond, Xiao Wujie gazed at her with gentle eyes, his voice soft. The moment she raised her phone, he realized her intention. Recalling the few words he had heard in a daze that morning, a mixture of emotions surged within him, touching, sweet, and heart-wrenching. Fool. Such things are meant for two. Chapter 58. The twist. Xiao Wujie gains the first white moonlight of Huaxia. The gentle sunlight filtered through the half-drawn curtains, casting dappled rays that danced in the air like golden feathers. Amidst the halo of light that filled the room, Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue sat elegantly side by side. Sunlight leaped upon their hair, bestowing a subtle golden sheen, creating a scene that was both warm and romantic. In front of them stood a phone holder, and after exchanging a glance, they simultaneously pressed the recording button. I am Chu Liyue. I am Xiao Wujie. Chu Liyue continued. Regarding our relationship, we are currently a couple, having once been siblings. However, we share no blood ties and do not violate any ethical norms. Regarding the accusations of unethical behavior circulating online, I implore you to remove them immediately. Should any such remarks persist, I shall pursue legal action against all who propagate them, holding them accountable for slander and defamation under the laws of our nation. Xiao Wujie. As for my situation, I have indeed been labeled as the male vixen by many. In my youth, I was rescued from the jaws of a menacing dog by my sister, who raised, cherished, and cared for me. Gradually, I found my feelings for her transforming. I selfishly wished to possess her entirely, to capture her heart, hoping she would remain by my side, to love and indulge me. Driven by my desires, I disregarded all conventions and brazenly pursued her. On the eve of our relationship being exposed, I confessed my feelings to her, for I hold deep affection for her. Upon finishing my statement, I grasped Chu Liyue's hand and gently kissed it near my lips. My gaze soft and my expression exceedingly sincere. With a warm smile devoid of any ulterior motives, I looked at Chu Liyue. She regarded me in silence for a moment, lost in thought. After a while, she drew me closer, lightly lifting my chin with her fingers, her lips slightly pursed, and in a husky voice said, "Sweetheart, my lips are a bit parched." Upon hearing this, I understood her intent immediately, and my pale, cool lips found theirs upon hers. Chu Liyue did not venture outside that day. She had hastily resolved all matters that required her personal attention the previous day. Naturally, the remaining tasks would be handled by the extraordinary AI Rumen on her behalf. Seated at the computer desk, she encircled Xiao Wujie's waist as they jointly examined the USB drive that Gu Junsi had entrusted to him. The contents of the USB drive did not disappoint them. Their previous investigations had largely centered around Chu Feihong, and although they knew he had some involvement with the Gu family, their reach was limited and their grasp of the situation was constrained. Now, possessing intelligence focused on the Gu family, they discovered many things they had previously overlooked. However, what truly captured Xiao Wujie's attention was the final file, in which Gu Junsi addressed him in a letter-like manner. She mentioned that she had once uncovered some significant misdeeds of another branch of the Gu family, even to the extent that Chu Feihong would be considerably affected. She had attempted to use this information through intermediaries to undermine her rivals, but just as she was on the verge of success, a hidden expert intervened, obliterating all the evidence and ultimately leading to nothing. Based on her understanding of the Gu family, there was no such expert behind them, so it was likely that the hidden figure was related to Chu Feihong. Upon seeing this, a contemplative look crossed Xiao Wujie's eyes. He harbored some audacious conjectures, but he hoped they were incorrect because if things were as he suspected, the difficulty of taking down Chu Feihong would likely increase significantly. Chu Liyue's expression also carried some solemnity, as her conjectures mirrored Xiao Wujie's. She even more fervently hoped that her suspicions were wrong. After all, just as the atmosphere in the room became somewhat heavy, Chu Liyue's phone suddenly rang. She answered and activated the speakerphone, and an excited voice instantly filled the room. The sheer volume of the sound compelled Chu Liyue to instinctively cover Xiao Wujie's ears. Chu. President Chu, the public sentiment has completely reversed. After enduring a few more verbose sentences from the person on the other end of the line, Chu Liyue terminated the call and accessed the trending topics on the imperial capital search engine via her laptop. The top spot on the list was emblazoned with the words, Xiao Wujie, the quintessential Chinese ideal. The entire list was adorned with a refined photograph of Xiao Wujie, sporting silver-rimmed glasses and attired in a white suit, standing amidst a snowstorm. This monumental reversal, transforming him from a perceived seducer to an immaculate ideal, ignited the entirety of the imperial capital and, indeed, the whole of China. Forgive my past ignorance. When I deemed him a flirtatious seducer, now I can only profess. He has bewitched my very soul. This is utterly captivating. If I were to possess such a jade-like paramour, I would willingly consume excrement. Upstairs, your tastes are truly peculiar. Moreover, excessive jade can only bring you harm. Observing these reversed sentiments, Xiao Wujie chuckled softly, remaining largely unperturbed. Whether one dwells in the realm of grandiosity or seclusion, all is but a dream, Let worldly favor and disgrace not perturb you. After all, who does not engage in some measure of gossip, both in the presence and absence of others? Chu Liyue, upon witnessing this, appeared notably pleased, evidently believing that the public relations and publicity departments were, in fact, capable of performing their duties. At that juncture, Chu Liyue's phone emitted a ring once more. The caller was none other than the future mother-in-law of China's newly crowned paragon. Chu Liyue hesitated momentarily before answering the call. In recent days, she had been beset by turmoil, and had thus only answered calls from AI Roman and the public relations and publicity departments, neglecting all others. Bai Jingxian had likely astutely discerned her emotional state, and had thus refrained from further contact these past few days. Today, it seems they have witnessed the joyous announcement in the official video. She speculated that on the other end of the line were Chu Yuntian and Chu Mingqing. Indeed, for 2 minutes after the call was connected, they were left with no opportunity to interject. Bai Jingxian exclaimed, "Li Yue, you are truly together with Wujie. How wonderful! How wonderful! How wonderful! Wujie is such a remarkable person, yet you have hesitated for so long. Even your mother is anxious for you. If you do not unite soon, your mother might just consider marrying Wujie herself." Chu Mingqing and Xiao Wujie were left in bewilderment. "Li Yue, do speak up," urged Chu Yuntian. "Once little Wujie reaches the appropriate age, be sure to obtain the marriage certificate. We cannot let him slip away, and let little Wujie strive to make an effort. Grandfather yearns to hold a great-grandson. Li Yue, please, say something." After a considerable pause, Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue finally found their voices. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chu Liyue intended to end the call. She exchanged a glance with Xiao Wujie and said, "Tomorrow." In truth, they planned to head to Haijing Bay a day earlier. Chapter 59, Dominance Unleashed. Chu Liyue, the humble older brother Chu Nanfeng the next day, as dawn broke. Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue set forth on their journey to Haijing Bay. The following evening marked the arrival of a shipment of black goods at the port. Despite having made numerous preparations, they resolved to arrive a day in advance to personally oversee the situation. Both harbored a sense of foreboding, convinced that the affairs at Haijing Bay would prove to be far from straightforward. Moreover, Haijing Bay is a renowned tourist destination in the imperial capital, famed for its proximity to the sea and its picturesque scenic spots, making it an ideal locale for leisure. Chu Liyue, pondering over her companion Xiao Wujie's visit to the capital, realized she had yet to show him around properly. She hoped to resolve her pending matters swiftly, allowing them to spend a delightful afternoon at Haijing Bay. In the backseat of the car, the two sat side by side, the driver discreetly having lowered the partition. Xiao Wujie was engrossed in his phone, researching travel plans. After a while, Chu Liyue gently grasped the device from his hands, wrapped her arms around his waist, and softly urged, "Stop looking at that. It will strain your eyes. We woke up early today, and it will take some time to reach Haijing Bay. Why not rest your head on my shoulder for a while?" Upon hearing her words, Xiao Wujie encircled her waist with his arm, nuzzling his face against her chest as he succumbed to drowsiness. "Sister, there's a concert by my favorite artist at Haijing Bay today, and I wish to attend. Can we go see the sea tonight? I've never seen the ocean before." Chu Liyue nodded gently, noticing his wide eyes brimming with anticipation, as if he had countless words to share. She playfully flicked his forehead with her fingers. "Be good, let us not talk anymore. Just close your eyes and rest. Once we arrive, you can play however you wish." Xiao Wujie obediently shut his eyes, murmuring, "You're lulling me to sleep." Chu Liyue chuckled softly, her lips brushing against his ear, her voice enchanting. "Sleep now, dear one." In the afternoon, two striking figures donned in matching casual attire, complete with hats and masks, strolled hand in hand through the bustling square. They were, of course, Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue. There is no alternative. The two individuals have recently garnered immense attention in the capital and throughout China. Even though they have fabricated a false itinerary, they dare not reveal the slightest hint of a flaw in public. Among the throng, Chu Liyue wraps her arm around Xiao Wujie's waist, carefully shielding him to prevent any accidental collisions. The multitude gathered in the square can be attributed to the concert of the illustrious star, Chu Nanfeng, being held at this venue. As they draw nearer, the atmosphere is thick with anticipation and excitement. The venue is encircled by an array of billboards, each emblazoned with the striking visage of Chu Nanfeng. His gaze is resolute, a confident and charming smile gracing his lips, as he clutches a gleaming guitar, seemingly poised to strum its strings and awaken the musical souls of all present. Xiao Wujie cannot help but exclaim, "Brother, You look so handsome. At this, Chu Liu leans closer to his ear and whispers, "No, my dear, you are the handsome one." Almost simultaneously, they turn to see a figure behind them, swathed even more tightly than themselves, resembling a mummy. "Sister, brother-in-law, is that you?" Comes a cautious voice from beneath a large mask. "No need to use the main entrance. Follow me." The walking mummy leads them through a side door, unknown to others, into the venue, and then to a lounge. Only then does he remove his hat, sunglasses, and mask, revealing the handsome face of the long-missed Chu Nanfeng. "Chu Nanfeng, have you lost your mind?" Chu Liu states coldly as he unveils his identity. She never addresses Chu Nanfeng as brother, always calling him by his name instead. In her presence, this brother of hers tends to bow and scrape. With a gaze that is both indifferent and piercing, she fixates on Chu Nanfeng, her tone imbued with an air of authority and an unmistakable aura of dominance. She can scarcely fathom the uproar that would ensue if the three of them were to be revealed simultaneously in the square. Haha. Isn't it just to avoid the hassle of entering through the front door? Besides, we're dressed so thoroughly that no one would recognize us. Chu Nanfeng gently scratched his cheek, a broad smile plastered across his face, his voice slightly faltering. Chu Liu cast him a sidelong glance, choosing to ignore him as she directly pulled Xiao Wujie to sit on the sofa. Xiao Wujie, however, looked at Chu Nanfeng with keen interest, half-jokingly remarking, "Big brother, your powers of observation are quite remarkable. Even dressed like this, you still recognize us?" "Oh, we are family. Even if you turn to ash, I would still recognize you," Chu Nanfeng replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Liu shot him a frosty glare, causing him to wilt instantly. He lightly patted his own face with his palms, exclaiming, "Pa, pa, pa, what a foul mouth I have. I deserve a beating." Noticing Chu Liu's expression soften, he ceased his antics. "Haha, truly a perfect match." Under the lights, his gaze softened, glimmering with a hint of shimmering moisture. After a prolonged moment, he blinked twice, suppressing the welling emotion, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible huskiness. "How wonderful. You must cherish your time together." Because of him, his sister had borne far too many burdens that were never hers to carry. Filled with remorse, he now found joy in witnessing his sister no longer alone, her other half being the very youth who had once warmed her life. His heart swelled with genuine happiness and comfort. Upon hearing his words, Chu Liu's gaze softened slightly. She understood Chu Nanfeng's sentiments and had never held any resentment against him. One cannot choose their origins, yet they should at least possess the right to determine the course of their own life. Chu Nanfeng had merely selected the path he wished to tread. This choice may have indirectly influenced her life, but she had never blamed him for it. Moreover, it was precisely his decision that led her to Ice City, where she encountered her greatest fortune and the most exquisite gift bestowed upon her by fate. After a moment of silence, Chu Nanfeng suddenly spoke. "What brings you here so secretly?" "To attend my brother's concert and enjoy a little travel," came the reply. Chu Nanfeng waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, when is a concert not worth attending? If you wish, I can sing exclusively for you whenever I have the time." Xiao Wujie chuckled softly. "Brother, a concert needs a crowd to create an atmosphere. Rest assured, my sister and I are merely here for some fun. We shall be perfectly fine." Chu Liu looked at Chu Nanfeng, her eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Just as Chu Nanfeng was about to speak again, Xiao Wujie timely interrupted. "Brother, the time is drawing near. You should quickly change into your outfit and prepare your look. My sister and I will head inside first and await you on stage." With that, disregarding Chu Nanfeng's reaction, he took Chu Liu's hand and led her into the venue. Chu Nanfeng remained in place, observing the retreating figures of the couple hand in hand, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Why venture into this murky water? Chapter 60, Blessings from Thousands. Xiao Wujie and Chu Liu, forever together. As Xiao Wujie and Chu Liu entered, the vast venue stretched endlessly, already filled to capacity. Originally, Chu Nanfeng had prepared a private booth for them, but Xiao Wujie had graciously declined. As the crowd dispersed, a serene space for contemplation was left behind. Within the throng, one could sense the unique vitality born from the interplay of noise and laughter. Whether in tranquility or in raucous revelry, both are indispensable scenes along the journey of life. Both he and Chu Liu had endured long stretches of solitude and had grown accustomed to the biting chill of lofty heights. He yearned to share with her the myriad of first experiences they had yet to encounter together. In such trivial matters, Chu Liu would not permit even a hint of disappointment to touch him. His desires must be fulfilled. Yet, she harbored concerns about Xiao Wujie's ability to withstand the tumultuous atmosphere of the event. In a somewhat inconspicuous seat in the front row, she embraced Xiao Wujie's waist, her cheek resting against his ear as she patiently offered her advice. Dear one, when Shu Nanfeng takes the stage, be careful not to let the flash photography dazzle your eyes. When the fans applaud, remember to cover your ears. If you feel uncomfortable, tell your sister immediately. Initially, Xiao Wujie listened intently, nodding earnestly. However, as the conversation continued, he could no longer suppress a soft chuckle, remarking, "Sister, you've turned into quite the echo of Aunt Jing." Upon hearing this, Chu Liue was momentarily stunned, the corners of her eyes beneath the brim of her hat involuntarily twitching. Her, resembling Bai Jingxian? The image was too idyllic, proving difficult to envision. With an expressionless gaze, she stared at Xiao Wujie for a moment, her hands stealthily reaching for his sensitive area. Catching him off guard, she abruptly pinched him. Xiao Wujie instantly recoiled, his body immediately deflating like a punctured balloon. Seeing this, Chu Liue swiftly embraced him, allowing him to lean against her. He slumped against her like a puddle of water, gasping for breath, his warm, moist respiration brushing against her neck, sending subtle shivers down her spine. A hint of amusement flickered in Chu Liue's eyes, and she gently caressed his chest, helping him regain his composure. "Little rascal, will you dare do it again next time?" The audience in the back rows couldn't help but wear affectionate smiles. The two cheerfully flirted, but as time passed, they could sense the atmosphere in the arena gradually intensifying. Until a certain moment, the lights suddenly dimmed, plunging the entire venue into silence, an air of tension and excitement permeating the atmosphere. All spectators held their breath, their gazes fixed on the center of the stage. Suddenly, a deep and powerful melody resonated. Immediately following, a dazzling beam of light shot from the rear of the stage, illuminating the entire arena. Accompanied by thunderous applause and cheers, a tall figure slowly ascended the stage. Xiao Wujie, held in Chu Liue's embrace with his ears covered, watched the indistinct figure making its way to the center of the stage, his eyes filled with amusement. The dazzling lights illuminated his handsome visage. It was Chu Nanfeng. His appearance ignited a blazing torch, instantly elevating the atmosphere to a fervent climax. In the audience, countless fans waved their hands, fervently chanting his name. Nanfeng, Nanfeng, Nanfeng. The deafening cheers surged like relentless waves, the cacophony so immense it seemed capable of lifting the very roof of the venue. Dressed in an exquisite performance outfit, Chu Nanfeng approached the center of the stage with poise, extending his arms to greet the enthusiastic fans. Under the spotlight, his figure stretched elegantly, each step imbued with confidence and strength, inciting the audience to chant his name with even greater fervor. The ever-composed Xiao Wujie, too, joined the throng, shouting Nanfeng, Nanfeng. This scene elicited an involuntary chuckle from Chu Liue, who found it quite amusing. Yet, it was heartening. She often felt her dear child possessed a maturity that belied his years, remaining excessively calm and composed in all matters. If possible, she wished for him to embrace a bit less of that composure and a bit more of the childlike innocence evident today. Perhaps influenced by Xiao Wujie's enthusiasm, she raised her gaze to the resplendent Chu Nanfeng on stage, her expression shifting slightly as a smile graced her lips. Remarkably, she joined Xiao Wujie in softly calling Chu Nanfeng's name. Should Chu Nanfeng realize that his typically aloof sister could regard him with such warmth and gently utter his name, he might very well kneel before the throngs of onlookers in awe. At the moment he raised the microphone, the breaths of all the audience members quickened, a palpable excitement seemingly on the verge of bursting forth from their chests. Chu Nanfeng appeared to sense the impending frenzy of the crowd and suddenly raised a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. A subtle smile graced his lips as the prelude of the music transformed abruptly into an upbeat R&B tune. The fans in attendance were puzzled, for the opening song had not been advertised as R&B. However, they soon surmised that their mischievous brother intended to surprise them, and they quietly began to sway gently in rhythm with the music. Xiao Wujie, emboldened by Chu Liue's boundless affection for him, took her hand and began to sway along as well. Yet, with her graceful figure, her unintentional display of charm nearly captivated his very soul. Chu Nanfeng sang a love ballad, his voice smooth as velvet, each note delicately plucking at the heartstrings of the audience. The R&B-infused love song was sweetly composed, and with Chu Nanfeng's meticulous interpretation, It seemed capable of seeping into the very seams of every listener's heart. Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue's hands had long since intertwined unconsciously. He playfully tickled her warm, soft palm, conveying a delightful sense of sweetness that made his heart flutter. Chu Liyue simply indulged him, embracing him as he toyed with her hand, relishing this rare moment of sweetness. Chu Nanfeng continued with 2 more songs, maintaining the sweet theme of his love ballads. And both Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue came to understand that this was Chu Nanfeng's way of bestowing his blessings upon them. What followed was a performance of the most renowned songs by Chu Nanfeng. However, to everyone's surprise, the host announced a classic love ballad not originally sung by him. The LED screens surrounding the stage illuminated with images of pink heart-shaped balloons dancing in the air. Just as the climax was about to unfold, the music abruptly halted, and he suddenly set the microphone down. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the audience, lingering momentarily on a pair of figures nestled closely together. Today, he had nearly altered all of his prearranged plans, which would undoubtedly lead to considerable complications, yet he felt no regret. He gazed at the audience once more, retrieved the microphone, his expression softening as he gently remarked, "You may be wondering why I have deviated so significantly from my original arrangements and performed so many love songs. My surname is Chu, and my name is Chu Nanfeng." He paused briefly, then chuckled lightly. "Just yesterday, my dear sister, Chu Liyue, officially announced her engagement with her future brother-in-law." As soon as the words left his lips, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Upon hearing Chu Nanfeng's announcement, they began to comprehend that the esteemed singer was offering his blessings in his own unique manner. But were they truly present at the venue? How else could they receive such heartfelt wishes? Seemingly reading the thoughts of the crowd, Chu Nanfeng maintained his composure and stated, "There is no need for speculation. They are not here in person, but they are watching this concert online. Everyone knows how difficult it has been for them to reach this point, having faced numerous doubts along the way. At last, the official announcement has arrived, dispelling the shadows. If possible, I hope everyone can join me in extending their blessings to them." Taking a deep breath, he shouted into the microphone, "Xiao Wujie, Chu Liyue, may you be together forever." As his words faded, the music resumed, and the heartfelt refrain of "Together Forever" was sung passionately by Chu Nanfeng. Pink balloons floated across the stage once more, while fans waved their glow sticks, creating a dazzling interplay of light that transformed the venue into a vibrant sea of colors. The thunderous cheer of Xiao Wujie, Chu Liyue, "Forever Together," echoed through the air. In the crowd, Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue embraced. It was a moment where the transient met the eternal. Chapter 61. His waiting, his peace of mind as night fell, a profound tranquility enveloped the sea. The stars twinkled like countless diamonds scattered across the shimmering waves, akin to a blanket of black velvet. The moon ascended gracefully, casting a silvery glow that harmonized with the distant city's lights, creating a dreamlike tableau. Along the expansive coastline, 2 figures walked side by side, the moonlight stretching their shadows long. The sea breeze caressed their faces, carrying the unique, briny scent of the ocean and a refreshing chill. Xiao Wujie coughed gently into his hand, prompting Chu Liyue to swiftly drape her coat over him, wrapping her arm around his shoulders to ensure the coat enveloped him snugly. Xiao Wujie shook his head slightly and said to her, "Sister, it's actually not cold." Upon hearing this, Chu Liyue remained unfazed. She gently pecked his lips, her tone laced with coaxing charm. "It's always wise to keep warm." At her words, Xiao Wujie fell silent, resting his head against her shoulder, his body leaning closer to her embrace. They strolled along the coastline, the waves tenderly kissing the shore, producing a delicate and harmonious sound. It was the ocean's unique whisper, as if narrating ancient and distant tales. Occasionally, a few nocturnal seabirds skimmed across the water's surface, their silhouettes merging with the night, leaving only the faint sound of their wings flapping. After the cacophony of the concert, the tranquil night by the sea enveloped them in a mysterious yet serene ambience, bringing an unprecedented peace to their souls. Treading upon the soft, fine silver sands, it was hard to tell how long they had walked in such silence when Chu Liyue distinctly sensed Xiao Wujie's pace becoming slow and unsteady. She halted, allowing him to nestle closer against her body, and tenderly kissed his pale, cool cheek, her voice rich and soothing. "Are you tired, my dear?" Xiao Wujie leaned his entire head against her shoulder, silent, merely blinking wearily and giving a slight nod. In the next moment, his feet left the ground, and he melted into her warm, fragrant embrace. His face nestled into the crook of her neck, Gently closing his eyes, he affectionately brushed his lips against her skin. She slightly turned her head, planting a soft kiss upon the exquisite youth in her arms, carefully wrapping him in his coat. And together they retraced their steps into the distance. The sea breeze lifted her flowing hair like a cascade, and the billowing white dress danced with the grace and freedom of the waves. Gentle footsteps leave behind a faint trail, soon smoothed over by the softly lapping waves. On the hotel observation deck, Xiao Wujie's slender form reclines on a comfortable, plush chair, enveloped in a thick blanket. His physique is delicate, as if unable to withstand even the lightest breeze. His skin is pale as snow, reminiscent of the most exquisite porcelain beneath the moonlight. His gaze is profound and distant, exuding an aura of sanctity. Behind him, Chu Liu approaches gracefully, holding a cup of warm water, and elegantly settles beside him. Wrapping an arm around him while softly coaxing, "Drink some water and take your medication." Xiao Wujie nestles closer to her. His voice is delicate as a feather brushing against the heart. "You feed me." The tenderness in Chu Liu's eyes is like gentle water. Her fingertips trace along his throat, meandering until they lightly grasp his chin. She places the medication in her mouth and takes a sip of water, suddenly leaning down. Her palm caresses his face, her red lips meeting his soft ones. In that moment, the fragrance that envelopes them softens the bitterness of the pill, leaving Xiao Wujie craving the taste, reluctant to part. His arms encircle Chu Liu's slender waist, drawing their bodies together. After a long while, she gently nudges him, and their lips part. "Be good," she softly encourages the somewhat dazed Xiao Wujie. He rests against her, breathing lightly for a moment, gradually regaining his composure. With his head against her chest, he quietly admires the enchanting night, remaining still. Chu Liu attentively adjusts the blanket around him, then holds him close, her gaze deep and contemplative as it drifts towards the horizon. At this moment, the bright moon graces the sky, accompanied by a few lingering stars. As the silvery moonlight cascades upon the boundless sea, enveloping the entire surface in a delicate veil of gossamer. In the distance, the lights of several fishing boats flicker softly, swaying gently with the undulating waves. Life's generations are infinite, yet the moon over the river remains ever the same year after year. Who does the river moon await? All that is seen is the Yangtze sending forth its flowing waters. A solitary white cloud drifts leisurely, while the green maple trees by the riverbank bear an overwhelming sorrow. Whose small boat is adrift tonight? Where does one yearn for the moonlit tower? These are lines from a poem cherished by Xiao Wujie. Though this scene unfolds upon the sea, the sentiment resonates deeply within the heart. Life is fleeting, while the cosmos endures eternally. The ever-constant moon awaits whom? The vastness of heaven and earth, the boundless ocean. To which destination will those lantern-bearing fishing boats set sail? Oh, insignificant beings, confronting the infinite expanse, filled with bewilderment and contemplation. Perhaps the world is indeed vast, yet it revolves around those diminutive souls. Perhaps each individual is a person awaited by the resplendent moon. The moon is but a silver disk in the sky, and each person imbues it with their own sentiments of purity, nostalgia, and longing. Thus, the world revolves around humanity, and all things find beauty through human experience. Perhaps the universe holds no fixed destination, but as long as the heart finds peace, any place can be a homecoming. That small fishing boat will navigate toward the harbor that brings it solace. Beneath the moonlight, the figure of a person is strikingly unique. Her embrace is his haven. Her affection brings him tranquility. Xiao Wujie's thin lips once again found their way to her sweet, soft red lips, entwining in a passionate embrace, lost in rapture. For a considerable time, his features were imbued with an alluring passion as he grasped her hand, his voice hoarse. "Sister, help me." Beneath the enchanting moonlight, two captivating figures embraced, the delicate sounds around them fading into silence, while the luminous moon stealthily slipped away, leaving a few lingering stars concealed among the clouds. Exhausted yet satiated, Xiao Wujie rested in Chu Liu's embrace, feebly murmuring that if there were a sunrise over the sea, he must be awakened, for he had never witnessed it. As the eastern horizon began to blush with a gentle pearly white, an air of tranquility and mystery enveloped the sea. Gradually, the edges of the clouds were brushed with a tender golden hue, as if the most delicate brush of nature had softly sketched them. The first ray of sunlight pierced through the mist, instantly illuminating the entire ocean surface, shimmering like scattered jewels, with golden light dancing upon the waves. The sun ascended steadily, transforming from a pale yellow to a dazzling crimson, its brilliance spilling across the water like golden pathways leading to the heavens. The warm, golden beams also caressed the two enchanting figures entwined in slumber. The waves gently lapped against the ship's hull, carrying the freshness of the morning breeze and the salty fragrance of the sea, filling the air with a sense of rebirth, hope, and strength. The world continued to turn in accordance with its inherent rhythms, bestowing a magnificent sunrise over the ocean. Yet, neither of them stirred. But what did it matter? He had awaited the one he longed for, discovering solace amidst the vastness of humanity. They still had countless tomorrows to explore more vistas. Chapter 62, The Eve of Action. Sister is jealous. In the room, Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue were intently focused on a laptop, meticulously planning their actions for the evening. Once Chu Liyue finished her tasks, she glanced at Xiao Wujie, who was engaged in a phone conversation, and quietly closed the laptop before stealthily exiting the room. After a considerable time, Xiao Wujie set down his phone, which had been pressed to his ear, and leaned back against the sofa. His gaze penetrating as he stared out the window, his expression somewhat grave. The volume of contraband that Chu Feihong was handling exceeded his expectations, particularly the most detestable substances, ice and powder. Such a substantial quantity of illicit goods would undoubtedly draw the attention of not only himself but also the prominent families and high-ranking officials of the Chinese government. While the great families might observe from a distance, the government would not remain passive. Should these substances be allowed to enter the port, the repercussions for the capital and indeed all of China would be incalculable. All signs suggested that governmental forces had quietly infiltrated Haijing Bay, determined to prevent this batch of malevolent contraband from entering the capital. Chu Feihong was a cunning and audacious figure. When faced with adversity, he would rise to resist. Willing to fight to the death, yet he would not act irrationally to his own detriment. In the face of Chu Liyue, Gu Junzi, and various governmental entities, he still chose to take such perilous risks and swim against the current. While there were elements of desperation in his actions, driven by being cornered, he surely had his own means of support. Given the known circumstances, he had brought along half of the Gu family and a mysterious supernatural being. On the surface, this seemed akin to courting death for Chu Feihong. He must have other resources at his disposal, though he was currently unable to gauge them accurately. Observing Xiao Wujie lost in deep contemplation, he remained oblivious to her approach. She effortlessly lifted him and seated him upon her lap, gently tracing her fingers along his chin. Stop pondering, dear one, indulge in some fruit. Despite his lack of appetite, citrus fruits were his favorite, the rare delight that could stir his hunger. His eyes brightened, yet a shadow crossed Chu Liyue's face. In his reverie, he had completely overlooked her presence. Now, enveloped in her embrace and fixated on the oranges before him, it was evident that since her arrival, Xiao Wujie had not spared her a single glance. It seemed the fruit held more allure than she did. Xiao Wujie soon sensed Chu Liyue's discontent, realizing that under normal circumstances, she would have already offered him the oranges. Today, however, felt distinctly amiss. He reached out, wrapping his arms around Chu Liyue, his fingers gently clutching her back as he affectionately nuzzled her shoulder. Then, he lifted his sparkling eyes to meet hers, a playful smile dancing in their depths. Sister, you are truly wonderful. Simultaneously, he averted his gaze, refusing to acknowledge his pet-like demeanor, pleading for her affection. Ah, so you finally remembered me. Xiao Wujie blinked twice in surprise. Something was indeed off, profoundly so. Yet, he understood that a man who knew how to charm was often favored. He nuzzled closer to Chu Liyue's chest, his body curling into her embrace. Sister, why aren't you feeding me? It tastes better when you do. Chu Liyue, maintaining her composure, replied flatly, oranges are delightful. Whether I feed you or not makes no difference. Sister, could it be that you are feeling a tinge of jealousy? Jealousy sparked over mere oranges. With a playful glint in his eyes, Xiao Wujie sat up from Chu Liyue's embrace. Under her icy gaze, he picked up a segment of orange and popped it into his mouth. Suddenly, he looped his arm around her neck, and his lips descended upon her crimson ones. Let me feed you, sister. The sweet juice of the orange burst and mingled between them, as Xiao Wujie's tongue, tinged with citrus fragrance, tantalized Chu Liyue. She could no longer withstand the connection, entwining herself with him. After a long moment, with a silvery thread stretching from the corners of their mouths, they finally separated. Breathing lightly, Xiao Wujie's lips brushed against her ear as he playfully whispered, Do you like it, sister? Is the orange sweeter, or am I? At his words, Chu Liyue's expression darkened, and she pinched his waist sharply, not hesitating to press her lips against his mouth and neck. After a considerable time, she held the weakened Xiao Wujie in her arms, her gaze lingering on the strawberry mark adorning his neck, a hint of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. She delicately lifted orange segments to his lips, removing her nail polish to avoid pricking him with her long nails. Gently, she wiped the orange juice from the corner of his mouth, and in his astonished gaze, she placed her finger in her mouth and took a soft sip. So sweet. Sister, you truly know how to indulge. In this tender exchange that seemed to stretch into eternity, Xiao Wujie leaned his head against Chu Liu's shoulder. His eyes half closed as he murmured, I hope tonight goes smoothly. Chu Liu tenderly kissed his hair, reassuring him, do not fret too much, my dear. I will handle everything. She gazed out the window, her expression growing increasingly profound and intricate. Regardless of what transpired tonight, she was resolute in her pursuit of Chu Feihong. After years of entanglement, it was time for a resolution. The scene before her was undeniably beautiful. Yet the weight of Xiao Wujie's deteriorating condition loomed over her like a colossal stone pressing on her heart. She sought not merely fleeting beauty, but a prolonged existence free from the torment of illness, an enduring bond, as blessed by Chu Nanfeng. In the dimly lit room, Chu Feihong, with a pallid and worn visage, sat solemnly at his desk. His complexion appeared quite poor. Were one to draw nearer, they would detect the faintness in his breath. Under normal circumstances, he ought to remain in the hospital for recuperation, yet tonight marked the arrival of crucial cargo, with fate hanging in the balance. He was acutely aware that those adversaries had likely laid an intricate trap, determined to prevent his shipment from reaching port. Success would enable him to vanquish his rivals and reclaim his position, while failure would lead to utter ruin, leaving him vulnerable to the whims of others with no chance of recovery. They aimed to use this cargo to solidify his guilt, while he sought to ensnare all his opponents in one fell swoop. When the courageous confront one another on a narrow path, victory belongs to the bold. This was a high-stakes gamble, one that tested the audacity and meticulousness of each player, with the stakes being the latter halves of their lives. Across from him sat a grim-faced middle-aged man, another power broker of the Gu family, Gu Hongxing, the elder uncle of Gu Junzi. Chu Feihong, you still have time to reconsider. Once the cargo docks, there will be no turning back, Gu Hongxing stated gravely. Gu Hongxing, I shall reiterate for the final time. We have never had an escape route. My forces have suffered successive, devastating blows, and I myself nearly perished at the hands of another. The mastermind behind this has struck with swiftness and cruelty, leaving no room for mercy. If measures are not taken promptly, my demise is inevitable. And you? Chu Feihong raised his gaze to meet his eyes, pausing momentarily before continuing. Do you truly believe that without my assistance, you can contend with your niece? Once I fall, you are well aware of your fate. At these words, Gu Hongxing's eyes flickered, his expression shifting between gloom and uncertainty, for every utterance from Chu Feihong pierced his vulnerabilities. Chu Feihong was his pillar of support. They had long been bound together in this endeavor. Without Chu Feihong, he could not hope to rival Gu Junzi. Should Chu Feihong stumble, he too would inevitably face ruin. To gamble presents a glimmer of hope. To remain stagnant is to court certain death. You understand the gravity of the situation, I trust. After delivering this cold remark, Chu Feihong ceased further discourse, observing Gu Hongxing's face as it fluctuated between emotions. He harbored no concerns that Gu Hongxing might waver, for as he stated, there was no retreat, and thus no choice to make. After a lengthy silence, Gu Hongxing clenched his jaw and, with a somber nod, conceded, your resolve is noted. I shall return to inspect the pertinent arrangements. With that, he turned to depart. Chu Feihong cast a disdainful glance at his retreating figure, then rose and approached the grand bookshelf, gently rotating a vase positioned upon it. As the vase turned, the bookshelf seamlessly parted down the middle, sliding apart to reveal a hidden realm beyond. With composure, Chu Feihong entered. In the hidden chamber behind the bookshelf, several makeshift beds were arranged, each bearing a frigid cadaver. The deceased exhibited bizarre visages, devoid of any apparent wounds, yet their orifices streamed with blood. Their countenances contorted in agony. These were the bodyguards who had perished that fateful night of his assault, victims of Xiao Wujie's sonic sorcery. Despite the chamber being manifestly vacant save for himself and the corpses, he calmly uttered, esteemed guest, pray reveal yourself. In an instant, the air around him quivered, and a figure shrouded in mist materialized without warning. Tonight, I implore you to keep a close watch on the one wielding extraordinary abilities, lest he disrupt matters. The rest, I shall manage, Chu Feihong declared in a deep voice. Rest assured, though that individual possesses exceptional powers, detaining him will not prove too arduous for us. Are you certain you require no further assistance from our end? We still need to consider Qin Yuan's reputation. The figure garbed in black robes rasped, his voice grating and artificial. Chu Feihong shook his head. No need. Furthermore, all expenses will be covered by my account. Do not involve my son. He could suffer utter defeat, but not Chu Yichen. His abstinence from involving Chu Yichen in his clandestine affairs stemmed from this very reason. Even the most venomous creatures spare their young, and he did not wish for his child to endure the same arduous existence in the shadows as he had. Chu Yichen had already provided ample assistance. He was young, with a long life ahead. He could not allow him to descend into the abyss with him, never to rise again. Chapter 63. A Grand Display. A frightening scene. Haijing Bay, nestled along the coastline of Huaxia, is one of the few coastal areas near the imperial capital. Its vast harbor, deep waters, and flat terrain, combined with its proximity to the capital, make it a significant gateway, benefiting from both natural and social advantages. The coastal junction has been transformed into a colossal port, where countless cargo ships come and go daily, creating a magnificent spectacle. The Gu family, the least of the four great families of the imperial capital, rose to prominence by controlling the entirety of Haijing Bay, evolving from a modest and obscure lineage to the fourth most recognized family in the capital after generations of effort. As night descends, the darkness envelopes the bay like an enormous black curtain, shrouding the waters in silence. This evening, Haijing Bay has lost its usual vibrancy. The bustling activity of cargo ships replaced by an eerie stillness. The night is as dark as ink, the black waters glimmering faintly under the moonlight, resembling a ghostly channel guiding a cargo ship silently into these waters. The vessel, with its weathered hull and indistinct paint, melds almost seamlessly with the shadows. Only the occasional flicker of light revealing its massive silhouette. The sea breeze carries a salty tang, mingling with the distant, muted sounds of the city, rushing towards the observer. The scene at the docks starkly contrasts with the tranquility of the sea. A group of figures, clad in plain clothes, moves stealthily in the shadows, communicating through glances and gestures in place of spoken words, each individual exhibiting a heightened sense of vigilance. The sound of the ship's engine gradually diminishes, accompanied by the gentle rocking of the vessel as it approaches its designated berth. As the cargo ship gradually steadied, a man clad in black and sporting a cap emerged from the shadows. He surveyed his surroundings before making a phone call. Shortly thereafter, several inconspicuous trucks silently entered the dock area, coming to a halt not far from the vessel. A few individuals disembarked from the vehicles, swiftly setting up unloading equipment and awaiting the opening of the ship's hatch. Minutes later, the hatch slowly creaked open, revealing the dimly lit interior of the cargo ship, where mountains of goods were discernible. A group of tall individuals clad in plain clothes emerged from within. Their movements were swift and practiced, indicating familiarity with such operations. They promptly inspected the unloading equipment at the dock and began directing the crane to gently lift the first container. This particular container was distinct from the others, adorned with special labels emblazoned with indistinct barcodes and codes. Clearly, these codes and barcodes held significant meanings and information. The individuals descending from the ship were tasked with opening the container and retrieving specific parcels, which they then carefully handed over to the person waiting by the truck. This recipient meticulously verified the codes on the packages, systematically arranging them within the truck. Throughout this process, not a word was spoken. Each person executed their responsibilities with methodical precision, resulting in an extraordinarily smooth unloading operation. As time ticked by, an increasing number of parcels were transferred onto the trucks. As night deepened, the harbor grew increasingly silent, with the distant city lights fading into obscurity, interrupted only by the occasional sound of waves breaking the eerie stillness. At last, when the final package was secured, the supervisor closed the truck's rear doors. Several trucks stood in orderly formation, showing no signs of departure. Suddenly, a sound emanated from the cargo ship, reminiscent of the creaking of a deck underfoot. Then, a line of tall figures clad in black uniforms emerged from the hatch, surging forth like a wave of shadow toward the narrow dock passage. Each individual wore identical sunglasses and earpieces, wielding firearms as they streamed out of the hold with synchronized and measured steps, reminiscent of a well-drilled battalion. It took nearly 10 minutes for them all to disembark from the vessel, creating a dense sea of black on the dock, stretching as far as the eye could see. Their expressions were stern, exuding an aura of power. Thousands stood together in perfect order, their breaths seemingly synchronized. A man with a rakish demeanor stepped forward from their ranks, positioning himself at the forefront of the formation. He surveyed the surroundings, a smirk playing on his lips as he chuckled. "Boss Chu, I've traveled a great distance with my brothers, rocking the boat to get here, and you don't even show your face?" At that moment, in the darkness beyond the port, a throng of figures began to stir. In an instant, surrounded by a multitude of bodyguards, Chu Feihong and Gu Hengxing came into view. Observing Chu Feihong's worn visage and the unmistakable air of despondency that clung to him, the man could not help but smirk wickedly. "Very well, Boss Chu, I stand corrected. It is indeed a miracle that you can still manage to walk in such a state." This time, Chu Feihong did not remain silent. Instead, a sardonic smile crept upon his lips. "My injuries will eventually heal, but what about you?" Upon hearing this, the man's smile instantly froze, his expression darkening as shadows gathered around him. After a moment of tumultuous thoughts, he coldly retorted, "Shut your foul mouth, and you better not deceive me. Otherwise—" His words trailed off, his tone losing its former audacity. "Humph, what reason do I have to deceive you, whether I lie or not? How much time do you truly have left to wait?" Chu Feihong showed no signs of yielding, boldly voicing words that pierced the man's vulnerabilities. Indeed, upon finishing his statement, the man's previously audacious demeanor transformed into one of deep gloom, as if it could drown in its own darkness. The veins on his forehead bulged, his fingers cracking ominously as he glared at Chu Feihong, as if he wanted to devour him whole. Yet, Chu Feihong remained unperturbed, maintaining a stoic gaze in return. After a long silence, the man finally averted his eyes, his voice low and menacing. "This time, I have brought my elite forces along, and I have also recruited a batch of top-tier mercenaries from the organization. You better not disappoint." Chu Feihong merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further provocation. After all, both were desperate individuals willing to risk everything for a sliver of hope. There was no need for pretense. Gu Hengxing had been a mere spectator, choosing not to engage in their verbal sparring. Internally, he felt a flicker of delight, realizing that it seemed Chu Feihong had a firm grip on more than just himself. Even the demon-like man before him was at a disadvantage against Chu Feihong, and it was hardly disgraceful to be so thoroughly suppressed. The attendants behind them brought chairs for the three, who each harbored secret intentions, perched on their seats with legs crossed, awaiting the unfolding events. Outside, a web of traps had already been laid. Rather than take the initiative to fall into their snare, it was wiser to remain passive. The audacious man could not resist sneering. "Damn it, this is my first time smuggling drugs, and I'm just waiting for someone to catch me." They were not left waiting long. Mere minutes later, accompanied by a cacophony of wild roars, a dazzling sports car screeched to a halt before them. Before the car door even swung open, the sound of irritating banter could be heard emanating from within. "Oh dear, look at that. We must change our clothes. Making everyone wait for us. How embarrassing." As the last words faded, Lu Zhifeng, clad in a sleek black suit, descended from the driver's seat with an air of confidence. Following him were several figures. Chu Liyue in a black leather jacket, her arm draped around the seemingly delicate Xiao Wujie, and behind them trailed the knights Chuan and Long Ruxue. The vanguard, Lu Zhifeng, surveyed the formidable assembly with a casual blink. Then, amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, he adjusted his trousers and tightened his belt. "Oh my, what a grand spectacle!" Xiao Wujie, appearing fragile as he leaned against Chu Liyue, cleared his throat and added, "I'm so scared." Thus concluded the brief interlude of the foolish green tea duo. Once several individuals had settled into their positions, Chu Feihong, Gu Hengxing, and the man with the devilish visage had all risen. In their eyes, capturing you required no more than a handful of accomplices. The man with the wicked demeanor could not resist seizing any opportunity to mock Chu Feihong, immediately adopting a sarcastic tone. However, Lu Zhifeng eagerly interjected, "Where did this foolish child come from? Your 2 grandfathers and 3 grandmothers' reinforcements will arrive momentarily." His demeanor was exceptionally warm, yet his gaze conveyed the impression of viewing a simpleton. Before the simpleton in his eyes could react, he felt 3 piercing gazes, as lethal as daggers, directed at him. Turning his head, he beheld the indescribably splendid expressions of Chu Liu, Chu Wan, and Lung Ruxue. "Who is that fool's grandmother?" "Your entire family is his grandmother." The fiery Lung Ruxue articulated the unspoken sentiments of the trio. Just as her words echoed, the reinforcements Lu Zhufeng had mentioned arrived punctually. A battalion of plainclothes police officers surged in, promptly taking their positions behind the group. After all, Haijing Bay was not Chu Liyue's territory. The personnel she could muster were limited, thus she sought assistance from the local government. The local authorities had already received directives from higher political echelons. Yet upon reviewing the specific intelligence provided by Chu Liyue, they nearly doubted their own sanity. In his lifetime, he had never heard of anyone so audacious as to smuggle such a massive quantity of drugs in one go, especially when it was likely to transpire right under his nose. Consequently, he swiftly mobilized the most elite police forces to collaborate in the evening's operation. At the forefront stood Officer Su, who, after nodding respectfully at Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue, directed his gaze toward the opposite side. "Moreno, what brings you here?" The man's full name was Carlos Moreno, a notorious drug lord of international infamy, known for his ruthless demeanor and proficiency in multiple languages. Countless drugs had been produced and sold under his command, leading innumerable souls into the abyss of addiction, accounts so vast that even the specter of death could scarcely tally the lives lost due to his actions. He was a figure reviled by the majority of nations worldwide, ranking among the top 5 on international wanted lists. Countless individuals held myriad reasons to wish him dead. Yet over the years, none succeeded. Sensing the weight of attention upon him, Moreno's nearly distorted expression softened momentarily, replaced by a devilish grin. "Officer Su, is my presence so unwelcome? In the land of Huaxia, your insolence will not be tolerated. Since you dare to come here, be prepared to face the consequences," Officer Su declared in a deep, resonant voice. "Ha ha ha, my dear little officer, then I suggest you put forth your utmost effort, if you manage to detain me." At this juncture, he let out a cold snort, his laughter growing more audacious as he fixated on Officer Su, enunciating deliberately. "Then you shall transform from Officer Su into Director Su." Ha ha ha. The audacity of Moreno's public taunt only served to harden Officer Su's demeanor further. "Moreno, you are courting your own demise. The dignity of a Huaxiao officer is not to be so brazenly infringed upon." Upon hearing these words, Moreno abruptly ceased his raucous laughter. His gaze was icy, fixated on Officer Su, while a sinister smile twisted across his face. "Seeking a path to demise? Must I embark on such a quest myself?" He then raised a finger, indicating his own head, his voice ominous, akin to a fiend emerging from the depths of hell. "I have something growing within me. Those quacks have informed me that my days are numbered." As he uttered these words, he shook his head with a self-deprecating smile, abruptly directing his gaze toward Xiao Wujie, his eyes igniting with fervor. "Esteemed young sir, I acquired information with the cargo of this vessel. I implore you to verify it for me. I have heard whispers of a substance known as the forgetting reagent in your possession." Xiao Wujie, seemingly oblivious to his words, merely nestled closer to Chu Liyue, clutching her arm. Like a startled lamb, his head lightly rested on her shoulder, his voice appearing delicate and plaintive, yet distinctly audible to those nearby. "Sister, his voice is quite unpleasant. I do not like it. Might you consider severing his tongue to feed it to the dogs?" Chu Liyue affectionately ruffled his hair, soothing him gently. "Fear not, dear. There is no need for such trouble. I shall simply remove his head and present it to you as a ball to kick." In the tense atmosphere, the expressions of the onlookers were a tapestry of intrigue, captivated by this unexpectedly tender exchange. Just as Moreno was about to erupt in impotent fury, Gu Hengxing, who had remained as inconspicuous as air, suddenly stepped forward to speak. "Oh, is that so? What if I were to join in?" At that moment, a chilling voice pierced the air, causing Gu Hengxing's eyes to widen in shock. Dressed in formidable attire, Gu Junsi emerged from the crowd, standing resolutely as he fixed an impassive gaze upon Gu Hengxing. Moments later, a throng of bodyguards from the Gu family surged in, taking their positions behind him. Observing this, both Gu Hengxing and Moreno exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. Although they still held the numerical advantage, some adversaries could not be underestimated merely by their numbers. The foremost among them were undoubtedly formidable foes. In stark contrast, Chu Feihong, who had remained silent until now, exhibited no sign of trepidation. His gaze was fixed intently on Chu Liyue and Xiao Wujie as he slowly proclaimed, "It appears everyone is present. Today, I have cleared the venue of Haijing Bay. As you can see, the goods are here, and so am I. After years of entanglement, let us settle this once and for all." Chu Feihong's words prompted a brief silence from the two. He was indeed a decisive and ruthless figure, possessing exceptional acumen and capabilities. He would not relinquish any opportunity until the very last moment. Although there had been extensive strategic maneuvering between the parties, even pushing him to the brink, the final confrontation had turned deceptively straightforward. It would culminate in a resolution forged in the crucible of blood and fire. You understand that these individuals cannot sway the outcome, Chu Liyue stated coldly. Chu Feihong's eyes momentarily flickered with uncertainty, but he refrained from responding directly, instead softly uttering, however. He suppressed the fleeting confusion within his gaze, allowing it to harden once more with steely resolve. I told him that while I believe in fate, I do not fear it. I may be vanquished by destiny, but I shall never surrender to it. Do not speak of the narrow escapes from death. Even if faced with certain demise, I shall strive with all my might, even if the outcome is my utter destruction. Each of his words resonated with power, striking the very core of those present, stirring their emotions. Very well. Tonight, I shall accompany you on your journey. Uncle, Chu Liyue spoke softly. This was the first time she addressed Chu Feihong as uncle, not for his character, but for his indomitable spirit. It was her final token of respect for him. Chapter 65. The divided battlefield. The night at Haijing Bay was meant to be bustling and vibrant, yet it was destined to be anything but ordinary. This evening, the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the stench of blood. From a distance, the sound of gunfire echoed incessantly, like the relentless beat of a death knell, striking at the most vulnerable corners of the human soul. Within Haijing Bay, flames soared into the sky, and bullets whistled through the air like torrential rain, tearing apart the night and leaving trails of death in their wake. Explosions reverberated continuously, flames blossomed in the darkness, illuminating the chaotic and bloody scene. On the docks, nearly 10,000 souls were locked in a fierce struggle, shadows intertwining in a chaotic melee, rendering the distinction between foe and ally nearly impossible amidst the turmoil. The once gathered crowd had long since scattered, each seeking refuge, abandoned cargo containers, scattered timber, and anything that could serve as a shield against the onslaught of bullets were repurposed as barriers. Each individual clutched their weapons tightly, ranging from rudimentary sticks to an array of firearms, as one wave fell only to be succeeded by another fearless charge. The lights flickered erratically, shimmering amidst the smoke and dust, rendering the entire scene akin to a harrowing nightmare. The petite figure of Long Rushua stood resolutely behind a row of counters, wielding a heavy machine gun almost as tall as herself amidst the chaos. As her fingers squeezed the trigger, the machine gun erupted with a thunderous roar, akin to the crack of lightning in a tempest. A torrential downpour of bullets surged forth like a fierce gale, carving lethal arcs across the battlefield, where blood splattered and figures crumpled to the ground. Her marksmanship was impeccable, her gaze steely, as if she could penetrate the billowing smoke, overcoming all obstacles to strike at the heart of her target. Despite her delicate frame, she stood as an indomitable bastion, single-handedly thwarting a multitude of elite thugs and mercenaries. Sudden explosions erupted beside her, as several bullets raced toward her with a piercing whine. She nimbly rolled backward in a split second. The bullets impacted the hard concrete ground, sending shards and sparks flying. Chuan, who had been providing cover for her, swiftly seized a dagger and hurled it with precision at the mercenary who had stealthily approached Long Rushue's side. With a sharp thud, the dagger found its mark, embedding itself in the mercenary's chest. Chuan coldly observed as the mercenary collapsed, then gracefully executed a backflip, landing deftly beside Long Rushue. Without hesitation, Long Rushue gave her a thumbs up. Well done, Sister Wan. The early evening retained its icy demeanor as Chu Wan cast a sweeping gaze around her, speaking in a low voice. The number of thugs and mercenaries is overwhelmingly excessive. It is utterly unfeasible to resolve this at once. Our primary objective is to deal with Chu Feihong and his two companions. With that, she shifted her gaze to another area, following her line of sight. Gu Junzi and Officer Su were leading a substantial force in fierce combat against the trio of Chu Feihong, who were similarly surrounded by a throng of supporters. Chu Feihong and Gu Hongxing primarily took refuge at the back, while Moreno, diagnosed with brain cancer, exhibited an astonishing ferocity. Shielded by bodyguards, he wielded a flamethrower, conjuring serpentine flames that danced in the air. A sinister grin plastered across his face, making it exceedingly difficult for the police to approach. How could this fool revel in such bravado? With his pitiful state, what audacity did he possess to covet the man nestled in the boss's embrace? Let us go? Sister Wan. Take him down. Cold as ice, she uttered a dismissive remark before seizing Chu Wan's hand, making a beeline for Moreno. In truth, she had intended to refer to the man cherished by the boss as a mere trifle. His demeanor, reliant on the boss's indulgence and exuding a sense of entitlement, was something she found utterly intolerable. What sort of man behaves in such a manner? However, after witnessing Xiao Wujie's performance that evening, she abruptly silenced her thoughts. It appeared that he had been playing the role of a seemingly harmless creature while concealing his true prowess. For at the very center of the battlefield, amidst the surrounding chaos, there lay an untouched zone where no one dared to tread. A group of enigmatic figures shrouded in mist encircled Xiao Wujie, Chu Liu, and Lu Zhufeng. Almost no one discerned how they materialized. It was merely sensed that the air before them twisted in a peculiar manner, and they stood there without any forewarning. The firearms bore no eyes, yet bullets hurtled towards them. However, the ensuing spectacle was astonishing enough to leave one agape. One individual stepped forward, extending his hands toward the air ahead as if to seize it. In an instant, the bullet that had flown towards him seemed to be grasped by an unseen force, pausing midair. With a flick of his finger, the bullet fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Xiao Wujie observed this with a calm demeanor, a slight smile gracing his lips. To manipulate the air barrier to such an extent was indeed a remarkable skill. Surely, those photographs must have been taken by you. Xiao Wujie remarked coolly. Mr. Xiao, a powerful figure has exerted pressure upon us. Please understand. We do not wish to oppose you. Our task today is merely to delay you, should you be willing. This conveyed an impression that they were not there to confront Xiao Wujie, but rather to forge an alliance. Yet, before he could finish, Xiao Wujie interrupted him with a nonchalant, "There is no need." Under normal circumstances, he might have indulged in a playful exchange. However, he hadn't anticipated that Chu Feihong could summon such a formidable assembly. If the three of them were restrained by this force, Gu Junzi and the others would certainly be unable to subdue Chu Feihong. 3 S-class and 5 A-class assassins, such a formidable investment. From their positioning alone, Xiao Wujie quickly assessed their assassination ranks. Given the involvement of Chu Yichen and SL, the presence of SL assassins today was within his expectations. Nevertheless, the sheer scale of this assembly still took him by surprise. The S-class and A-class assassins of SL comprise a mere 108 positions, 36 S-class and 72 A-class, representing the pinnacle of SL's combat prowess. Encountering even one of them on a typical day is a rare occurrence. Yet today, astonishingly, 8 have been mobilized simultaneously. Human nature is intricate. While Chu Feihong exhibits a ruthless disposition, he never allows any filth to taint Chu Yichen in the slightest. Conversely, Chu Yichen, who conceals his true self deeply, is nonetheless capable of assembling such a formidable lineup for Chu Feihong. Indeed, the human heart is the most inscrutable of entities. Without further ado, Xiao Wujie stepped forward, ready to engage. Observing this, Chu Liu grasped his hand, whispering, "Darling, allow me to handle this." Xiao Wujie chuckled softly in response, "Sister, I am not as fragile as you perceive. As for the others, I shall not concern myself. However, the one with extraordinary abilities could pose a challenge for you. Allow me to take care of him." Chu Liu attempted to voice her thoughts, but was interrupted. "Very well. I will handle 1 S-class and 5 A-classes. The remaining 2 shall be divided between you and your spouse." With that declaration, disregarding Chu Liu's reaction, he charged ahead. He understood that with the mention of spouse, Chu Liu would afford him this small concession. Chapter 66. A Battle Without Absolute Winners. In the chaotic harbor, nearly 10,000 individuals clashed in a tumultuous melee, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. Gunfire resonated like thunder, bullets swept through the air like a torrential downpour, and the atmosphere was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with dust. The deafening clash of steel against flesh reverberated, as though the very earth were trembling. At the heart of this chaotic battlefield stood Xiao Wujie, his long black hair dancing gently, his form unblemished by the surrounding turmoil. Like a celestial being standing atop a distant mountain, gazing down upon the chaos of the world. Not far from him, Chu Liu and Lu Zhufeng have unleashed their full might. Chu Liu moves with a lightness and agility that dazzles the eye. Her turns are as graceful as a dance, yet imbued with a fierce intensity. Her strikes are precise and ruthless, akin to lightning amidst a tempest, causing the S-class assassin opposite her to cry out in despair. She stands like a lotus, blooming defiantly in the midst of a raging storm, beautiful and untouchable. Victory is merely a matter of time. In contrast to Chu Liyue's elegant splendor, Lu Zhufeng appears markedly more straightforward and brutal. His simplest punches and kicks, propelled by immense strength and speed, unleash an overwhelming force that shatters myriad techniques. Even when facing 6 opponents, he shows no signs of faltering. The principle of the heavy sword lacking a sharp edge, of great skill manifesting in simplicity, is vividly exemplified in him. Xiao Wujie takes a deep breath, assessing his own physical condition. Having spent the afternoon resting in Chu Liyue's embrace, he had not lifted a finger to dress or bathe before arriving. At this moment, he feels invigorated and in excellent form, ready to stretch his limbs. In the next instant, a strange glimmer appears in his eyes, and he exerts a gentle pressure beneath his feet. An invisible shockwave swiftly races toward the black-clad figure opposite him, causing the hard ground to fracture with intricate cracks. The air wall not only deflects objects but can also manifest as a shockwave, silently delivering death. The black-clad figure, upon seeing this, swiftly brings his fingers together and utters a spell, conjuring an invisible air wall that surges forth. The 2 invisible shockwaves collide, distorting the surrounding air into a shape-shifting haze. Xiao Wujie's expression remained tranquil as he exerted a subtle force beneath his feet, causing the fissures in the ground to extend and intensify. The figure clad in black continuously formed hand seals, emanating an even more terrifying aura. Centered around 2 walls of energy, waves of force began to ripple outward. The ground fractured instantaneously, a profound chasm swiftly spreading to either side. Yet, neither party showed any inclination to relent, escalating their collision with relentless intensity. This clash persisted for an indeterminate duration, until, at a certain moment, both walls of energy disintegrated simultaneously. The ensuing shockwave erupted violently, sending dust swirling into the air, and even the fallen firearms were hurled aloft. Observing this, Chu Liyue and the S-class assassin closest to them quickly evaded the chaos. Meanwhile, Lu Zhufeng, besieged by 6 assailants and engrossed in battle, narrowly avoided being toppled to the ground, unable to suppress a string of expletives. Damn it, no indiscriminate attacks. As the skirmish drew to a close, Xiao Wujie remained rooted in place, his demeanor still unperturbed. The black-clad adversary staggered back 3 steps, hands hanging limply by his sides, and upon closer inspection, he could be seen trembling slightly. You possess some skill. Your ranking among the S-class assassins must be quite notable. The assassins of SL are indeed ranked, and this ranking is fluid, subject to constant change. The so-called levels are determined by these rankings, with the top 108 classified as A-class and the top 36 as S-class. While all are S-class, their rankings differ, and their strengths vary considerably. The top 10 among the S-class are revered as the 10 Yama Kings, true harbingers of death, instilling profound terror. The individual before him is undoubtedly the strongest among the 3 present today, suggesting a ranking that is unlikely to be low. In the SL killer rankings, I stand at the 19th position. The man in black spoke in a low voice, tinged with a subtle breathlessness. Among US-level assassins, how many possess such mastery of arcane arts? Xiao Wujie inquired with keen interest. Under the 10 halls of Yama, I am the sole practitioner. Do not question whether there are others within the 10 halls who are adept in such arts. The answer is an unequivocal ignorance, a truth more elusive than pearls. The fluctuations in the SL killer rankings become increasingly pronounced as one descends, yet diminish as one ascends. After all, those who reach such heights invariably possess their own formidable skills. In his recollection, the S-level rankings had remained static for nearly 3 years, the last alteration being instigated by the very individual who compelled him to wade into these murky waters. As for the 10 halls of Yama, there had been no changes since his induction into SL. The individual who had pressured him was the only one deemed capable of challenging the 10 halls in recent years. Yet since that fateful ascent 3 years ago, he had fallen silent. Xiao Wujie was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a greater number, only to discover that he was indeed the sole one. Truly, the arcane arts remain a rare phenomenon in this world, akin to a bug in the system. With few possessing such skills, it remains uncertain whether any within the so-called 10 halls of Yama are likewise proficient in such arts. The 10 halls, in his original conception, were merely a term devoid of any concrete representation in his mind. He harbored no knowledge of them. Yet he yearned to witness the grandeur of the 10 halls and sensed that, sooner or later, he would inevitably cross paths with them. He hoped that day would not dawn too slowly. However, such matters are but distant concerns. The pressing issues of the present demand immediate attention. As Chu Feihong aptly stated, it is time to bring matters to a close. Your extraordinary abilities have brought you to this juncture, which is no small feat moreover. Grievances have origins and debts of owners. I am aware of the individual who stands behind you, and I shall seek retribution from him in due course. Thus, I extend to you an opportunity. How you choose to seize it is entirely up to you. Xiao Wujie spoke these words with a calm demeanor. The figure clad in black fell momentarily silent, yet did not leave Xiao Wujie waiting for long before responding. Mr. Xiao, I beg your pardon for any offense. I shall no longer partake in today's events. In the recent clash, he had sensed all too clearly that his opponent could effortlessly toy with him as an elder would with a child. The person before him was not one he could afford to provoke. Having offered an avenue for retreat, any further hesitation on his part would undoubtedly lead to his demise. You possess a keen sense of timing, Xiao Wujie remarked with a light chuckle upon witnessing the black-clad man's decisive nature. Subsequently, he turned his attention away from the man and surveyed the surroundings. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch, descending into chaos devoid of order or rule. Those embroiled in the fray had nearly forgotten their original purpose, struggling merely to survive until the end. As he had anticipated, the intervention of Lung Ruxue and Chu Wan had forced Chu Feihong into a defensive position, yet amidst the sea of combatants, they found themselves equally powerless against him. Only by shedding the last drop of blood could an end be reached. The ocean breeze, laden with the briny tang of seawater mingled with the metallic scent of blood, cast a somber pall over the entire harbor. Such is the nature of war, there are rarely absolute victors. As the final gunshot faded into the night sky, what remained was a scene of devastation and boundless sorrow. After a brief moment of hesitation, he took a deep breath, sensing the metallic tang of blood lingering at the tip of his nose. Suddenly, he turned to the cloaked figure beside him and declared, "Open your eyes wide and behold. I shall now demonstrate what true supernatural prowess entails." As Xiao Wujie's voice resonated, a brilliant light ignited within his gaze, and strands of grayish-white energy began to emanate from his being. This aura was extraordinarily peculiar. Once it touched the surrounding objects, they instantly appeared as if drained of color, rendering them in shades of gray and white. In the next instant, this eerie energy rapidly spread outward from beneath Xiao Wujie's feet, visibly expanding. An astonishing scene unfolded. The trees, which had previously swayed incessantly in the wind, gradually ceased their movement upon being infiltrated by this grayish aura. The leaves began to dissolve at a pace that was anything but slow, transforming into dust that danced through the air. Those who had succumbed to a frenzied rage, devoid of rationality, found themselves rendered as docile as a groomed pet. Their ferocious movements abruptly froze, and even their gazes became vacant. Centered around Xiao Wujie, the entire realm seemed to be severed from reality, time itself suspended, and all life withered away. Everything, save for Xiao Wujie, was shrouded in somber gloom. This technique was known as the discoloration of heaven and earth. It possessed the capability to render the objects within a certain vicinity infinitely slow, approaching a state of complete stillness. Those ensnared within its reach would experience a numbing of their senses, rigidity in their movements, sluggishness in thought, and could even have their vitality siphoned away until death ensued. It was immensely bizarre and utterly inescapable. Such a technique would be deemed a divine skill within the realms of fantasy literature, and its application here was no less extraordinary. Those with formidable strength and unwavering resolve might still resist, albeit hindered in their actions, feeling a profound discomfort. Conversely, those lacking in power and determination have become utterly immobilized, their thoughts disjointed and devoid of any capacity for resistance. The closest to Xiao Wujie, Chu Liu and Lu Zhufeng, however, felt no discernible difference, evidently due to Xiao Wujie's deliberate intentions. Seizing the moment while the adversary was affected, Chu Liu, already in a position of advantage, struck decisively with a kick to the opponent's chest, sending him hurtling backwards to crash violently against a wall, blood spewing forth as his vitality waned. Without a second thought, Chu Liu swiftly turned and rushed to Xiao Wujie's side. This was her first encounter with the terrifying arcane arts he wielded, and amidst her astonishment lay an overwhelming sense of concern. The execution of such a fearsome and enigmatic skill posed a tremendous challenge to the practitioner's mastery. The difficulty of performing such feats simultaneously on tens of thousands, as Xiao Wujie did with reckless abandon, was beyond comprehension. though he masked it well. Chu Liu perceptively detected a hint of fatigue lurking in his brow. Upon closer inspection, his complexion appeared somewhat paler. It was evident that such exertion was not without its burdens. "Are you all right, my dear?" In this battlefield reminiscent of an apocalyptic realm, her tender words, akin to a spring breeze, brushed against his heart, gently dispelling the fatigue brought on by his exertions. Only then did he notice that, ensconced within this colorless domain, Chu Liu, like the others, was shrouded in a veil of gray. Though still strikingly beautiful and radiating an unmatched elegance, she had ultimately lost the vibrant hues that once adorned her. He initially wished to snap his fingers elegantly, restoring her to her former self while subtly concealing his own state. However, upon meeting her icy gaze, he beheld the profound affection and tenderness that surged beneath the glacial surface, directed solely towards him. It became increasingly difficult for him to control himself, leading him to draw close to her embrace. With his arms tightly wrapped around her waist, he greedily inhaled the intoxicating fragrance of roses, before gently placing a kiss upon her forehead. In that moment, it was as if a prince from a fairy tale had awakened a slumbering princess, ushering in a life filled with happiness. His world once again radiated with brilliance. He lowered his head lightly, affectionately nuzzling against her neck, and tenderly kissed her earlobe a few times. "I am fine, sister," he murmured before gently withdrawing from Chu Liu's embrace, casting his gaze towards Chu Feihong. At that moment, he, Gu Hengxing, and Moreno were rapidly retreating alongside a group of loyal supporters, striving to escape the suffocating realm of fading light. Unfortunately, tendrils of grayish-white mist slithered toward them like nimble serpents, coiling around their bodies. Instantly, they felt their limbs stiffen, their movements slowing as they struggled to break free from the oppressive grasp of the fading realm. However, the loyal supporters shielding him displayed commendable strength, fighting valiantly while ensuring his safety from harm. Yet, Xiao Wujie remained acutely aware of the peculiar man in a kimono closest to Chu Feihong, whose resistance to the realm suppression was markedly greater than that of the others. Had it not been for this individual's unwavering proximity and protection of Chu Feihong, he would undoubtedly have succumbed to his grievous injuries long ago, remaining unharmed to this very moment. With a slight squint, Xiao Wujie grasped Chu Liu's hand and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Chu Feihong and his entourage of bodyguards. The outermost bodyguard's pupils dilated in shock, instinctively reaching for his weapon and preparing to pull the trigger. Yet, before they could react, they felt as though a strange gleam had ignited in the man's eyes before them. This gleam seemed capable of piercing through the very essence of one's soul, delving deep into the innermost recesses of the heart. In a mere glance, they found themselves ensnared in a bizarre and surreal realm, utterly unable to recall their intended actions. With a deft flick of her wrist, Chu Liu revealed a dagger glistening with a chilling sheen, and with surgical precision, she sliced through the vulnerable neck of the nearest guard. Blood blossomed in vivid sprays, and amidst the hazy crimson mist, he fell to the ground without a trace of agony on his face. At that very moment, a man clad in a kimono, standing beside Chu Feihong, suddenly sprang into action. A fleeting shadow darted forth, and a long blade, accompanied by a whistling sound, lunged straight for Xiao Wujie's neck with such swiftness that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible. Just as the blade was about to make contact, a mere inch from his throat, it halted as if meeting an invisible barrier, unable to advance any further. The man in the kimono, displaying utmost caution, immediately sought to withdraw after his failed strike. He turned his head away and closed his eyes, attempting to avoid the unsettling gaze emanating from Xiao Wujie's eyes. Suddenly, a chilling, indifferent voice erupted in his ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Did he believe that closing his eyes would render him safe? Instinctively, he opened his eyes, only to find his pupils constricting in horror at the sight before him. He remained in the harbor, yet the cacophony and chaos had inexplicably vanished. Alone, he stood in the eerily tranquil harbor, confronted by an abyss of silence, momentarily at a loss. "Are you also an assassin from SL?" A calm, indifferent voice unexpectedly emanated from behind him. He swiftly turned, discovering a slender figure standing not far away, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. The 27th on the SL assassin list, Kazama Ryanosuk. His Mandarin was impeccable, imbued with a distinct flavor reminiscent of an island's nobleman. 4 S-rank assassins, such audacious ambition. The strikingly handsome man chuckled lightly. "Given that you were chosen to protect Chu Feihong closely, your connection must be profound. Choose your demise. I can ensure your passing is less agonizing." The man smiled gently, his expression akin to the gentle caress of spring, awakening all life. Yet reminiscent of the warm sun in winter, melting the frost. What Jun Shiyuan said is indeed true. You are rather peculiar. However, I doubt employing such dark arts repeatedly would leave you unscathed. Thus, he left his sentence unfinished, raising the long knife in his hand. Assuming a stance of charge, your courage is commendable, but there is an ancient saying in Huaxia. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. I would advise you to point the tip of your blade toward yourself and shout your loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor. After all, I have yet to witness it myself. It would be quite intriguing, saving me the trouble of intervening. The man, Kazama Ryanosuk, disregarded the taunt before him. His wooden clogs striking the ground as he leaped forward, the long knife sweeping down with ferocity. Xiao Wujie slowly opened his eyes, and in the next moment, 2 streams of blood tears flowed from the depths of his gaze. Before him knelt a man clad in a kimono, a long sword piercing through his chest. He lifted his blood-stained eyes and offered a gentle smile to the nearly empty figures of Chu Feihong, Gu Hongxing, and Moreno beside him. Chapter 68. The tide of battle turns. The dust settles in the realm between heaven and earth. All was shrouded in gray. The once chaotic and cacophonous Haijing Bay had descended into a brief silence. All those who still retained their awareness stared in astonishment at the tall figure standing before them, his garments fluttering lightly in the air. The man in the kimono had drawn his own blade to pierce his chest, kneeling at Xiao Wujie's feet. Their relentless assault had yielded no success against the formidable adversaries, who now stood there in a daze, as if enchanted, allowing the icy blade to slice through their throats. In an instant, they all collapsed to the ground, their faces adorned with faint smiles, as if they were not greeted by death, but rather by a beautiful dream. This eerie and horrifying scene sent shivers down the spines of all onlookers. Even the extraordinarily skilled black-clad assassin could not help but murmur, "What terrifying power!" At that moment, he felt an overwhelming relief that he had not recklessly followed in the footsteps of Kazama Ryanosuk, but had instead adopted a humble demeanor, unwilling to engage in conflict with the other party. Otherwise, his fate would surely have been no better than that of Kazama Ryanosuk. Chu Feihong, Gu Hongxing, and Moreno momentarily exchanged trembling glances, their eyes fixated ahead. In their line of sight, the elite of the elite, whom they had meticulously selected, lay on the ground, all without exception. The fierce and unyielding men of the island knelt before him in utter defeat. The frail figure they once perceived as so weak that even a gust of wind could topple him now stood amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, his form untainted, his countenance as pure as jade. 2 crimson tears streamed down his flawless cheeks, exuding an unsettling and enchanting aura. At that moment, he regarded them with a gentle smile, resembling a blood-soaked azura cloaked in angelic guise. His serene expression juxtaposed with the sanguine smile sent shivers through their very souls. However, one among them reacted starkly differently. Upon witnessing the blood tears cascading from Xiao Wujie's eyes, her heart involuntarily clenched. Without a moment's hesitation, she moved with utmost speed towards him. Xiao Wujie looked upon the graceful figure rushing towards him with warmth in his gaze, brushing away the blood tears from his eyes. Before she could even steady herself to speak, he swiftly embraced her, drawing her into his arms. His lips brushed against her ear, his voice low and soothing. "Sister, I am unharmed." Fearing that any sudden movement might inflict pain upon him, Chu Liyue gently extricated herself from his embrace. Observing his pallid complexion and the faint, disordered breaths that could only be detected with keen attention, she bit her silver teeth and glared at him, gazing into his clear, affectionate eyes and the gentle smile gracing his face. She clenched her fists, her expression shifting multiple times. Ultimately, resigned to her fate, she closed her eyes, turned around, and enveloped him in her embrace. Together they faced the trio of Chu Feihong across from them. The first to step forward was the imperious Moreno, casting a gaze filled with complexity towards Xiao Wujie. With a sinister smile, he remarked, "Time, fate, fortune, these are beyond my control." A hero in his prime, commanding for years. Yet today, before he could finish his sentence, a colossal fist struck his face. "Damn you, shameless wretch." A drug dealer, who spent his days in hiding, dared to call himself a hero. How audacious to embellish his own tarnished reputation. The assailant was none other than Lu Zhufeng, who had just dealt with a few assassins. He had rushed to this confrontation without even having dinner, only to find himself enduring the incessant ramblings of this fool after the fight. Why was there such a display of pretentious drivel? Who taught him such nonsense? As the crowd observed Moreno, now unrecognizable and sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, they concluded that there was likely no need to summon an ambulance. After delivering a series of blows that rendered Moreno nearly lifeless, Lu Zhufeng placed his hands on his hips, exhaling a heavy sigh, before turning his icy gaze towards Chu Feihong and Gu Hengxing, gesturing with a sweeping hand. Next, the onlookers remained in stunned silence. Leaning gently against Chu Liyue, Xiao Wujie caressed her exquisitely defined waist, chuckling softly as he turned his attention to Gu Junzi. Sister Gu, why don't you take care of this? Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Junzi stepped forward, her gaze icy as it landed on Gu Hengxing. In her typically composed and indifferent eyes surged an uncontrollable fury. Give me a reason for the harm you inflicted upon my father. The voice was as frigid as if it could summon shards of ice. Yet beneath that coldness lay an imperceptible hint of sorrow, born of the same root. Why the haste to harm one another? The betrayal among kin is the most heartrending of tragedies, yet it has never ceased. The reason? Do you still dare to inquire about the reasons? Upon hearing this, Gu Hengxing let out a sudden cold snort, his gaze steeped in a profound hatred akin to that of Gu Junkai. Seeing this, Gu Junsai's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, tinged with confusion. It seems your grandfather has divulged nothing to you, has he? Observing Gu Junsai's bewildered expression, Gu Hengxing, with his voice laced in frost, continued. He paused momentarily, sweeping his gaze across the room, noting that none remained with the strength to fight back, as a multitude of bodyguards lay ensnared by Xiao Wujie's extraordinary powers. He understood clearly that today's events had reached a foregone conclusion, leaving him with but two fates. One was to face the law's judgment, wherein his past deeds would undoubtedly lead to a death sentence. The other was to perish at the hands of Gu Jukai this very night. Regardless, it was a dead end, yet this time he wished to choose his manner of demise. Do you fancy yourself formidable? Indeed, you are impressive. No wonder your grandfather favors you so. I concede that I am not your equal. After a self-deprecating remark, he cast a scornful glance at Gu Junkai. You wish to extract the reasons from my lips, yet I shall not grant you that satisfaction. With such prowess, why not seek the answers for yourself? Allow me to suggest a path. Perhaps you should inquire of your grandfather. Upon witnessing Gu Junkai's astonished expression, he suddenly erupted into a mocking laughter. Ha ha ha. Did you presume your grandfather was oblivious to everything? I assure you, he was cognizant of it all. He simply chose not to divulge it to you. When you speak with him, I implore you to pose a question on my behalf. Does he derive satisfaction from the culmination of a scheme he meticulously orchestrated? Now that it concludes in this manner? His gaze remained fixed upon Gu Junzi, and he articulated each word with deliberate emphasis. I am culpable. Yet the illegitimate offspring of your lineage are equally deserving of demise. You shall not prosper. Having uttered these words, he triggered the handgun, directing it at his own temple. Amidst the astonishment of all present, the resounding report of the firearm echoed through the air as he collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide and fixed in the direction of Gu Junzi. Gu Junzi, observing the fallen Gu Hengxing, appeared pallid, her countenance shifting. The demise of Gu Hengxing did not elicit any pity in her, but his cryptic pronouncements in his final moments plunged her into a state of bewilderment. She prided herself on her cunning and perspicacity, yet Gu Hengxing's words caused her to suspect that she had not perceived the complete truth. This truth might exceed her expectations and prove unacceptable. Xiao Wujie cast a fleeting glance at the ashen-faced Gu Junzi. He had long discerned Gu Hengxing's intention to end his own life, and he possessed knowledge of certain truths that Gu Junzi sought. However, their collaboration, initiated on the grounds of mutual benefit, should conclude on the same basis. He had already intervened to facilitate the outcome Gu Junzi desired, and it was appropriate to cease at this juncture. He was neither a compassionate Buddha nor did he possess the ability to redeem all beings. His intervention to alter the course of the battle and mitigate the carnage represented the limit of his capabilities. In the realm of human existence, myriad sufferings abound, and ultimately, one must navigate their own path. Certain matters are beyond the intervention of others. It is solely within the passage of time that one must unravel their own dilemmas. He exchanged a glance with Chu Liyue. With Moreno and Gu Hengxing resolved, the focus now shifted to Chu Feihong. There was little left to discuss between them. The victor claims the throne, while the vanquished descends into oblivion. Chu Liyue temporarily released her embrace around Xiao Wujie's waist. Brandishing a dagger, her expression devoid of emotion as she advanced towards Chu Feihong. Suddenly, a voice, aged yet powerful, rang out. Stop. Chapter 69. Chu Yuntian's Decision. The night at Haijing Bay comes to an end. At the sound of that commanding voice, Chu Liyue's body momentarily stiffened, but only for an instant. A glint of cold light flickered in her eyes as she prepared to proceed. However, in that fleeting lapse, Chu Feihong seized the opportunity to step back, swiftly creating distance between them. Liyue? The elderly voice echoed again, tinged with a hint of resignation. The speaker was none other than Old Master Chu Yutian. Dressed in a sleek black suit and wielding a lion-headed cane, he was flanked by a retinue of Chu family bodyguards, his aged visage radiating an air of solemnity. Though the lion had aged, its residual power remained. The formidable aura emanating from him compelled those present to instinctively straighten their spines and confront the once mighty patriarch of the Chu family with respect. Upon witnessing the arrival of the elder, Xiao Wujie could not help but silently shake his head. It seemed that he and Chu Liyue's little deception had not fooled this venerable patriarch. While he held deep respect for Old Master Chu, it did not imply an endorsement of all his actions. Some matters were non-negotiable. Grandfather, what do you wish to do? Shield Chu Feihong's transgressions and save his life? Chu Liyue coldly regarded Chu Yuntian as he approached her, her tone icy and her words exceptionally sharp. Liyue, you know that grandfather does not mean it that way. Chu Yuntian replied with a hint of helplessness. Then what does he mean? After all, he has often engaged in such actions. Liyue, why do you say such things? Grandfather has never acted with favoritism or engaged in corruption, Chu Yuntian said, his brow slightly furrowed. Having a military background, he was once comrades with many high-ranking officials and generals in the army. Years of military education instilled in him a profound sense of national pride and a strong emphasis on personal integrity. In his youth, he had the opportunity to elevate the Chu family to the foremost position in the capital, but chose to forego the chance. Unwilling to profit from national calamities and instead generously supported others. He could tolerate Chu Liyue's dissatisfaction, for he too felt a chill from Chu Feihong's actions over the years. However, he could not abide her questioning of his integrity, as he perceived it to be an affront to his character. Gu Junzi, the second Miss Gu, had once received credible information regarding Chu Feihong's dealings with overseas drug traffickers. Yet, before she could take action, the ship carrying the cargo was destroyed en route, and the entire group of traffickers was eradicated, leaving no trace behind. This matter must have been orchestrated by grandfather. Chu Liyue furrowed her brows, her eyes devoid of warmth as she stared at Chu Yuntian. At these words, Chu Yuntian's expression instantly froze. These words indeed struck a chord with him. If there were any blemish upon his life, it would undoubtedly pertain to this matter. In the past, he had been summoned to the office of a high-ranking old friend, who solemnly informed him that Chu Feihong might be implicated in illicit dealings. Reports from overseas agents indicated that a considerable quantity of contraband was attempting to enter the imperial capital of Huaxia aboard a legitimate merchant vessel. And among those potentially involved was Chu Feihong. Due to Chu Feihong's unique status, the old friend requested that he discreetly investigate the matter. Should the intelligence prove erroneous, it would absolve Chu Feihong. If accurate, he hoped to persuade Chu Feihong to renounce his misguided path. However, Chu Feihong was exceedingly cautious, despite rumors circulating. He left no tangible evidence. Unless the cargo reached its destination and they could capture him in the act of receiving it or collecting the transaction amount, it would be impossible to ascertain his genuine involvement. In Chu Yuntian's recollection, Chu Feihong had always been respectful and composed in his presence. Unable to uncover any evidence, he deluded himself into believing that Chu Feihong was the victim of a malicious ploy, entirely innocent of any wrongdoing. Whether it was a subconscious fear of the intelligence being true or a profound trust in the Chu Feihong of that time, he inexplicably sank that cargo ship and eradicated all the drug dealers involved. Subsequently, he approached Chu Feihong and inquired earnestly about the matter, to which Chu Feihong naturally shook his head, claiming innocence. He solemnly elucidated the implications of the situation and offered a stern reprimand, then naively concluded that the affair had been resolved and everything had settled into silence. In today's light, this appears to be a form of indirect complicity in crime. Observing the sudden pallor on Chu Yuntian's face, Chu Liyue chose not to delve further into the matter. She understood that Chu Yuntian held his reputation in higher esteem than life itself. This incident was likely a moment of self-deception on his part. However, she found it perplexing that a man of such clear moral distinction as Chu Yuntian would falter in the presence of Chu Feihong, seemingly attuned to her unspoken questions. Chu Yuntian began to speak, In the years of national peril, when foreign invaders threatened our land, I, along with several old friends, vowed to expel these external foes and restore the glory of our homeland. We resolutely joined the National Salvation Army, among whom were the biological parents of Fei Hong. As one with a military background, I naturally led troops into battle, shedding blood on the battlefield. In contrast, Fei Hong's parents ventured deep into enemy territory, bearing the scorn of their compatriots, serving our nation in a different, yet equally vital capacity. During one operation, at the cost of their own lives, Fei Hong's parents transmitted crucial intelligence that could alter the tide of battle. Although the information was successfully delivered and the outcome unfolded as they had anticipated, their true identities remained classified, and they continued to bear the opprobrium of traitors. Fei Hong, still a child at that time, lost both parents in a single day and had to endure the stigma of being the son of traitors. Those years were filled with scorn and humiliation. His existence was nothing short of unbearable. As Chu Yuntian recounted this, his emotions surged, and he briefly closed his eyes before continuing. Yet he is undeniably the son of heroes and should not be subjected to such disgrace. Upon hearing this, Chu Liue fell into a brief silence, yet she resolutely spoke. This does not serve as justification for his crimes. It will only tarnish the very notion of heroism. Chu Yuntian nodded gently in acknowledgement, murmuring, I understand. How long has grandfather been here? Observing Chu Yuntian lapse into silence once more, Chu Liue suddenly inquired. Just arrived. If today I were to fall at the hands of Chu Fei Hong, what then would grandfather do? Chu Liue gazed intently into Chu Yuntian's eyes, her voice steady. Liue, taking a deep breath and straightening her posture, Chu Yuntian replied earnestly, Grandfather is here today not to save anyone, but to prevent the discord among our clan. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the fallen Gu Hengxing and the momentarily dazed Gu Junsi. I had intended to resolve this matter without involving you and Xiao Wujie. Tonight's events were meant to be handled by me alone. However, given the circumstances, I shall not elaborate further. I will not shield him due to Fei Hong's status. His fate is to be determined by the law, and I do not wish for you to take action. While he is undoubtedly guilty, I Chen remains innocent. Should he perish by your hand, it would only add to the cycle of vengeance. When will it ever cease? Before my arrival, I informed an old friend, who will be here shortly. Let the law take care of the remaining matters. With that, he sighed deeply, fixing his gaze on Chu Liue, falling into silence and leaving her space for contemplation. After a long while, Chu Liue nodded solemnly. Chu Yuntian finally directed his gaze towards Chu Fei Hong, his eyes brimming with an indescribable complexity, disappointment, helplessness, regret. Ultimately, he closed his eyes, refusing to look at him any longer, and slowly uttered, Fei Hong, you truly disappoint me. Upon hearing this, Chu Fei Hong fell silent, his expression devoid of emotion. It was at that moment that several military vehicles swiftly approached, from which emerged an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, accompanied by a contingent of special forces soldiers in combat attire, donning helmets and masks. The elder stepped forward, observing the deeply troubled Chu Yuntian, who appeared to have aged a decade, before casting a glance at the silent Chu Fei Hong. The heavy silence lingered for an extended period, only to be disrupted by a few light coughs from Xiao Wujie. His complexion was ashen, and his body swayed slightly as he covered his mouth to cough. The excessive exertion of his abilities and the forced reversal of the situation had drained him significantly, leaving him feeling unsteady. Nearby, a rigidly standing Special Forces soldier seemed to move instinctively, as if to assist him. However, a figure moved more swiftly, supporting Xiao Wujie's waist and enveloping him in an embrace. The elderly gentleman, witnessing this, hesitated no longer. He gently patted Chu Yuntian's shoulder and then waved to the Special Forces behind him. Several soldiers promptly approached to place handcuffs on Chu Fei Hong. Just as they reached Chu Yuntian, Chu Fei Hong abruptly halted, casting a profound gaze at Chu Yuntian before kneeling on the ground and performing a solemn bow. He then followed the soldiers ahead. Chu Yuntian gripped the lion head of his cane tightly, and as Chu Fei Hong boarded the vehicle, a solitary tear glistened at the corner of his eye. The engine roared as the car swiftly sped into the distance, vanishing without a trace. Chu Liue cradled the frail Xiao Wujie in her arms and walked forward. As she departed with him, the boundless gloom receded like a tide, and Haijing Bay regained its original hues. The dawn was nearing, and the sun was destined to illuminate every corner of this place. Chapter 70. He chose the whole world but betrayed the one he loved. Time flowed like water, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, during which Xiao Wujie remained in a deep slumber. Due to the continuous exertion of energy-consuming supernatural abilities, he was utterly exhausted, compounded by the chill of the night winds, leading to an illness from which he could not recover. In her desire for him to rest properly, and with Yi Jinyu also present at Haijing Bay, Chu Liue arranged for him to stay in the Gu family's private hospital, where Yi Jinyu continued to oversee his treatment. Initially, he exhibited merely symptoms of a cold and fatigue. However, he soon fell ill, and despite being in a deep unconsciousness, he trembled in pain all over. At first, he would unconsciously clench his jaw, his body quaking. Gradually, perhaps overwhelmed by the agony, he fiercely bit down on his lip, refusing to relax even as blood flowed freely. Eventually, his teeth began to gnaw uncontrollably, turning his mouth crimson with blood. Fearing he might bite his tongue, Chu Liue, before the medical staff, grasped his chin, compelling him to open his mouth. Her lips met his, her warm tongue delicately exploring, soothing his restlessness and discomfort. Fortunately, Yi Jinyu was already well acquainted with his condition. The treatment was both precise and timely. After an intense night of care, his ailment was finally stabilized. Nonetheless, the days of deep slumber left him unable to consume even a morsel of food, relying solely on nutritional fluids to survive. His already gaunt face appeared even slimmer, and his complexion was pale and haggard, evoking a sense of compassion. Many visitors came to offer their regards, yet all were met with the forbidding presence of Chu Liu, who was in a profoundly distressed state. On the third night, Xiao Wujie managed to open his eyes with some effort, gradually awakening. The first person he beheld was, of course, Chu Liu, who had not left his side. However, her appearance was disheveled. Her hair lacked its usual luster and smoothness, and her clothes bore numerous wrinkles, contrasting sharply with her usual meticulousness. Although her gaze was still filled with concern and affection, Xiao Wujie, ever perceptive, sensed an unusual change in her demeanor. She did not embrace him. Despite his grave condition, she refrained from offering him the comfort of her arms. Her words were few. Chu Liu assisted him into a sitting position by the bedside, placing a cushion to alleviate any discomfort, and tenderly tucked the blanket around him, yet remained silent. Still no embrace. Just as Xiao Wujie contemplated coaxing her for a hug, she abruptly stood, avoiding his gaze, and stated coolly, "You should rest. I will freshen up." She didn't even call him her dear one. "Sister." Upon seeing her prepare to leave, Xiao Wujie quickly called out, his eyes misty, his voice hoarse and trembling. He instructed Lu Zhufeng, who had been stationed at the door, to come in and keep him company, then turned away without another glance. Upon entering, Lu Zhufeng immediately beheld Xiao Wujie, who was gazing despondently at the doorway, motionless, resembling a stone waiting for its beloved. He scratched his head and took a seat beside Xiao Wujie's bed. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Wujie continued to stare blankly outside, lost in thought, offering not even a glance in Lu Zhufeng's direction. With a silent sigh, Lu Zhufeng glanced up at the ceiling, then softened his tone, saying, "You, always so stubborn. Have you considered whether your body can endure such torment?" Yet, Xiao Wujie seemed oblivious to his words, his gaze unfocused as he murmured, "She is angry. You always worry her. How could she not be upset? She no longer holds me. She doesn't even call me darling anymore." Seeing Xiao Wujie descend further into despair, as if the world owed him a fortune, Lu Zhufeng could no longer contain himself. "Shut your mouth," he thundered, his voice reverberating throughout the room, startling the dazed Xiao Wujie. After a moment of shock, Xiao Wujie looked at him, as if to question, "Are you speaking to me?" In response, Lu Zhufeng's bravado waned, yet after a brief hesitation, he spoke gravely, "I understand what occupies your thoughts. But have you considered that she values your life above all else? By dismissing your own well-being, how can you expect her not to feel disheartened? Your actions only lead her to believe you care little for her feelings." This time, it was indeed Xiao Wujie whose aura had waned. He leaned wearily against the headboard, his head slightly tilted back as he gazed at the ceiling, his voice nearly a whisper. You are right. It is precisely because I understand the preciousness of life that, upon witnessing so many consumed by their rage, life in that moment appears less than chaff. Yet, this comes at the cost of countless tears shed and many families left in tatters. He is no saint, but he does not wish for others to suffer such a grievous price because of him. Thus, he chose to forcibly employ his skills to take control of the situation. achieving victory with minimal cost. However, this time, he chose the world, yet betrayed those he loves. The complexity of this feeling is beyond description. It seems that regardless of his choices, the outcome is fated to be unsatisfactory. Lu Zhufeng, witnessing his state, understood his plight all too well. Although Xiao Wujie is known as the Jade-Faced Shura, he is not inherently a man of slaughter. Those acts of violence are merely a fade for self-preservation. The world is fraught with turmoil, unpredictable and ever-changing. Many matters come unbidden when one does not seek them, akin to an unrelenting vortex from which one cannot escape. Even someone as enigmatic and powerful as he is beset by helplessness. Xiao Wujie can save millions, yet only one can save him. I am not suggesting you have erred, but sometimes it is imperative to communicate more with her. After all, you are not alone. Love has myriad definitions, yet understanding must surely be among the most vital. Perhaps you might consider, if your positions were reversed, how would you feel? Casting a glance at the downcast eyes of Xiao Wujie, silent and still, Lu Zhufeng sighed inwardly. Having been alone for far too long, he had grown accustomed to shouldering everything by himself. Nonetheless, he was still a human being. And despite his profound understanding of the world, he lacked the experience that comes from love. He hoped that his words would resonate with him, believing that his profound wisdom would enable him to grasp the underlying truths. Gently patting him on the shoulder and pouring him a glass of water, he then left the room with his hands clasped behind his back. In the vast silence of the hospital room, Xiao Wujie remained still for an extended period. Eventually, he lifted his gaze toward the doorway, but she did not enter. Taking a deep breath, he mustered some strength. Chapter 71. I shall no longer be a hero. Merely your obedient treasure. Chu Liwe stood at the entrance of the hospital room, clad in a bathrobe, her hair damp with droplets clinging to the ends. Although Xiao Wujie's VIP room was equipped with a washroom, she chose to use the one in the adjacent room so as not to disturb his rest. After a hurried shower, with her hair still unblown and her clothes unchanged, she stepped out. Her worry stemmed from the fear of missing any updates regarding Xiao Wujie during her brief absence. However, standing at the doorway, the quietness within reassured her that with Lu Zhufeng by his side, there would likely be no significant issues. With this thought, she relaxed. Leaning against the railing at the edge of the corridor, her fingers brushing through her damp hair to air out the moisture. The corridor outside the VIP room was spacious, a testament to the private nature of the hospital, devoid of the usual hustle and bustle found in public facilities. It was eerily quiet, with not a soul in sight. She rested her hands on the railing, her posture open, easing the tension and fatigue accumulated from days spent vigilantly by Xiao Wujie's bedside. Her gaze, somewhat dazed, lingered on the few medical personnel swiftly traversing the floor below, rendering her presence slightly disoriented. A tumult of emotions swirled within her, intricately entwined like a tangled skein, leaving her momentarily at a loss, unable to sever the threads of her feelings. She found herself at a loss as to the source of her ire. What, or whom, should she be angry with? Yet, that sensation weighed heavily upon her heart, an unyielding boulder that refused to be cast aside. Perhaps it was merely her penchant for creating turmoil, a self-inflicted vexation. Was Xiao Wujie truly in the wrong? With singular resolve, he had endeavored to mitigate sacrifices to the greatest extent possible, vanquishing his adversaries with remarkable swiftness. To many, he undoubtedly appeared as a hero. For whom had Xiao Wujie risked his life on 2 occasions against Chu Feihong? Ultimately, it was for her sake. What grounds did she possess to reproach him? From what perspective could she even begin to cast blame? She could only conclude that she was, in essence, fabricating her own distress, a self-induced frustration. Yet, when she beheld him struggling on the hospital bed, the relentless passage of life threatening to slip away before her very eyes, her heart ached with a profound agony that ignited her anger. What did he consider his own life to be? Had he truly grown indifferent to life and death? And what, then, of his declarations of affection, his desire to be with her eternally? Were they mere jests to amuse her? Did he not grasp the depth of her fear in losing him, nor the extent of her efforts to retain him, even if only for a fleeting moment? She was bewildered by these thoughts, reluctant to unveil such disheartening sentiments before him in his ailing state. All she wished was to present him with her most radiant and beautiful self, shielding him from the shadows of her negativity. Thus, she resolved to first regain her composure before confronting him. A gentle breeze meandered through the corridor, caressing her damp hair and gradually eroding the tumultuous emotions that churned within her heart. Suddenly, the shattering of a glass cup in the ward shattered her reverie. Following that, she heard the thud of a body collapsing to the floor, accompanied by a muffled groan of pain. Her heart constricted sharply, and without a moment's hesitation, she rushed into the room with utmost urgency. Before her lay Xiao Wujie, pallid as a ghost, sprawled upon the frigid ground, surrounded by shards of glass and spilled water. Various tubes and 4 drips that had once been affixed to him lay scattered, having been removed at some point unbeknownst to her. He struggled to rise from the slick amalgamation of glass and water, exerting every ounce of effort. He yearned to escape, to seek out Xiao Wujie, to clarify that he did not disregard his own life, nor her feelings. He would willingly cooperate with the treatment, striving to survive, doing everything in his power to uphold the vow of eternal togetherness with her. He was acutely aware that misunderstandings only deepened with time, and barriers widened. He recognized his own faults, and was determined not to waste a moment. He longed to explain himself, and earn her forgiveness. Yet, he had overestimated his physical condition, cautiously attempting to detach the various tubes and 4 drips from his body. Leaning against the table, he endeavored to rise and seek her out. But the scant strength remaining in his arms and legs was woefully insufficient to support his weight. In his faltering, he not only toppled the cup, but also found himself sprawled on the floor. Once, he had fervently wished for Xiao Wujie to enter and embrace him, to shower him with affection, but now, he dreaded her presence. The very moment she stepped through the door filled him with an overwhelming fear. He feared that Xiao Wujie might misunderstand his willingness to sacrifice himself and deliberately demean his own body to capture her attention. A misunderstanding had already arisen between them, and he wished not to exacerbate the rift that had formed. At that moment, he observed Xiao Wujie standing there, her gaze evasive, unwilling to meet his eyes. He struggled to rise, yet lacked the strength to do so, and in his efforts, shards of broken glass clung to his hands. When placed upon the hospital bed, he did not nestle into her embrace as usual. Instead, he retreated to the far side, avoiding her gaze. This sight stirred an uncomfortable feeling within Xiao Wujie. Xiao Wujie's current state reminded her of when his health had first deteriorated. His inherent strength made it difficult for him to accept the transformation from a robust individual to one reliant on the care of others. He resisted the approach of anyone, even her, unwilling to reveal his vulnerable side. She had patiently stayed by his side for a long time, gradually eroding his defenses. Xiao Wujie inwardly chastised herself for being a fool. He had done nothing wrong, merely neglecting his own well-being. A simple conversation would suffice. He was not an obstinate youth resistant to reason. He was already sensitive, and she had chosen to maintain a cold demeanor during his illness. Now, he had been reduced to this state, afraid to even approach her. Was she satisfied? Suppressing the overwhelming regret within her heart, she pulled Xiao Wujie closer, embracing him, attempting to inspect his hands for injuries. She clearly noticed the numerous shards of glass adorning his hands. "Be good, show me your hands," she urged gently, striving to soften her tone to avoid instilling fear in the one cradled in her arms. She distinctly felt him shudder in her embrace at her words. Yet he continued to lower his head, tightly clutching his hands, unwilling to loosen his grip even slightly. Observing this, she gently lifted his chin, pressing her warm red lips against his pale, thin ones, showering him with tender kisses. Under her soothing ministrations, Xiao Wujie found his body gradually relaxing, his hands instinctively yearning to rest upon her waist. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wujie released his lips and pried his hands apart. His palms were stained with shards of glass, a result of his earlier tight grip. Now, blood streamed from his hands, a gruesome sight. Xiao Wujie, witnessing the state of his hands, felt the veins on her forehead bulge. Xiao Wujie instinctively uttered, "Sister." "I didn't mean to." His voice trembled, and upon finishing, he attempted to clench his fist, striving to escape her embrace. She firmly held him down once more, her red lips meeting his thin ones again, tenderly licking and sucking, while her fingers caressed his face gently. As he gradually began to calm, she finally released her lips and pressed the nurse call button. Moments later, Eugene arrived with 2 nurses who conducted a brief examination and bandaged his hand before departing the room. Throughout the entire ordeal, Xiao Wujie remained silent, leaning against Xiao Wujie's shoulder, no longer clinging to her as he had before. Xiao Wujie sensed the weightlessness on her shoulder, understanding that he had not truly relaxed. Just as she contemplated further measures to help him unwind, Xiao Wujie suddenly buried his head in her bosom, his fingers gently clutching her back. After a moment, a faint, trembling whisper escaped his lips. Sister, I apologize. I shall no longer aspire to be a hero. I will merely be your obedient darling. Will you forgive me? Chapter 72. Through myriad waters and mountains, amidst the elegance of wind, flowers, snow, and the moon, I shall accompany you. As Xiao Wujie uttered these trembling words, his head nestled against Chu Liyue's embrace. He dared not lift his gaze. In 2 lifetimes, having endured countless trials, he had never known fear. Yet, this time, he was truly afraid that she might not forgive him. In the desolate reaches of the world, the bright moon pierced through the melancholy, while the solitary lamp at the cold edge of existence extinguished all hope. The so-called facade of smiling through storms and standing proud against frost is but a self-soothing illusion in the face of a world that one confronts alone. How could withered flowers not yearn for the warmth of a blooming garden? How could a dilapidated ship not long for the sanctuary of a sheltered harbor? If one had a companion to grow old with, who would willingly succumb to the bitter chill of snow and wind alone. Perhaps Lu Zhufeng was right all along. He was indeed a hopeless romantic. Despite possessing the power to dominate the world, he preferred to languish in her embrace. He had traversed the long and lonely night, having already ascended to the pinnacle of the mountains, finally glimpsing his realm. He could relinquish all else, yet this singular matter ensnared him, leaving him unwilling to let go. His words were sincere. Even without his intervention, who could possibly impede Chu Liyue's strides with her prowess? His actions merely expedited her journey, as he refused to remain a passive bystander behind her. Yet, he now understood that this frail body might not permit him to act as he wished. He had come to terms with it, and it mattered not. He no longer aspired to be the hero driving various processes. Instead, he wished to be her obedient treasure. However, the prerequisite was her forgiveness. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to fight for himself once more. Nestled in her fragrant embrace, he inhaled the intoxicating scent of roses and suddenly lifted his head. Sister, I am not reckless. I simply do not wish for more lives to be sacrificed because of us. I did not anticipate the immense toll these extraordinary abilities would exact. I assure you, I shall not act so thoughtlessly again. I merely intended to seek you out. I did not mean to fall, truly. I promised to cooperate with the treatment. I genuinely value my life. As he gazed at Chu Liyue, who stared at him in silence, he felt momentarily at a loss. Clenching his teeth, he summoned all his strength to whisper, I am sorry. Can you forgive me? Chu Liyue remained still, her gaze fixed on the flustered Xiao Wujie, her breathing betraying a subtle disarray. Beneath her seemingly tranquil eyes lay a turbulent sea of emotions. Xiao Wujie's frantic apologies, repeatedly uttered, were scarcely heard by her. I am sorry. Not just once, but multiple times. Everything he had done was for himself, yet he found himself begging for forgiveness. I will no longer strive to be a hero. I shall only be your obedient treasure. You are a hero by nature, imbued with noble spirit. Why must you bow for me? Can you forgive me? You have done nothing wrong. Why should you seek forgiveness? She found herself at a loss for words to describe her current emotions. Anguish, guilt, regret, and discomfort all intertwined. In summary, she felt utterly wrong, entirely misguided. Having prided herself on her intellect throughout her life, she had allowed herself to be blinded by a singular perspective. She was ensnared by his reckless determination to perform the procedure despite his own frail condition, all the while neglecting the profound emotions that lay beneath his actions. Moreover, he was inherently meticulous and sensitive, already weakened by illness, and in desperate need of her tender care and affection, yet she had turned a cold shoulder to him. What had she done? As she gazed upon his pale, haggard visage, clearly weary yet mustering the strength to explain himself in a flustered manner, she found herself momentarily paralyzed, yearning to embrace him, but feeling unworthy of such closeness. It was only when she noticed the tremor in Xiao Wujie's eyes, the light within them beginning to fade, that she could no longer contain herself. With fervor, she pulled him into her embrace, tightening her arms around him with all her might. Hearing him emit a muffled sound of discomfort, she realized she needed to temper her grip. One arm encircled his waist while the other gently caressed his hair, pressing his head against her neck. In that moment, infused with boundless regret, she wished to meld him into her very essence. Her heart was a tempest of emotions, so complex that the pain within her compelled her to bend slightly at the waist. Sensing a shiver run through him, she closed her eyes momentarily, her lips brushing against his ear, her voice hoarse and unrefined. Darling, hold me. It was the first time she recognized her profound need for his embrace. Otherwise, she feared she would be engulfed by the tumultuous emotions swirling within her. In her embrace, the beloved seemed somewhat incredulous, attempting to lift her head. She gently pressed his head down, then guided his hand to rest on her waist. Her fingers traveled from his head to caress his back tenderly. After a while, she felt a weight in her arms. His cool cheek pressed firmly against her chest, and his arms tightly encircled her waist. The soft light cast a poignant silhouette of their affectionate embrace. She raised her hand to delicately tilt his chin, revealing his pale, haggard, yet exquisitely beautiful visage to the air, the mist in his eyes evoking a sense of relief in her heart, yet it couldn't help but quiver slightly. "Sister, have you forgiven me?" Before he could utter the words that would shatter her heart, she silenced him with her lips. Her delicate brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes half closed, as her crimson lips softly entwined with his, gently exploring. In the midst of this intimacy, she leaned closer to his ear, and all her unspoken words coalesced into a singular declaration. "I will always cherish you, my precious one. I will never abandon you. You shall forever be my dearest treasure." Here, you are never permitted to utter "I'm sorry," for it would break my heart, and you are so well behaved. In the softly lit hospital room, Chu Liu sat gracefully at the head of the bed, while Xiao Wujie, tightly clinging to her, had fallen into a deep slumber. Chu Liu gently shifted her position, pulling the blanket higher to envelop him snugly, her fingers tenderly caressing his weary, worn face. He must have been dreaming, for his lips stirred, mumbling incoherent words in a soft murmur. "Sister, I apologize." Chu Liu gently kissed his trembling eyelashes and thin lips, wishing to dispel the unease that arose from the depths of his heart. She gazed quietly at his unparalleled visage. If one disregarded his frail and sickly appearance, it truly seemed that this face encapsulated all the beauty of the world. A noble man aspires to greatness. He trembled as he spoke. "I shall no longer be a hero. I will only be your obedient treasure." Her cherished one, born with wings, was destined to soar high above the heavens. Why, then, must he forfeit his wings for her sake, crawling along the ground? She did not wish for him to remain for anyone, not even for her. She wanted him to continue as always, to walk his own path, to sing his own song, and to tread the future in his unique manner. On this journey, through myriad rivers and mountains, amidst the beauty of nature, I shall accompany you. Chapter 73, Beast. What are you doing? In the gentle evening breeze of that night, a small misunderstanding, like flower petals washed clean by a light rain, quietly withered away, dispersing without a trace with the wind. After 2 more days of recuperation, Xiao Wujie's condition had evidently improved. His energy was more abundant, which naturally made him clingier. Chu Liu was also pleased to be by his side, having spent these days in the hospital room with him. Due to daily infusions and medication, which left a bitter taste in his mouth, Xiao Wujie was reluctant to eat. Instead, he yearned for some fruit. After consulting Yi Jinyu, who suggested he could have some fruit to replenish his vitamin C, Chu Liu felt reassured. She specifically dispatched personnel to gather the freshest and most abundant local fruits from various regions of Huaxia, which were then airlifted to the capital and delivered to Xiao Wujie's hospital room. At this moment, on the sofa in the hospital room, Xiao Wujie sat with his slender legs, elegantly clad in stockings, resting upon the lap of Chu Liu. He idly played with a strand of her silky hair, basking in her attentive care. After she had fed him 2 segments of orange, noticing his appetite remained quite satisfactory, Chu Liu gently scratched his chin and softly coaxed, "Darling, would you like to have something else?" To procure these additive-free, fresh fruits, she had exerted considerable effort, all to stimulate his appetite. As long as he enjoyed his meals, she would find a way to present even the most exquisite delicacies from the heavens. Xiao Wujie gazed at the vibrant array of fruits laid out before him, silently marveling. He had merely expressed a desire for some fruit, yet his sister seemed to have gathered every seasonal fruit from across the nation, laying them out before him, some of which he couldn't even name. The quality appeared remarkably akin to freshly picked produce from the orchard. Surely, it couldn't have been airlifted from every corner of the country, could it? Though his thoughts seemed absurd, the notion of Chu Liu's unwavering indulgence in him suggested that such a possibility was not entirely out of the question. Tentatively voicing his thoughts, he caught sight of Chu Liu's expression of nonchalance, which caused a slight fissure to appear in his demeanor. The age-old tale of the concubine's laughter amidst the fragrant lychee had, after a millennium, oddly repeated itself in his life. At this juncture, he could only exclaim, "Sister, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I shall no longer strive." This bowl of soft rice is utterly intoxicating. With great care, a blunt fork was prepared to delicately offer him the meticulously peeled fruits, ensuring not to prick his lips. She was acutely aware that her precious one did not possess exceptional coagulation abilities, hence she would never allow him to handle sharp instruments. When feeding him, she exercised utmost caution. Observing Chu Liyue as she diligently fed him, Xiao Wujie realized he had yet to savor a bite himself. A gentle ripple of affection stirred within him as he savored a luscious, ripe strawberry, seizing the moment to offer it directly from his lips. The juice burst between their mouths, the sweet flavor gliding down their tongues and into their hearts. Unbeknownst to them, the fork in Chu Liyue's hand had slipped to the ground as they embraced each other tightly, lost in a kiss that seemed impossible to part from. Just as they were on the verge of sinking deeper into their embrace, a sudden knock at the door jolted them back to reality. They instantly regained composure, a silvery smile gracing their lips as they reluctantly parted. Chu Liyue recognized it must be AI Roman come to report on matters. During these past few days, she had been by Xiao Wujie's side in the hospital, leaving all responsibilities to AI Roman. Glancing down at Xiao Wujie, she noticed he leaned against her, breathless from their fervent kiss, a sheen of perspiration glistening on his forehead. The strawberry juice stained his pale lips, rendering him strikingly alluring, igniting a primal urge to ravage him. Yet, such an enticing treasure could not be left for others to behold. With a swift motion, she retrieved a napkin, tenderly wiping his mouth before nonchalantly uttering, "Come in," with two heavy dark circles under her eyes. AI Roman entered to witness a scene that took her by surprise. Her stunningly aloof superior was tenderly wiping the sweat off her young boyfriend, who sat languidly on her lap. His attire appeared slightly disheveled, as if he had been playfully tussled, while her crimson lips bore traces of strawberry juice, remnants of a moment not yet cleaned away. The young man, with a peculiar flush adorning his lips, lay softly against her, panting faintly. AI Roman could easily surmise what recent activities they had been engaged in. She toiled tirelessly, rising early and working late, her burdens far heavier than those of a laboring donkey. Yet here she was, subjected to their display of affection while attempting to report on her work. If it weren't for the generous compensation, she would scarcely endure another day in this position. Chu Liyue had settled Xiao Wujie comfortably and wiped her own mouth, allowing him to nestle against her as her fingers gently toyed with the buttons of her shirt. One arm encircled Xiao Wujie's waist while the other rested on the armrest of the sofa, her cold gaze radiating an intimidating aura as she raised her chin slightly towards AI Roman, who was preparing to present her report. AI Roman promptly opened the documents she had been clutching and commenced her work report. AI Roman, firstly, regarding last week's sales data, our revenue has seen a 15% increase compared to the same period last month, particularly due to the launch of our new product line, which has significantly contributed to our overall performance. Chu Liyue, what has been the feedback? AI Roman, the feedback has been exceedingly positive. We have received a multitude of favorable reviews, especially on social media. The public relations team has compiled various user comments and plans to utilize them for future advertising campaigns. Chu Liyue, what about the suppliers? Iaraman, the negotiations for the renewal of contracts with our primary suppliers have been successfully concluded. We have adeptly secured more favorable pricing and ensured a stable supply of raw materials for the coming year. Essentially, it is a dialogue between Chu Liyue and Iaraman. As today marks their final day at Haijing Bay, several matters requiring Chu Liyue's attention have accumulated for resolution. Just as Iaraman was about to articulate today's agenda, his pupils abruptly widened in shock as he beheld Xiao Wujie nestled in Chu Liyue's embrace, his lips trembling, rendered momentarily speechless. How dare you? What are you doing? Unlike him, Xiao Wujie harbors no interest in Chu Liyue's myriad responsibilities. Chu Liyue, as the heir to her family, is entwined in a web of familial interests, unable to adopt his cavalier attitude towards affairs. Profit and loss are inconsequential to him. He possesses ample resources to weather any storm. Even if he were to lose everything, his sister would be there to support him. In his boredom, he idly played with Chu Liyue's hair, and once satiated, began to fidget with the buttons of her shirt. The first button of her shirt came undone, revealing her elegant swan-like neck and enchanting collarbone, while the alluring softness remained tantalizingly concealed. Xiao Wujie fixated on the second button, his eyelashes fluttering momentarily before, As if compelled by some unseen force, he unfastened it, subsequently pressing his face against her, reveling in the exquisite silkiness of her skin. Upon being discovered, a rare blush crept across his face, and he promptly buried himself in Chu Liue's embrace, shielding the captivating sight that belonged solely to him. With thin lips drawn close to Chu Liue's ear, a hoarse voice murmured, "Sister, I feel a bit unwell." Chapter 74. The absurdity of the Gu family. The conclusion of the Haijing Bay journey. The trash bin lay empty, save for wads of discarded tissues. Airman had long been ushered out, and the ward was thick with heat, a palpable air of ambiguity enveloping the space. Xiao Wujie, drenched in sweat, bore an expression of barely concealed satisfaction, his pale visage flushed with an unusual hue as he buried his head in Chu Liue's embrace. His appearance was disheveled. Outside the tightly shut door, Lu Zhufeng and Airman served as sentinels, having already dispelled several waves of medical staff who had come to examine and administer for fluids. Chu Liue attentively wiped away the traces on his body with a warm towel, noticing his bashful demeanor as he nestled against her. A smile dancing in her eyes as she tenderly kissed his hair. "Be good, there's no shame in this." Patiently and meticulously, she cleaned Xiao Wujie, dressing him in a fresh, loose-fitting outfit. As for why it was not a hospital gown, Lu Zhufeng quipped, "It's just too pretentious." Just as she had settled him into bed and tucked him in, a cautious knock echoed from outside the door. Chu Liue realized it was Airman urging her to depart. Glancing at her phone, she gently caressed Xiao Wujie's face and softly reassured him, "Dear, rest well, I shall step out for a moment." Xiao Wujie, who had initially feigned sleep with closed eyes, opened them wide at the mention of her departure, reaching out to clutch her sleeve, his gaze misty with vulnerability. He looked quite pitiful, a touch clingy. Chu Liu gently pressed her lips against his, her voice tender and enchanting. After soothing him with a few soft words, she turned to leave. Just as Xiao Wujie thought he would spend the afternoon alone, a guest arrived at his hospital room. Gu Junsi, dressed in a white silk shirt and cradling a bouquet of carnations, entered the room, initially intending to bring a fruit basket. She had learned that Miss Chu had already arranged for a delivery of seasonal fruits from across the country. Thus, she brought flowers instead, uncertain if he would appreciate them. As she entered, she playfully remarked in a soft tone, gracefully taking a seat on the chair beside the bed and placing the fragrant bouquet on the bedside table. Although her face retained a composed smile, exuding an air of competence, Xiao Wujie keenly detected the weariness hidden in her brow, as well as the string of black prayer beads adorning her slender wrist. In his recollection, Gu Junsi was not one to revere deities or fear spirits. He merely chuckled softly and nodded. "I heard you were leaving today, so I came to bid you farewell. It seems your health has improved quite well," Gu Junsi said with a light laugh, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. The shock Xiao Wujie had imparted upon her that evening was profound, leading her to question whether such power could truly belong to a mere mortal. She now fully understood why Lin Qingyi, so exceptionally gifted, chose to remain quietly in his shadow. Yet, was the strength displayed that night truly a reflection of the man before her? She held no answers within her heart. The person before her evoked a sensation akin to an unfathomable abyss, as if no one could truly discern the myriad secrets concealed beneath his seemingly gentle facade. "Thank you, Sister Gu, for your concern. I am well here. How have matters progressed on your end?" Upon hearing this, Gu Junzi's expression momentarily stiffened, her gaze flickering slightly as she succumbed to a brief silence. After a while, her eyes lowered, and she offered a faint smile, saying, "Everything has been resolved." Xiao Wujie, observing her complex countenance, understood intuitively that she had likely acquired the answers she had sought but failed to elicit from Gu Hongxing that fateful night. Indeed, Gu Junzi had found the answers, yet they were as unbearable as she had anticipated. The past few days had perhaps been the most tormenting of her life. She sought out the old patriarch, voicing her innermost questions. He remained silent for a long while, ultimately assuring her that she would know everything by the next day. When she encountered the old patriarch again the following day, he lay peacefully in bed, devoid of any breath. The loyal steward, who had attended to the patriarch for many years, handed Gu Junzi an envelope, stating it was a directive from the patriarch to be given to her only on the day of his westward journey. The letter elucidated all that Gu Junzi had yearned to comprehend, revealing many sentiments the patriarch had found difficult to express in life. It turned out that Gu Hongxing and her father were both sons of the old patriarch, yet they were not born of the same mother. Gu Hongxing's mother was the patriarch's original wife. Their union was one of familial arrangement, lacking in affection, further strained by her domineering nature, which rendered their marital bond rather tenuous. Old Master Gu had initially believed that his life would consist of merely safeguarding the family estate until his final days. However, the complexities of the world, particularly the enigmatic nature of fate, proved to be far more perplexing. A chance encounter on an absurd evening led to the unfolding of a classic tale of a domineering CEO falling in love with a Cinderella, played out in the life of Old Master Gu. Despite his elevated status and existing marriage, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the gentle and unassuming Gu Junxi's grandmother, even fathering Gu Junxi's father with her. Aware of the impropriety of his actions, he harbored his affections in secrecy, concealing both mother and child from the public eye. Yet, the truth ultimately cannot remain concealed. His prolonged absences and peculiar behavior eventually drew the ire of Gu Hongxing's mother, who discovered the existence of this clandestine affair. Fierce and domineering, she sought retribution, intending to eliminate Gu Junxi's grandmother and father. Although Old Master Gu felt profound guilt, he could not allow harm to befall them. In a fit of rage, Gu Hongxing's mother stormed out, only to meet with a tragic accident on her way, leading to her untimely demise. Already past childhood, Gu Hongxing bore witness to these events, planting within him a seed of hatred. The death of his lawful wife left Old Master Gu steeped in remorse. Despite Gu Hongxing's animosity towards him, he endeavored to nurture him diligently. In the realm of the affluent, only interests reigned supreme, devoid of familial bonds. As Gu Hongxing reached adulthood, his shortcomings quickly became apparent. His abilities were wholly inadequate compared to those of Old Master Gu and the late Grandmaster Gu, rendering him an unsuitable candidate for head of the family. At this juncture, the elders of the family turned their attention towards the illegitimate son, Gu Junxi's father. Surprisingly, despite his status as a bastard, he exhibited extraordinary capabilities, far surpassing those of Gu Hongxing in every aspect. Sharing the same blood as the esteemed Old Master Gu, Gu Junxi's father naturally emerged as the most suitable candidate for the next succession. According to the Old Master Gu's intentions, it was a truth that Gu Junxi's father was more fitting to inherit his legacy than Gu Hongxing. Even if Gu Hongxing could not ascend to the position of family head, the old master would ensure a secure path for him, safeguarding his life from worries. However, long before, Gu Hongxing had buried seeds of hatred in his heart and had become utterly disillusioned with the family, forging an alliance with Chu Feihong. He amassed a significant fortune through illicit enterprises, firmly grasping the power of the legitimate lineage. With Chu Feihong's assistance, he orchestrated the demise of Gu Junxi's father. He showed no inclination to conceal his actions. When the old master Gu furiously demanded retribution with his life, he held his deceased mother's portrait in one hand and offered the knife with the other, offering no resistance, allowing the old master to take his life. Gazing at the portrait of his late wife, whose eyes seemed to harbor lingering resentment, he found himself at a loss for words. Gu Hongxing was, after all, the rightful heir of the Gu family. His mother had tragically perished in a fit of rage due to the actions of Gu Junxi's grandmother and father, and he himself was regarded as inadequate by the elder members of the family. What could he blame? All this malevolence stemmed from him. He was indeed the root cause of it all, and if anyone were to die, it should be him. He understood Gu Hongxing's character well, and was acutely aware of the depths of his animosity towards Gu Junxi's lineage. If he did not take action, Gu Junxi and his kin would undoubtedly be driven to extinction by Gu Hongxing. Thus, he could only muster the strength to remain in the position of family head, striving to protect Gu Junxi's lineage from annihilation. Fortunately, Gu Junxi did not disappoint him. Endowed with exceptional abilities and extraordinary talent, he was capable of supporting the family at such a tender age. He initially wished to put an end to all malevolence, reluctant to entangle Gu Junxi in the grievances of the previous generation. Thus, he concealed the truth of his father's death from her. Her prowess surpassed that of her father. Had it not been for the clandestine support of Chu Feihong, Gu Hongxing would have likely succumbed to her might long ago. This predicament left him utterly weary, as he did not wish for the Gu family to shed blood over bygone disputes. Even though he had relinquished power, he remained seated in the position of the family head, delaying his abdication solely to ensure mutual restraint and avert further bloodshed. Yet, once the seeds of hatred are sown, will they cease to flourish merely due to his efforts at restraint? Fate, like a hidden puppeteer, toyed with him, rendering all his endeavors mere futile struggles. He had grown old, and in the face of such events, he found himself powerless to instigate any change. Gu Junzi graciously conveyed to him the words of Gu Hongxing before his demise. The current outcome only serves to reveal that he is the root of all the Gu family's afflictions. His self-righteous endurance over the years culminated in a farcical conclusion, prompting him to cease his efforts and choose to bring his own sinful life to an end. In the end, he entrusted 2 messages to the old steward to relay to Gu Junzi after his departure. The first was his profound guilt, rendering him unable to face the ancestors and loved ones in the afterlife. He wished for no funeral, no memorial service, no grave, and no entrance to the ancestral hall. Instead, he desired to have his ashes scattered, wandering the world henceforth, no longer a burden to any descendant. The second message was a poignant reminder. Though we spring from the same root, why hasten to harm one another? All the sins were heaped upon him. He could not manage the affairs left behind. Yet he hoped that Gu Junzi would cease to commit further atrocities and truly set the Gu family on the right path. Gu Junzi found herself at a loss to articulate the tumult of emotions that engulfed her after reading the letter and hearing her grandfather's dying words. Fate toyed with them like puppets, rendering everything unrecognizable. She fulfilled half of the old gentleman's last wishes, scattering his ashes across the mountains and rivers, freeing him from the shackles of this earthly realm. However, the remaining sins still required a bearer. Although Gu Hongxing was deceased, those entwined with his interests would not spare her. That night, blood flowed like a river. She meticulously eliminated all those associated with Gu Hongxing's interests. All malevolence came to an end at her hands, and she bore the weight of every transgression. If divine retribution truly existed, let it descend upon her alone. Perhaps the commotion of that night was considerable, for her younger brother, who typically relished sleeping in, rose early the following day. He wandered, bewildered, into the now empty Gu ancestral home in search of her, trembling as he extended his small hand to wipe away the bloodstain from her face. Her long-absent mother personally visited the temple to pray for a string of prayer beads, bestowing blessings upon her to cleanse the impurities and ensure her peace in the years to come. The dawn's light streamed into the courtyard as a new day dawned. It was well. She would shoulder the sins, leaving happiness for them. Xiao Wujie cast a gaze of complex emotions upon the fair and beautiful woman before him. Fate resembled a vortex. Once ensnared within, it gripped tightly like an invisible hand, making escape nearly impossible. It swirled through the river of time, creating ripples that compelled every life to drift along with the current. Though seemingly ephemeral, it invariably progresses toward a fixed conclusion. He is not a savior. The absurdities of the Gu family do not fall within his purview. The cycle of fate ensures that destiny shall be addressed by future generations. After a lengthy pause, he spoke softly. You have followed me for 5 years. I shall ensure the Gu family remains among the 4 great families. This astute woman approaches every endeavor with purpose. How could she have arrived at this hospital room without cause, revealing such unusual emotions before him? Upon hearing these words, Gu Junzi's gaze subtly shifted, ultimately culminating in a complex smile, a pleasant collaboration. Xiao Wujie then turned his gaze to the window, exhaling gently. The journey to Haijing Bay has come to a definitive close. Chapter 75, Xiao Wujie, I will be obedient. I await you. As the morning light of 9 o'clock quietly descended, a ray of sunlight silently crept through the curtain's crevice into the room. With the spread of light, the entire chamber was bathed in a warm and gentle golden hue, as if all were enveloped in a tender beauty. The door was gently pushed open. Chu Luiyue, clad in professional attire, slipped off her high heels and lowered her voice as she approached the bedside. Xiao Wujie lay on the bed, still in slumber, tightly clutching a pillow imbued with the same fragrance that adorned her. He slept soundly, the sunlight dancing softly upon his face, his delicate skin gleaming in the morning light, and his long eyelashes fluttering slightly, such a scene of beauty that one hesitates to disturb. Gazing quietly at the youth's serene visage, her fingers gently traced the contours of his brows and eyes. She longed for time to stand still in this moment, wishing for this beauty to become eternal. After a while, she gracefully rose and entered the cloakroom, emerging clad in a sensual, relaxed black spaghetti strap gown. Although it was already May and the capital enjoyed a warm and comfortable temperature, Xiao Wujie always felt cold when sleeping alone. Today, with the sun shining brilliantly, she wished to take him outside to bask in its warmth and breathe in the fresh air. She attempted to remove the pillow she had tucked into his arms when she left in the morning, only to discover that he clung to it tenaciously, mumbling incoherently as he turned his back, as if fearing someone might snatch it away. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. Was she being neglected? With that thought, she lifted the quilt and pulled him into her embrace, her fingers exploring beneath his clothing, gently teasing the sensitive spot at his waist. While tender kisses fell upon his ear, her voice low and enticing. Sweetheart, release it. I am right here. Are you certain you prefer to hold on to that rather than me? The tickling sensation prompted him to unconsciously shift his body. And upon feeling the familiar warmth and scent of Chu Liua, he quickly relinquished his grip on the pillow. His arms wrapped around her slender waist. His face nestled against her chest, instinctively nuzzling closer. Observing this, Chu Liua smiled softly, caressing his hair gently before lifting him effortlessly. And together they made their way to the backyard. In the backyard, flowers bloomed in a dazzling array, creating a vibrant sea of blossoms. Chu Liua, cradling the still sleeping Xiao Wujie, settled beneath a sunshade at the heart of the floral expanse, lazily leaning against the broad, comfortable rocking chair. As a gentle breeze caressed them, she tenderly stroked the back of Xiao Wujie's head, feeling his warm breath lightly wafting against her neck. Her gaze deeply fixed upon the azure sky and the blooming flowers. She yearned to seize the fleeting moments, yearning for time to remain suspended in this very instant. Yet, the body of her beloved, riddled with wounds, resembled a ticking time bomb, threatening to obliterate the beauty that surrounded them at any moment. God was a realm where the most extreme geniuses and madmen converged. However, Xiao Wujie had never taken an interest in their pursuits, nor did she wish for him to wade through such murky waters. Moreover, in the frigid and harsh northern lands, the conditions for survival were dire, making it impossible for her to take him with her given his fragile state. As she observed the dependence in his embrace, unwilling to let go, she found herself at a loss for words as the journey loomed ahead. Just as her thoughts swirled, she sensed a movement from her beloved. Looking down, she saw his head nuzzling against her chest, his eyelashes fluttering, momentarily overwhelmed by the glaring light outside, causing him to furrow his brow and squint. Chu Liua quickly shielded his eyes with her hand, seeking to alleviate the discomfort caused by the external brightness. Once she deemed it sufficient and lowered her hand, she noticed him drooping his eyelids, suddenly asking, "Sister, has it grown dark already?" Seeing his bewildered expression, akin to a device failing to power on, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. She tenderly kissed his long eyelashes a few times, playfully responding, "Can't you take a look for yourself, my sleeping beauty?" As Chu Liua helped him sit up, he gazed around with a dazed countenance, his eyes filled with innocent clarity. As Chu Liua gently caressed his well-defined six-pack abs, she heard his words, and her fingertips playfully grazed over them, eliciting a soft chuckle as she said, "In this tender moment, time delicately rises on tiptoe and quietly slips away between our fingers." In the blink of an eye, afternoon had arrived. They had not left the back garden, and their lunch was also enjoyed there. A bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge was personally fed by Chu Liua into Xiao Wujie's mouth for a full 30 minutes. The afternoon sunlight, akin to golden satin, softly spread across every corner of the back garden, dispelling the chill that lingered around them and leaving a warm sensation in its wake. A gentle breeze passed by, carrying with it a faint floral fragrance and the distant scent of fresh grass, invigorating and natural. Xiao Wujie peacefully leaned against Chu Liua's embrace, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. A somewhat hesitant and anxious utterance wafted into his ears, prompting him to open his eyes instantly. "My dear, I may need to be away for a few days." The subject was I, not we. Xiao Wujie lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Liua. "Where to?" "Somewhere quite far." "For how long?" Half a month." He could indeed surmise where Chu Liua intended to go and what she planned to do. Yet, he refrained from probing further. If she did not wish to share, he would not insist. Even if he could not guess, he would maintain the same resolve. Xiao Wujie's eyes shimmered subtly as he quietly regarded the seemingly calm gaze of Chu Liua. The wind tousled a few strands of her hair, gently brushing against his face, accompanied by the sound of her soft breaths. In that moment, time appeared to stand still, and the entire world was reduced to their shared gaze. The wind continued to blow relentlessly, and after an indeterminate time, Xiao Wujie gently lowered his gaze. Enough of this. She wished for him to remain oblivious, so he did not inquire. She desired to shield him from danger, and he complied obediently. His hands tightly encircled her waist, their bodies intimately pressed together, reveling in the softness and warmth of her form. His pale, bloodless lips brushed softly against her crimson ones, his voice a delicate whisper. "I'll keep my promise." I await you. The wind swept through, stirring a vibrant sea of blossoms, creating ripples of resplendent colors that obscured the poignant figures locked in an embrace. Petals brushed against each other in the breeze, producing a faint rustling sound that drowned out those enchanting whispers. Chapter 76. A classic scene. The CEO boyfriend arrives at the company as the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the clouds. A luxury car came to a steady halt before the towering headquarters of the Tianqi Group. A pair of exquisite high heels emerged first from the vehicle, as Chu Liyue, clad in professional attire, carefully assisted her slightly drowsy beloved out of the car. Subsequently, she calmly wrapped an arm around Xiao Wujie's waist as they entered the corporate edifice. Dressed in a blue and white striped shirt and blue jeans, Xiao Wujie was cradled in her embrace, resembling a college student being pampered by his CEO sister. In a past life, with a few more words, it might have inspired a new book titled I, Dashing and Irresistible, became the cherished one of my CEO sister. Soon enough, Xiao Wujie shook off his drowsiness. Upon entering the company with Chu Liyue's arm around his waist, the sounds of heads colliding against walls and papers cascading to the ground filled the air. The scene before him was undeniably domineering. On an ordinary day, the president, who usually walks with an air of confidence, today proceeded with utmost caution, gently cradling an ethereal, ailing beauty in his arms. As he sensed the collective gaze of everyone fixated upon his companion, a chilling glare swept across the room. Then, right before everyone's eyes, he effortlessly lifted the man and strode purposefully into the elevator. They could only catch a whisper of a soft sister. To everyone's astonishment, he referred to her as sister. Who could have imagined that their aloof and exquisite president would be so effortlessly captivated in front of all? The advantages of his newfound affection swiftly became apparent. Over time diminished. Previously, the president labored tirelessly, as if residing within the company itself, with a breathtakingly delicate and charming young boyfriend awaiting him at home. Who could blame him for wanting to leave the office? Day by day, they witnessed the president leading a trend of lethargy, departing the office prematurely. Criticism lessened. With attendance dwindling, there was little opportunity for reprimands. Remarkably, salaries remained intact. To be candid, the employees yearned to behold this selfless benefactor in the flesh. Upon their first encounter, they were utterly astounded. Behold, this enchanting and delicate visage. It was no wonder he could so thoroughly ensnare the president's heart to the point of neglecting his duties. Had this benevolent figure exerted a bit more effort earlier, they might not have endured such hardships for years. Meanwhile, Chu Liyue exuded an imposing presence, enveloping the slightly blushing Xiao Wujie as they plunged into the office. Behind them, AI Roman calmly pulled up a chair, nonchalantly blocking the doorway, forbidding entry to any intruders. From that moment on, the office was off-limits to outsiders. For what transpired within might be deemed inappropriate for younger audiences. It has been proven that AI Roman's thoughts were entirely correct. Upon entering the office, casually closing the door, Chu Liyue swiftly pressed the little imp in her arms onto the expansive desk. With one hand, she grasped his arms and lifted them above his head, while the other hand found its way to his waist. A gentle yet firm pressure rendered the imp beneath her into a puddle of compliance. Her crimson lips descended upon his delicate ones, the metallic sweetness of blood quickly mingling between them. When male colleagues glanced their way, he merely offered a smile in response. It was quite remarkable. She had yet to witness him smile at her in such a manner since this morning. The sounds of their lips meeting resonated, a tantalizing symphony, until she sensed that the little imp was on the verge of losing his breath, at which point she graciously released him. Then, she effortlessly lifted him, seating him in her office chair, her palms softly caressing his back to help him regain his composure. Xiao Wujie leaned weakly against her alluring form, gasping heavily as his chest rose and fell rhythmically, his eyes misty with emotion. He couldn't shake the feeling that his sister possessed a hint of a Yandere trait. Yet, one must admit, the sensations experienced atop the desk were undeniably exhilarating. No wonder so many peers had been inclined to write about office romances. Lost in thought, he recklessly let his hand glide over Chu Liyue's enticing waist, pressing himself fully against her, his lips inching closer to her tender ear, his voice a husky whisper. "Sister, if possible in the future, I would like to try this." At his words, Chu Liyue's entire being tensed, her gaze shrouded in ambiguity, her silver teeth unconsciously biting together. In truth, she wished to express, if only she could. She yearned to attempt it now, Although the moment had not yet arrived, it was inevitable that she would indulge this oblivious little sprite with tender affection once more. The warm sunlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the spacious office, while a gentle breeze finally dispersed some of the lingering ambiguity in the air. Chu Liu offered a sip of warm water to the man who was draped over her, Xiao Wujie, and allowed him to settle comfortably on her lap as she attended to her work. She was scheduled to depart in 3 days, and upon learning this, Xiao Wujie clung to her even more fervently. She too desired to spend as much time with him as possible before her departure. In the far northern reaches, a place where human industrial civilization was rarely seen, the signal was deplorably weak, making it difficult to contact him or engage in a video call. She could not help but hold him closer, cherishing the fleeting moments of warmth before their parting. Xiao Wujie did nothing but quietly rest in her embrace, observing her as she worked. The essence of life is a delicate joy. Often, even in the absence of intricate dialogue and profound connection, simply sitting together in silence suffices. The mere presence of each other serves as a comforting warmth, akin to a gentle ray of sunshine on a winter's day or the tranquil hues of twilight in summer. As if the entire world had softened, time passed unmeasured, and eventually, Chu Liu felt a slight weight on her shoulder. The man in her arms had gently closed his eyes, his breathing steady, and a faint, elusive smile graced his lips. It seemed that in surrendering to her embrace, he had found the entire world. Days and nights wove seamlessly, stars exchanged their places. Each dawn and dusk narrated the tale of time's passage. 3 days slipped away in the blink of an eye, unnoticed. The first rays of dawn pierced the horizon, slowly revealing the silhouette of the city in the hazy light. In the dimly lit room, Chu Liu gently removed the arms that encircled her waist. She elegantly perched at the head of the bed, quietly gazing at the serene countenance of the person asleep for an extended moment. "Be good, wait for me." After a brief interlude, a helicopter ascended, swiftly vanishing into the distant sky. Chapter 77. Yun Mo, the ambush of Beishan, the arrival of the great figures in a remote land, an expansive, boundless world of ice and snow stretched to the horizon. A faint bluish-gray hue hung in the sky, as the sun seemed eternally concealed beneath the horizon, casting only a feeble light upon the silver-clad earth. Thick layers of snow blanketed every inch of land, forming undulating snowdrifts, with occasional glimpses of massive ice crystals glimmering with a chilling brilliance in the dim light. The biting wind howled past, swirling delicate snowflakes that danced in the air before swiftly disappearing into the vast whiteness of the snowfield. This is the far north, the northernmost edge of the world, where human civilization is scarce, long regarded as the last pure expanse on this planet. Yet, unbeknownst to many, a group of self-proclaimed deities, even deemed unworthy by the mundane world, have set foot here, making it their abode while conducting research that could upend common perceptions, shrouded in secrecy. This collective formed an organization named God. The influence of God spans nearly every corner of the globe, with the far north serving as one of its principal strongholds. While the world perceives the far north primarily as a realm of thick ice and endless white wasteland, few are aware that beneath the ice lies an entirely different world. This is a labyrinthine city of steel, intricately woven like an underground maze. Countless towering steel frameworks are deeply embedded within the icy layers, supporting the entire architectural ensemble. The core area features a series of imposing domed structures, which bear the weight of the Earth's crust while providing spacious and luminous interiors. Beneath these domes are various laboratories, data processing centers, and simulated environmental testing zones, each steel door adorned with clear names and numbers. The internal lighting system mimics the natural variations of daylight, ensuring that even in this lightless subterranean realm, one can experience the passage of day and night. In the dimly lit corridor, a diminutive figure ambles leisurely, eventually pausing before a door. After glancing up to confirm the room number, they gently press the doorbell. Moments later, the door creaks open from within, and the small figure swiftly enters. The room is shrouded in darkness, the sole source of illumination emanating from a glowing computer screen on the desk. Switching on the light, the newcomer can't help but mutter, "Beishan, could you refrain from being so frugal with electricity?" "No, I simply prefer a darker environment," comes the reply. The figure is a short yet exceedingly endearing chubby individual with a buzz cut and remarkably fair, almost luminescent skin that seems to glisten with moisture. Their round belly resembles a ripe watermelon, creating a pronounced curve, With a voice that is both magnetic and rich, they speak, their small eyes naturally narrowing into slits. Though they may appear innocuous, those who know him well understand that he is, without a doubt, a formidable character. He is known as Beishan, a concealed genius in the realm of computing, ranking among the top 5 hackers globally. He possesses the extraordinary ability to dissect intricate code structures and identify vulnerabilities within moments. With a mere flick of his fingers, he can drain an individual's entire account and breach the majority of so-called impenetrable security systems. "What on earth are you doing in such darkness, you insignificant fool?" A bystander could not help but scoff. He appeared as an innocent child. Yet his voice resonated with a deep, powerful timbre, exuding a sense of maturity that starkly contrasted with his youthful appearance. His words cast doubt on his true age. In fact, despite being of legal age, he remained perpetually trapped in the physical form of an 11 or 12-year-old due to certain peculiar circumstances. "Yumo, you've truly picked up some bad habits from Brother Liu. You should aspire to emulate your teacher's eloquence instead." Beishan rolled his eyes in exasperation. The childlike Yunma was momentarily taken aback, then shot him a vibrant glance, as if questioning his sanity. The mere thought of his teacher, whose ethereal beauty belied a rather reserved demeanor, and his charm that masked a rather awkward disposition. Ahem. Indeed, his teacher was remarkable, effortlessly leading this foolish, hefty fellow astray. According to Lu Zhufeng, his teacher had recently managed to entice an extraordinarily captivating wife. As his teacher often remarked, he still had a long way to go and much to learn. After exchanging a few playful jibes, Yuma turned serious and inquired, "So, have you comprehended the structure here? Can you penetrate the security system?" Amusement aside, he remains acutely aware of their primary objective in this location, to pilfer the relevant formulae for the amnesia reagent. The security system poses no significant threat. However, the intricate layout remains somewhat elusive to him. As he lightly brushed the smooth contours of his nearly non-existent chin, Beishan found himself in a quandary. The construction of the god base, situated in the farthest reaches of the Arctic, proved to be more sophisticated than he had anticipated. To this day, he had yet to fully replicate its three-dimensional blueprint. He vividly recalled their descent into this facility aboard a specially designed ice-drilling submarine, navigating a tunnel carved by advanced laser technology, flanked by natural ice walls, which gradually led them to the core area of the underground base. This core zone served as the experimental district, equipped with the most cutting-edge laboratory apparatus of the time. Beyond that lay extensive repositories of invaluable scholarly texts. And further still was the living quarters where they currently resided. The various sections were interconnected by labyrinthine passages, and traversing between them necessitated specific identity clearance. Outsiders to the God organization were strictly prohibited from moving freely across the different areas. His deliberate display of abilities, a ruse to accept God's invitation, was solely for the purpose of data theft. Genuine membership held little allure for him. Yet, this strategy rendered him incapable of accessing the research and experimental zones, hindering his understanding of their internal architecture. Even if he successfully acquired the data, escaping would prove exceedingly difficult. Yunma, upon hearing this, fell into a momentary silence, pondering the lack of viable solutions. While he was more than capable in combat, such meticulous tasks fell squarely within Beishan's realm of expertise. Regrettably, his skills were lacking. He recalled a particularly formidable technique of his master, the phantom clone technique, capable of penetrating any obstacle and allowing the subject to instantaneously transport to the location of the clone. Had he mastered this technique, matters would indeed be more manageable. However, there is no need for haste. Brother Xiao has advised us to maintain our composure and act according to the situation. His words suggest he has his own plans. Let us patiently observe the unfolding events and await our opportunity. The atmosphere in the room grew momentarily silent until Beishan softly spoke, breaking the stillness. Yuan Imo nodded slightly in response and was about to turn to leave when a thought suddenly crossed his mind. His gaze flickered as he remarked, "I concealed myself using an invisibility technique and overheard some news from that group of creatures. You might want to pay attention." From what they implied, it seems that a significant figure is arriving here in the next couple of days, likely in connection with the forgotten reagent, perhaps to contest the ownership of one of its vials. There might be some opportunities to seize Chapter 78, the competition for reagent number 3 in the dimly lit room. The few wall sconces cast a pale and feeble light, barely illuminating a vast oak round table surrounded by high-backed leather chairs. Abstract paintings adorned the walls. their lines erratic and colors dark and chaotic. Heavy curtains were drawn tightly, isolating the space from the outside world, rendering it a secluded enclave, cut off from reality. Seated in the high-backed leather chairs, shadows half concealed in darkness assumed varied postures, silent and still, as though they were awaiting something. A soft yet distinct electronic identification sound resonated, breaking the silence. Immediately, accompanied by a deep and resonant sound of electromagnetic activation, the heavy electric door gradually commenced its opening. A slender and elegant figure, silhouetted against the light, entered with the rhythmic click of high heels echoing on the floor, taking a seat at the vacant chair before the conference table. Everyone is here, we can begin. A hoarse and grating voice emerged. As the words settled, the various figures, each with their distinct postures, subtly straightened up. After rounds of competition, those capable of contending for the ownership of the third reagent were all present. There was no need to waste time. Let each present their stakes. For only the worthy shall prevail. Ideally, the final ownership of the third reagent could be established today. It had already been nearly half a month. Another voice, somewhat languid, chimed in. I shall begin. I can submit 3 papers to the organization from world-class journals. The previously vacant project on mechanical intelligence is now under my purview. I possess all the data pertaining to my research on third-generation semiconductor materials. Additionally, I have a comprehensive upgrade plan for the air purification and circulation systems at the Arctic base. 100 billion, along with the latest advancements in biogenetic modification technology. A cold, impassive voice reverberated within the room, abruptly chilling the atmosphere. This was the only proposition that mentioned monetary value among the stakes. Money is indeed a compelling argument. This adage holds true even in a realm as remote as God. The operation of global powers, the maintenance of major base laboratories, and breakthroughs in cutting-edge human technologies. All of these endeavors necessitate substantial capital. While money may not be omnipotent, the absence of it is utterly debilitating. In this regard, even God is not exempt from the mundane. Indeed, as these words were uttered, the entire venue was momentarily enveloped in silence. Despite their wealth, most of them had long resided in this secluded space, making it rare for anyone to exhibit such ostentation. Indeed, Miss Chu is extraordinary. The helm of a prestigious family is truly different. At this moment, a man who appeared relatively young turned his gaze towards the slender figure seated opposite him and suddenly spoke. Rosso, I shall say this one last time. I am determined to secure the third reagent. The slender figure straightened in the darkness, revealing half of her exquisitely beautiful face. It was none other than Chu Liue. Her cold eyes were devoid of warmth, her voice crisp and unyielding, exuding an aura of power reminiscent of an empress. The man seated opposite her was named Vito Rosso, a prodigious pharmacologist and one of the developers of the third reagent, as well as one of its most formidable competitors. Miss Chu, you are the developer and holder of the second reagent. Why must you compete with us for the third? Vito Rosso remarked with a faint, unfeeling smile. My reasons are my own, and they concern you not, she retorted. Upon hearing this, Vito Rosso's brow subtly furrowed, and his expression darkened slightly. He was an unparalleled genius in the field of medicine, an absolute standout even among the many extraordinary talents in God. Accustomed to the admiration and envy of others, he found it increasingly irksome to be outmaneuvered by this woman in recent encounters. The third reagent was renowned for its restorative effects, capable of restoring those who had lost their vital essence to their former state. It has come to my attention that Miss Chu has acquired a boyfriend, chuckled Vito Rosso, his expression ominously twisted. However, before he could finish his thought, a dagger, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, shot towards his throat. His pupils constricted sharply, and instinctively, Vito Rosso sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Do not seek your own demise. Chu Liue's cold gaze bore into him, devoid of warmth, as a tempest brewed within her eyes. With fingers that trembled almost imperceptibly, she brushed away the bloodstains on her face, while Vito Rosso returned her icy glare. From the depths of this formidable woman's eyes, he perceived an almost tangible aura of murderous intent. He mused that, had the circumstances been different, she might have already struck with fatal precision. Ironically, at this moment, his desire to eliminate the woman before him surged to its zenith. He despised nothing more than when others dared to mar his visage. This woman had successfully provoked him. The third reagent cannot be taken at your whim. Since the stakes are established here, Let it be reported directly for higher authority to determine the fate of the third reagent. Vito Rosso spoke with a chilling tone, his fists instinctively tightening beneath the table. Without waiting for the reactions of those present, he snorted disdainfully and departed the room, his expression dark. What a fortuitous turn of events. He too had his sights set on the third reagent. She sat languidly on the sofa, legs crossed, arms folded, her gaze fixed ahead, her eyes shifting in color. She had been here for over 10 days, with only a few days left until the half-month period she had mentioned. Today's discussion ended once again on a sour note. As Vito Rosso consistently sowed discord, had it not been for him, the ownership of the third reagent would have been nearly assuredly assigned to her. However, after several rounds of competition, only a select few were capable of contending for the ultimate ownership of the reagent. No amount of his delays or disruptions would alter that reality. She possessed unwavering confidence in the bargaining chips she had proposed, firmly believing that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the matter of the third reagent's ownership would soon be resolved within these few days. With this thought, warmth flickered in her eyes. She retrieved her phone, the lock screen displaying the cherished photo of Xiao Wujie confessing his feelings to her. Opening the chat interface with him revealed the backdrop of a picture where he had personally fed her cake. Her finger gently traced his face in the image, and her gaze softened unconsciously. The conversation between her and Xiao Wujie was quite straightforward. "Are you there?" she had asked. "I'm here," he replied. Then came a video call record from days later. In the video, he appeared to be his usual self, not causing her any distress. Yet, she keenly noticed the dark circles under his eyes, likely a result of inadequate sleep in her absence. His face seemed to have thinned slightly, and she wondered if he was eating well without her around. Yesterday, he had sent her a message. After a moment's hesitation, she quickly typed a response and sent it. He must have sensed something amiss, for he did not pry further, showcasing his intelligence and attentiveness. Her fingers lightly grazed the screen, and she lifted her gaze, her expression returning to a state of indifference. "Soon, very soon. Wait for me, dear." Chapter 79. This love cannot be erased, just as it leaves the brows. It rises in the heart. The warm sunlight quietly seeped through the intricately carved wooden window into the study, its golden rays dancing through the air, seemingly carrying countless minuscule specks of dust in a delicate waltz. This beam of light ultimately settled gently upon Xiao Wujie, who was dozing against the bookshelf. Chu Liue had departed more than 10 days ago. Though the sunshine these days was splendid, Xiao Wujie felt that nothing could compare to the comfort of Chu Liue's embrace. His recent sleep had been plagued with difficulties, often leaving him awake through the night. Unable to endure it any longer, he resorted to sleeping pills for a brief respite. He had gone 2 consecutive days and nights without slumber, prompting the estate's doctor to increase his dosage of sedatives yesterday. Awakening this morning with a lingering haze in his mind, he found himself seated in the study, engrossed in a book, only to drift off unexpectedly. His exquisitely crafted features glistened under the sunlight, rendering the tranquil atmosphere all the more dreamlike and enchanting. A gentle breeze occasionally swept through, lightly swaying the half-drawn sheer curtains. The book grasped in his hand was teasingly rustled, producing a faint whisper of sound. The line his fingers rested upon read, "This love cannot be erased. Just as it leaves the brows, it rises in the heart." A soft sound of footsteps echoed from beyond the door, causing Xiao Wujie, already in a light slumber, to suddenly open his eyes. His gaze, tinged with faint crimson veins, fixated intently on the door. With a soft click, the door swung open. Lu Zhufeng, clad in a black suit, entered the room. Upon seeing Xiao Wujie's bloodshot eyes locked onto him, he was momentarily taken aback. "What is it?" "Mr. Chu and Mrs. I have arrived," Lu Zhufeng replied softly, his eyes glimmering with a hint of surprise. Though Xiao Wujie displayed a swift reaction, he perceptibly caught the fleeting glimmer of disappointment that flickered within his eyes. He had been acutely aware of Xiao Wujie's condition over the past few days, visibly deteriorating with each passing day. Given his frail and ailing body, if this continued, calamity was inevitable. A shadow of concern crossed his mind, and he could not suppress the urge to call upon the singular remedy that could save the person before him. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wujie raised an eyebrow slightly, then propped himself against the bookshelf and stood up, making his way outside. As he entered the living room, he found Chu Mingqiang, clad in a suit, and Bai Jingxian, adorned in an opulent black dress, already seated upon the sofa. Chu Mingqiang maintained his usual stoic demeanor, offering a subdued nod in response to Xiao Wujie's greeting of Uncle Chu. Bai Jingxian, However, playfully pinched his waist, causing him to startle momentarily before forcing a stiff smile. It was Bai Jingxian who, with a beaming countenance, beckoned Xiao Wujie to sit beside her after cheerfully responding to his call of Aunt Jing. "My dear, why do you look so much thinner?" she gently inquired, pinching Xiao Wujie's pallid and emaciated cheek with a hint of compassion in her eyes. "Have you not been resting well lately? Are you unwell, or simply neglecting your meals?" Sitting merely an arm's length away, she could clearly observe his sunken eye sockets and the dark circles beneath his eyes, unmistakably signs of fatigue. "Where is Liua? Has she gone back to work?" She could not help but ask. "She has gone out," he replied. "Gone out? When did this happen?" Bai Jingxian instinctively questioned, drawing the attention of Chu Mingqing, who also turned his gaze toward Xiao Wujie. "More than 10 days have passed, and it was said that there were pressing matters to attend to. I remain unaware of her whereabouts." In order to prevent her from incessantly inquiring, Xiao Wujie spoke in one breath. Upon finishing, he clenched his fist and lightly coughed into it. "It has been over 10 days? No wonder I have been unable to reach her. This child, truly. To be away for so long without a word." Realizing this, she felt a twinge of regret for having asked so directly. Xiao Wujie's tone was tinged with evident melancholy and longing. "It is no wonder he appears so haggard. It turns out his daughter is absent. Dear, do not worry too much. Make sure to eat well and rest. If Liu sees you like this, she will surely be distressed." Bai Jingxian gently patted his back, speaking with a hint of concern. Hearing this, Xiao Wujie nodded slightly, and then inquired, "Aunt Jing, did you and Uncle Chu come for a specific reason?" It was only then that Bai Jingxian recalled the purpose of their visit today, and quickly replied, "I couldn't reach her on my phone, so I came here. I had no idea she had been away for over 10 days. I truly feel like a failure as her mother." After a brief silence, as the flicker of despondency in Bai Jingxuan's eyes began to fade, Xiao Wujie spoke again. "What is the outcome of Chu Feihong's situation?" Bai Jingxian responded. "The results are yet to be determined. Primarily, there are too many concealed matters surrounding him, making it impossible to investigate thoroughly in a short time. However, based on what has already been substantiated, he will not escape the death penalty. It is likely that the final verdict will take some time." With her gaze slightly lowered, Bai Jingxian tugged at the corners of her mouth. After all, she too wished to see her daughter. Upon receiving even the slightest piece of news, I could not help but rush over, only to find it was in vain. Xiao Wujie nodded slightly at the words, choosing not to elaborate further. The situation concerning Chu Feihong was within his expectations. The gravity of his transgressions outweighed even 10 lives. Yet, prior to the execution, the authorities would inevitably scrutinize all his shadowy dealings. It would indeed be prudent to subtly expedite the investigative process to avert prolonged uncertainties. After engaging in a casual conversation for a while, as lunchtime approached, Chu Mingqing had official matters to attend to, and the couple prepared to take their leave. Bai Jingxian, with concern in her eyes, spoke up. "Lu Zhufeng, am I not human?" She halted his attempt to rise and escort them, carefully advising him to eat well and rest adequately. She then linked her arm with Chu Mingqing's and headed towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, she suddenly paused, hesitating momentarily before inquiring, "Soon?" After uttering those words, she lowered her gaze and sat motionless, staring out the window. Time passed until the sun set completely, and the dusky light flooded the living room, casting a long shadow of him. The untouched meal on the table had grown cold and lifeless. Chapter 80. Life in the World, still carrying some concerns amidst the lingering scent of sandalwood. In a tastefully adorned room, Xiao Wujie appeared weary, reclining in a soft, comfortable chair, clutching a handkerchief to his mouth as he coughed gently. His strikingly handsome features were rendered pale, with weariness etched into his brow. Lin Qingyi, adorned in an elegant black qipao, sat gracefully beside him, her delicate, fair fingers resting upon his wrist. Her gaze was profound, her expression as tranquil as still water. With a heaving chest and furrowed brows, Xiao Wujie managed to quell the sharp pangs coursing through his chest before casting a somewhat dim and vacant gaze upon her. "You truly." Upon sensing Xiao Wujie's attention, she let out a soft sigh. "You should rest. I will prepare some medicine for you." With that, she promptly rose and made her way outside. A tickling pain in his throat compelled him to cough a few times, and as the echoes of his coughs faded, the room fell into a profound silence. He leaned uncomfortably against the back of the chair, tilting his head slightly upward, his eyes flickering with an unfocused gaze directed at the ceiling. The fortnight had elapsed, and it had been 20 days since Chu Liu had departed. He was almost certain that she had encountered some formidable challenges. He had intended to venture to the far north in search of her, yet his body had betrayed him at this critical juncture. Yi Jinyu had gone out for a consultation, leaving Lu Zhufeng to drag him to Lin Qingyi's side. As his thoughts swirled, Lin Qingyi entered, carrying a medicinal pot. The bright yellow flames flickered upwards from the stove, accompanied by the soft crackling of burning charcoal. Lin Qingyi held a small fan, gently stirring the air. Her gaze was focused and profound, the glow of the fire casting a gentle shadow across her cheeks, accentuating her already exquisite features. "Sister Qingyi, you have my gratitude for your efforts," Xiao Wujie murmured softly, lowering his eyes. Lin Qingyi merely sighed in response, saying nothing further. "What is my current condition?" he inquired, his eyes glimmering slightly. "You are suffering from emotional injuries, leading to a depletion of your spirit and stagnation of liver energy," Lin Qingyi softly said, noticing the hint of confusion on his face, and continued, "The heart harbors the spirit, governing the blood vessels. When the heart and spirit are disturbed by external circumstances or internal emotions, leading to unrest, it results in insufficient heart blood, which in turn manifests as symptoms like palpitations and insomnia. The liver is responsible for the regulation and smooth flow of qi. When emotions are stifled, it can easily lead to liver qi stagnation, affecting the circulation of qi and blood, which over time can give rise to various ailments. Commonly, this manifests as feelings of depression, chest tightness, sighing, sleep disturbances, and loss of appetite." At this point, she paused momentarily, an unusual glint of mischief flickering in her gaze. "It seems you embody all of these." Cough, cough. "At such a moment, please refrain from jesting with me, Sister Qingyi," Xiao Wujie replied, slightly embarrassed, clearing his throat. "You are a person of unparalleled intellect and broad-mindedness. You must understand that harboring unresolved concerns can ultimately harm the body. With your caliber, such ailments should not be present." Lin Qingyi, noticing his discomfort, also set aside her teasing demeanor and spoke earnestly. "Unbreakable yet chaotic is the sorrow of parting. It is a unique sensation that lingers in the heart. I cannot help but," Xiao Wujie murmured, casting his gaze downward in self-mockery. He was well aware of the wisdom in Lin Qingyi's words. He too wished for a heart as tranquil as still water, to dismiss it all with a smile. Yet he found himself unable to do so. Certain emotions entwined around every inch of his soul like a shadow, like the fine rain in a cold wind. It silently seeped through the fabric of his spirit, leaving him to feel a bone-chilling cold in the depths of endless darkness. No matter how many times he attempted to brush it away, it stubbornly stirred ripples in his heart, refusing to be quelled. At first, I did not grasp the meaning of the poem. Upon reflection, I have become one within the poem. He once regarded himself as extraordinary, laughing through the verses of life. Yet now he appears merely a youth unacquainted with the taste of sorrow. Emotions arise without a known origin, yet they plunge deep. Are we not all human, capable of feeling? It is only that emotions should be expressed, not suppressed. One ought not to conceal everything within. Perhaps one might explore alternative means to alleviate such burdens," Lin Qingyi gently suggested. She could empathize with Xiao Wujie's sentiments, even finding a certain charm in his current state. In the past, he seemed ethereal, as if untouched by the tribulations of the world, elusive and intangible. Now, witnessing the emergence of emotions common to all, he appears more vibrant and genuine. With this thought, she expressed, "You often speak of wishing to lead a candid life, yet, perhaps excessive candor is not always advantageous. In this world, a few attachments can be quite valuable." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wujie momentarily fell silent, lost in contemplation. He once believed that life was but a fleeting dream, an autumn chill passing through. Yet now, he comprehends the torment of unrequited longing that gnaws at the soul. Perhaps, as Lin Qingyi stated, some attachments are not so undesirable after all. Strangely, he finds himself not averse to this feeling. As the fire blazed ever more fiercely, a fragrant aroma of herbs began to waft through the air. Lin Qingyi set aside her fan, her hands wrapped in gauze, as she carefully removed the medicine pot, pouring out a bowl of herbal concoction and presenting it before Xiao Wujie. She blew gently across the surface, and he tentatively took a sip. A wave of bitterness surged across his tongue, causing him to furrow his brow involuntarily. "Drink up. Even in hardship, can your heart still feel pain?" Lin Qingyi teased softly. Her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. Xiao Wujie appeared troubled, yet an enchanting visage involuntarily surfaced in his mind. If she were here, she would surely feed him with her own hands. Surely, it wouldn't be so painful then, would it? Drink up. I've burned incense for you. After finishing, make sure to rest well. Whatever you wish to pursue must begin with nurturing your health, Lin Xingyi earnestly remarked while adjusting the incense burner. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Wujie gritted his teeth, pinched his nose, and suddenly tilted his neck back, downing the entire bowl of medicinal soup in one go. He then leaned back in the chair, allowing his thoughts to drift, choosing silence. The smoke from the incense swirled gently, reminiscent of the morning mist in a tranquil valley, rising slowly and then gradually dispersing. Amidst the curling smoke, he gradually closed his heavy eyelids. The world before him faded into darkness, and in the dimness, a beautiful visage seemed to materialize. It was uncertain how long this darkness persisted until he suddenly felt something striking against him. As his consciousness struggled, he abruptly opened his eyes, only to be met with Lu Zhufeng's face, etched with distress. Something has happened. There was an explosion at the God Extreme North Base. Yun Mo and Beishan have stolen the third reagent. Miss Chu, there has been no news for the time being, Lu Zhufeng said through clenched teeth, managing to speak with difficulty. To the extreme north? Chapter 81. He refused to believe that she would come to harm. The silent night sky resembled an expansive curtain of deep black velvet, dotted with twinkling lights akin to distant lanterns. The moon concealed itself behind the clouds, leaving only a faint outline. A fighter jet, akin to a silver lightning bolt, cleaves through the serene night sky, leaving behind an elongated trail against the darkened canvas above. The spacecraft, adorned with a sleek aerodynamic design, is enveloped in a layer of shimmering silver nanomaterial, ensuring stability under various radiations and extreme temperatures. It is equipped with an array of advanced weaponry systems, including energy cannons, particle beam emitters, and miniature missiles, alongside stealth technology to conceal its presence and evade detection. This remarkable fighter jet is a gift from Chu Liyue to Xiao Wujie, inspired by a childhood moment when Xiao Wujie, while indulging in jelly, inadvertently expressed a desire to become an astronaut in front of Chu Liyue. Upon gaining the capability, she crafted this extraordinary spacecraft as a present for him. The chief designer, Long Ruxue, led a team of elite experts from various fields, dedicating over a year to its completion. Subsequently, Xiao Wujie entrusted it to Beishan, who refined numerous algorithms within the jet systems. At present, it is fully capable of operating seamlessly across land, sea, and air, with intelligent unmanned piloting capabilities. The interior space is expansive, adorned with high-gloss wooden panels that harmoniously juxtapose with exquisite metallic trimmings, eschewing any industrial atmosphere in favor of a noble and elegant ambience. By the window, Xiao Wujie, clad in a black coat, sits with crossed legs, his expression neutral as he leans against the seat. Opposite him are the graceful and dignified Lin Xingyi and the analytical Lu Zhufeng. Reports indicate that the competition for the third reagent is exceedingly fierce, with the preliminary contest extending over 10 days. By the second round, fewer than 10 contenders remain, among whom is Miss Chu. After the second round of competition, only one individual remained in contention with Miss Chu for the ownership of the third reagent. This person was one of the developers of the reagent and also the fiercest rival of Miss Chu. Xiao Wujie expressionlessly uttered a single word. Who? The intelligence report indicated that the individual was named Vito Rosso. Lu Zhufeng articulated slowly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wujie narrowed his eyes slightly. This was a figure beyond his expectations, and he knew nothing about this person. Lin Xingyi, who had maintained an impassive demeanor, suddenly revealed a flicker of alarm in her beautiful eyes at the mention of the name. Her fingers clenched tightly beneath the table. Qingyi, do you know this person? Xiao Wujie immediately noticed her unusual reaction and inquired. No, it just feels somewhat familiar, but I cannot recall. When she lifted her gaze again, the peculiar expression had vanished, as if it had merely been an illusion. Xiao Wujie pressed his lips together, choosing not to elaborate further. According to the intelligence, just a few days prior, the higher-ups of God had decreed that the final ownership of the third reagent would belong to Miss Chu. However, this Vito Rosso vehemently opposed this decision, persistently obstructing it. Moreover, just yesterday, an explosion occurred in the core experimental area of the base, resulting in numerous casualties. Yun Mo and Beishan, situated in the peripheral zone, were unaffected by the blast. Seizing the chaos, Beishan hacked the entire base's system and deduced the location of the third reagent, leading to their joint theft of it. The explosion was of tremendous magnitude, and the cause remains unknown. Although countless lives were lost, a number of individuals managed to survive and escape the base, among them Yun Mo and Bei Shan. After a brief pause, he added, "These are the known details at present." With that, he fell silent, and the cabin was soon enveloped in stillness. Xiao Wujie's gaze subtly shifted, his fingers lightly rubbing together as he sank into contemplation. Lin Xingyi, her eyes cast downwards, appeared lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, it was Lu Zhufeng who broke the quietude, his expression grave as he turned to Xiao Wujie and said in a low voice, "In approximately 5 to 6 hours, we shall enter the extreme northern territory. What are your plans?" Despite their clear objectives and ample supplies, the vast and uncharted expanse of the extreme north rendered the search for an individual exceptionally challenging. "We must find a way to establish contact with Yun Mo and Bei Shan first." After a moment of internal struggle, Xiao Wujie clenched his fingers and spoke slowly, his countenance somber and voice hoarse. He refused to believe that she could be in peril. Lu Zhufeng nodded slightly, understanding his thoughts, and then rose to make the necessary arrangements. Xiao Wujie cast a glance at the silently contemplative Lin Xingyi before he too stood and made his way to the resting cabin. Inside, he leaned against the head of the bed and coughed lightly, attempting to suppress the weariness that weighed upon him. He had been unwell and had labored for an extended period. Now, fatigue enveloped him, compounded by the oppressive atmosphere and tumultuous thoughts that kept him from slumber. He could only direct his weary gaze out the window, seeking a moment of respite from his exhaustion. Gazing out of the aircraft window, one is greeted by a tapestry of twinkling stars, with the moon gently suspended in a corner of the sky, casting a soft and crystalline silver glow. As the plane traverses the clouds, wisps of delicate cloud occasionally glide past the window, resembling floating cotton candy in the night sky, light and dreamlike. In the distance, the city's lights become sparse, faint glimmers dancing in the darkness, harmonizing with the stars above, blurring the boundaries between heaven and earth at this moment. This scene is mesmerizingly beautiful, yet it lacks the presence of someone willing to share in the splendor of the world. Just then, a gentle knock on the cabin door interrupts, and Lin Xingyi enters with a bowl of medicinal soup and an incense burner, moving gracefully. She has returned to her usual ethereal and elegant demeanor, and after handing the soup to Xiao Wujie, she begins to tend to the incense burner. "Drink the medicine. I will light the incense for you. Lie down and rest well," she says, her face adorned with a gentle smile, her voice melodious and soothing. Hearing her words, Xiao Wujie nods slightly, furrowing his brow as he lifts the bowl of medicine to his lips and swallows it in one go. He then reclines, closing his eyes and inhaling the soothing aroma of sandalwood, which lulls him towards slumber. Lin Xingyi, poised and elegant, sits beside him, her slender fingers gently caressing the wisps of smoke rising from the burner, enveloped in tranquil silence. "If you require anything from me, do not conceal it." Xiao Wujie murmurs softly without opening his eyes. At his words, Lin Xingyi's body shivers slightly, yet she merely gazes down at the swirling incense smoke, continuing her delicate task. After a long pause, she responds with an almost imperceptible hum. The smoke from the burner rises steadily, soon filling the cabin with the calming scent of sandalwood. And Xiao Wujie, too, unwittingly drifts into dreams. Gazing quietly at his sleeping visage, Lin Xingyi's gentle eyes flickered slightly as she unconsciously reached out to caress his face. She rose to tuck the blanket around him before turning to leave. Chapter 82. A Perilous Flight. Yun Mo's Decision in the Far North. An endless expanse of snow blanketed the horizon, as if the entire world had donned a shimmering silver cloak. The feeble sunlight slanted down, reflecting dazzling glimmers upon the snow. Amidst this vast whiteness, a small dark speck suddenly emerged, swiftly moving in a particular direction, reminiscent of an ink drop lost upon the snow, strikingly conspicuous. As the distance closed, the dark spot gradually came into focus, revealing a snowmobile racing across the terrain. Seated upon it were two figures, one stout and the other slender, both clad in heavy winter gear, adorned with furry hats and goggles. They were none other than Yun Mo and Bei Shan, having escaped from the god base. With his gaze fixed intently ahead, Yun Mo's eyes, visible through the goggles, were filled with concentration and gravity. In the back seat, Bei Shan steadied a large package filled with supplies with one hand, while the other held up a phone in search of a signal. Carefully wedging a box under his arm, the snowflakes stirred by the vehicle resembled white waves, scattering in the wind. The wheels carved a straight path through the snow, soon to be concealed by the swirling blizzards. Time passed in this manner, and the roar of the engine gradually subsided as the snowmobile came to a halt in the desolate white expanse. Yun Mo, feeling somewhat stiff, leaped off the vehicle. Stamping his feet, and rubbing his nearly numbed hands. I can't take it any longer. Let us rest for a moment. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, his breath manifesting as billowing clouds of white mist that crystallized into frost, obscuring his goggles. He promptly removed them and wiped the condensation from the lenses with his sleeve before donning them again, ensuring a clear line of sight. After adjusting his goggles, he tugged at the heavy mask enveloping his face, leaving only his weary eyes exposed. In the back seat, Beishan, upon hearing his words, had already unwrapped a bundle of supplies, retrieving a folded tent. In a seamless collaboration, they swiftly erected a modest tent on the spot. Inside, Yunma pressed himself against Beishan's rounded form, his face rubbing against Beishan's padded coat. This cursed place. Beishan, I truly fear you might turn into jerky, he exclaimed, his lips trembling and teeth chattering. After earning a significant eye roll from Beishan, he composed himself somewhat. So, do you think we can ascertain our location? The more robust Beishan had regained some composure, a rosy hue emerging on his fair face as he replied softly, we should be in the north. Those individuals have been relentlessly pushing us in that direction. Casting a glance at the box Beishan had been cradling, Yunma couldn't suppress his frustration. Damn it, why is this wretched thing so sought after? Those lunatics, even after escaping death, have not forgotten to pursue us, especially that terrifying woman. Had she not been injured, and had he not skillfully used the snowstorm to obscure their presence, they would likely have been captured by now. Hearing from Brother Liu that this reagent possesses the miraculous ability to revive the dead and restore flesh to bones, there is hope for Brother Zhao's recovery. Yunmo fell into a brief silence upon hearing this. Although he expressed complaints, he harbored no regrets about the perilous act of stealing the reagent. Their original mission was merely to acquire the formulation data, yet he always understood that directly obtaining the reagent was the most advantageous course of action. It was merely the teacher's concern for his and Beishan's safety that led to a simplification of their task, limiting them to the theft of the formulation data. Is there any way to escape south? Yunmo pondered softly. In his memory, the farthest north was a realm of desolation. Being forced there would leave them with no escape. There is no way, Beishan replied helplessly. Those two groups seem to possess an intricate understanding of the extreme northern terrain, relentlessly blocking our retreat and driving us further north. When they first fled from the god base, they were pursued by more than just two factions. However, most were dealt with or evaded by him and Yunmo, leaving only two groups with formidable combat prowess that relentlessly pursued them, unable to fight back or escape. They were compelled to move northward, struggling to survive. Observing the weight of Yunmo's expression, he sighed and offered words of comfort. I have already sent out a distress signal. I just wonder if it will be received. After a brief silence, Yunmo sat up and directed his gaze towards Beishan, speaking solemnly. Beishan opened his mouth, about to say something, but Yunmo raised a hand to interrupt. The teacher has bestowed upon me a life-renewing grace. It is no overreach for me to do anything for him. However, you are different. You need not exert yourself to such extremes. With a slight pursing of his lips, Beishan continued, Brother Xiao has treated me fairly, unless absolutely necessary. Let us not speak of this matter again. Upon hearing this, Yunma chose to remain silent. He understood that Beishan had acquiesced to his plan. Though this rotund man was somewhat cautious of death, years of collaboration had fostered a trust that was invaluable in critical moments. Were it someone else, he might have had to reconsider their positions. When it came to the life of his mentor, he was prepared to engage in actions that might not be entirely honorable. How much time do we have left to rest? In other words, how long until those pursuers catch up with us? Likely no more than 3 hours. Glancing at the monitoring screen on his phone, Beishan spoke, sleep, and do not forget to set an alarm. With that, Yunma collapsed onto the ground. After a moment, he sat up again, scratching the back of his head. Lacking a pillow made it somewhat uncomfortable. His gaze flicked to Beishan, who lay sprawled on the floor, his round belly protruding like a small hill. He then tilted his head and rested it on Beishan's ample abdomen. Ah, not bad. It is said that a woman's embrace or lap is even more comfortable than this. I wonder which fortunate souls have the privilege? Amidst the thick clouds, an astronaut, shimmering with a silvery sheen, traversed steadily, leaving a clearly visible path, akin to a silver fissure in the sky. As they drew closer to the far north, the temperature dropped further, and obstacles like frost and snow multiplied. Xiao Wujie leaned against the window, his gaze penetrating as he stared outside. A hurried cadence of footsteps echoed as Lu Zhufeng swiftly approached him, stating in a grave tone, the battle apparatus will soon arrive within the extreme north territory. Additionally, we have received a distress signal from Beishan. They appear to be in trouble, seemingly forced to continue moving northward. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wujie's gaze sharpened momentarily before he coldly commanded, "Increase our speed, pursue them." Chapter 83. The Pinnacle of the Extreme North. The icebound ghost domain in the hushed expanse of the world, a strikingly crimson, specially modified vehicle sped through the snow-laden landscape. From a distance, it appeared as a diminutive red, carving a vivid trail across the pristine white expanse. The vehicle's design and modifications were evidently meticulous, rendering it distinct. The most conspicuous features were the broad snow tires, ensuring its steadfast progression across the ice and snow, unimpeded by the harsh environment. At the helm sat Lung Rushua, a petite figure clad in a luxurious mink coat. She glanced apprehensively through the rearview mirror and spoke with concern. "Boss, perhaps we should take a moment to rest? You don't look well." Churi accompanied Chu Liyue in the back seat, her typically indifferent gaze now betraying a hint of worry. Adorned with an exquisite mink hat and draped in a fox fur coat, Chu Liyue resembled an ethereal ice maiden, breathtakingly beautiful yet slightly pale. Her lips, barely tinged with color, held an unusual pallor. "No need. Continue the pursuit," she replied, her arms crossed defiantly over her chest, her cold gaze fixed resolutely ahead. Her voice authoritative and detached. The faint shadows outside the car window swept across her pale visage, exuding an air of noble aloofness that was both arresting and formidable. Lung Rushua, feeling the chill, lightly bit her lip, refraining from saying more. When the explosion occurred at the god base, the leader was situated in the core experimental zone. Although she did not show it outwardly, Lung Rushua was acutely aware that the leader must have sustained significant injuries. Otherwise, given her prowess, the petty thief would have never escaped her grasp. After a brief silence, she hesitantly inquired, "Leader, do you not find the timing of that explosion rather coincidental?" Upon hearing this, Chu Liyue lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes dark and inscrutable, making it difficult to fathom her thoughts. After much negotiation, the higher-ups had designated the third reagent to her, and the date for retrieval had already been agreed upon. Yet, the day before the scheduled date, an unexpected explosion erupted from the core experimental zone, followed by a tremendous shockwave and a raging inferno engulfing the entire base. At that moment, she was perilously close to the epicenter of the blast. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, she too would have perished in the flames like many others. After narrowly escaping death, her first thought was of the third reagent. The storage location for the third reagent was situated far from the explosion source, and she surmised it should remain unaffected. Without a moment's hesitation, she made her way to the storage site with all her might. However, upon her arrival, she was met with the sight of two figures, the unscathed Vito Rosso and the thief possessing extraordinary abilities. She had always been reluctant to draw conclusions without evidence. Yet she could not bring herself to believe that this explosion was anything but the result of human interference. Nevertheless, she found herself at a loss, unable to ascertain the identity of the perpetrator. At present, however, she was unable to concern herself with extraneous matters, prioritizing the acquisition of the number 3 reagent. "How long until we overtake them?" Her countenance was devoid of emotion as she spoke, her tone indifferent. "Well, with a brief respite, approximately 3 to 4 hours." Catching sight of the frigid glint in her eyes as she glanced back through the rearview mirror, Lung Rushua promptly amended her statement. "At our current velocity, 2 hours. This is for your own benefit, you know. No need to glare at me. It seems that with the arrival of that pretty boy, my affection has waned. Boss, aside from us, another faction is in pursuit, and their pace is nearly as swift as ours." Upon hearing this, a more profound chill settled within her gaze. The other party was none other than Vito Rosso. Her intuition suggested that the explosion was inextricably linked to Vito Rosso. As a medical and chemical expert, orchestrating an explosion would be a trivial matter for him. Given the opportunity, she would not hesitate to eliminate him. The savage roar of motorcycles once again reverberated across the snowy plains, the wheels spinning rapidly, stirring up flurries of snow. The motorcycles advanced tirelessly until a somber and treacherous glacial canyon stretched out before them. The extreme northern terminus, a frozen dominion of specters. A region perpetually ruled by ice and snow, where the air is eternally frigid and piercing, perpetually enveloped in dense snow mist, as if it were another realm. The icy cliffs on either side of the canyon towered into the clouds, sculpted by the ravages of time into grotesque and contorted shapes, resembling the fangs of ancient behemoths or the claw marks of demons, as if poised to devour any creature that dared to venture into this place. The snow-laden fog, as if imbued with a life of its own, entwines every corner of this place, rendering vision indistinct. Even at the zenith of noon, the sun scarcely penetrates, its feeble rays obscured by the dense mist, enveloping the entire canyon in a perpetual twilight. Legend has it that this is the dwelling of creatures from ancient myth, wandering through the interminable night in search of lost souls. Every inch of this land is suffused with the unknown and peril, as if issuing a dire warning to all beings. This is a forbidden zone of life, a realm steeped in darkness. The motorcycle halted before this frozen ghost domain, and Yun Imo swiftly dismounted from the saddle. Gazing into the abyss of the canyon, reminiscent of hell itself, he could not suppress a grimace. Muttering curses under his breath, "Damn it, they've tracked me down to this place." Initially, he had anticipated a respite of about 3 hours, but to his dismay, less than 2 hours had passed when the advanced surveillance software from Beishan triggered an alarm. They had no choice but to flee in haste, ultimately cornered in this place of no escape. Furrowing his brow, he glanced back. Within 10 minutes, that group would surely arrive. Raising his gaze to Beishan, his eyes sharpened, and he traced an enigmatic rune in the air, which instantly penetrated Beishan's body. Beishan's eyes widened in surprise, his body freezing in place. A look of struggle crossing his face, yet he remained immobile. Though it was merely a basic binding spell, Beishan, unskilled in combat and caught off guard, found himself utterly unable to break free. Paying no heed to Beishan's visible distress, Yun Imo once again formed a hand seal, pointing decisively to the side. The drifting snow and wind began to coalesce. In a mere moment, a figure identical to that of Beishan emerged, with eyes shimmering with the same brilliance. This is what the world refers to as the art of transforming beings into soldiers. After confirming that the reagent kit was securely tucked away, Yun Imo swiftly seized Beishan as his eyes widened in surprise. He hurriedly ran to a nearby snowdrift, unceremoniously hurling him into it. The frigid snow crept down Beishan's neck and into his garments. Despite being immobilized, he shivered violently, on the verge of tears. "I have temporarily concealed your aura. Try to regulate your breathing. The wind and snow will cloak you from detection. In an hour, the binding talisman on you will be lifted." He gasped for breath, paused momentarily, then inhaled deeply, declaring, "Do everything in your power to help me escape alive." With that, he spoke no further. As he formed a seal with his hands, the snow beneath began to rise, enveloping the astonished Beishan in its embrace. Beishan remarked, "At the very least, add another layer of clothing for me." When Chu Liue arrived, she witnessed Yun Imo and Beishan aboard a motorcycle, plunging headlong into the frozen domain of spirits. Chapter 84. From the heights of the azure sky to the depths of the underworld, I shall bring you back. Across the vast, boundless expanse of the snowy plains, delicate snowflakes, akin to white feathers, gently descended from the heavens, concealing all traces of humanity. Time passed unnoticed until a silver appeared in the sky, gradually sharpening into focus, ultimately revealing a sleek, elegantly designed silver warplane. As the roaring sound grew ever closer, the silver-winged aircraft steadily descended. It pierced through the clouds and swirling snowflakes, ultimately alighting upon a relatively flat expanse of snow, stirring up a fine mist of snow powder. The fuselage reflected a cold and dazzling light, appearing particularly resplendent against the backdrop of the white snow. Once the engine's roar gradually diminished to a complete silence, tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more, leaving only the gentle sound of snowflakes falling. The aircraft's hatch slowly opened, and 3 figures clad in heavy coats emerged from within. These were Xiao Wujie, Lu Zhufeng, and Lin Qingyi, who had pursued the astronaut all the way to this distant place. While they had seen it clearly from within the aircraft, stepping into this remote and mysterious world of ice and snow evoked an undeniable sense of wonder. As Lin Qingyi surveyed the desolate, uninhabited expanse, her brow furrowed slightly. Although the biting cold wind greeted her as she inhaled, she sensed a lingering, distasteful essence in the air. Gazing blankly across the vast snowy plain, Lu Zhufeng spoke in a grave tone. "The distress signal from Beishan has finally led us here. But where are the people?" His eyes scanned the surroundings, ultimately trembling as they landed on the ominous and terrifying canyon. Despite harboring some suspicions in his heart, he forced himself to remain silent, fearing that his words might bring forth misfortune. "Damn it, I am not a harbinger of doom. Please let it not be." The frigid air outside starkly contrasted with the warmth inside the cabin, prompting Xiao Wujie, dressed in a thick black coat and high-necked sweater, to cough lightly a couple of times. His gaze swept around, yielding nothing, and then he spoke in a somber tone. "Are you certain that the distress signal from Beishan is located here?" Lu Zhufeng nodded with difficulty. His eyes involuntarily drifted towards the canyon, and his hands, tucked into the pockets of his coat, tightened instinctively. He felt an unsettling twitch in his right eyelid, causing a momentary flutter of anxiety. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air, he forced himself to regain his composure. The icy wind filled his lungs, bringing a sharp pain to his chest, prompting an involuntary shiver that cleared his mind slightly. In the midst of the tempest, what was needed was not swifter movement, but steadiness in one's steps. Panic resolves nothing. Even when the sky falls, one must stand firm. He was naturally unperturbed even when faced with calamity, and in critical moments. He would not lose his composure. Suddenly, his eyes widened, a piercing gaze directed towards a mound of snow. With a swift step, he found himself before the snowdrift. A flick of his finger sent the snow crumbling away, revealing a large hole, inside of which was a chubby man, tears in his eyes, his lips frozen. In the warmth of the cabin, Beishan's lips quivered slightly as he held a steaming cup of tea, feeling the warmth spread from his fingertips throughout his body, awakening every inch of skin that had been assailed by the cold. His frostbitten face gradually regained some color, and the tiny ice crystals clinging to his eyelashes melted into water, trickling down his cheeks. UNMO had concealed me within the snow cave, allowing me to remain undetected while those two groups had successively followed UNMO into the frozen ghost realm. With a trembling voice, Beishan recounted the events, then rubbed his still-numb face with force. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the cabin. Sitting across from Beishan, Xiao Wujie wore a stern expression, his face as impassive as water, remaining utterly silent. Based on Beishan's account, he was almost certain that the three women he mentioned were Chu Liu, Lung Rushua, and Chu Wan, while the man referred to as Vito Rosso. The situation had unfolded in a manner entirely unexpected to him. Regarding the third reagent, he had always prepared for dual outcomes. The most favorable scenario, evidently, was that both parties would succeed. The worst outcome would see only one side succeed. While simultaneous failures for both were improbable, the depths of God's schemes were unfathomable, and even the personnel he could place within were exceedingly limited. He wished to keep Yun Mo and Beishan from becoming too deeply entangled, hence he entrusted them solely with the task of stealing the formula, withholding much of its intricate secrets. Knowing too much would only jeopardize them. Little did he anticipate that today, due to this minor disparity in information, they would similarly fall victim to it. He prided himself on his meticulous planning and foresight, yet here he stood, confronted with such a predicament. Ironically, the outcome turned out to be the very best scenario he had once envisioned, where both parties would benefit. At this thought, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle softly. So many matters remain inexplicable and elusive. It could only be said that human calculations pale in comparison to the will of heaven. Despite his intricate machinations and far-reaching vision, there inevitably existed elements beyond his grasp, beyond his control. Lifting his gaze towards the abyss that resembled hell itself, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. At this moment, he found himself oddly unperturbed. In a certain sense, one could argue that his calculations were not entirely in vain. At the very least, the formula for reagent number 3 lay before him, unguarded. If it comes to that, I shall accompany you to your demise. He immediately rose to his feet, grasped a supply pack, and strode toward the hatch, nonchalantly uttering a statement as if discussing a mundane matter. Lu Zhufeng momentarily stood in stunned silence before abruptly snapping back to reality, his eyes widening in disbelief as he seized him by the arm. Are you out of your mind? How can you speak of entering that place as if it were a mere stroll to relieve oneself? Lin Qingyi also reacted instantly, rising with a serious expression, her voice cold and resolute. You absolutely cannot go in alone. Xiao Wujie met their gazes with an expression that was both tranquil and unwavering. After a prolonged silence, Lu Zhufeng was the first to break it. I will enter with him, Lin Qingyi and Beishan. You shall remain here and await our return. There is no advantage in numbers in such a place. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wujie turned his gaze toward him, unflinching as he held his stare. After a moment, Xiao Wujie lowered his eyes and softly replied, As you wish. Noticing that Lin Qingyi was about to voice an objection, he slightly curled his lips, his gaze bright, and his tone gentle yet firm. Sister Qingyi, I require someone to guard the rear. Trust me. Ultimately, under the warmth of his reassuring gaze, Lin Qingyi nodded slightly. He then turned and walked toward the hatch, his steps measured yet resolute. Lu Zhufeng swiftly seized a supply pack and pulled the one from his shoulder, matching his pace as they advanced side by side. In your feeble state, how far can you walk burdened by such weight? Allow me to take over. Outside the vessel, the tempest rages, and the entrance to the realm of spirits is shrouded in swirling snow and mist, akin to a dance of demons. The wind whips through their cloaks, rendering them insignificant before the abyssal domain. With a smile in his eyes, Xiao Wujie inquires, "Are you afraid?" "Death is a possibility." Lu Zhufeng scoffs lightly. "You saved my life. Consider this a repayment." The fierce wind howls, sweeping up the snow and mist, resembling a malevolent beast that engulfs the night's silhouette. I find it rather impressive. Chapter 85. Delving into the icebound ghost realm. The icebound ghost realm is marked by towering ice walls, resembling colossal barriers that isolate the outside world. The swirling blizzard obscures visibility, allowing only a vague glimpse of a few meters ahead. Here, light seems to lose its significance. The canyon remains perpetually dim, illuminated only by the occasional feeble gleam piercing through the clouded sky, casting a faint glow upon the somber surroundings. The surrounding ice walls reflect this scant illumination, creating an eerie blue-white hue that instills a chilling sensation. A beam of light breaks through the gloom, illuminating a small area. Xiao Wujie and Lu Zhufeng walk side by side in the dim canyon, with Lu Zhufeng's flashlight barely illuminating their path. The cold wind sweeps across the icy surface, producing a mournful wail, as if countless spirits whisper in the air. The snow and mist drift like phantoms, morphing into various shapes under the light of the flashlight, evoking a sense of dread. Lu Zhufeng hunches his shoulders, one hand clutching the flashlight while the other grips his arm, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings. He felt as though the air was permeated with an eerie atmosphere, as if invisible hands were gently caressing his spine, sending chills down his body. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed through the snow-laden mist, piercing the silence of the space with an unsettling sharpness. Lu Zhufeng's entire body jolted in shock, and instinctively, he leapt closer to Xiao Wujie. What in the world was that dreadful sound? In contrast to Lu Zhufeng's panic, Xiao Wujie remained composed, his expression contemplative. A faint luminescence flickered in his eyes as he gazed deeply into the mist, searching for the source of the sound. After a prolonged moment, the light in his eyes dimmed, and his countenance turned grave. Observing Xiao Wujie's demeanor, Lu Zhufeng could not help but inquire, "What is happening?" Xiao Wujie inhaled sharply, his voice laden with seriousness. That was the sound of ice breaking and shifting. The ice layer here is constantly fracturing, moving, and reassembling. It is akin to blocks being rearranged. The terrain is in a perpetual state of flux. After speaking, he cast a solemn glance toward the path they had traversed. Despite the obscuring snow and mist, he could discern a faint crack that had begun to form. It would not be long before this route vanished entirely. What on earth is this place? It's utterly terrifying. Lu Zhufeng could not suppress a cry of dismay. No sooner had his voice faded than faint peculiar sounds emerged from the mist, and shadowy figures flitted by, only to vanish swiftly. Oh dear mother! The sudden movement startled Lu Zhufeng so profoundly that he instinctively wrapped his arms around Xiao Wujie, pressing himself against him in fright. Xiao Wujie disdainfully swatted away his claw, his voice thick with exasperation. "It's just a few polar creatures. Is it really that alarming?" Watching the shadow swiftly vanish into the snow-laden mist, Lu Zhufeng finally realized that it must have been frightened by his voice. Damn it, he had thought it was something genuinely terrifying. Under the weight of Xiao Wujie's disdainful gaze, he couldn't help but clear his throat awkwardly. "Well, it's just that I've never encountered them before." Casting a furtive glance around, he suddenly lowered his voice and trembled as he spoke. "Surely there aren't those monsters described in books lurking here?" Without hesitation, Xiao Wujie nodded in response. In essence, what people referred to as monsters were merely things that had never been seen before. This was a realm seldom trodden by humanity, naturally harboring many entities beyond human comprehension. His perceptive abilities allowed him to perceive things that ordinary individuals could not. Even the lunatics from God dared not venture here. It was undoubtedly shrouded in countless secrets unknown to mankind. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhufeng instinctively covered his mouth, his gaze quivering slightly. Are there truly such beings? Had he inadvertently summoned monsters to feast upon him? Did he fear that the monsters might overlook him? Observing his reaction, Xiao Wujie couldn't suppress a snicker. "What is this? Are you frightened?" This time, Lu Zhufeng did not feign bravado, nodding tremulously. He was unafraid of fighting, bloodshed, or sacrifice. Yet the unknown instilled a primal fear within him. Even someone as formidable as he could not help but feel apprehensive. However, glancing at the utterly composed Xiao Wujie, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. Why did this fellow appear completely unfazed? Was it truly that he himself was lacking? Seemingly attuned to his thoughts, Xiao Wujie handed him a dish, his gaze lingering momentarily before he turned and strode ahead. Lu Zhufeng felt a surge of indignation at the affront to his noble character, unable to suppress a glare at Xiao Wujie's retreating figure. After that brief moment of ire, he hastened to catch up. Damn it, wait for me. I truly fear being left behind. In this forsaken land, time appeared to stand still. Before them lay an endless twilight, and within that dimness, the two wandered, unaware of how long they had been walking. As time wore on, Xiao Wujie's complexion began to pale, fatigue setting in, and his steps grew unsteady. Lu Zhufeng immediately sensed his distress, grasping his arm to bring him to a halt. He placed 2 supply packs on the ground and helped him to sit down. Indeed, he was still quite resourceful. With a quiet self-congratulation, he retrieved a thermos from his pack, pouring a cup of steaming water and handing it to Xiao Wujie. Take a moment to rest. You're not well. Tightening his coat slightly, Xiao Wujie took a few sips of the warm water, feeling a bit more at ease. Noticing his discomfort and reluctance to drink more, Lu Zhufeng couldn't help but urge, "There's plenty of hot water left for you. I can make do with bottled water." Xiao Wujie responded with a soft smile, then shook his head. Although they had brought a fair amount of supplies, in this desolate existence, even the most abundant resources could be swiftly depleted, especially in this frigid environment. A single sip of warm water could be a matter of life and death. As they rested, he pondered his predicament, fearing that, with their current approach, he might never find Chu Liyue and Yin Mo in this lifetime. The supplies they carried, along with his own body, struggled to endure in such an environment for long. He gently tugged at the collar of his sweater, his gaze lost in contemplation as he stared at the ground beneath him. Throughout his journey, he had been searching for traces they left behind. If only he could capture even a hint of their essence, he would be able to swiftly pinpoint their location. Regret washed over him as he thought that had he known earlier, he should have preserved a strand of Chu Liyue's hair or retained a piece of clothing she had worn, with the remnants of her scent. He could have quickly cast a spell to locate her. Just as he momentarily drifted into thought, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled, an unanticipated fissure splitting open without warning, and the ice below him shattered in an instant. Chapter 86. Xiao Wujie, I still prefer the way you came. With a resounding crack, the ice beneath Xiao Wujie fractured instantly. Standing nearby, Lu Zhufeng reacted immediately, lifting Xiao Wujie with one hand while grabbing 2 supply bags with the other, swiftly retreating to the unbroken ice surface. Just as he set Xiao Wujie down, he felt the ground sway beneath him. Subsequently, a series of deafening roars erupted. As the ice further ahead began to fracture, massive ice blocks slowly shifting, causing the entire canyon to tremble. Lu Zhufeng extended his hand to steady the pale-faced, swaying Xiao Wujie, his eyes scanning the quaking canyon as he spoke with great difficulty. I sense impending doom. The ice walls on either side may collapse as well. No sooner had he spoken, a colossal ice block tumbled down from the heights of the canyon with a crack in his wide-open pupils. A profound impact resonated as it struck the ground, producing a thunderous sound. Simultaneously, various sizes of ice blocks began to fall from the icy wall, crashing onto the ground, with some hurtling towards his position. Witnessing this, Lu Zhufeng's eyes widened in alarm, swiftly seizing Xiao Wujie's body and moving rapidly to evade the impending danger. While dodging, he keenly surveyed the surroundings. With each ice block that fell, the ice layer beneath them began to fracture, forming a multitude of fine cracks that threatened to culminate in a large-scale collapse at any moment. Xiao Wujie, held in his arms, cast a piercing gaze around and coldly commanded, "Run forward." His voice, devoid of warmth, exuded a calming steadiness. Gazing into the swirling snow and flying ice ahead, Lu Zhufeng clenched his teeth, exerting force beneath his feet as he dodged the relentless barrage of ice, propelling himself forward. As more and more ice blocks struck the surface, the ice beneath them could no longer bear the weight, fracturing inch by inch. "This is futile. We cannot escape," he growled in desperation while skillfully avoiding the falling ice. "Keep running," Xiao Wujie replied coldly, his gaze sharp and unwavering, fixed ahead. Piercing through the thick snow fog, he discerned that the path forward had vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of ice and the frigid waters beneath. Yet further ahead, an immense sheet of ice loomed, seemingly endless, being driven by the current towards them. He was waiting for the opportune moment. An increasing number of ice blocks crashed onto the surface, exacerbating the fractures in the ice beneath them. Initially, there remained a considerable expanse of ice, yet gradually it became increasingly difficult to find solid ground. With a swift leap onto a precarious patch of ice, Lu Zhufeng struggled to steady himself. Above him, shards of ice descended like a relentless rain. He adeptly evaded the larger pieces, while the smaller ones he could not dodge pounded against his body, all to shield Xiao Wujie from harm. Damn, that hurt like hell. A rather sizable fragment struck his shoulder, unleashing a surge of pain that compelled him to cry out. Have you thought of a solution? If we can't find one, we're truly doomed. Xiao Wujie remained fixated ahead, his voice soft yet resolute. Soon. Lu Zhufeng, upon hearing this, couldn't help but grit his teeth. Damn it. What he loathed most in life was the phrase soon. Who knows how soon is, or how long imminently takes. Just as he was overwhelmed by his complaints, a colossal shadow loomed above him. He glanced up abruptly to see a massive ice block plummeting toward them. Instinctively, he shut his eyes. This is it. I've never even had a girlfriend. A flash of white light flickered before him, accompanied by an icy chill that permeated the air. Why hasn't he fallen yet? Is it ascending to the heavens? He felt numb to the pain. A slight furrow formed on his brow as he became aware of the weight on his arm and the frigid temperature in his embrace. He immediately opened his eyes. In his grasp, Xiao Wujie exuded an aura of frost, his complexion pale, as wisps of icy breath escaped his lips. Suddenly lifting his head, he was greeted by a dense mist of ice, with massive icicles protruding ominously. Time seemed to freeze, leaving everything ensnared in a shroud of frost. The surroundings were cloaked in a thick layer of ice, from which a chilling breath continually emanated, reflecting his astonished visage and the scenery in a mirror-like world. Unable to contain himself, he opened his mouth slightly, his dazed gaze directed towards the figure in his arms, Xiao Wujie, who was exuding an icy aura. Is this still a human? I call this maneuver Ice Age. Xiao Wujie gasped for breath, directing a puff of cold air onto his face, instantly leaving tiny ice crystals upon him, dispelling his stupor. We are still alive. Still alive. A genuine and radiant smile involuntarily blossomed on his face, his eyes shimmering with light. Let us move forward. Xiao Wujie, panting heavily, reminded him with a voice slightly unsteady. The ice beneath their feet had been forcibly frozen together by his unique ability. Although the falling shards of ice above had also been immobilized, safety could not be guaranteed. It was only then that Lu Zhufeng reacted, quickly cradling him and maneuvering around the protruding icicles, hastening their advance. After nearly 5 minutes of running, they finally escaped the icebound forest crafted by Xiao Wujie. What an impressive yet fragile individual. At this moment, Xiao Wujie's complexion was somewhat pallid, and the breath he exhaled was tinged with cold. The exertion of his ice-binding ability left him feeling frigid, waves of chill causing his body to tremble. Observing this, Lu Zhufeng swiftly retrieved hot water, pouring a cup and bringing it to his lips. After consuming 2 cups of the warm liquid, Xiao Wujie felt the cold within him dissipate considerably, and his pale visage appeared somewhat more vibrant. Are you all right? Lu Zhufeng's voice carried a hint of concern. Though the shock was palpable, employing such extraordinary power beyond human capability would undoubtedly impose a heavy burden on the individual before him. After a slight shake of his head and a brief pause, Xiao Wujie rose, preparing to press onward. However, after taking just a few steps, he suddenly halted. His gaze fixated ahead. Lu Zhufeng, who had just slung a pack of supplies over his shoulder, nearly collided with him in his moment of distraction. Quickly coming to a stop, he inquired, alarmed, "What is it?" Clearly startled, he scanned the surroundings but found nothing amiss, directing a puzzled glance back at Xiao Wujie. With an impassive expression, Xiao Wujie pointed towards the path ahead. Following the direction of his finger, Lu Zhufeng spotted 2 broad wheel ruts etched into the ice, stretching into the distance. Are you suggesting this is the trail left by Miss Chu and her companions? Lu Zhufeng responded, a note of surprise in his voice. He vividly recalled that Bei Shan had mentioned 3 women, suspected to be part of Miss Chu's entourage, had entered the canyon on snowmobiles. Yet, recalling their recent encounter, he couldn't help but feel disheartened, exclaiming, "This cursed place's ice is like a drifting game. We can't possibly find them just based on this." Suddenly, Xiao Wujie cast him a mysterious glance before approaching the imprint. With a flicker of thought, a shadow resembling his own form emerged from his body. The shadow, seemingly sentient, crouched down with agility, its fingers tracing the mark. After a brief moment, it stood abruptly and, in a flash, vanished into the distance. This is my technique of shadow clone, capable of tracing by sensing breath while allowing the main body to teleport to the clone's position. Sensing Lu Zhufeng's bewilderment, Xiao Wujie slowly spoke amidst his astonished gaze. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhufeng's expression revealed contemplative thoughts. He indeed had a faint recollection of this technique. Previously, Yuan Mo had demonstrated this extraordinary art before him, and he distinctly remembered the yearning in Yuan Mo's eyes when he spoke of it. Unfortunately, despite chanting incantations and forming seals, exhausting all his energy, he never managed to manifest it. At that moment, Lu Zhufeng had jested about whether Yuan Mo had been deceived by Xiao Wujie. Now, observing Xiao Wujie's calm demeanor as he silently executed the technique revered by Yuan Mo, it became evident that in such ghostly surroundings, the reliable ones were indeed the ones who appeared aloof. Just ensuring his own safety by holding onto his backpack and tightly gripping his leg seemed sufficient. In a moment of whimsy, he found himself bending down to embrace Xiao Wujie's leg, his tone reverent like a devoted follower. "Master, guide me." Xiao Wujie couldn't help but take a deep breath. "In truth, I still prefer the way you were when you first arrived." Chapter 87. Deep in the Ghost Realm, Time-Space Traversal. In the dimly lit depths of the Ghost Realm, thick snow mist enveloped every corner of the canyon like phantoms. A particularly bright beam of light pierced through the snow mist, followed by a deep rumbling sound, as a specially designed red snow vehicle sped forward. Shortly thereafter, it halted before a towering ice wall at a dead end. Inside the vehicle, Chu Wan occupied the driver's seat, while Lung Ruxue in the passenger seat was poised with a magnificent sniper rifle, seemingly locking onto a target. As the vehicle gradually came to a halt, she could not help but grit her teeth. The snow fog here was exceedingly dense, and that damned little thief possessed a wretched skill of invisibility, making it impossible for her to aim accurately. Casting a glance at the dead-end alley ahead, devoid of any escape, she let out a faint, somewhat triumphant laugh. Now, I wonder where he thinks he can flee. They had pursued Yuan Mo relentlessly, yet the thick snow fog and ever-shifting terrain had thwarted their efforts to apprehend him. Fortunately, they had not encountered any perilous ice fractures, and while seated within the vehicle, they had managed to avoid significant danger. However, that cunning little thief had unwittingly driven his motorcycle into an icy pit, leaving him to rely solely on his bizarre sorcery to make his escape on foot. She found herself grateful for that icy pit. Had the thief not lost his motorcycle, it would have been far more challenging for them to corner him into this dead end. "We cannot linger here. We must disembark and capture him," spoke Chu Liu coldly from the back seat. With that, she rose, opened the car door, and stepped out, followed closely by Chu Wan and Lang Ruxue. Standing before the swirling snow and towering ice walls of the dead-end alley, Chu Liu's piercing gaze swept across every corner. Aside from the whirling snow and protruding ice spikes, the place appeared to be utterly desolate. Moments later, her eyes fixed intently on a robust ice spike. Behind the spike, Yuan Mo pressed his body tightly against the ice wall, striving to minimize his breathing, a grave expression etched upon his face. Among the three women pursuing him, he held no fear for the other two. It was only the leading woman who instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within him. Aside from his teacher and Lu Zhufeng, no one else had ever made him feel so utterly powerless. Had she not been injured at the god base, compounded by the bizarre environmental disturbances of the far north, he was certain that he would find no avenue for resistance against this woman. Suppressing a flicker of fear in his eyes, he swiftly regained clarity, forcing himself to compose. His mentor had once imparted that a true warrior, regardless of their circumstances, must never allow emotions to govern their mind. He understood that, having been cornered to this extent, the prospect of a comeback was utterly futile. Yet, even in the face of death, he resolved to drag someone down with him. Surely, the binding talisman on Beishan had been automatically released. He could only wonder whether he had found aid. He hoped fervently that all was proceeding smoothly on that front. He had truly given his all. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the thunderous crack of a gunshot rang in his ears. In the next moment, a fissure appeared in the ice spike that concealed him. In the blink of an eye, it collapsed, leaving him utterly exposed in the gorge. The woman clad in a black coat, brandishing a rope, gracefully leaped to stand before him. The rope, slicing through the air, swiftly coiled around him. His pupils constricted as he moved, sidestepping the attack. The woman's agility was remarkable. As she spun, she swung the rope at him once more, utilizing his shorter stature. He deftly navigated between the protruding ice spikes, seeking refuge from the binding attempts of the rope. It seemed she had discerned his intentions. The distant woman with the sniper rifle relentlessly squeezed the trigger, denying him any opportunity to find cover. As he evaded pursuit and bullets, his gaze swiftly swept across the scene, ultimately resting upon a stunning woman in a fox fur coat who had remained passive from a distance. Frankly speaking, he had never encountered such exquisite beauty in his lifetime. In the distance, Xiao Wujie suddenly sneezed forcefully. Yet, he understood that this woman was far too formidable for him to contend with. He was unaware of her obsession with the third reagent. But that reagent was vital for saving his teacher's life. He could not allow anyone else to possess it, even at the cost of his own life. After all, he was already facing certain doom. If he could drag this terrifying yet beautiful woman down with him, it would not be in vain. His gaze flickered slightly as he dodged the ropes that ensnared him once more. Seizing the moment, he kicked over a sharp icicle and traced a rune with his fingers. Instantly, the icicle sprang to life, hurtling towards the woman wielding the rope. As she evaded the icy projectile, he quickly formed a hand seal. And in the blink of an eye, his body became ethereal, vanishing from sight. In the distance, the ever-expressionless Chu Liue observed this scene, a barely perceptible smirk gracing her lips. The next moment, her gaze sharpened, and she swiftly retreated a step. A dagger shimmering with a cold gleam materialized without warning, slicing through the air precisely where her throat had been moments before. Without hesitation, she swept her long leg through the air ahead of her. A muffled grunt followed, and with a thud, Yun Imo fell to the ground, revealing his form. He furrowed his brow, looking up at the indifferent Chu Liue, a trickle of crimson spilling from the corner of his mouth. In a swift motion, the initial arrival of Chu Wan, wielding a rope, bound him inescapably. Observing this, Lung Rushue, cradling a sniper rifle taller than herself, approached him with a smile, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. "Little thief, are you not running away anymore? Finally caught you. This has exhausted me. You small? I am large." Yun Mo's voice dripped with mockery. After speaking, his gaze swept over her figure, ultimately lingering at the area beneath her neck. Upon noticing where his eyes had settled, Lung Rushue's complexion turned instantly pale. Straightening her posture, she gritted her teeth and retorted, "Are your eyes blind, little thief?" Hearing this, Yun Imo casually glanced at Chu Liue. Following his line of sight, Lang Rushue fell silent. "Well, in comparison to the boss, she indeed. I can assist in extracting your eyes if you no longer desire them." Chu Liue's voice, devoid of warmth, echoed. Her indifferent, chilling gaze directed at Yun Imo made him avert his eyes momentarily. After a brief pause, she continued, "Hand over the reagent." There were no conditions, no consequences. Just a simple statement imbued with an undeniable sense of pressure. "It's on me. Feel free to search," Yun Imo replied lightly, lowering his gaze. Instantly, Chu Liue and Chuan's eyes shifted to the ashen-faced Lung Rushue. "This is the place you've discussed the most. I surmise you are more adept at handling such matters." Noticing their scrutiny, Lung Rushue paused momentarily before reacting with fierce determination. "He is too small. He is unworthy. Yun Imo, this is excessive. Men should not always be subjected to disparagement." Observing Chu Liue's frigid demeanor, she shifted her gaze towards Chu Wan. Chuan's eyes flickered momentarily as they locked with hers, but she soon adopted a stoic expression and turned to approach Yun Imo. The blushing Yun Imo cast a glance at Chu Liue, letting out a derisive laugh. "With your intellect, can you not discern the truth?" At his words, a shadow of gloom descended over Chu Liue's countenance. She had surmised as much when one person was absent from the motorcycle. The third reagent had mysteriously vanished. A palpable tension enveloped her as her fingers instinctively clenched tightly together. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a glimmer suddenly ignited in Yun Mo's eyes. An ethereal light shot unannounced towards the center of Chu Liue's brow, and by the time she sensed the danger, it was already too late to evade. Abruptly, a dark figure flashed before her, accompanied by a rather foolish voice that exclaimed, "Damn. Time travel." Chapter 88, Xiao Wujie in distress. Firmly grasping the situation in the depths of the ghostly realm, where snow and mist swirled, two figures materialized without warning. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. leaving the onlookers momentarily bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Wow, how incredible! After Xiao Wujie unleashed his phantasmal doppelganger, they remained motionless in place. Although it was evident that Xiao Wujie possessed extraordinary skills in arcane arts, he nonetheless advised him to venture forth a little further. If even someone of his exceptional prowess could become disoriented in such a haunting place, what could be expected of a shadow cloaked in darkness? To his surprise, Xiao Wujie calmly replied that taking another step would be a waste. It was best to simply wait in tranquility. As he languidly awaited, a sudden glint sparked in Xiao Wujie's eyes. He seized his wrist, uttering a curt, "Hold fast." In a dizzying instant, his surroundings blurred, and he found himself transported to a new locale. The swiftness of the transit was exhilarating beyond measure. Yunimo was the first to comprehend the situation, discerning the truth upon witnessing the illusory doppelganger and Xiao Wujie's reappearance. Xiao Wujie offered him a gentle smile, his gaze warm. "My gratitude, teacher Yu," he stammered, his eyes involuntarily drawn to the hand encircling Chu Liyue's slender waist. "In no way. Audacious reprobate, do you realize the grave error you nearly committed?" Lu Zhufeng's faintly stern voice interjected at that moment. But he was rendered speechless, Lu Zhufeng's words extinguishing the last embers of hope within him, leaving him in a state of utter bewilderment. A female scoundrel under his master's wife had groped his entire being? He had even been prepared to slay his master's wife? A truly bewildering experience. Xiao Wujie cast a mirthful glance at the flustered Yunimo, then lowered his gaze to the person in his embrace. His eyes shimmered as he tightened his arm, drawing her closer. He gently rubbed her icy fingers, then delicately touched her cheek, as if caressing the most precious treasure in the world, with utmost care and boundless affection. Unconsciously clasping that icy hand, she sought to warm it. In his deep, unruffled cold gaze, ripples of emotion stirred, as he softly murmured, almost as if in a dream, "My dear." Feeling the chilling temperature that seeped through his skin, her eyes fell upon his pallid face, and her heart involuntarily twitched. Then, with a slight bite of her silver teeth, her voice tinged with a hint of anger, she scolded, "You are disobedient." He had always been sensitive to the biting cold. Even a slight exposure could cost him dearly. This was the extreme north, a frozen realm, where temperatures plummeted to 30 or 40 degrees below zero. How could he have come here? Just as her anger surged, ready to erupt, she noticed the man encircling her bow's head, his gaze averted, brows slightly furrowed, and he bit his lip. His voice, low and strained, carried a subtle tremor. "It has been over 20 days. Upon hearing this, Chu Liyue's body stiffened instantly, as though doused with a bucket of cold water, extinguishing her fury. There had been no news. After all, no one cares for me. No one wants me anymore. What nonsense is this?" As he spoke, a hint of red crept into the corners of his eyes, and his tone took on a nasal quality. The biting cold wind tousled Chu Liyue's long hair, leaving her momentarily disoriented in the gust. They had promised to meet in half a month, yet she had failed to keep her word. He had traveled thousands of miles to arrive just in time to protect her. Did she still want to be angry? Looking again at Xiao Wujie's handsome face, tinged with a hint of crimson, it bore a melancholic bitterness, as though he were a child abandoned by the world. Guilt swiftly enveloped her heart, leaving her to ponder how she could have been so despicable and wretched. Perhaps it was the howling of the cold wind that caused Xiao Wujie to suddenly cough a few times, his brow furrowed in discomfort, his demeanor reflecting exhaustion and despondency. Coupled with his pitiful expression, it almost instilled in Chu Liyu an impulsive desire to atone with her life. Abruptly, she felt the hand encircling her waist loosen, and she saw Xiao Wujie, while discreetly covering his mouth to cough, melancholically attempt to distance himself from her. In a hurry, she seized his icy hand, gently rubbing his hand's back with her warm palm, striving to warm him. Simultaneously, with a hint of embarrassment, she softly called out, "Good boy. I have been disobedient. I have not been good." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her gaze weary and unfocused. Xiao Wujie murmured his grievances, his captured hand still subtly struggling. With a gentle yet firm pull, Chu Liyu drew him into her embrace. She swiftly unfastened the clasp of her fur coat, opening it wide to envelop him snugly. One hand secured the coat around him while the other encircled his waist, holding him tightly against her. Her fair, snow-like cheek pressed against his pale, cold face. Her lips softly brushed his profile as she spoke in a tender, husky tone. "Good boy, do not be sad. It pains me to see you worried and distressed. Sister is in the wrong. Sister apologizes." As she uttered the words of apology, a helpless laugh escaped her, for it was indeed the first time in her life she had ever offered an apology. And given the circumstances, it felt quite overwhelming. Unsurprisingly, the person in her arms shifted slightly, yet his head did not rest on her shoulder as it usually did. With a sigh of resignation, she placed delicate kisses on his thin lips and lightly teased the sensitive skin at his waist, her tone low and alluring. Sister apologized, vowing there would be no next time. No longer angry, she uttered a soft, uplifting him that tantalizingly tugged at the heartstrings. At that moment, she finally sensed a weight upon her shoulders and instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief. The cold wind continued to howl, swirling flurries of snow, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence. Cold as ice. Is this truly my leader? Yunemo, teacher. I sincerely feel that there is still so much for me to learn. Lu Zhifeng observed the array of vivid expressions on everyone's faces, calmly crossing his arms. The more one sees, the more one becomes accustomed. This is merely the beginning. Glancing at the person who had finally calmed down, her pallid complexion and the unmistakable weariness etched across her brow tugged at Chu Liyue's heart. She gently coaxed, "Shall we go to the car? It's cold outside." The person nestled in her embrace remained silent, merely resting their head against her shoulder. Chu Liyue's gaze flickered, her fingers softly caressing his waist as she tentatively suggested, "Would you like a hug, sister?" The person still did not respond, but the arm encircling her waist tightened slightly. In the next moment, she effortlessly lifted him into her arms and strode towards the snow-covered vehicle. Yunemo, cold as ice, and Chu Wan stood frozen in place, their mouths slightly agape. Lu Zhifeng took a couple of steps forward, noticing no one was following, and promptly waved his hand. "Hurry up. What are you standing there for? Keep up." Chapter 89. The bright moon adorns my window. You adorn my dreams as night fell. The icy canyon took on an even more sinister aura. In the darkness, the occasional cracking of ice echoed, reminiscent of ancient beasts awakening. Each sound was enough to quicken one's heartbeat. Occasionally, a gust of wind sweeps through, stirring up the snow and mist from the ground, creating eerie vortices, as if something lurks within. A group of individuals trudges through the biting wind and snow with great difficulty. After a considerable time, they find respite in a glacial cavern that offers slight shelter from the storm and pause their arduous journey. They set down their supplies and take a moment to recuperate. One among them glances at his watch and addresses the leader. "Vito, it is already evening. We have been in here for over 7 hours. Let us rest for the night." The leader is none other than Vito Rosso, accompanied by several survivors from the god base, eager to seize the reagents, along with a few mercenaries he had hired at great expense. Upon hearing this, Vito Rosso casts a glance at the raging storm outside and gently nods. Many of those with him maintain merely a cooperative relationship, and as they settle down, their bodies and minds relax slightly, leading to casual conversation. It is truly unfortunate to have lost the vehicle due to the ice breaking. Otherwise, our situation would be much improved. Indeed, more infuriating is how the base could have suddenly exploded. We left behind a wealth of resources, many useful supplies. It is truly maddening. If it were merely an accident, it would be one thing. But if it was sabotage, I would not hesitate to take down the scoundrel responsible. Upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow of discontent crossed Vito Rosso's otherwise impassive demeanor. You need not concern yourself with that. The losses at the extreme north base are so severe that even if the higher-ups turn the place upside down, they will uncover the truth. Indeed, in this cursed place, I find myself regretting my decision to enter. My sole intention was to witness the third reagent, yet it nearly cost me my life. Do we, the outcasts of society, the monsters in the eyes of the world, fear death? I harbor no interest in the reagent whatsoever. My desire was merely to experience this frozen domain. Rosso, what about you? During our casual exchange, someone suddenly posed a question to the ever-silent Vito Rosso. Naturally, I am here for the reagent. As one of its developers, I am compelled to protect my creation. Vito Rosso replied with an outward calmness, yet beneath the surface lay an unrecognizable turmoil. Indeed, he is a developer. Yet no one is aware of his involvement in the creation of the third reagent or the fervent purpose that drives him. Once he obtains the third reagent, he can erase the mistake of his past. Wait for me. Even if I must traverse to the ends of the earth, I will find you. Meanwhile, in the frigid expanse, a snow vehicle, capable of shielding against the elements, became a rare treasure. Inside, the space felt somewhat cramped due to the presence of Xiao Wujie, Lu Zhifeng, and Yunemo. To create a little more room, and to better soothe her precious one. Chu Liyue took the initiative to hold Xiao Wujie on her lap. Beside her, Yunemo dared not steal glances at his teacher's wife and instead furtively observed the expressionless girl, Chuan, who had thoroughly examined him. Chuan maintained a stoic gaze upon the back of Lu Zhufeng's head. At the wheel, Lu Zhufeng stared vacantly ahead, while in the passenger seat, Lang Ruxue sat upright, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror. With unwavering focus, Chu Liyu directed her undivided attention towards her cherished one, whom she was still in the process of comforting. She gently tightened the fox fur cloak enveloping Xiao Wujie and tenderly caressed his hair, her fingers interlacing through the strands. Noticing the unusual chill emanating from him, she furrowed her brow with evident concern and softly inquired, "My dearest, are you feeling unwell?" Xiao Wujie listlessly shook his head. The successive casting of immensely draining arcane arts had left him mentally and physically exhausted. Nestled in Chu Liyu's embrace, enveloped by the long-missed sense of tranquility, he felt an overwhelming wave of weariness wash over him. "Are you feeling sleepy?" Chu Liyu's voice was tender and soothing. She had keenly observed the fatigue etched upon his brow, the pallor of his complexion, and the dark circles beneath his eyes. During her absence, his sleep quality had likely been even worse than she had imagined. Seeing him so wan and weary, yet forcing himself to stay awake, his eyelashes trembling, she gently stroked the dark circles beneath his eyes, her fingertips softly caressing his skin. She lowered her head, tenderly kissing his fluttering lashes, her voice a deep, velvety murmur. "Sleep, if you are weary. As long as I am by your side, you need not harbor any worries. Rest peacefully in my arms. Even if the heavens were to fall, I would bear the burden." Xiao Wujie, ever perceptive, roused himself slightly from her embrace, summoning his strength. His gaze swept across the others in the carriage who were surreptitiously glancing at them. He spoke in a hushed, raspy voice. "We have been here for 7 or 8 hours. Everyone is exhausted. It must be evening now. Sister and Yunemo are still wounded. Let us rest for the night. My shadow clone technique cannot simultaneously transport so many individuals from this place. I left some contingencies in place upon my arrival. With proper preparation, there remains a way to escape." Those present have witnessed his abilities, and upon hearing his words, they naturally expressed no dissent, nodding in silent agreement. "Sleep. Rest assured and slumber." Although his voice bore an air of authority, his gaze and gestures were irresistibly gentle. The warm, delicate palm caressed his eyes, gently massaging them, while the other hand softly patted his back, tender kisses landing upon his ear, the sound as enticing as a fine vintage wine. "My dear, be obedient." Under her tender coaxing, seemingly oblivious to the world around them, the exhaustion from casting spells and days without rest surged into Xiao Wujie's consciousness. As his eyelids fluttered, he began to succumb to drowsiness. Infinite affection, boundless tranquility. With a gentle tremor of his eyes, he gazed adoringly at that enchanting face, reluctant to close his own eyes. Compared to the enveloping darkness, her visage seemed to embody all that is beautiful. If only he could steal her into his dreams. "The moon adorns my window, and you embellish my dreams." Observing the unwavering affection in his eyes, Chu Liyue's crimson lips brushed against his eyelids with boundless tenderness, gently closing his eyes. Nestled within Chu Liyue's soft and alluring embrace, with his face resting against her bosom, in the final moments before surrendering to oblivion, he instinctively lifted his head slightly, his lips grazing her tender, rosy ones. He yearned for a good-night kiss. Chu Liyue bestowed a gentle kiss upon his lips. "Good night, my dear." Beyond the car window, the wind and snow weave a vast veil of white, with the flurries dancing like countless ethereal sprites. The howling cold wind serves as the most faithful guardian. Inside the vehicle, a gentle beam of light softly graces the faces of two individuals who are tenderly nestled together, their breaths intertwining to create a warm lullaby. In this tranquil night, it seems as though the entire world is reduced to this serene comfort, where dreams blossom in the warmth of spring. Chapter 90. Her treasure is not just empty words in the eternally dim realm of spirits. Time appears to stand still, rendering it difficult to discern day from night. For safety, the group, excluding Xiao Wujie, has arranged a schedule for rotating rest. By the time everyone has rested, it is already the following afternoon. In this perilous and eerie environment, Xiao Wujie manages to sleep the most peaceful and comfortable slumber he has had in days. Observing his serene, sleeping visage, Chu Liyu disregards the aches in her body, unreservedly watching the hands of the clock circle round and round, reluctant to awaken him. Chatty Lu Zhufeng often feels the temperature in the car plummet whenever he opens his mouth to speak, only to turn and find Chu Liyu's cold, unfeeling gaze upon him, regarding him as if he were a specter. It is not until Xiao Wujie has slept for nearly 16 hours that, amidst the tearful excitement of the others, Chu Liyu finally calls him awake. Perhaps due to his prolonged slumber, Xiao Wujie experiences a moment of sluggishness upon waking. Instinctively wrapping his arms around her neck, his face nuzzling uncomfortably against her chest. With furrowed brows and trembling lashes, he struggles to open his eyes, emitting a hoarse and indistinct murmur. "Sister, sleepy." A subtle smile flickered in Chu Liyue's eyes. Indeed, after more than 20 days of separation, he had become even more clingy. She extended her slender fingers, like tender willow branches skimming the water's surface, gently brushing away the fine droplets from his eyelashes. Soft, delicate kisses landed on his cheek, her cool voice laced with a tender indulgence that was incredibly soothing. "Sweetheart, sleeping for too long isn't good for you. Be good. Listen to me. Don't sleep anymore." Xiao Wujie's eyelids fluttered open, and he lifted his head from her embrace, his lips lightly grazing her chin as he murmured in a hoarse voice, "I want a good morning kiss." Helpless, Chu Liyue cupped his face in her hands, her crimson lips pressing against his in a tender, lingering caress, her tongue gently teasing. "Good morning, my precious." The crowd, it's already afternoon. Lung Rushue's eyes trembled as she looked at Lu Zhufeng, who remained composed beside her, her gaze filled with the unspoken question, "Is it always like this?" Lu Zhufeng, seeing her expression, leaned back lazily in his chair, shrugged slightly, and gazed up at the sky. What else would you expect? Under Chu Liyue's unreserved and utterly indulgent coaxing, Xiao Wujie finally opened his misty eyes, a hint of clarity returning to their depths. He gently kissed her cheek twice, immediately noticing the stiffness in her body. In his awakened state, he instantly understood. Trapped in the confined space, she had held him in that position for so long, it couldn't have been comfortable. Realizing she was still carrying injuries, and that he had been sleeping so soundly without a thought for her, a wave of guilt washed over him. He quickly struggled to get off her, his voice tinged with deep remorse. "Sister, I'm sorry, you must be exhausted." The snowmobile pales in comparison to her luxurious cars. The seats lack the same comfort, not to mention the current cramped conditions within. Despite the unfavorable circumstances, she strives to ensure his comfort as much as possible. Such discomfort is trivial to her, for she willingly indulges her obedient and thoughtful darling. She approaches every aspect of life with utmost seriousness, particularly matters of the heart. While she does not easily succumb to emotions, when she does, it signifies that she has encountered someone worthy of her complete devotion. Her darling is not merely a term of endearment. It encompasses so much more. Xiao Wujie, fearing that applying too much pressure might cause her further discomfort, shifts his body slightly, tugging at her hand with gentle resistance. With a sharp sound, Chu Liyue playfully slaps his backside, firmly encircling him in her embrace. Xiao Wujie's face instantly flushes crimson, veins of red appearing in his eyes. "Sister," Chu Liyue softly places a kiss on his lips. "Be good. It's not exhausting." Clearing his throat with a light cough, Lu Zhufeng timely suggests, Though we've rested, the space is small, and I imagine we might be uncomfortable. Perhaps we should find a sheltered cave to stretch our legs and have a bite to eat." Yun Mo, upon hearing this, nearly bursts into tears, pleading, "Let us hurry. Please. There are people torturing single dogs here." The others, upon hearing this, nod in agreement, truly unable to endure any longer. Hearing the suggestion, Xiao Wujie finally ceases his struggles, slightly raising himself to alleviate the weight pressing upon Chu Liyue. Simultaneously, he extends his hand, gently massaging her waist. Resembling a dutiful and considerate spouse, carrying the hopes of many, Lu Zhufeng swiftly located a cave to shelter from the raging storm. The crowd descended from the vehicle in a panic, while at the rear, Xiao Wujie carefully assisted Chu Liyue in disembarking. After spending over 10 hours in a confined space, a sense of oppression was inevitable. The moment their feet touched the solid ground, an indescribable feeling of liberation washed over them. Despite the relentless snowstorm outside, with the biting cold slicing through like a knife, a sense of joy blossomed within. Lu Zhufeng could not resist opening his arms wide, allowing the howling wind to fill his chest, letting out a few exclamations of delight. The others displayed expressions of disbelief, yet their eyes shimmered with subtle amusement. At the back, Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue exchanged smiles, their faces akin to exquisite works of art. adorned with natural grins that rendered even the magnificent ice and snow pale in comparison. Chu Liua subtly moved her body, cautious not to provoke her sensitive companion's guilt further. She gently adjusted Xiao Wujie's coat and tugged at his sweater collar. Amidst the swirling snow, her autumn-like eyes reflected the smiling face of Xiao Wujie, with a captivating warmth flowing within. It was bright, it was warm. Their eyes sparkled with laughter, words unnecessary. She softly took Xiao Wujie's hand, walking together through the storm. Inside the cave, Yin formed a seal with his hands, igniting a warm and luminous flame without any kindling. Beside him, the usually expressionless Chu Wan's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise, causing Yin to blush inadvertently. The group began to retrieve food from their supplies, gathering around the fire's warmth. The world outside seems to be engulfed by an endless tempest of snow, a vast expanse of white rendering the distinction between sky and earth nearly indistinguishable. Snowflakes dance through the air like countless sharp blades, swirling and mercilessly striking the glacial surface, producing a chorus of piercing sounds. Inside the cave, Lu Zhufeng rummages through the supplies, extracting several pieces of dried fish, which he expertly holds above the flames to roast, occasionally emitting a satisfying crackle. Before long, an enticing aroma wafts through the air, causing the onlookers to regard him with newfound admiration. The ice crystals adorning the cave walls glimmer softly in the dim light of the fire, casting a warm glow upon the faces of those gathered. In the extreme north, within this desolate realm, a unique sense of warmth momentarily prevails. Chapter 91. Just because you like it doesn't mean you should have it, except for you. Outside the cave, the icy wilderness reigns. Within, warmth and comfort abound. Lu Zhufeng's freshly roasted fish soon emerges, and he enthusiastically distributes the delectable results to everyone. Old Lu, well done. Your culinary skills are impressive. With a bite of the fragrant roasted fish, Yun chuckles at Lu Zhufeng. As if you need to say that. Given my camaraderie with your teacher, shouldn't you address me as Shu? Lu Zhufeng playfully stirs the atmosphere. Come on, let us focus on our own matters. He was once a legendary soldier, and his wilderness survival skills are undoubtedly exceptional. Xiao Wujie's light-hearted banter follows as he shares the roasted fish with Chu Liua. Hey, did you hear that, little Yunimo? Your ethereal teacher has praised me, your Shu. Your master is indeed a formidable warrior. Are you jesting with him? Lu Zhufeng, who has lived under the oppressive shadow of Xiao Wujie for far too long, felt a rush of excitement as he heard Xiao Wujie unprecedentedly praise him. His face flushed with emotion, and veins bulged on his forehead as he turned to Yun and exclaimed. Yun, speechless, shot him a glance before disregarding his outburst and began rummaging through the supplies for some seasonings. As the spices were sprinkled over the grilled fish, an even more enticing aroma wafted from the dish in his hands. In an instant, the others felt their own grilled fish paled in comparison, their eyes subtly drifting towards the delectable seasonings he held. After relishing a couple of bites of his fish, he finally became aware of the gazes upon him, especially when he noticed the usually impassive Chuan's eyes flicker with interest, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. With trembling hands, he timidly offered the seasonings to her. Would you like some, sister? Chuan's beautiful eyes quivered slightly at his words, and she accepted the seasonings from his hands under Yun Mo's expectant gaze. After a moment of silence, she expressionlessly uttered 2 words, thank you. Yun Mo, taken aback by her response, nodded in surprise, his face now completely flushed. Little thief. How old are you? You can't just call anyone sister indiscriminately. Cold as snow, she observed with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, her tone teasing. Although Yun Mo bore the appearance of an 11 or 12-year-old, his voice was deep and powerful, clearly betraying his true age. Who are you calling a little thief? 19. I'm older than you. Oh, I thought you were just a child still in the throes of adolescence. Observing Yun Mo bristle, cold as snow's eyes sparkled with amusement, and she swiftly changed her line of questioning. So, does that mean you are older than your master? She vividly recalls that Xiao Wujie was merely 17 years old, while Yun Mo, who was older, addressed him as teacher, exhibiting a reverence akin to that of a son towards his father. Age is merely a shackle of time. The significance of a teacher to me diverges from that of others, and our bond remains unbound by age. The moment Xiao Wujie is mentioned, Yun Mo's demeanor shifts to one of solemnity, his gaze lifted, and his voice imbued with unwavering seriousness. Despite being older than Xiao Wujie in a certain sense, it is Xiao Wujie who has granted him a new lease on life and nurtured him. Due to severe physical trauma, His height and appearance have forever remained akin to that of an 11 or 12-year-old, rendering him an outcast in the eyes of society. It was Xiao Wujie who imparted to him arcane skills, bestowing upon him the ability to navigate the complexities of the world. For him, Xiao Wujie embodies the dual roles of brother and father. No matter the age difference, his status in Yunmo's heart remains unchanged. Upon hearing his resolute and powerful words, the crowd fell momentarily silent, their gazes towards him and Xiao Wujie softening incrementally. With eyes as cold as snow, she observed with a hint of curiosity, glancing at Xiao Wujie, who was playfully engaging in a sweet feeding game with Chu Liu. She found herself perplexed, questioning why her remarkably talented leader would be drawn to someone like Xiao Wujie, who, despite his appealing appearance, seemed to possess little else of merit. However, after several encounters, she struggled to maintain her initial judgment of this strikingly fragile individual. Cunning and ruthless, the depths of Xiao Wujie were unfathomable, leaving her with a vivid impression. Yet today, she felt as though she had glimpsed another facet of him. How could a person, known for their merciless nature, command the unwavering loyalty of her esteemed leader, Lu Zhufeng, and extraordinary figures like Yunmo? Beneath his enigmatic and fierce exterior, there undoubtedly lies a side of him that remains concealed from others. Gazing at Xiao Wujie's exceptionally handsome and gentle visage illuminated by the flickering flames, she found herself genuinely intrigued. What fascinating and profound soul resided within such a youthful and striking form? As they savored the roasted fish offered by Lu Zhufeng, seasoned with the spices brought forth by Yunmo, they gathered around the warm and radiant fire, each adorned with smiles, engaging in playful banter that was truly soothing to the heart. Just as everyone believed this cozy atmosphere would persist, two ethereal lights suddenly flickered in the depths of the cavern. In the next moment, the faint sound of cracking ice echoed through the air. The ghostly lights swayed gently, revealing a massive shadow. Instinctively, the group tensed up, instantly relinquishing their roasted fish, their hands instinctively reaching for weapons at their waists. Their gazes were fixed upon the darkness, and a faint glimmer passed through Xiao Wujie's eyes as he chuckled softly, gesturing. There's no need for fear. It's merely a playful creature. Upon hearing his words, the group relaxed slightly, yet their eyes remained locked onto the shadow lurking in the dark. As the ethereal lights drew nearer, the sounds of cracking ice grew increasingly distinct, and the darkness was gradually pierced by the slow emergence of a colossal figure. Illuminated by the bright firelight, a massive head emerged from the shadows, its gem-like eyes glinting with vigilance and curiosity. This is a polar bear, Lu Zhufeng exclaimed in astonishment as the white bear stepped out from the darkness. The body, exposed to the light, looms like a great hill, its thick, soft fur as pure as morning mist, reflecting a gentle glow in the shadows. Delicate ice crystals adorn its coat, scattered like stars, twinkling with a cold silver light. Its broad paw pads gently touch the ice layer, producing a sound of cracking beneath its weight, revealing an innate grace and sense of power. If one were to overlook its vigilant gaze and the tautness of its muscles, an overwhelming urge to embrace it might arise. Observing the imposing white bear, which appeared somewhat fierce as it bared its teeth and fixed its wild gaze upon them, Lu Zhufeng murmured, "Alas, this is rather alarming. Why do I feel like it wants to devour us?" At that moment, a figure darted past them. Xiao Wujie boldly approached the seemingly volatile white bear. He gently extended his hand, attempting to draw nearer. The bear, sensing his approach, immediately tensed, its muscles rippling, baring its menacing fangs, prompting a wave of apprehension among the onlookers. Yet, Xiao Wujie remained relaxed, inching closer to the bear, his eyes shimmering with a captivating light. In the next instant, to everyone's astonishment, the fierce, on-edge bear suddenly froze, its taut muscles beginning to relax. A look of clear affection emerged in its eyes, and without waiting for Xiao Wujie to advance, it approached him, awkwardly nudging against him a couple of times. Xiao Wujie gently stroked its head and turned to the others with a light laugh, saying, "It seems it has been awakened by temptation." In an instant, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the white bear affectionately followed him to sit by the campfire. Xiao Wujie casually picked up a roasted fish and brought it to its mouth. The white bear seemed somewhat flabbergasted as it shrank its massive head, its gaze trembling slightly before it tentatively extended its tongue to take a lick. Everyone watched in wonder at this scene. Beneath the flickering flames, Xiao Wujie wore a gentle smile, radiating warmth akin to jade. making it difficult to associate him with his usual enigmatic self. In Chu Liyu's eyes, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled. She found herself enamored with this sincere smile of his. Enamored? Noticing her thoughts, Xiao Wujie chuckled and shook his head. The vast expanse of ice and snow belonged to it, a realm of freedom. Why confine it within a cage? Just because one likes something does not mean it must be possessed. At this juncture, he suddenly paused, rising to cast a soft gaze upon Chu Liyu, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. Except for you. Chapter 92, The Roasted Fish Farce. Across species tea ceremony, the wind stirred a strand of Chu Liyu's hair, carrying his words "except for you" to her ears and heart. Her beautiful eyes lifted slightly. In the firelight, Xiao Wujie wore that smile she adored. His gaze towards her bright and gentle. With graceful steps, she positioned herself elegantly before him, their forms almost touching, their noses nearly brushing against each other, allowing them to distinctly hear each other's soft, melodious breaths. With a gentle embrace, he drew her, the treasure of his heart, into his fragrant and enchanting arms. Enfolding his waist with gentle possessiveness, she drew him closer, reveling in his captivating essence, yearning to meld him into her very being. Her slender fingers traced the contours of his taut, exquisitely defined physique, a delicate caress that ignited her senses. Her crimson lips grazed his nose, his mouth. Before settling near his ear, her breath a fervent whisper against his skin. "Ah, Jia, darling," she murmured, her voice a nocturnal reverie. "Do you seek to be the death of me?" Her chest rose and fell with languid grace, her eyes tinged with a hint of desperation. Sensing his subtle stirrings, as if to speak, she gently pinched his waist, coaxing him back into her embrace, her lips bestowing tender kisses upon his ear. "Be good, my sweet," she breathed. "Anything you desire, I shall provide." Discerning that Xiao Wujie was thoroughly occupied with Chu Liyu's affections and offerings, it promptly wriggled its way towards the others. Its nose twitched, its eyes gleaming with anticipation as it fixed its gaze upon the grilled fish in their hands. Chu Wan and Yun Mo, their appetites modest, observed with curiosity and offered morsels of the savory flesh. The creature eagerly accepted their offerings, its eyes fluttering shut as it emitted a low, contented purr, eliciting amusement from the group. Lung Rushui, captivated by the creature's endearing display of human-like expression, approached with alacrity, offering a piece of grilled fish before it could even approach. A glint of fragmented light instantaneously sparked within the polar bear's eyes. Its massive head drew near to Lung Rushui's hand, snatching the grilled fish and half-closing its eyes in a comical display of mastication. Lung Rushui reached out, tentatively caressing its snow-white fur, to which it offered no resistance, instead gently nuzzling her hand. Lung Rushui's lips stretched into a wide grin as she continued to feed it, not forgetting to thoroughly stroke and pet it. The two, one relishing the meal and the other delighting in the petting, created a scene of utmost warmth. As if understanding the importance of impartiality, the polar bear, having tasted the sweetness of Lung Rushui's offerings, turned its gaze toward the only person in the group it had not yet been fed by, Comrade Lu. Its enormous paws pressed against the ground, its mountainous body wriggling as it approached Lu Zhufeng's side. Lu Zhufeng, having taken on the role of head chef, was diligently serving everyone, barely having taken a few bites himself. Suddenly, a colossal bear head appeared before him, thoughtfully blinking a few times, as if concerned about startling him. Even so, the newly appointed Lu Mama, who had only managed a few bites of grilled fish, was jolted, nearly dropping the fish in his hand. This creature has become an enlightened being, perhaps? Having captured Lu Zhufeng's attention, the polar bear fixed its gaze upon the grilled fish in his hand, its intentions unmistakable. Lu Zhufeng, amused by the creature's antics, was seized by a playful impulse. He began to subtly sway the fish in his hand, and the polar bear's eyes faithfully followed its every movement, its gaze tracking the fish wherever it went. Upon witnessing the polar bear's momentary daze, he suddenly presented the entire roasted fish at the creature's lips. The bear's gaze momentarily blanked, only to be ignited with a brilliant spark as it instinctively opened its mouth, eager to engulf the fish whole. In the next instant, a crisp crack echoed as its upper and lower jaws collided. Before the polar bear could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Zhufeng swiftly tore off a piece of the roasted fish and tossed it into its mouth. The bear, acting on instinct, opened its mouth wide, instantly forgetting the previous moment, and began to relish the delectable fish. Witnessing this, Lu Zhufeng exchanged a bemused glance with the onlookers and chuckled to himself, exclaiming internally, By heavens, I am truly a genius. Even taming a bear can be executed with such finesse. After patting himself on the back, he lowered his head to savor his culinary masterpiece once more. Before he could indulge in another bite, the polar bear's head once again appeared before him, its eyes shimmering with an inscrutable expression as it nudged its chin toward the remaining fish in his hand. Lu Zhufeng met its gaze for a brief moment, then tore off another piece of fish and tossed it to the bear. Having done so, he turned away, muttering, "Just the last piece." In no time, he felt a large mass brushing against his back. With a fierce gulp of fish, he spun around, glaring fiercely at the polar bear. "Can't you understand human language?" The bear, taken aback by his fierce look, quickly regained composure, baring its teeth and locking eyes with him, a glint of primal instinct in its gaze, undeterred. Amused by the sight, Lu Zhufeng chuckled, placed a piece of fish between his teeth, rolled up his sleeves, revealing the sinewy muscles of his arms. "Looking for a fight? Just the opportunity one need, as I have yet to tussle with a bear." The fierce glint in the white bear's eyes grew increasingly intense. Just as Lu Zhufeng anticipated an outburst, he was taken aback as the creature suddenly softened and laid down upon the ground. Its massive paws flailed aimlessly, while a mist of moisture gathered in its eyes, fixated on Lu Zhufeng without blinking. In that moment, Lu Zhufeng was momentarily stunned, struck by how reminiscent its gaze was of that dramatic character. Could such an emotion transcend species? The attention of the others was drawn to the scene, particularly the two girls, Chuan and Lung Rushua, whose expressions shifted as they regarded Lu Zhufeng. Observing the situation, Lung Rushua hurried over to the white bear, gently stroking its head, and cast a reproachful glance at Lu Zhufeng, exclaiming, "Uncle, is it really necessary to bully even a little bear?" "Uncle?" Yunemo chimed in, echoing the sentiment, "Old Lu, surely you wouldn't stoop so low as to pick on a bear. Is it my fault?" Amidst the light-hearted banter, Lu Zhufeng ultimately decided to share the remaining roasted fish with the white bear. Sated, the group gathered around the fire, momentarily silent. After Chu Liyue gently wiped a smudge from Xiao Wujie's lips, he straightened his posture and addressed the others with sincerity. "Everyone, let us discuss our plans for the next steps." Chapter 93. The more you hurt me, the warmer I feel within the cavern. Having satisfied their hunger, the group straightened up at Xiao Wujie's words, their expressions turning serious. Once supplies dwindled and manpower faltered, the true terror of this perilous realm would reveal itself. Not one to beat around the bush, Xiao Wujie stepped directly into the matter at hand. In this cursed realm, towering ice walls encircle a desolate fortress, forming a prison of frost. The internal ice layers are in a continuous state of fracture and movement, causing the terrain to alter incessantly, rendering it a one-way passage. As this place has never been explored or developed, the only known connection to the outside world is the entrance from whence we came. Thus, our point of breakthrough lies in locating this entrance. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement, and Lu Zhufeng, rarely serious, remarked, "I recall you mentioning that you had a contingency plan, so your method must indeed involve finding the entrance." Xiao Wujie nodded slightly in affirmation, continuing in a low voice, "Indeed, I left a mental mark at the entrance, allowing me to sense its general location. In situations where I am alone or accompanied by few, I can use the technique of shadow duplication to instantly transport myself to the entrance. However, given our current number, I cannot carry everyone out at once, as the shadow duplication technique requires immense energy and cannot be utilized repeatedly in a short span." Observing the thoughtful expressions on their faces, Xiao Wujie took a deep breath and slowly added, "Indeed, you have likely deduced that while this method is theoretically viable, it presents considerable practical challenges. Firstly, the ever-shifting terrain here precludes the existence of a definitive path. We can only search for an exit in a general direction. I sense that the linear distance to the entrance would require a journey of approximately 5 to 6 hours by car. However, due to the rugged terrain, this duration might be doubled or even more. Furthermore, the temperatures during the night in the haunted domain drop excessively low, and the fierce winds and heavy snow render travel impossible. Thus, we must schedule our journey for daylight hours, which will inevitably prolong our timeline. After some calculations, I estimate that under the most favorable circumstances, we could exit in about 2 to 3 days, yet unforeseen events remain unpredictable. Based on the aforementioned conditions, 2 to 3 days would be ideal, while the maximum delay could extend to 5 days. Nonetheless, certain unexpected factors, such as blizzards, ice collapses, and polar creatures, contribute to the considerable difficulty of our endeavor. At this juncture, Xiao Wujie paused momentarily, allowing his thoughts to resonate with the others. All who heard his words wore solemn expressions, their lips pressed tightly together, and the atmosphere within the cave became palpably heavy. The white bear resting at Xiao Wujie's feet also sensed this oppressive ambience. It lifted its paws and raised its head slightly, emitting a few low, rumbling sounds. After a brief silence, Lu Zhifeng was the first to break the stillness, a confident and warm smile illuminating his face. Why all the tension? With our group gathered together, who would dare obstruct our path? We shall encounter no difficulties. Yuan Mo echoed softly in agreement. Old Lu is right, with our capabilities. And under the guidance of our esteemed teacher and his wife, we could navigate through any perilous situation. Lang Ruoxue affectionately nestled closer to Chu Wan, her voice playful and charming. I harbor no fears alongside Sister Wan. We shall regard this as an adventure, for where else can one find such a captivating locale? Xiao Wujie affectionately ruffled the white bear's head and inched closer to Chu Liu, casting a sidelong glance with a gentle smile. A droplet can transform into an ocean. A mere speck can kindle a blazing sun. We possess inherent talents, and united in purpose, we shall undoubtedly dispel all malevolence and forge ahead without hesitation. Noticing the atmosphere easing and glancing at the time, Chu Liu wisely suggested, "It is getting late. The vehicle is rather cramped. Let us rest here in the cavern for a while. Tomorrow, when the snowstorm abates, we shall set forth without delay." The group, in unison, expressed no dissent, rummaging through their belongings to spread out coats and mats upon the ground, creating makeshift bedding. Chu Liu laid down 2 thick coats, and the perceptive white bear promptly settled beside them, serving as a cozy backrest. Beneath the warm, flickering firelight, Chu Liu elegantly leaned against the white bear, reclining on the ground, and beckoned Xiao Wujie with a wave. "Come here, dear, the ground is chilly, lie on me." Xiao Wujie's gaze flickered, hesitating momentarily before obediently nestling into her embrace, resting upon her. Chu Liu unfastened the buttons of her fur coat, enveloping him snugly, and took his icy hand, placing it beneath her sweater. "You usually enjoy wrapping your arms around me. Be good and warm your hands." As Xiao Wujie felt the delicate warmth radiating from her palm, he fell into a contemplative silence, his lips brushing gently against her neck, and his head nestled affectionately in the crook of her shoulder. Chu Liu held tightly to his waist, feeling the cold hands that could not warm up despite their efforts. She could not help but tenderly kiss his ears twice. "My dear, why must you be so foolish? Even if you do not come, I can sense your intentions. I will find a way to escape. I shall never abandon you." Xiao Wujie lowered his gaze, pressing himself closer to her warm and soft embrace, softly murmuring, "I miss my sister so much. I cannot help it. If longing is a disease, I fear I might be beyond cure." Upon hearing this, a wave of emotion surged in Chu Liu's eyes, and she held him even tighter. After a long moment, she kissed his cheek and asked in a rich voice, "Are you warmer now? Sister, please cherish me. The more you cherish me, the less cold I will feel. After enduring countless lonely and frigid nights, I have long since ceased to fear the chill of my body. As long as I have you, anywhere can feel warm." Chu Liu's red lips gently caressed his thin ones, seeking to soothe the discomfort and unease he had experienced alone in recent days. "Only cherish my dear, forever cherish my dear." After a while, breathing heavily, Xiao Wujie, feeling somewhat weary, blinked slowly, resting his face against her chest, murmuring in a dreamy tone, "Sister, in 3 months, I will turn 18. You said, whatever I want, you will give me." Chapter 94. The unexpected arrives as scheduled. Master Xiao is burned again. The next morning, the fierce wind and snow from the night before began to subside, leaving only the ever-present swirling snow mist in the sky. It seemed that the white bear sensed their impending departure, its head drooping weakly as it pawed at Xiao Wujie's calves, its eyes glistening with tears. In the presence of the charming creature, cold as snow felt her eyes glisten with a hint of crimson. She crouched before it, cradling its head and gently nuzzling against it. "Oh, little bear, how I adore you. I truly cannot bear to part with you, and I shall miss you dearly." As the moment of departure drew near, the white bear clung tenaciously to Xiao Wujie's hind leg, emitting a low, hoarse whimper. Xiao Wujie knelt gracefully, his long fingers softly gliding over its pristine fur, a gentle smile gracing his lips, while his gaze sparkled with flecks of light. The meeting was an unfinished poem, and fate was an unbroken rhyme. "You were born from the essence of heaven and earth, and the realm of ice and snow rightfully belongs to you. Since we are destined to cross paths, I believe we shall meet again." His cool palm cradled its head, their foreheads softly touching. This communion of souls transcended the boundaries of species, finding resonance in each other's worlds. Amidst the swirling snow, the white bear stood motionless at the cave's mouth, fixated on the departing shadow of the snow vehicle, watching for an eternity. Inside the vehicle, cold as snow wept, her nose and cheeks stained with tears, continuously pulling tissues to dab at her reddened eyes, her voice a choked sob. "Pretty brother," she murmured, "it seems to adore you so. Why don't you take it with you?" Oh, whoa. Pretty brother was the new name she had bestowed upon Xiao Wujie, for it felt inappropriate to call him Little White Face in the presence of their leader. Leaning against Chu Liyue's embrace, Xiao Wujie observed her distress with a sense of helplessness before speaking earnestly. "Sister as cold as snow, the white bear was born from the spirit of the world. It is meant to be free and should not be confined because of me. Moreover, all gatherings must eventually come to an end when the gentle chime of farewell resonates. Let us embrace it as a tender transition in the journey of life. Each of us embarks on our own path, carrying with us these cherished memories, believing that around some corner of the world, we shall encounter even more splendid vistas and a more complete version of ourselves." Having spoken, he cast a meaningful glance at Lung Rushue. For a moment, Lung Rushue was taken aback by his words, but her expression quickly fell, and she cried out even louder. "Woo, I don't understand. I don't care. I just feel so miserable." The crowd. Xiao Wujie took the lead, and one by one, the others took turns at the wheel. The first day's journey went relatively smoothly. That night, they found a glacial cave to rest for the night. The next morning, they set off again, only to encounter a fracture in the ice, a collapsed road, and a crumbling ice wall. Chu Liyue skillfully maneuvered the vehicle, while Xiao Wujie employed his ice-sealing prowess to assist. After numerous trials, they narrowly escaped disaster. Although they preserved both the snow vehicle and everyone's safety, the original route lay in ruins, impassable. They sought an alternative path, finally discovering a suitable glacial cave for shelter just before darkness and a snowstorm descended. After a day of turmoil, everyone was utterly exhausted, their faces marked by weariness. Fortunately, Xiao Wujie brought good news. Their current location was not far from the entrance, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would reach it by the following day and depart from this place. Yet, as fate would have it, unforeseen circumstances did indeed arise. The following morning, as Chu Liyue attempted to rouse the slumbering Xiao Wujie in her arms, she discovered his breathing was labored and his face bore an unusual flush, indicating a fever. Cradling him into the vehicle, her brow furrowed in concern, and her gaze dimmed slightly as she softly called his name. Despite her vigilance, the biting cold coupled with continuous exertion had taken a toll on his frail body. The fever, combined with mental fatigue, rendered Xiao Wujie unable to fully open his eyes. He merely frowned in discomfort, burrowing deeper into Chu Liyue's embrace. "My dear, please listen to me. Awaken. You're burning with fever and cannot continue to sleep like this." Observing his reluctance to open his eyes, her heart ached, yet she could only suppress her emotions and coax him awake. Fortunately, the Group S supplies included standard medications, among which were antipyretics. Lacking a thermometer, Chu Liyue could only gauge his condition by intuition and grit her teeth as she administered a fever-reducing pill. Meanwhile, Lu Zhufeng, seated in the driver's position, poured a cup of water from a thermos. After a prolonged period, it could hardly be deemed hot, merely retaining a semblance of warmth. This lukewarm water, combined with the antipyretic and the medications he typically required, amounted to a small handful. Although Chu Liyue carefully ensured that he swallowed no more than 2 pills at a time, he ultimately choked on them. A violent coughing fit surged through him, causing sharp pains in his chest that rendered him unable to sit upright, tears of saline trickling down the corners of his eyes. Chu Liyue could only hold him close, gently stroking his back to help him regain his breath. After a long while, he finally began to regain his composure, leaning weakly against Chu Liyue, his breath shallow and labored. His face was flushed with the after-effects of coughing, streaked with unshed tears. Chu Liyue quickly opened her fox fur coat and embraced him tightly, her red lips exuding tenderness as she gently kissed away the physiological tears at the corners of his eyes. Xiao Wujie nuzzled his head against her neck a couple of times, grasping her hand and placing it over his heart, summoning his strength to indicate the way forward. Chu Liue could distinctly feel his body shivering slightly within her embrace. She knew he was cold. "Turn on the air conditioning," he commanded, his tone firm and authoritative, leaving no room for dissent. Xiao Wujie, who was sprawled over her, gasped softly to halt her. Turning on the air conditioning would only accelerate fuel consumption. And should their vehicle become inoperable in the snow, their predicament would only worsen. Understanding that her concern was leading to confusion, Xiao Wujie did not allow her to speak again. He pressed himself closer into her arms, his hands encircling her neck, his eyes shimmering with a dreamy glimmer. His delicate lips brushed against her chin, resembling a fragile doll in need of affection and care, his voice low and hoarse. "Sister, love me. I am not deceiving you. If you care for me, I shall not feel cold." Gazing at his frail form, her heart ached with urgency as he showed signs of impending cough. And with a quick bite of her silver teeth, Chu Liue immediately leaned down to seal his lips with hers. She tenderly caressed him, her warm palm weaving through his hair, providing gentle solace. In the agonizing passage of time, the fever-reducing medicine finally took effect. A thin sheen of sweat began to surface on Xiao Wujie's forehead and throughout his body. The once dulled sparkle in his eyes began to flicker back to life, though the stickiness of sweat made him uncomfortable, prompting him to wish to shed the layers of clothing that enveloped him. "Dearest, do not move. Let me assist you." As she spoke, she tenderly took a tissue and delicately wiped away the beads of perspiration from his body. Xiao Wujie's compliance was evident as he lay languidly in his sister's embrace, allowing her fingertips to glide beneath his sweater, savoring the affection that was uniquely his. In a fleeting moment, his gaze suddenly sharpened. "Stop the car." Chapter 95. What a grand spectacle it is. Perched atop a prominent ice formation, a figure stood, peering through binoculars, lost in observation. After a while, he lowered the binoculars, his eyes clouded with a hint of melancholy as they gazed into the distance. There, an endless expanse of white snow mist lay before him, rendering any anticipation utterly impractical. "Rosso, come down and have something to eat." The call from below shattered Vito Rosso's reverie. He responded with a soft acknowledgement before carefully descending from the ice formation. Inside the cavern, the others retrieved cans of ready-to-eat food, engaging in hushed conversation. Upon seeing Vito Rosso enter with a somewhat somber expression, they immediately fell silent. Accepting a can offered by one of them, his cold gaze discreetly swept over the group, devoid of any words. Emotionless, he sat down and began to open the can in his hand. After a moment of silent exchanges through glances, one among them, wearing a slightly awkward smile, ventured to speak. Rosso, since you do not wish to delve deeper into the ghostly realm, and we have lingered here for so many days, should we not contemplate our retreat?" Since their entry with Vito Rosso, they had not advanced further after several hours of travel, but had instead remained hovering around the periphery. After a protracted wait with no results, the supplies at hand would last no more than 2 days. Yet Vito Rosso showed no inclination to venture outside. Upon hearing the words, Vito paused his actions, casting a fleeting glance at the speaker. "Are you anxious?" His voice, deep and serene, betrayed no emotion. "Not particularly. I merely wish to inquire about your plans. After all, only you know the way out. Rest assured, having brought you in, I will ensure your safe passage out," he replied, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor that instilled a sense of security. "Safe passage? With so many already perished, you dare utter such words?" Though outwardly composed, the group inwardly cursed him and his ancestry. This frozen realm of the undead was rife with bizarre phenomena, with countless unheard-of aberrations lurking at every turn, making vigilance a necessity. Compared to their numbers upon entry, they had already suffered a near 50% reduction. Under such circumstances, he still audaciously proclaimed he could lead them all to safety. In truth, doubts had begun to fester regarding the existence of the escape route he spoke of. A few members of the group had completely lost faith in his words and opted to depart, seeking their own means of escape. Vito observed their reactions, a fleeting glimmer of malice crossing his eyes. "Continuing like this yields little reward. Let us take a moment to regroup, gather our belongings, and we shall set out this afternoon." His prompt acquiescence brought a measure of reassurance to the group, easing their collective anxiety. Observing his unwavering confidence, it seemed he truly possessed considerable assurance in leading them out of their predicament. After a light chuckle in response, they ceased their chatter and resumed their focus on the cold, unyielding canned food, some even beginning to pack their belongings. Vito Rosso continued to consume his canned provisions, seemingly casually observing the actions of those around him, though though a shadow of uncertainty lingered in his eyes, as the ice beneath them cracked and shifted. Coupled with the fierce winds hastening the evaporation of their supplies, he found himself unable to retrace the path they had taken. To prevent inciting panic among the group, he maintained an air of calm, wandering the vicinity under the pretense of waiting for an opportunity. In truth, he was caught in a dilemma. Compelled to act in such a manner, his gaze subtly shifted, concealing all emotions beneath a veneer of indifference. A collection of feeble, incompetent souls, lacking the courage to venture forth independently in search of a way out, instead united in their pressure upon him. If they were to court disaster, they could hardly blame him for his ruthless resolve. The howling winds whipped up swirling clouds of snow as the group hastily completed their preparations and embarked on the journey Vito Rosso had mentioned. With burdens that had grown somewhat lighter strapped to their backs, they trudged through the frozen wasteland, battling the dense snow and fog, each step weighing heavily upon them, interspersed with the occasional sound of labored breathing. At the heart of the formation, Vito Rosso calmly indicated the direction, enveloped in silence. He was tightly wrapped in a heavy coat, the collar obscuring much of his face, leaving only a pair of eyes visible, shrouded in darkness. Silently, he pointed the way, his gaze emanating a frigid light as he surveyed the surroundings with quiet vigilance. After traversing for a while, the snow mist intensified, and a thick veil of it loomed ahead, advancing toward them. Rosso, that snow mist ahead is considerable. Should we take a detour? Rosso, there's no avoiding it. The path ahead is unavoidable. The snow mist swirled rapidly, swiftly engulfing them. The group instinctively adjusted their hats and collars, bowing their heads in preparation for the oncoming storm of snow. Yet, only Vito Rosso remained, his gaze fixed intently upon the advancing mist. As the dense snow mist enveloped them, a sudden series of sharp gunshots shattered the silence of the snowy expanse. Centered around Vito Rosso, several companions jolted violently before collapsing helplessly to the ground, blood blossoming like shocking red flowers upon the pristine ice surface. In that moment, everything appeared to freeze. Within the swirling snow, the others had yet to comprehend the unfolding scene when Vito Rosso unleashed his latent ferocity, akin to a long-hidden cheetah springing into action. He swiftly pivoted, his movements fluid and rapid, followed by another volley of gunfire echoing across the snowfield, crisp and piercing,